made of gold and a city to match. Bulletproof when I roll, so don't play me like that. Priceless art where I pee, my lose a Louvre like that. Got your country's GDP and the jewels on my hat. Hustler of all hustlers, wanna see the proof. Greatest artist of all time, I got him painting my roof. And for a low, low price, I'll let you come and see. Just exit through the gift shop as you go to leave. We accept all credit cards if you've no cash today. Put a couple Pope bobbleheads on layaway. Buy as much as you want, buy as much as you're able. Just don't let Jesus in, cause he'll start flipping tables.
Make money, make money. Make money, make money. Make money, make money. He's a motherfucking pope and he makes money. Make money, make money. Make money, make money. Make money, make money. He's a motherfucking pope and he makes money.
Look at the ass on him. He's got a face that's an 8 but an age of 10. If a priest gets fresh and a complaint comes in, switch him to another city, then game on again. Cause I got FU money used for underage, stacking paper higher than the rate of Africa's AIDS. But no condoms, guys, cause God gets enraged. Just keep praying and passing around them offering plays. Portfolios to uphold full of government bonds. You know those things countries use to finance all of their bombs. Cause God is love, but he still invests heavily in hate. You seen the maintenance fees to maintain pearly gates.
Hey girl, what's wrong?
My grandmother just died.
Oh, I'm real sorry to hear about that. You know, it'd be a shame if someone were to stick her in a place where she just burned and burned forever. You don't want that, do you?
No.
You know, I think I'm gonna have to get some of my boys to pray real hard to make sure that doesn't happen. Don't you?
Yes, please. Oh, thank you.
Bitch, you got my fucking money.
Media, I run it, politicians, I own them. Wars I don't condone, but I still bankroll them. Wait, I mean allegedly. Cause what goes on in my ledger you're not allowed to see. Not a man, woman, a child, nation, or country has the authority to stand up to me. Because I got a little thing called national sovereignty. It was awarded to me by this cat named Mussolini. You remember Hitler's buddy back from World War II? He said you didn't see the Holocaust. I said holla who? I got a tax-free country just for playing along. And when you're this close to God, nothing you do is wrong. Infallible, say it with a straight face. That's right, my God backs up every single word that I say. Cause he's not some old guy living up in the clouds. He's here on earth in my wallet and my bank accounts. Cause I make money, make money. L. Ron Hubbard, Pat Robertson, y'all some punk ass bitches. Y'all ain't even on my level. And Dalai Lama, what the fuck are you doing? You gotta monetize that shit, son. Art where I pee, my lose a Louvre like that. Got your country's GDP and the jewels on my hat. Hustler of all hustlers, wanna see the proof. Greatest artist of all time, I got him painting my roof. And for a low, low price, I'll let you come and see. Just exit through the gift shop as you go to leave. We accept all credit cards if you've no cash today. Put a couple Pope bobbleheads on layaway. Buy as much as you want, buy as much as you're able. Just don't let Jesus in, cause he'll start flipping tables.
Make money, make money. Make money, make money.
What's up, people? How y'all doing? Y'all doing good? Y'all doing good? I'm doing good right now. I got fucking Red Bull. I'm still, first of all, I changed my mind. I don't think the red looks good. I'm gonna get more purple. I'll have it like that. Is that good? I think that looks good. This. Oh, I'm gone. Why am I gone? Where'd I go? I'm back. Whoa. This. This trade deal. This art of the deal trade deal that we got. I'm so. With the UK, who we already had, I believe, some type of agreement with. President Trump said Britain had agreed to increase market access for billions of dollars in American exports, including beef, ethanol, and other farm products under a new trade deal, but many of the details are being left to get worked out later. The agreement would pare back Mr. Trump's tariffs Mr. Trump imposed on British steel, aluminum, and automobiles. But I think it would still have, we'd still still have 10% tariffs on fucking everything else that comes from Britain. And I don't know how much U.S. steel comes from Britain. We can check in a second, but. The agreement will, oh, thanks, Eric DeGray, for the sub. I appreciate it. Will come as a huge relief for Britain's auto industry, which will now face 10% tariffs on the first 100,000 cars exported annually to the U.S. Britain sent 92,000 vehicles to the U.S. in 2024, according to data from Oxford Economics. Why are we tariffing British cars? Do we have higher than 10% tariffs on British cars in the first place? Presumably, I guess, but. Or I guess didn't we have 25% on all cars? British officials warned that the higher tariffs, which were about 25%, had endangered the jobs in the country's industry, which sent more than a quarter of its auto exports to the U.S. Britain will also be excluded from tariffs on steel and aluminum. In exchange, it increased the quota on beef imports from the U.S. and said it would remove a tariff on ethanol, which is used in manufacturing. Britain said it would receive preferential treatment if any further sectorial tariffs were introduced, such as on pharmaceuticals. The two countries also have a high-level agreement on economic security and would work on building a deeper partnership on technology. What does this mean? There are still open questions. The deal is not final. Neither side said it would take when it would take effect. British government said it was negotiating to bring down 10% tariffs on most other goods. We'll see. You are deep? What do you mean I'm deep? It was a landmark breakthrough, but it only reached the general terms. British government can't declare victory. Deal could be derailed before it takes effect. That would be the funniest outcome if even this fucking deal got derailed. For now, however, it puts Britain in a better position than it was in a few weeks ago. The country's auto and steel industries are already struggling, so any effort to assure their ability to export to the U.S., an important market, are welcome. Also, the agreement so far has not caused Britain to cross its red lines about lowering its auto or food safety standards, which would have impeded a deal with the EU. Britain did not reduce its own tariffs on cars, as some reports have suggested, nor did it make any changes to its digital services tax, which the Trump administration said unfairly harmed American tech giants. The tax was introduced in 2020 as a 2% duty on the revenues of search engines, social media services, and online marketplaces, and most of the revenue comes from big American firms like Amazon and Google. Trump administration also scored a win, earning praise from American ranchers to increase exports of beef. I'm sure Gibbs is happy. Can't wait to Because I think I don't know if he exports his beef, but I'm sure he likes it. Though they would still have to be free of hormones. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association called it a tremendous win. Despite the agreement, British goods and exports in general still face higher tariffs than they did 2 months ago, with the baseline 10% tariff still in place, of course. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, W. Yeah. Order the deal. Order the deal. Order the deal, guys. You know, at least we got 0% tariffs on UK steel and aluminum. Do I look at like top countries US import steel from? UK might be up there, but Canada, Mexico, Brazil, China, Taiwan, South Korea, Germany, Japan, India, Vietnam. Okay, so this is not actually helpful then, but awesome, awesome. I love this country. I love this country. I love this country. Export the most iron reductions. I don't know what that is. China. No, not China. We were just looking at fucking steel. But apparently this does not line up with steel at all. Iron reduction. South Africa. I don't know what an iron reduction even is. Oh my god, this is horrible. This literally looks like shit. What the fuck? I found a new country, Republic of Cabo Verde. I don't know what that is. Not what? Oh, not the fawn. Sorry, it's cut off on my OBS thing. You mean non the fawn? Is this just an island? Is this in fucking Oh, I know that. No, Cape Verde. Yeah, I know this. No, yeah, I'm familiar with the Cape Verde spelling of it, not Cabo. Or I guess you just misspelled it, but I'm gonna guess Australia. Fucky, I don't know what countries have iron, man. Oh, it's horrible. Russia, India, U.S., Sweden. Oh, I probably could have guessed U.S. and Sweden, but Jesus. Iron reduction. Literally looks like Portuguese spelling. This is how you say the name in wrong Mexican? Okay. Did not mean to. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it has it by fucking state in France and Spain and Portugal and Germany and Turkey. What is this counting exports to other states or just the rest of the world? Okay, well, it doesn't tell you. Wait, is this free? Does it have to sign up, or is it? Yeah, that's $299 a month for that shit. Jesus. I hate that. No, we're not doing it. No, it takes too long. No, fuck you. Oh my god, the soy pill.
Hey, are you on the panel tonight?
Um, Probably not the same one you're on. I think. Are you on the like 5 p.m. one or whatever?
3 p.m. Yeah, 5 p.m. Central.
Yeah, I think I'm on the. I think it's one at 8 p.m. I think he's doing 2 tonight. I think it's so.
Oh, what's the
I'm on
second one?
our, yeah, like regularly scheduled one, but yeah.
What's your topic?
You know, I don't really know. I can tell you. Currently, like, you know, we just have like a group chat. It's the same group chat every week, and at some point during the week, Gibbs will just update the title to like whatever he wants to talk about. But like usually, it's not very specific, and like you kind of
Okay.
learn when you get there. So the title of this
All
one
right.
is "When Villains Become Heroes" / "Why Are So Many of Our Chosen Figures Sus?" So, you know,
All right. Yeah, all right. Sure, fucking whatever. Right on. Yeah, ours is on like I don't fucking know. But why the Dems lost again. But every month that goes on, there's more research on it, so it's still interesting
Yeah.
to talk about. But if you look at like the spread of who's on this one, I thought you might be on it, but it's like, let's see. So Gibbs is the host. Shenandoah, okay, probably has the same opinions as me. Dylan Burns, I have no idea what he's gonna say. Charlie, who love her to death, but yesterday post our Lord of the Rings stream said, "I have no idea about anything about this." And I'm like, all right, well, this will be interesting. Tyler, who is Tyler, I'm
Right.
sure he's gonna say like, you just need to be like Bill Clinton. Wick, who he's predicted everything. He knows everything that will ever happen, and so whatever he says is going to be the right thing. And then do you know who Niina is? I've never heard of this person.
Nope, I have no clue.
Okay, well, she's a
Leftist,
girlfriend of
progressive,
Razor.
and corgi dog mom. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so that's that'll be fun, I guess. One of the reasons I came on though, other than that, was I've agreed to do one of these dating shows apparently tomorrow. What are
Dude.
these? Are these
On the
fun or are
Modi
these
show?
fucking insane? Yeah.
Hell yeah, I think I'm on that one.
Okay, cool. I'll try not to outriz you. I'll let you have your time. But like, what even is it? Like, is it?
You can probably find. I can probably link you one it's on my channel.
Gibbs sent me a VOD and it looks like just a bunch of people talking about nothing. But maybe it's because I was skimming
Basically.
through and.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a dating show competition thing. So either the host will ask her a question, or sometimes he'll let the girl ask a question, and then everyone goes
Right.
around, says their answer. The girl picks someone to eliminate. Sometimes there's, like dual elimination rounds or like competition rounds where like I know like one time we had a round where it's like you and another contestant had to flirt with each other, and the girl had to decide who she think did better flirting with the other guy.
But what if I don't like the girl?
Well, that's not well. I honestly, by the way, I don't think anything happens when you win. So
Oh, really?
if you don't like the
win?
girl,
You don't win a hot date. Damn. that's
yeah.
the point, right?
So if
Okay,
you don't
so
like
it's
the
just a comedy
girl,
show. Cool,
yeah,
we're good.
exactly. You could just throw.
That might be even better. I'm
or
gonna
even
lean
if
into
you-
that because I probably won't like the girl.
Yeah. Oh well, people, do characters and stuff. Like I'm sure if you look at the thing Gibbs sent you, like he's playing a character that's like.
Yes, he did.
He'll-
He explained that. I don't know what the fuck I would. I mean, I love LARPing, but like, I don't know what the fuck I would go on as. All right. Well, cool. I guess I'll have fun on that, especially if you're there. At least I'll have someone to play
Yeah.
off of and not just fucking sit there random. Oh, okay, yeah. So I think the girl is this like phased clan lady. So I'm, first of all, white woman, big red flag. Second of all,
True.
all those other things. Oh, hey, Shen, how's it going, buddy?
Oh my god.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, what fuck? It's coming through my speakers. Shit. Sorry. Fucking best $1 million streamer. Hey, how's it going? Okay, I can hear you now.
Dude, non-fun when you're like, I love when you reply to these like e-girl thirst traps with like, hey, do you want to talk about terrorists or something? Like when that shows up on my timeline, it makes my day. But it's like this very clearly like I'm showing you my boobs. And you're like, hey, do you want to talk about the implications of the upcoming trade war? That's gonna work one day, buddy. I believe in
Raw
it.
One day.
autism power.
Dude, I comment that on Instagram Reels sometimes too. There'll be like an e-girl just like showing me her tits, and I comment that stuff. One time, one of them replied, but they didn't reply to my follow-up, so
Aw.
I think she was just
Hey, man,
giving me a
look.
little bit of attention. But
As a serial monogamist, I can tell you this: if they're not replying to your cool, interesting hobbies, then they're not worth your time, buddy. Don't
True,
stress
true.
it. All right? Yeah, you don't want them. If they can't talk about the economy, who gives a shit? You're gonna be bored.
it's very
The
accurate.
economy's
Non-
forever. Tits are not. As I
That
said.
is true. Non-fun. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you a half homosexual? Are you one of those people that date both men and women?
No? Why?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I just was wondering if you wanted to ask me to talk about terrorists. I just wanted to know.
No, unfortunately.
I mean, I'm not gay
Well,
either. I
you
just
know.
kind of wanted like the flattery. Like I
Right.
just kind
Oh
of,
wow,
you know.
Right.
That's
Wow.
so fucking rude, dude. You didn't even you were ready to set him up and immediately say no, I'm not gay to him.
I do it to women all the time too. It's not good.
You tell women you're not gay.
I do that as well because they often need it. But no, I'm more the setting up and knocking.
Oh, you
down.
turn women down. Gotcha. All
Yeah,
right, I
it's
gotcha.
great. Yeah.
Turning women down, dude. Honestly, I feel bad because it's so like not normal. You know, like the implication that men are these like sex hungry, lonely incels, and then when you tell someone no, like they're like, "What? I must be like the bottom of the barrel
Horrible.
dumpster level." When it's like, no, like you're gorgeous and awesome. I really just don't think we get along that way. And it's like, oh, so you think I'm terrible and you don't want anything to do with me? It's like, well, no.
Oh,
Like,
I totally
that's-
agree with that.
That
I
really
honestly
sucks.
think every incel needs to have one experience where they have to turn somebody down, and it would honestly like it would fix them. Because like I had one when I was in high school, and it like changed my view on women for like a long time. Because now I actually got it. I was like, oh, okay, that's why it's so fucking. That's why they don't give me a chance. It's because it fucking
why they-
sucks.
Yeah, 'cause that's why they ghost you because they're like, I don't want to deal with the fucking nuclear level crash out that I'm about to experience because I said no, I would not like to go to dinner with you.
Yeah,
so I
exactly.
won't ever fault a woman for ghosting ever again in my life. It's completely justifiable.
Yeah, no, I actually do get it. I do.
Even
Even
though
though I
I'm
still
one of
don't
the
like
good
it, but
ones.
I won't get mad. I won't get mad about it. It just like it just kind of sucks. It's like, oh man. Yeah. Do you get ghosted on fun? Do you ghost women?
Well, I don't usually get ghosted. I have kind of incidentally, I don't want to say I've ghosted a woman. I have matched with people on Hinge, and I don't think I've checked my Hinge messages in a fucking week. So
Chad.
In a
know,
whole week?
there,
Oh,
yeah.
dude. Cope the Knock called us soy. Do you see this, Shenandoah? They should look at your Chad face and say it to your Chad face.
Who's Cope the Knock? I always ask these questions. I
I
never
don't
who
know.
these fucking people
He's
are.
just a chatter.
A
Coping okay.
seventh
He's like
month
he's an
subscriber to
MMTer
non-fun,
though.
That's who.
Oh, I'm soy. Oh, I'm deeply pained by this. Actually, I'm horribly injured.
I may or may not own that label.
That is true. It's actually
It
it's
is
your
indeed
middle
in
name.
my name.
It goes pill soy the in forms.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's what your passport says.
My
Really
path.
awkward.
Oh shit! You just reminded me. I need a real ID, or I can't go to VidCon.
Oh shit. Dude, my fucking passport's stuck.
Oh, that's right. You
Uh,
can use passport. We're good. All right.
yeah,
Hey,
you can use
Shen, what do you got? Do you got any fat figures for
For why
in
the
an
Dems
hour?
lost.
Why the Dems lost?
I sent you some. I actually need to finish doing it a little bit. I just started preparing my opening statement, and I saw that you guys were in here, and I was like, oh shit, I don't want to be fucking left out. I was like, man, I like being social with people. So I'm giving up my work to spend time with you guys.
Base.
Oh my god. So Xander Hall watched my video today. I don't know if you know. He's like a Vosh
Yeah.
worker, I want to say,
Yeah.
and he
I
shouted me
actually do
out.
know.
And I put in the comments, because this is true. One of my chatters got married because they met their husband in his Discord. And then I said, you know what? Actually, from now on, the official Soy Pill Discord is the Xander Hall Discord. Anyone who wants to go to my Discord, just go to his. And he deleted it. I know he deleted it because it's gone.
Wait, he deleted it after you said that?
That
Damn.
or YouTube hit it, but I'd be willing to bet that he deleted it because that's so fucking funny.
Wait, does he not like you or something? I don't
No,
understand.
no, no,
Like,
no.
I-
He was well, because I mean, I'm just like redirecting my entire audience into his Discord.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I would
yeah.
also be slightly annoyed by that, but like,
yeah,
I
that's
think it's
fair.
funny. I'm oh man, I actually can't say what that is, but you'll see something similar is going to happen in 9 months or 11 months. Yeah, April 1st next year. Someone like
Are
asked
you
me to plan
pregnant?
no, someone asked me to do a ooh, this has got to be the US.
No,
This is the US,
maybe.
dude. The US has petroleum gas.
But we export
What
other
is he
shit
playing?
too.
Yeah, but
Playing
those are our 3
Tradle.
biggest exports. What do we got? What else we got? Oh, what's pink?
Fertilizer.
Fertilizers.
Fucking, yeah.
Mm. Fucking Tradle, dude. These neolibs, man.
Yeah, he knows the game. He can actually sniff out fucking any like fucking GDP gain or loss. He's actually like a Ferengi deep down inside. I was gonna say a Jew, but I didn't want to go that far.
Yeah, so you just use the
So-
race based off
Yeah.
Jews in Star Trek.
Yeah,
Hell yeah,
I just
second.
picked the one that would be like not as
Oh, shit.
obviously insensitive.
I was close though, because I said A, and America starts with A, and Algeria starts with A. So,
That's
all right, I'm gonna go get a bunch of stats on why all the Dems sat out the election, and actually Republicans are also dropping the ball. We're just dropping the ball harder. So,
Awesome. If you want to share with me, I would appreciate that. If not, it's all
hell
good.
no. You think I'm gonna give you an advantage before our debate? I'm gonna make you look like a dumbass little bitch, dude. You're gonna be
Oh,
like, oh shit,
man.
I'm so underprepared.
Oh man.
Same with tomorrow,
Again.
non-con. You're gonna have. I'm gonna make your Riz, which I've already complimented today, look like beta Riz, dude. I'm
Damn.
gonna say, hey, do you wanna study the moment arm and inertial dampeners of a 3 degree of freedom? I don't know, whatever the fuck I learned in aerospace that I haven't used in 12 years.
I'm gonna fucking lunge at Dylan Byrne and finish what Putin couldn't.
Lunge at Dylan.
Lunge at Dylan Byrne.
I'm not allowed to say that on Twitch. I'm going to physically assault another streamer.
I didn't say I was gonna touch him. I said I was gonna lunge it. I was just gonna leap it in a general direction.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. No, actually, I really like.
Whoa,
Dylan
hold on.
Byrne.
Cope is calling me out. The soy pill isn't very good at debating. I'm watching him try to defend Luigi Mangione. That's so funny because I actually didn't even try to defend Luigi in that debate. But nice try, buddy.
I actually feel like you're a pretty damn good debater, honestly. I actually watch your debates occasionally just to study.
Oh, thanks. But just a study. Someone's
To
studying
study.
me. Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm a huge nerd. I'm fucking
Yeah.
always trying to prepare myself.
No, I mean I'm okay. I just like arguing. It's just fun.
That's fair.
I know things, and if I don't know things, then I don't. But I mean, that Luigi debate was annoying because fucking Destiny was like gaslighting me. He's like, actually, the healthcare system doesn't have any problems at the scale that you're describing. And I'm like, man, I studied for this and you didn't. God damn it.
Yeah, I get that. Honestly, I think the one I'm most worried about is Tyler, because I just expect him to like take a lot of shit out of his ass, and like even if it's right or wrong, if I'm not too familiar with the material, it might be hard to shut him down.
He's gonna cite
So-
Tyler just wants,
a
he
million
just wants to
different
make
polls at
Dylan
you.
Burns look bad. Cope says
Yeah.
Destiny definitely said that. I mean, he actually did. There's like a 4-hour stream of him saying that. You can go watch. Don't worry, buddy. But you can cope about it more. All right, have fun, non-fun. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, and see you in about an hour, Shen.
See ya, Mr. Pilt. Take care.
Yeah.
How you doing, Anfon?
Doing pretty good.
I'm fucking excited. Are you ready for this?
You know, I'm not gonna be on it, right? I am on the panel directly.
No, I know
after
you're not
it,
gonna be on it.
but-
I'm just saying, like, are you like, do you have the vibes for me? Are you gonna fucking,
Yeah.
are you gonna like, fucking give me your good energy, Anfon?
Yeah, I'll give you good energy. Yeah, I bless you with good performance. Say
Thank you,
yes to
non-fun.
affirm. That's the
Your blessings matter a lot to me. You are a religious figure in my tribe.
I'm a religious figure.
Yeah, where I grew up in Shenandoah Stan.
Right.
We all watch your fucking streams and we're like, God, this guy has like magical powers.
Dude, I was considering I'm gonna be on like a dating panel with Soy tomorrow or whatever. And people often
Yeah,
do
I
characters.
came at the end of that.
Yeah, oh yeah. I need it's tomorrow. If it wasn't tomorrow, I would buy like a fucking Pope costume off of Amazon. And I would be the new Pope, but
How
I
do
don't know
those
if
work? I've never even seen one. Like, how do they actually work? Are you supposed to actually
Like-
get dates, or is it just like a fake meme thing?
No, it's mostly like a meme thing. As far as I can tell, the winner does not actually even get like anything. Oh my god, vegan. Amateur.
Oh, so you don't even get access to like, you're the person you want? That's fucking. That's ridiculous. What? How's that? What's the fucking point then? You don't even get married at the end?
It's not even an arranged marriage. What the hell?
Not even a shotgun marriage at the end of the fucking Twitch dating panel?
To be fair, like if we're to pose this into reality, Nanfan's got like 18 women wanting him right now.
Is that true,
Very
Non-Fawn?
true. No.
Yeah, very true.
I could believe that. I think
He's-
Non-Fawn
he-
is like...
So there's incel and there's volcel. Non-fawn volcel. He has a bat in his room to save himself for marriage.
Non-Fawn's pro Second
True.
Amendment only for the ladies. For protecting himself from sex.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I could believe that.
Non-fawn, how late are you streaming tonight?
I don't know. Probably until 2 a.m. or something.
And you're what time zone?
EST.
Eastern, 2 a.m. Okay. I will swing back in like 5 hours. How does that
Okay.
sound like a plan?
Sure.
I need my 5-hour goon sesh. I will be back.
Understandable.
You're gonna break your
Understandable.
penis. You gotta be careful, man.
Though. No, it will never break. It's too firm. It's too solid. It's like the firmament.
Man, that's
It's
what
just
they
a part of
that's what
reality.
they all say. Don't be a fucking Ozymandias, okay? Don't fucking fly too close to the sun, Mr. Isaac, alright? That's what...
All right, boys. Peace out.
Take care. Who is that guy? I have
he's
no
just-
idea who that was.
He's not a streamer or anything. He's vegan. He's just a
Oh, yeah.
orbiter, non-fawn chatter orbiter. That's
Aren't you proud? You're so big you have orbiters now, man.
I know.
You gotta be proud of yourself.
Well, I say orbiters just because it makes myself feel good to say that. I don't think that he would classify. I think he would
Yeah,
say
he wouldn't call himself an orbiter. I mean, that's
Probably
kind of
not.
like Pluto and Chiron, you know? It's like... that's me being an asshole, I'm sorry.
damn.
I know. I did just kind of roast you on your own stream. I'm sorry. That was bad of me. Somebody said you look like you're a gooner. No,
I am a
I don't
gooner.
believe
But
that.
It literally, my title still says gooner, doesn't it? Yeah, it says reacting, maybe reading, but always gooning. I am a gooner.
You should say anti-gooning in the future. You should be like, actually, I've changed my ways. I had like, I finally, and then like I think, and then people will actually encourage you to goon. It's actually pretty intelligent because you'll get what you want in the end. Called reverse psychology non-fun.
Right.
There you go. Wait, what are you up to though? I'm actually like kind of curious what you've been doing today. I don't know. I'm just like here to chill. I really don't have much to talk about.
Oh shit! Thanks for subbing, Ophelia. I don't have a ton planned today. I don't know. I have stuff to. I mean, other than the panel, I have like a little bit of stuff to react to. I might read a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. I'm streaming the stream. Gotta get the.
Are you
gotta
on the
get
panel after me then?
hours up. Yeah.
What is that one going to be about?
That's a.
It's a big secret.
That's a good question.
You don't even fucking know?
Well, I'll tell you the title of the group chat. This is kind of what Gibbs does. We just have this like group chat, and he just changes the title to whatever we're talking about that week. Sometimes it's literally the day before he'll change it. The title is "When Villains Become Heroes" / "Why Are So Many of Our Chosen Figures Sus?" So I don't really know.
I literally do not know what that means.
Yeah, I don't really know what that means either.
That's actually incomprehensible to me. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, the people who run panels, they always love to give, like, the least information possible. I think it's because they don't want you to prep too much, because then you go into, like, too rigid of a mode. So they're like, we're
Yeah,
gonna just, like, have
yeah.
the vaguest possible title, and then I'm gonna direct it how I want. Or that, or they don't fucking prepare at all, and they're just like, fuck you, have fun.
Well, I mean, I have seen. No offense to Gibbs, I love you, Gibbs, but I have seen the, night before. Night before. Does anyone have any topic suggestion?
I mean, honestly, I feel like every fucking content creator's at that point
Right.
at some point. It's just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Shit, I
yeah.
got something going. Now I have to make it up. But I know you don't do that non-fawn. I know that non-fawn, you prepare your weeks You stream weeks in ahead. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all scheduled in my, it's in my calendar every.
Yeah, in the black book of non-fawn. That's what you call it. And I'm like, could you stop fucking calling it that? It's kind of weird. Oh man, I'm like working on my opening statement right now. I feel like I really want a teleprompter because I want to have like some guy in the back rooms. I want you in the non-fawn back rooms like puppeting me when I debate, so I don't actually have to do any work.
Hell
And I'm just
yeah.
like your pretty face. I
That'd
think that would be like a
based.
good tag team. And then you're like, I just see on the teleprompter, like, call him a oh no! Oh no! Why did you do that to me? Fuck.
That would be the downside is I would I would get upset and just type in the teleprompter like call him a
Yeah.
retard.
Yeah, you'd be like so frustrated, especially because you'd have to work through my slower cadence, because I think you talk a little bit faster than me. To be like, Shen, hurry the fuck up! I want you to fucking fight him. Like, it'd be infuriating. No, but I actually do want a teleprompter just for like opening statements because I do like to have a prepared
Yeah.
opening statement because that's always when I'm the most anxious.
Right.
And then like my anxiety goes like way down.
Yeah.
Yeah. People are asking if you're Jewish. People want to know.
I think they're
non-fawn.
asking if Ophelia is Jewish, but
Oh, okay.
I don't
Not
know.
you.
Some people ask
My
if I'm
bad.
Jewish. There are a lot of chatters that always ask if I'm Jewish, and I'm not. But apparently,
You're not Jewish. I know it for a fact. We tested you.
yeah. Well, I did actually get tested, but that makes it sound like the
I
test
touched
was
you
to
and you
know
didn't
if I
turn
was.
into ash. Yeah, it doesn't. Fuck it, I gotta stop playing in this like Aryan guy thing. Like, I gotta be careful about that shit. It's
Bro
gonna
is
go way
Irish?
too far.
I am a little bit Irish. At least I
can
am
totally
like
believe you're Irish,
25% Irish or something. Not as Irish as fucking Isaac. Screw that dude.
Yeah. How Irish is Isaac? Well, my
I don't
name
know.
is Irish. I mean Isaac. Fuck.
But whenever
In the joke itself, that wasn't even a hard joke.
anytime I like insult Isaac though, he'll say non-fun is anti-Irish confirmed. So
True, yeah. And you should just call him a rat patty bastard.
I should.
Yeah, I actually haven't talked to Isaac in a little bit. We DM like occasionally. He was nice enough to get somebody on my show, and then I think we
Yeah.
like each other, but we're just sort of like chill with each other. There's no like, I need to talk to you, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. Like
Well, he
that.
doesn't even stream. When's the last time this guy even streamed? Okay.
I know. I came on his stream once, and that was enough for him to be like, I'm gonna fucking like get him a fucking speaker for his show. I was one viewer, and he was like, "Yep, that's enough." I don't even think he's gonna show up.
This guy.
He might actually be too small. Oh my god, that's incredible.
What?
Hey, he actually came up. I didn't expect him to come up.
Who came up?
5 peak viewers.
Oh, he on Twitch record. Yeah, no. Yeah. 5 average viewers, 4 hours streamed in the last 30 days. Let's see, all time 64 hours streamed. What do I have in? I think that's like what I get in a month. Sometimes it depends, but
I hope you're fucking like. I hope he's into humiliation because you're giving like a humiliation fetish right now.
55. He better be. 55
Non-fun.
hours.
I
streamed.
speak on behalf of your community. Do you think that the 420 at the end of your name is like promoting marijuana use and is bad?
You know,
do
it's
you
not
like
really.
the fact that you're supporting addictions and gang violence from the
And
sale
gang
of
violence,
marijuana?
supporting gang violence.
Yeah, from
I'll
the
just
sale of
change it
marijuana.
to
You were personally
non-fun.
helping the Sinaloa cartel.
I'll change it to non-fun MS13. I think that's gonna be the.
Non-fun MS13. You get a fucking tattoo.
I thought it was for a
Non-fun.
certain someone's birthday. Yeah, I always forget about that 420.
Oh yeah, that guy. I know about
Yeah.
that guy. I've heard about him once or twice.
I wish I could just have the name non-fun. I can have the name non-fun on Kick.
I actually
but
really need to
can't
figure
have
out
it
what
on
my name's
Twitch.
gonna change to. I'm thinking of like, I do need to change it because I like the chairman thing. It's just really long, and it also confuses people. They keep calling me chairman, and I like the meme, but I don't like
Yeah.
being called chair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay,
Reasonable.
no, I think I'll switch to something else.
Yeah, there's this guy Non-Fawn on Twitch. I don't. He has
Let's get
one
him.
follower, and it's me. Okay, I don't know
It's
how.
you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna follow him now too. Just
I'm
for
waiting
fun.
for the day he changes his name. Okay, so I can grab Non-Fawn.
I'm sorry. Man, what is gonna happen when we like have every single string of characters taken up? Every single good string is gonna be fucking sat on. That's why we need a fucking a tax on this.
True.
Fucking
A
tax on
tax.
Twitch name. It's rent seeking. It is not fun. Trust me. Who's born on 420?
Like,
Your mother. But
True.
wasn't that the funniest fucking joke I've ever made? Not fun.
that was a pretty good one. That was.
I thought that was pretty good. I thought it was
Yeah.
the funniest thing I've ever said. You could be non-fawn. I don't think non-fawn would. I don't think. Can you do an Indian accent?
I don't want to do that on stream. I don't think I.
Fucking, what's your best Dr. K impression? Do it on screen right now. Just like pressure you into it. How old are you again? I'm sorry, I forgot.
I'm 19. Yeah.
Oh man, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just like sad about my ever decreasing youth.
Aren't you? You're like 22, aren't you? 23?
I'm 23 now. I just turned 23. Yeah, I just turned
Damn.
23 last month. I know, I'm not that old, but it's just like I remember when I was a Maoist, everyone was like, "Oh my God, you're 12? That's so impressive. You're so good at this." And now nobody fucking says that to me anymore.
I know. That's what
So-
I do generally, because sometimes I'm on these panels and I do get compliments like, "Oh, you're 19." Like whenever I talk to like
Yeah,
Sarah,
you're
she's
fucking
like,
sharp, man.
she's like, "Oh, Non-Fun's 19. He knows all the stuff." I'm worried. I think like first of all, I think the second I turn 20, that's gonna be
Yeah,
there's gonna be
not
it's gonna be a
interesting anymore.
drop off.
Not interesting anymore. Yeah, you
know.
fucking hit the wall basically of like being actually impressive as a prodigy, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, non-fun. It's coming for you soon.
I
You're about
know.
to hit it.
It's gonna be
Fucking
tough,
full
it's gonna be
force.
tough.
You think I could like marry Wick? You think I could? If I asked
Um,
nicely enough?
If you told him like you were gonna be deported otherwise, then like maybe.
Maybe. I could. I mean, it would be funny if I got deported. I don't know to where. I hope not El Salvador. I hope somewhere better.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, like Libya. I'd rather go to Libya. Fuck it. Did you hear that they're actually deporting people to Libya? Or at least they want to?
No, Shaw. What?
No, that's real. I'll unironically look it up. That's actually a fucking news story I saw the other day. That's actually real. It's fucking horrible. And like, I believe 2 people got sent to prison because they said that they don't want to go to Libya or something.
Judge
I
blocks
can't remember exactly what it
deportation
was.
flight of Asian migrants to Libya. Oh my God.
They're from the Philippines, Vietnam, and Laos.
Yeah, so Libya is obviously the proper place to put them. What the hell? What
Yeah,
the fuck?
exactly. It's not even the right part of Asia. It's not even Asia.
I know. Yeah, it's not even. Do they? They
Yeah,
don't
it's
even,
like a different thing.
Do they even have a stable, government? Like at least El
No,
Salvador.
they have like a kind of a frozen conflict civil war thing between like 2 central governments.
Right.
There's
You know,
like
at least
one
El
that we recognize,
Salvador-
one we don't.
It's just like stable.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
not
just
gonna-
horrible.
Yeah, you
Like
know,
immoral.
they're a stable enough country to build the high tech torture prisons. Libya isn't even.
See, I'd rather go to
even-
Libya because then I could just start running right back to America. I'll just start fucking I'll start fucking booking it.
Or you could form your own third government and reignite the civil war,
True.
and you could
The
rule
fucking
Libya.
Gaddafi
You could-
restoration government. Fucking Hillary Clinton's worst nightmare. Actually, would you, people actually ask if I'm Gaddafi sometimes because I wear so much green and stuff, and I'm like, well, not exactly. It's not really
Not
my
exactly.
political orientation.
Can
I
we
mean,
send
I'm
them
sure
to
that me and him,
Canada?
like, we could have, like, been drinking buddies, but, like, I don't think we would have,
Could
like...
have been. We may have, in fact, been drinking buddies. We may have, in fact. I may have, in fact, captured the video of his demise, but.
Yeah. Actually, to be honest with you, I do feel like out of all the dictators, he would be probably fun to spend time with. He just has, like, that energy where he's, like, fucking sufficiently crazy enough, but charming enough. You know what I mean?
I feel like a lot of dictators are pretty crazy. Although I don't know. I mean, I don't think I want to. Kim Jong-un does not seem very fun, I guess. Gaddafi seems more fun.
Yeah, Kim Jong-un doesn't seem that fun. He seems like he's just kind of a nerd, like a dork. Like, he's just like a fucking, he's like a trust fund child, basically.
Right.
Yeah. Well, like Gaddafi, I mean, at least he was actually in the military and shit, and he has like good stories, and he loves to fuck women. You know what I mean? Famously, he's like a massive like fucking ladies man.
That makes sense.
It makes sense.
What about Bin Laden? Do you think Bin Laden would be fun to hang out with?
I actually think Bin Laden would be fun to hang out with. I think there's a lot of funny depictions of Bin Laden in the media, but I bet Bin Laden IRL is like one of the most boring people ever. He's just like a mad person.
Didn't
He just doesn't have any like fucking fun.
I thought he had like Counter-Strike on his fucking hard drive. Didn't he play?
Wait, did he actually?
I feel like I don't know. I've heard a lot of things are on his hard drive. I don't know which ones are true.
Yeah, any number of things could be true. We don't actually know. Unfortunately, release the Bin Laden drives. That's what I want Donald Trump to do. I want to see what porn he had on there. I want to fucking find out.
Dude, I think he did have porn. Dude, he had Half-Life. He had Nintendo emulator games. Probably his worst crime. Emulating Nintendo games. That's major copyright
Fair
infringement.
Yeah,
Final
copyright
Fantasy.
infringement is illegal.
Yeah, animated movies.
Dragon Ball Z, that's interesting. Oh,
Yeah, Chicken
erotic
Little.
games. Ooh. Ooh.
Death penalty. So Nintendo took him out. Probably, honestly, they probably
Yeah.
dropped the.
True. Yeah, Nintendo actually was like, SEAL Team 6, we know where he is. They knew where he was before they actually did. Actually, I mean, it would be kind of funny. It would be kind of funny if, like, if we could have, like, sponsorships, but for, like, specific, like, units of the military. Like, if SEAL Team 6, it was like, yeah, fucking brought to you by McDonald's. That's like a libertarian fantasy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I think I made, like, the 4 libertarians in chat, like, fucking go off.
I think
What
you
did you
can
say?
donate to certain parts of the military.
Yeah, can I personally donate to the guys who, killed Bin Laden? Can I be like, thank you?
AmeriCorps.
Here's
Senior
$3.
Corps.
That's like an insulting amount of money. $3. Gifts to
Gaddafi was
reduce
from
the
a city
public debt.
founded by the Italians, so he was basically, I don't know how to pronounce that, long lost cousin. And of
Berlusconi's.
course, he enjoyed his woman, obviously.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, dude, when you're like at all related to the Italians, it's inevitable. It's fucking inevitable. You just love women, and it's like, all right, fair enough. I can't blame you. I also like women, but you know, it's just there's something in like that fucking weed and tomato slop that makes Italians want to fuck women. I don't know what it is.
I'm
Yeah,
donating to
goddamn
anyone but the Marines.
weed and tomato slop eating barbarians. What were we gonna say?
I was just reading chat. They said I'm
They
donating
killed
to anyone
Jesus.
but the Marines. You are scared, pussycat. Oh my god. Welcome back, Chicken Jockey. Oh my god. Guys, he's back.
Chicken Uwu Jockey. Is he a
Chicken
good guy?
Uwu Jockey. No.
Just a simple no.
Shut up, scaredy cat. I have debated you 4 different times at this point, and I banned you from my server because you never contribute anything. You constantly spam in both this server and Twitch chat, and then after you were banned from the Discord server, you spam DM'd me and like 3 of my mods to unban you.
Oh, rip. Fuck. Man, that's not a nice guy.
Yeah, it's not a nice dude.
I defeated you in debate. Possibly true? Question mark, not fun? Did he defeat you? Debate Chairman
the
Shenandoah?
last
Yeah.
debate that he had before. I mean, anyone can watch.
Oh, hey,
I haven't-
Tyler.
I haven't edited some of them. Yeah, Tyler's here. I
Hey,
feel like
I was
he
just
is
fucking
never.
saying hi to non fun.
He's never done well in a debate. And then the last debate he had before he got banned was not technically with me. It was with Sample, and Chicken Jockey did not understand percentages. Did not understand multiplication. So
Yeah, it's okay. We've all been there before. What the fuck even is the percentage? Nobody knows.
for real.
Nobody fucking knows. That's some fucking Greek bullshit.
Or it's just showing your NATO
And the Greeks wrote the Bible, so you know what the fuck they're on.
That is true.
He streams too, debate Sherman Shenandoah. Why are you trying to like fucking punt this guy off on me, Grant? What the fuck, man? Grand Designs, I sentence you to 10 minutes in hell, like itself. Like tonight when you dream, they'll be there.
Your soul will temporarily go to
yeah,
hell.
fucking for that one, I'm fucking pissed at you right now. I'm fucking trying to get this guy who's like not really nice. Fucking goddamn.
So much for free
I
speech.
am too patient with people
Free
sometimes.
speech is when you. It's when you spam constantly.
Free speech is when I could do literally whatever I want.
Another proof liberalism is dead. Oh, it's over. It's over. Oh no.
So true. It's Jover.
It's over for us.
Man, I can't believe Joe Biden fucking became the new pope. I can't fucking believe that. I was
That's
pretty
crazy,
surprised.
yeah.
I was like, man, didn't they see the fucking news about him getting old? I was like, god damn. Free speech actually is when you scream the N-word, Catrix. That actually is the definition of free speech. Now,
Oh, see,
people around you
see,
might
look
not
at
be
this
pretty
guy.
happy.
See, isn't this a good guy?
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I can't read the chat. Can somebody get rid of this fucking guy?
Yeah, I'm
I
talking.
wanted to see what average debate enjoyer said, but now I can't. Oh, I also got to bounce soon. I wanted to finish my opening statement.
yeah,
because I
you
need to
probably-
like practice it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got like 30 minutes, but I do like fucking checking in and seeing how you are and saying that I
Yeah.
love you, man, and like wanting you to have good health for a long time, wanting you to find love in life, wanting you to like make a lot of money, wanting you to find the true religion, whichever one that is. I don't know. I want all those things for you, man. I do want that. I'm actually
Well, I
gonna publish a
appreciate it.
video essay soon. This is
Hell
an
yeah.
econ
Wait,
stream.
about what?
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
A video essay about what? I was just.
Oh, you'll see. It's actually good. I'm gonna like, I'm trying to keep it under wraps a little bit because I'm kind of excited about it, and I feel like if I
Damn.
tell people too much, it's gonna be like I'm gonna
That's
lose
true,
motivation.
actually. Yeah, hype it up. Now I'm more.
Yeah.
hyped. Yeah.
So trust me, I would actually tell you if it wasn't for my own benefit. But yeah, don't worry. It'll probably be out like in a month-ish. I just finished writing the script, but I have to like fucking. It's really long, so you know.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Take care, man.
Take care. I appreciate it.
Peace.
See ya.
See you at the fucking panel or whatever. Bye bye.
Yeah. Anti-Israel protesters arrested after takeover of Columbia University. There was someone else's stream I was gonna look at. I was just
About explanation transferred.
Why'd everyone start streaming the moment I started streaming? I don't want to just live react to people. But I am super curious what Pentuple and fucking Ringold will be talking about. I'm very curious how that will go. And then I am oh, it's just Gibbs' stream, but I doubt he's streaming it. I'm very curious how this will go as well, but all of these are lefties, right? Except, I mean, Tyler's technically a lefty, I guess, but we don't count him. We don't count him. Get him out of here. I don't know what the girl is. This stream will only take off when it becomes localist. Very true. I'll be with Shenandoah on at 6. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. How to get arrested and trapped in buildings at Columbia. The first thing to teach when you go to visit / orientation there is how to use the tunnels. Are there, I mean, what Trump administration, what can I tell you? What can I say? Okay. They're occupying the tunnels. Okay. They gotta be. No localist detected. I'm sure localist will come around eventually. I'm sure. I'm sure he'll be here. Group of protesters occupied one of the main reading rooms, refusing to leave. Another group breached the front door, causing substantial chaos. All of this as the bulk of our students are working hard to prepare for exams. These actions not only represented a violation of university principles, but they also pose a serious risk to our students and campus safety. Wait, Isaac, is this real? There's no way this is real. You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. Trolling. Chat, is this real? Chat. Base Biden. Oh my god, that'd be the real position. Is Sharon still in chat or Soy Pill still in chat? The real position you should take, which unironically, by the way, I think is, I don't want to misrepresent him, but I do think Wick at least 50% believes in this. The Chad position is we would have won if we kept Biden in the race. Isn't it weird how New York, the Jews are tunnels, but in Gaza, it's a mosque? Cultural appropriation, true. Obligatory? What is this? The new Pope has a degree in mathematics. This guy doesn't understand she. He just understands. Understands sin, yeah. Wow, he just understands cosine. Wow, whoa, whoa. None of you guys were, dude, I think I probably ruined the fucking monetization on my YouTube stream because at the beginning of my YouTube stream, or the beginning of stream, for the intro music, I had that, this fucking song playing. Now I'm gonna fucking copy struck even harder because I'm showing the video as well, but.
Hustlers wanna see the proof. Greatest artist of all time. I got 'em painting my roof. And for a
play Hail Hitler by dude, I can't, dude. I don't pay attention to Kanye. So when I fucking when I get like an Instagram reel of a like new Kanye song, I cannot tell if it's AI or not. I thought that the I Gave My Cousin's Head song, that's not AI, right? That is a real Kanye song. I kind of thought that was AI at first. But it's not. But I don't think it is. It's real. It's like yeah, it's the new auto-tune, real. He uses AI on the songs, does he? I can't I honestly have no clue if you're trolling or not. On a Pope's family tree, black and Spanish Pope in addition to the most oppressed race of all, French. Damn. Finally. Dude, it is true. I haven't paid attention because I'm not Catholic or anything. The new Pope does not like JD Vance, right? Doesn't he have like retweets of new Pope JD Vance tweet? Doesn't he have a didn't he retweet some like anti JD Vance thing? Or was it him himself? JD Vance is wrong. My goat. Look at a picture in my link. Does anyone like JD Vance? You'd be surprised. Welcome to stream, Wizard of Lizard. Why did you send me this? Grandest Size Enjoyer? I don't care about whoever this girl is. Oh, mother of Adolf Hitler. I don't even think Trump likes JD Vance. I think Trump I think Trump finds JD Vance useful. I think he likes that JD Vance is always gonna go with him.
They did not think.
No one better be mad that I'm watching this, okay? Because chat fucking told me to watch this shit. No one better be mad. No one better be mad. The guys at Lazy boy hate him? Lazy boy? She looks like you? I look like the mother of Adolf Hitler? Okay. I don't know what you want me to get from that, man.
They did not think it was a microaggression.
This is the girl who got fucking kicked out of the stupid... Sorry, not stupid. I think it was a good tour. The Unfuck America tour thing. Because she did quote-unquote microaggressions to like a black panel. Why are there 2 non-fonts on the stream? Nice one. Nice one, guys. Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Yes. Yes. Yes, let's go back. Let's devolve back to the Destiny clone allegations. Yes. Yes, please. Yes.
And it wouldn't make sense given that those women would not accept my apology anyway. I'll just say who it was Dean. And if we keep doing this like tone policing and this you know, everybody's racist and everybody's sexist and everybody's a misogynist, like we're just gonna
This is the real, by the way. Is Tyler still here? Unironically, if you did want to say the Democrats lost for being too woke, okay, or whatever, this would be an example of that. The fact that Democrats can't even like have an organized fucking tour because if you do like microaggressions by hopping on a panel full of Jesus, I can't speak, of like black people and just saying like, hey, I disagree with you or whatever the fuck, that is probably it's probably a bad sign. The Zoomers must be stopped, please, bro. They need to chill. I stand with Harry and Chris, okay? Thank God, okay, that they got fucking dumped by the woke people because they have, evolved past the need for these woke people. Disagreeing with black people is a microaggression. I unironically think, I don't even think look, forgive me if I'm not woke enough and I don't know the full academic definition of microaggressions, but I honestly don't even think she really did like microaggressions. It just sounded like she basically disagreed with them and said like, you know, what you're doing is not helping, you're just hurting our cause, and then they just all got mad at her. But not fun is half woke. I'm chill with that. I'm chill with that descriptor.
Losing young men and young people to the other side. So we just have to decide, like, what is more important? Like, is it
not
more
fun, you're not going to be
right, or is
employable
it more
because you're
important for
speaking
us
out
to
again. I'm not employable. Dude, last stream, 80% of that stream was fucking talking about testicles, okay? And should we make men have internal testicles, okay? I'm not employable for many reasons, okay? Exclamation point TTS in the chat.
Yeah. I'm assuming we're not live?
No,
Or
I
are
just
we
said,
live?
sorry, I just said we're live, so don't say anything crazy, okay?
Okay, gotcha. I'm Z. I'm the executive director of National
Be less
Ground
woke
Game
and stop talking about
Strategies,
IP and let the votes
political
roll in.
organizer, political
Do you
operative.
think that they should stop? What do you mean stop talking about IP? Do you mean to? I feel like I honestly don't know what the best democratic strategy would be on Israel Palestine. It might honestly just be to shut up about it. It just feels like no matter what Democrats do, there's always going to be the wokey progressive people that come out and say insane dumb shit about, you know, there's people protesting AOC. It's like were there even any pro-Palestine protesters at Trump's inauguration? I don't want to say there weren't any, because there could have been some, but like when you're protesting AOC and you don't give a shit about Trump, it's like I don't believe that you actually give a shit about Gaza. But
been doing this since 2010, 2011.
we need to kick progressives out of the party.
Now have.
But the issue, progressives are the only one. We're 55 seconds into this video. Okay, this is gonna take a while to get through, guys. The issue is, I don't think like progressives are the only ones fighting right now. They're like, it just feels like moderate Dems aren't doing anything. It feels like people like populism. So like, I think it's fine for progressives to like play into populism and stuff. I don't think, even if I disagree with progressives in policy, progressives are fighting for what? I mean, fighting against Trump, I mean, it feels like they're the only one, like, going hardcore against Trump. I mean, I guess Cory Booker is not necessarily a progressive and had a fucking speech in Congress or whatever, but, like, I don't know. Bernie and AOC are the only ones doing, like, their anti-oligarchy tour, and I don't agree with Bernie and AOC on a lot of policy stuff, but, like, at least they're doing something, man. But
I guess come into the spotlight due to this entire
coalition
situation.
formation requires compromise.
Say,
You cannot
doing
kick
this
them
in
from
2011, just curious, what
out
was your
and they have
start
a
into
viable
organizing?
party. Yeah.
Yeah, so I went to school at Wagner College, which was a small like liberal arts school in Staten Island, New York, which is actually a swing district that we ended up flipping in 2018. And during that time, I started school there in 2010. And that was during like the Occupy Wall Street movement. So there was just a lot of stuff going on. Like there was a lot of protesting. There was a lot of like civil disobedience, and I would have to like take the ferry back and forth to school.
Will
So
they
I
do
lived
anything
in
in
Washington
2028?
Heights, and like I would have to like literally like go through Occupy Wall Street every day. And that sort of like started my questioning around like, well, like what is like the oligarchy? Like what do they mean by like rich people are taking over the system? And so I started like really looking into that. And from there, like,
oh no, guys, she's gonna be cringe too. Although on it, with the way Trump is like rolling out tariffs and like, you know, having having exemptions for a lot of companies that meet with him, and the way that he's allowing people to have meetings with him if they just buy his fucking enough of his fucking meme coin, okay? Maybe we are an oligarchy at this point. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, kill me, but
I got involved in some like local elections, like for city council, some stuff for state senate, and then started teaching a course in college called Society and its Social Problems. So I'd help like the freshmen with that course, and that's when I decided that, you know, I really wanted to get into electoral politics specifically.
Okay. And then the pack that you described now, what did you say it was called?
It's called National Ground Game.
Okay. And then when did you start that pack?
So it started 10 weeks ago. So
okay.
This is not like a, you know, I think a lot of people are like, oh, you know, this is like a very well-established, you know, in the space. And it's really not. Like, people don't understand that this pack was seriously just a passion project. Like, me and my like very good friend that we did work together on Bernie's campaign, we got together and we were just really pissed off about what happened with Kamala's election, and like not just like how much money it was spent and like how irresponsibly it was spent, but just like the general sort of malaise, like not going out to middle America, like not having the ground game that we thought that we really needed in order to win. And so because of that, we saw a lot of places that Trump took over that he shouldn't have, right? Like, you know, New Jersey, which was like way really like out there, Virginia, you know, places.
I feel like you know, maybe she has better data to back that up or whatever. I feel like I remember all the discourse being about how Kamala did have way more, like Kamala had a fuck ton of people on the ground and had way more people fucking door knocking and everything. Chat, what's the suit gonna be? What's the suit gonna be? What's the suit? I'm gonna get spades. Fuck yeah, $10,000 easy.
Like that, that shouldn't even be considered. Like,
but that's just a Twitter discourse I remember from, you know, months ago at this point. I don't know how real that was. A brain might be broken by being stuck on Occupy Wall Street and burning 2016, unlike TikTokers who had it broken by IP, so she doesn't know how to deal with the children. Were people's brains broken by Occupy Wall Street? I'm dying. Jesus. I mean, I feel like I'm a Zoomer. I've only seen people's brains be broken by Israel-Palestine. What did Occupy Wall Street do to people?
Moving into swing state territory, and so we decided that, you know, what is.
How come we aren't interested in trading on a stock market? I just think like, I mean, it's just not. I don't know. I can't exactly tell you why. Like most of the like hardcore finance stuff is boring to me. You know, I don't really have enough like disposable income or whatever to, day trade in the stock market or anything. If I did invest in a stock market, I'd much rather just hire the financial manager to do it for me. Efficient market hypothesis, that true. I'm not gonna efficient market hypothesis. I'm not gonna I don't think I'm gonna do well, you know, outcompete the market or anything. So
something that we can do to make sure that as we're going into the midterms in 26 and into the presidential election in 28, what can we do to make sure that we don't continue to lose ground in those areas? And so we came up with the idea of National Ground Game because we're like, okay, well, if we can mobilize people in these areas, we can get them out door to door, if we can actually do real deep canvassing, like not just like GOTV canvassing, but like real deep canvassing, that we could convert those people, and then we might have some success at making sure that that we can take back the House in 2026 and the presidency in 28.
Sure. And then just for people listening, the GOTV stuff is like a get out the vote. That's like not targeted canvassing. Basically, all you're doing is you're kind of just like going out and talking to voters and making sure they know that they're sent out to vote, as opposed to like actually going to people's doors and trying to change people's minds and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen the video circulating saying George Floyd is fighting in Ukraine for the Russian Federation? I have not, and I kind of doubt that's true, honestly. Damn it.
Exactly. So like, yeah, the problem with GOTV canvassing and just like the Democratic Party as a whole and like how we tackle elections is that we always wait until like like 2 weeks before election day, right? So like we totally ignore these areas. Like we don't go out, we don't do the organizing work, and then as soon as we actually need people to vote, we try to go out and we have these sort of like surface level conversations. But at that point, people are too angry and like they just don't care or they just don't answer. And so the idea of deep canvassing is that we go out there and we actually, instead of us like trying to get information out of people, we're asking them to give us the information. So we're saying, okay, you know, you're angry about these issues. Like, why are you angry about these issues? And like, what can we do ultimately to get you back on our side? And that's a lot. It's a lot more time, it's a lot more money, it's a lot more effort. So a lot of people don't do it for that reason. But if we see like the statistics of districts that we flipped in the past, like for example, I was just talking about like Staten Island, right? Like Max Rose flipped that district in 2018. And the way that he did it was through deep canvassing. Like he had a massive deep canvass program that actually flipped voters to register as Democrats.
Yeah, one of the things I spoke about, or I've been talking about, is this, I kind of joke, but it's not really a joke at all, actually. I shouldn't even say I kind of joke. Is that Trump can be like easily analyzed kind of like an
this better be TOS friendly. Okay, I'm not.
كثير من وسائل الإعلام قد عاد إلى الحياة وهو يقاتل مع القوات الروسية في كورسك. نشاهد كيف أن جورج فلويد المزعوم وهو يقاتل مع القوات.
Influencer president, and if you work in the influencer space, one of the most important things is staying relevant and being on people's minds. And as much as people might make fun of Trump for the constant unhinged tweeting or the constant unhinged posting on Truth Social, he does a really good job of kind of like staying ever present in the mind of somebody. And like you said, you're up against this really difficult fight where you start campaigning for an election a month or two before, or a few weeks before, and you realize the opposition has been campaigning basically since the end of the last election. Like all of these issues have been present in people's minds for so long. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem is like Republicans never leave, right? Like they set up shop in a place and they're just there forever. And so that makes our job a lot harder because we don't have that infrastructure on the Democratic side. And I think a big part of why we don't have that infrastructure is from a lot of what you've talked about, Destiny, right? About like how we are so concerned like with our image, like we're so concerned with what everybody says and all of that bullshit that we don't actually care about like the electoral organizing piece of it. Like we'd rather look good than do good. And so because of that, like, and we don't stick together. So when something like this happens, like everybody just fractures off into a million different pieces and like runs around like chickens with their heads cut off. And Republicans do completely the opposite. Like Republicans like mold together, like they stick together, and it's like they're all always on the same messaging. They stand up for each other, like they do that, and we just don't do that.
Yeah. Okay, so then I guess to catch people up, then I thought that I didn't know the pack was as recent. I guess I was hoping to move a little bit more sequentially through time. But okay, so you've been organizing for a while. You worked a bit on Bernie's campaign, and then now you started kind of this pack as a passion project. And then this is where I guess me and my audience heard about you for the first time. So do you want to walk through, I guess, a little bit, I guess, from your perspective, like the sequence of events that happened? Everybody saw everything blow up kind of on a huge TikTok call. Yeah, what was the context, I guess, to that?
So let's go back, I guess, to, I think it's important to know a little bit about the PAC first as well. So the PAC started 10 weeks ago, created by me and my friend, I won't mention his name, but, Bernie Sanders operatives, really, we're both Democratic socialists. I helped AOC's campaign too in 2018, so like you can tell how far left I really am. And when we started this PAC, we decided that the first thing that we were going to do was work on the Florida special election.
Jeez, I can't fucking speak. That was horrible. Netanyahu is pushing for an Iran war, but Trump holds back for now. Does he want an Iran war? Does he just want to strike like Iran nuclear sites? She just admitted she's far left. Kick her out. I mean, okay. First of all, I don't know what her definition of far left is. If her definition of far left is not as left as the fucking TikTokers that got mad at her, okay, then whatever, okay? I still consider her an ally. She's chill.
There were 2 districts that were up for different reasons. We're up to have Democrats potentially go into those seats, and that would tie us back the House, or actually win us back the House if we actually also won the New York seat, which because our team did so well in those 2 districts, Trump ended up pulling out Elise Stefanik at the last minute, so we couldn't win the House, unfortunately, but the idea was there at the time that we could win back the House if we stuck through with those races. So that's what we did. We started, like, first week of February.
Canvassing for AOC is actually far right. It's far right in Europe. Hell yeah, another 10,000. Easiest game of my life. Dude, I played this game with Ophelia earlier. She has way more progress than me, but I have more money than her because I spend all my time like a base person in the casino. I don't even think I have like half of the... I don't even think I have anyone here unlocked, and they're already on like downtown. But I just spend all my time in the casino. I just get fucking money. Thanks for following, Mr. Mr. AOC is gross. AOC's not gross. Holy shit. Oh, Mr. Peter, holy shit. Who I was playing with earlier. Yeah, for why you're not working for me. I'm gambling. You should learn card counting and convince Ophelia that the game lets you win blackjack on purpose. Dude, I won Ophelia on $10,000 playing fucking Ride the Bus in her game, dude. Thanks, Mr. Peter, for the Prime sub. Yeah, I was playing with him earlier, too. But her husband is gross? AOC doesn't have a husband, does she? She's single. Don't conservatives always make fun of her for that? Single, 35-year-old woman who doesn't have children. You really want progressive, no, childless lady running the country? Like, that's true. You did good. Exactly.
TikTok that went pretty viral, thanks to Hawk on TikTok, who I got to work with. And we raised about $400,000 for that, which was really unexpected. So the first thing that we did with that money was that we mobilized as quickly as we could. And we got
you can only bet 500.
Real quick, just to understand the scale of things. So you guys raised $400,000 off of primarily viral TikToks, kind of?
Yeah, so it was just literally one TikTok went viral.
And this was just for a special election house seat for the 2 ones in Florida. And then you said the one in New York, right?
Yeah, so the one in New York hadn't been announced yet, so it was going to be announced, they thought, in June or July, but because this election, like these 2 seats were the polling was not looking good in the Republicans' favor, specifically in Josh's district, which was District 6. So he was running against this guy, Randy Fine, who is like a horrible piece of crap.
Okay.
You guys could look into it. Yeah, and so Randy Fine was not a good, not a good Republican to start with, but Josh had run a very, very competitive race, and they did polling a couple days before, and it looked like Josh could have won by 3 points, which in like a plus, 30 Republican district is insane. So that's why Trump, I guess, got nervous about that, told Elise Stefanik to not leave that seat. And then because of that, obviously, like we couldn't win back the House. But still was worth like fighting for, because if we could even
thoughts on Houthi deal? Is it a deal yet, or is it still just like the informal agreement thing?
The House, right? Like that's like better than nothing. But we got out there, we flipped Escambia County blue for the first time in 30 years, which was huge. We shifted both of those districts 15 points to the left.
Actually, the easiest fucking game of my life. You see that 20,000? I've made like 40,000 easy. Oh my god, I got 66,000 in cash and 24,000 in the bank. I just can't deposit any more money because literally any time I win, that is the weekly deposit limit is 10,000, and I just won like 4 times. Like.
We got 1,000 people registered in District 6, which was massive because these are very low turnout elections.
Yeah.
And we did all of that in like 15 days. So we showed that like we can definitely move these districts like further left. And so because of the results of that, we had a little bit of money left over after the election, and we decided that what would be the best thing that we could do to build electoral power with that money that we had left over. And the idea was that let's go after the person that we think is the best organizer in this space, and honestly like the biggest threat in this space, which is Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie Kirk is, not the best debater, not the, not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he is arguably, I would say, the best organizer on the Republican side.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about this, and I've talked to my stream about this. Listening to him talk to Gavin Newsom, I was astounded at the amount of political
oh my god
savvy, I guess, that he has when it comes to organizing and understanding elections. He's an incredibly intelligent person.
Yeah. He is. Yeah, he is. And that's what makes him so dangerous, because Turning Point USA has been around. I think that their inception was 2009. I'm not sure if Charlie had been there the entire time because he was very young, obviously, at that time. But it is his organization now, and they have been very successful.
How do you have that much cash when you're not dealing the casino? What do you mean? It's easy. It's just free money.
He visited 300 college campuses just last year. And if anybody thinks that didn't have anything to do with the fact that we lost the young person vote, specifically young men, more specifically even than that young white men, then I just think that they'd be lying to themselves, because that, Charlie is really the only person in this space that is tackling that group. Democrats are not doing that work at all.
Yeah, and it was I think some of the polling might have reverted by now, maybe because of the tariffs. It was a huge margin. It was the largest, I think, ever difference between young men and women in the history of all of recorded polling for differences in political opinion. Young men were swinging like plus 30 red compared to young women in that age group. So, Jesus.
It's huge. It's so huge. And the fact that nobody... I mean, like, we talked about it a little bit after the election. There was some like commentary on it here and there, but nobody was talking about it in the sense of what are we going to do to win these people back? Because if we lose our young people, then like what the fuck do we have? Like, how are we going to win elections? You know, it's like that's like the one group that we're supposed to rely on for Democrats, and we can't even rely on that anymore.
Yeah, that taking some groups of people for granted is probably not the way to go.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay, so. Yeah. There was, so you guys started the Unfuck America tour, and that started with your highlights here were Dean and Parker. These were your like 2 kind of lead talent people. Can you talk about what was the thought process for getting these 2 guys? How did you set this up initially?
I can't believe I lost so much respect, by the way, there's a guy named Dan. Sample told me about him. There's another like Dean Parker style debater. His name is Dan. I think he's a really good debater. His debates are really funny. Oh my god, I lost so much respect for him when he made his video about I have to pull out of the tour because of the microaggressions and because of the, oh my god.
How did you reach out to them? As far as you're comfortable sharing everything, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. So the idea was that we were going to go after Charlie Kirk. That was the idea. And we were going to create the exact same tour that he has, which is essentially that what he does is he sets up his tent, right? He does like an Ask Me Anything. It's really just to get clips to, quote unquote, humiliate, young Democrats until looking stupid so that goes viral. And then, but really that's just sort of one piece of his operation. The other piece of his operation is the Turning Point USA piece, which is where he is essentially getting these young boys, mostly in frats from what I have seen on the outside, to organize chapters to then flood this information on college campuses, which is really smart. And so our idea was to do completely the opposite. We want to go into sororities and we want to get the girls, because our idea is that guys want those girls, and those girls are mostly liberal anyway, but if we can get more
hey, unironically, that's the goated strategy. Holy shit.
Continuing this organizing work that we desperately want to do. And so we were thinking about, well, who would best represent young boys on these college campuses? Who do they want to be? And that's something that is difficult, because while the right has got a lot of these like fresh and fit,
the whole manosphere basically ends up falling for the Trump crowd.
Yeah, like we don't have that on our side. And so Dean definitely was the first person that came into my mind, because he sort of is the only person that I know that's of that age group, but then also sort of bridges that lifestyle space with the political space, with the debate space. And was really happy. I reached out to both Dean and Parker through a friend of theirs on TikTok, who I was a mutual with. They were interested straight away. They thought it was a great idea. And then at first it was just going to be that. It was just going to be Dean and Parker going to these college campuses. We'd set up the same way that Charlie Kirk set up. And then eventually we wanted to get other influencers to come in. But then we thought about it and we thought, well, how do we know for sure that we're going to be able to go viral with this? Like, what is the way that we can strategize that to know that we almost have a 100% chance at going viral?
Sure.
And the way that we decided to do that was by getting in sort of these micro influencers, or not even micro, I mean, some of them had like pretty big platforms, and get them to sort of push the same content at the same time so that we would all go viral, which worked. That was, it was a great strategy, because almost everybody on the tour went viral. Dean had the most views that he's ever had on a video. I think he had like 25 million on one of his videos, the first video he posted just on TikTok. That same video I think did over 20 million on Instagram as well. So definitely, like, the strategy definitely worked there. But unfortunately, that was not the whole story, because even though it was successful, not just during the tour, but when we came back, clearly there were some other things at play that turned the tide.
So you guys did a grand total of, you just did one event before this recent kind of blow up happened, or had you done multiple?
No, just one. Yeah,
okay.
Just Texas A&M. Yeah. So, and the idea was that we were going to use that virality and for fundraising purposes, so that we could continue the tour and go to wherever Charlie Kirk would go next, and hopefully we'd be able to grow this out so that we could hire staff. We could like equivalent of Turning Point USA chapters within these schools. But of course, with $100,000 that we had, like, that wasn't going to be able to happen with just that. So. Yeah, it was a big part of the success of this was making sure that we went viral so that the fundraising could continue.
Okay, so you guys do your first event. As far as the event itself goes, and as far as all the media that comes from that, everything is pretty positive, right? I didn't think there were any problems related to the event itself.
What's the name of the other bratty damn TikTok influencer? Well, you're talking about the girl here on on screen right now on Destiny stream, or are you talking about Dean or Parker?
It wasn't until afterwards, I guess. So what exactly happened? There was a Discord, or not a Discord call, sorry. There was a TikTok call group thing where I guess some people wanted to express some frustrations. Can you explain, like, who are these people? What were the frustrations? And then how did you end up getting involved with that?
No,
yeah, so like the event was extremely successful. So just to sort of paint the picture, we had 5 staff borrowed from different firms that me and my friend both work for. That I have my own firm, he has his own firm. We lended staff to this project. So we had 5 staff that were on the ground. We had 4 temp staff that came in and out of the project like as needed, and we were essentially handling 35 influencers on the ground, which at first we thought would be easy, but turns out that influencers think that they're actors and definitely act that way towards low-level staff. And so overall, I think it was very good. I mean, yes, there were a lot of, diva behaviors and things like that that we dealt with, but, we work with candidates, so we get that those things happen. And the actual event at the university...
Can I just real quick, let me just qualify that, just because I want to be as fair to all sides as possible. Let me qualify that, because so I used to be a professional gamer, and I've worked a lot in these spaces now. Well, actually, I guess organizing these exact spaces, and then also on the pro gamer side and the influencer side and the streamer side of things. For a lot of these people, it's just that a lot of them are super young. They've never actually had a job before. They've kind of been thrust into the spotlight. They have like huge sums of money, sometimes coming in if they're big enough, or lots of fans. And it's just, for a lot of these people, it sounds stupid, but on a business meeting, I imagine for most business conferences, you're able to say, this is the time that you have to show up for this conference, be here, here's the schedule, and then you're good. It is absolutely not that way with anybody in this space. You need to have people calling to make sure, did you wake up? Did you remember to take a shower? Do you have all the things you need? Did you catch your flight? You need to be here at 7 a.m. You have to stay for the full time. You can't sneak away and go do something else. You have to come back tomorrow. You can't get drunk or high or do any crazy stuff tonight. Like, it's a lot. It's almost like a babysitting job when it comes to, just because of the age demographic and everything for these people. But yeah, just, I didn't know the number before. So you saying like, oh yeah, 35 influencers in and out, that should be easy. That's like 10 full-time jobs worth of managing children. And I say children endearingly, and that scales all the way up to 40, 50-year-old influencers. It's everybody acting like that. Yeah.
It's everybody. Yeah, it's everybody. It's like, I guess like going into it, we just didn't realize like how not self-sufficient these people would be. And so that was a big part of it too. And I won't say everybody. I mean, some of them were awesome. Like some of them were like blue collared, types that came in, got the job done, understood the assignment. But then a lot of them, yeah, exactly what you said, like it very much was like a babysitting situation. And we had, as I said, we had limited staff. So we were really just like working as hard as we could. The school was not on our side at all. The day before they canceled our spot that we were supposed to be in with, we were meant to be 20 feet away from Charlie. They canceled it by saying that they didn't realize how many people were going to be there. Cause I guess like it had blown up a little bit on social media and the school got nervous. So they were like, hey, we can't do that anymore. So then we didn't have our spot. And so our team was up till 3 o'clock in the morning, rescheduling out. We had a 6-person creative team that we'd scheduled where they were supposed to be on campus at all different times. That whole thing fell apart.
It's not real organizing unless there's a dramatic shift in plans 12 hours from showtime or whatever, of course.
Yeah, it was. And so like we got there and we honestly, we did the best that we could with what we had. The school told us that we could like go rent out an amphitheater. They told us it was 1,500 feet away. It turns out it was completely on the other side of campus, like miles and miles away. We were like shoveling like sound equipment, like huge pieces of sound equipment, all of this. But even with like all of that stuff happening, it was so successful because what we basically decided to do as a staff was to divide and conquer, which I think was like the best organizing strategy we could have done, which was that we decided to set people up where Charlie was, even though we didn't have a tent, but we still set people up there. And what ended up happening by doing that was that people were drawing people away from Charlie's crowd. So Dean was like in the middle debating people. We had 2 other creators that had another debate circle. And so what was happening was that people were interested in what these debate circles were happening. And so they were literally like pulling away from
especially
Charlie.
Because as Charlie's gets so huge, you could either be 200 yards away from Charlie or you could see this other tent that's set up that people are going towards and be a lot closer there and everything too. So,
Yeah, and because we didn't even have a tent, we were just like we had influencers going into the crowd and being like, come with us, like, go to this debate circle, go over here. And that was really successful because at one point there were more people around those 2 debate circles than there were actually watching Charlie, which was that to me was a huge highlight. But then also while that was happening, we had the amphitheater going on where Parker was. And so Parker was down there debating and we were drawing kids in as they were leaving class. They were all going onto the field, which was also a nightmare because the school like turned the sprinklers on people to get them to leave and all sorts of stuff. And then at night, Charlie had a huge like closed door event and that honestly it was terrifying like how many people were there. I mean he probably filled at least 3,000 to 5,000 people in that venue. And we were waiting as the lines were like beginning for his event. We had Parker and Dean and all the influencers essentially doing the same thing they did earlier in the day. So they were pulling people out of the line, getting them to debate, and then creating debate circles around them, which was distracting people from entering into the event. And then while they were in the event, we set up a stage in the pavilion where they were leaving the event, and so we were doing a live debate there too, and that grew huge as well. I mean, we had tons of like kids coming out watching. We had parents coming out. We had people exiting the event watching. So overall, like it was really successful, even with all the hiccups along the way. And then when we came back, the virality of it, the fact that we had, electeds and people that were interested in the tour, all of those things like was successful. And the creators knew it was successful. And
for a lot of these creators, this was like some of their largest, I think you said for Dean, right? It was the largest video that he'd ever had on TikTok as a result of this, right?
Damn,
the largest one. He picked up something like 300,000 followers on TikTok, over 300,000 followers on Instagram. He got over 1 million on Instagram during this tour.
Yeah.
So
I think I saw something. I don't know. There's like a drama subreddit that is just I'm not sure, but I think this was the first time that I think Dean passed Parker in subscribers or something, and I think it was largely off the back of this. Am I getting that right?
I'm not sure about their subscribers, but that wouldn't surprise me at all because like just the reach on his channels alone from this was absolutely massive.
We had to we had to stop it though because of the microaggressions. The microaggressions, guys. Jesus. Would it be worth buying the car wash just so I can launder more money, just so I can, like, spend the money I get at the casino faster?
Like, and not just him. I mean, we had smaller creators because a big part of this too was that, and that's why I think this whole thing is so funny because it's like
she had
a big part of this was we wanted
more
people of color, more women, people with smaller channels to have the opportunity.
I can't believe Destiny would even platform someone accused of microaggressions
to get some of this wave right to them. And so we had people with like between 20 and 40,000 followers that were getting 6,000 people watching their live that day, going like mega viral. We had people picking up between 20 and 100,000 followers on small accounts. So so it wasn't just successful for Parker and Dean. I mean, it was absolutely successful for every creator that came.
Sure. Okay, so that happened. Everything seemed like a success initially, and then so what is this? What is the call? I'm sorry, I've been informed. It's not a call. It's a TikTok live. Yeah, what is this TikTok live?
So everything's great. We get back. It's Wednesday. Between Wednesday and Sunday, everything is like good as gold. People are talking about when is the next one, when are we organized, like what's going on. We were telling them essentially, give us some time. We're still getting out content. We're going to figure out the next stop. And then I guess something happened on either Saturday or Sunday that like changed the tide. And
for real quick, just on dates, this was on Saturday or Sunday. This was on the, how long ago was this? Was this the 27th, 28th, or the 20th, or the 19th and 20th?
Yeah, well, the event was on, let's see, when was the event? I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember when we covered this, because all my time runs together now.
Yeah, all my time does too.
The
but
3rd
I
and
think
4th
it
was the last weekend. Was this last weekend, or was this the weekend before this, the 26th, 27th?
It was the 26th.
Okay,
yeah,
so the weekend of the 26th.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so it was the 26th. So let me actually even
back
before
up
this.
Yeah, sure.
So after that live happened 3 days or 3 to 4 days before the event. So we had a group chat.
That's right. Okay, that live happened.
Yeah.
Okay, the infamous live happened before the event. Okay, gotcha.
It was before, and that's very important to the story because like it was before the event, clearly before the event, enough time where anybody could have easily pulled out of the event and not gone if it was a big problem. But they. Again, I should not have ever joined a live. I told them this internally. There's a text message of this. If you go to CFH Unfiltered has a whole article about this. I highly encourage people to read. But,
we listened to that article on stream that we went through it, yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. So you've seen the text then, right? So I apologize. I took full accountability over text to the team. I told them that, I should not have joined a live. Obviously, I'm the principal in all of this, and like it looks unprofessional, and it just shouldn't be on live. And also, obviously, I don't want people to feel shitty. Like I know that there are like people that weren't invited to this that might not feel good about that, and my intention was not to make anybody feel crappy because of that. But like after like 4 hours of them like trash talking me, my entire team, calling us unorganized, saying that we were picking people to be on the tour that were DEI hires and side characters and all these like crazy things about people that we're like friends with and helping. I was like, okay, let me just try to shut this down, which obviously didn't work. It was a stupid idea. And so I took accountability for that through the text. Everybody essentially said, don't worry about it. These are bad actors. These women have a long history of doing this like to other people and other movements, specifically to Dean and Parker. One of the girls had like a long history with Dean where she told people, she told him to like kill himself. Things like that. So they basically said, listen, if you publicly apologize for this, you're just going to keep the ammo going because they're not going to accept your apology. So
yeah. Also, and then just for people that are listening, I don't know if I said this on stream or if you just said I missed it, but the people that had made this live, these people weren't associated at all with your movement. Like they weren't part of the crew. They weren't anybody out there. They were just people that were kind of commenting on it from afar.
Didn't even, at least half of them did not even vote for fucking Kamala. They are not even Democrats. Like, I don't know why the fuck we're paying attention for them. Like, these people almost certainly would not vote for Democrats. Like, almost, I don't want to say no matter what. I don't know. Maybe there's something Democrats could do, but like, these people. I mean, it's the fucking ContraPoints meme. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. Like, it just does not seem like these people are at all interested in actual political like activism or anything.
What was even the basis for their claims
Can't
that
have
it was
a
like
movement
disorganized?
led by young liberals that are way too mentally ill.
They never gave any
unironically.
I asked them for examples. They never gave any examples. The person that like started this whole drama, which I'm not gonna mention her name because I don't want to give her any clout, but she like has a long history of doing this and is friends with the girls that started that live.
Oh wait, sorry. Holy shit! I just had a Oh, sorry, my bad. I had a not TikTok streamer moment. Sorry, white male. Jesus, home. Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah, they use that as white, not YouTube.
And so, yeah, I mean, she's just a bad actor in the space. Like, she does this with multiple, like, she's done this with multiple things. It's not, like,
and then also,
I'm
sorry, I have the influencer brain. I can see every clip in before it's even made, okay? So I'm hoping to clarify some of your statements. And if I'm not clarifying them correctly, also feel free to correct me. But when you say she's a bad actor in the space, what you mean is that, like, this is a person who doesn't seem interested in providing the type of critique that could actually strengthen the performance of any of these events. It's just somebody who just kind of wants to, sit on the sidelines and throw bombs at people and watch stuff kind of explode, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when I say bad actor, I'm not like, she's not a bad person. Like, none of them are bad people. It's just that these are not people that even believe in the electoral process. Like, they've said that. Like, one of the girls on this live said, because another person had joined and said, like, hey, don't you think that this is, like, not helping us electorally? Like, maybe we should, like, think about that. And she said, the Democratic Party, I don't want them to win anyway. That's not the purpose of this, right? So,
and then it just says, for people,
I don't care.
People that
why? Then don't listen to them. I don't get it. Don't listen to them. Don't. Why do we give a fuck about these people? They're not gonna vote Democrats. They don't want Democrats to win. They fucking hate Democrats. Like, just fuck them. Fuck them. They're not politically useful. They're not intelligent. Fuck them.
or for people that see people that make criticisms in general, something that's true of being parents, of being teachers, of working in management is it is incredibly important to provide like a unified front to everybody. Like you don't fight or second guess each other publicly. And then when it comes to things like criticism, if you genuinely want parties to improve in any given environment, generally those criticisms are always made privately, unless it's gotten to the point to where you feel like you're literally not being heard and there's something that's like so destructive that you have to step and call it out. But making these types of criticisms in a public forum almost always lends itself to just being a catastrophe. And so typically when people are doing it, it's usually just to cause catastrophes, I guess, for anybody who's listening or that cares. But yeah, so it's generally not, or at least you can remember, but it's generally not appropriate to start calling out or criticizing people publicly unless like every other option has failed and now you understand you're going to be causing huge hits from doing it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like none of these, to be clear, none of these people had ever reached out to me or anybody in our organization to like air grievances or anything, right? Like they just went live and did, you know, a 4-hour live, 5 hour.
One of the funniest things of all the fighting for this, and I don't know the relationship between all these people, but it was that Peyton guy telling, I think it was Dean, because it sounds like Dean somehow caught wind of some stuff that was shady or something. I guess somebody didn't get paid or whatever, and Dean was trying to, I guess, reach out and try to compensate those people and make sure those people did get paid. And Peyton was like, I'm not going to tell you who it was because it's not my place to say. Even like, and the obvious answer was that he just didn't want anybody to even be able to make anything right. He just wanted to kind of be able to publicize it and criticize everybody or whatever. So the goal of this whole event, it seemed like, was just to throw bombs at people. It wasn't actually improve anything or make anything better. But yeah.
No, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't that at all. So like with Peyton too. So because Peyton, the whole Peyton thing happened before the tour as well. So Peyton did not reach out to anybody on our team. Like nothing. There was no like grievance or any inquiry about people not going to be very clear, everybody got their travel paid for. Like the idea that like we didn't pay for people of color to have their travel paid for is just absolutely, like I don't even know where that even came from.
And it's on its face, it's also, I always think it's important when you look at people making criticisms, like be aware of like the exact criticisms that people are making, because on its face, like what are we saying here, that that this event had like deliberately tried to exclude black people from being paid for, like it's just such an on its face ridiculous, like you would obviously assume there's some kind of mistake being made here before anything else. So to instantly jump to that, I think is a little bit comical. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually like the fact that anybody even would believe that to me is just like it just like shows that there's like, you know, that people aren't
being very serious.
They're not in good faith or anything. So, you know, with Peyton, I mean, he released that video without talking to anybody, and then thought that it was weird that we asked him to like return our rental car, which obviously was like in the company name, that if you're not going on the tour, of course, like you'd return the equipment that the tour rented you. Like, and nobody was even telling him to take the video down or anything. I mean, we just basically were like, okay, you're not going? Okay, great. Like, just return the equipment.
Oh, yeah.
That's all.
I always cringe when it comes time to handle, like, confrontational, like, bad events, because it's a very challenging situation to navigate. Even people that work professionally in HR, it's a very challenging situation to navigate. And Peyton, I guess, tried to do a getcha on a phone call where somebody, I'm assuming from your org, was calling to return the rental car. And I was right, it was a professional call. Guy didn't seem upset or anything. You know, he was just asking, you know, to have the car returned and all of that. And he, I think he was even careful with his legal phrasing, like, well, we can't keep you from going to any events because we're on a public campus, but obviously there are some people before you wouldn't and everything. So it was pretty professional. And then Peyton tried to do something, I think it was in text messages with you, where he said that you lied about him signing a contract. Do you have anything insofar as that, or what?
Yeah, and I was responding yes to something not anything to do with his contract. So I was like, but he didn't have a contract, and nobody was telling him to do anything. Like all we were telling him to do was just please return the rental car that we rented you. Like that's literally all we could do, like legally, and all we wanted to do. Like we didn't. It's like, okay, if you want to use your platform to take this thing down, I mean that's fine. I don't really get it, because if you're a good person out there like doing good work and you care about this electorally and you care about stopping Charlie Kirk, then to me that just feels like a very I don't like antithetical mission to all that.
Yeah.
But it's his platform, you know. I mean, he could do what he wants to do. But
gotcha. Yeah. Okay. We read those messages, and I couldn't tell. I didn't ask you about this before, I guess. So I was curious what your response was now. It sounded like he was asking basically. He was something along the lines of like, am I violating a contract? And I think you said, yeah, the car needs to go back. And the way that I read those text messages were you were responding about like the rental car contract or whatever. And I think he was trying to spin that into saying that you guys were falsely claiming that he had been trapped in some kind of contract or whatever. So I thought it was all kind of ridiculous. But
he was really like reaching just for anything that he could. And the weird thing to me about Peyton is that if he really did care about people of color on this tour and the fact that they weren't paid, why didn't he reach out to any of them? Because he didn't. Yeah. He did not reach out to a single person of color on the tour. I spoke with every single one of them, and they were all equally as disturbed. And also, even some of them had said like, dude, you're not our white savior. Like, we don't need you to like come in here and you know, destroy the tour, destroy our opportunity, but then also like pretend like you're sticking up for us when you're clearly like just doing this for to chase clout and to chase money or whatever his motivation is.
Yeah. Okay, so this call happens. So we're still before that. So stuff is happening. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the whole stuff happened with Peyton, and we essentially just ignored it. We said, okay, we're just going to continue. All the people on the tour that I had spoken with directly, especially the people of color on the tour, had told me to not apologize. That they did not think it was a microaggression, and it wouldn't make sense given that those women would not accept my apology anyway. So it would bring in more negative attention. And I guess that sometime on Saturday, maybe Friday or sometime in that time frame, I guess that there was a conflict between one of the creators, who was a man of color, and the other POC creators on the tour. There was miscommunication between them. I really don't know what happened to this day. The guy's name is Mr. Jones, that they all, I guess, got angry with about something. I don't know what the whole story was, but essentially they had decided that I did need to make a statement on Saturday or.
And then just to keep
Saturday.
name straight, Mr. Jones was somebody that was working with you guys. That's part of your org, and then they were talking with another influencer that was also part of the tour. And then so all of these people got together and decided that you should make some kind of statement.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Mr. Jones was an influencer. We don't have any relation to that man, and in fact, there are a lot of allegations that have come out since that we are not in support of. He was just a random influencer. Like, that's all he
Okay.
was.
So he wasn't.
Yeah.
So, wait, so he didn't go
Not
on the
our
tour,
staff.
or he didn't go
No.
to the tour? Okay, he didn't. Okay. All
Oh,
right.
no, he was on the tour, but he was not a staffer, like nobody, like just a random influencer that was on the tour.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And so he had told me multiple times that he had spoken with all the POC creators, and they had all said, because even after we had that text message exchange, I still wanted to be sure that they didn't want me to make a statement, because I felt like I should make a statement. That was like my initial gut feeling. So I was like, okay, if I make a statement, and I just basically told them what I told everybody else, which is the truth, that this would go away. That was like my initial thought. But Mr. Jones had told me that to not do that, that he had consulted with everybody.
Would such proposal pass in Congress? I'm looking at the title list and guessing probably not. Trump revives tax hikes for Americans making millions. I kind of doubt it, but yeah, I saw that it was just a millionaire tax that like got leaked earlier or whatever. President Trump suggested to Speaker Mike Johnson on Wednesday that the top tax rate should increase for individuals who are making millions of dollars a year. Trump's determined to make the wealthy Americans pay more in taxes and protect his party from accusations that the MAGA movement is only interested in protecting the mega rich. Not fun. I tagged you on something on Twitter. I need your big brain, bro. Oh, man. These are pay for working and middle class. Tax cuts are promised and protect Medicaid. What is it exactly? Or is it just increasing the like the marginal rates on existing taxes, or is it going to be a new? Is it going to be a new tax? The UK trade deal? What about the UK trade deal? Seems bad. You didn't tag me in anything. Trump wants the rate to revert back to 39.6% only for Americans who are making multiple millions of dollars, officials said. For what, income tax? Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah. I mean, that's just like... how much revenue does a... maybe it's a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's more than I am expecting. How much revenue does a 2.6% increase in income tax raise? It could be a lot. I don't know, but... it'll be interesting if Congress can actually. Weren't there even Republicans against the against extending the 2017 tax cuts? I added you, so it showed as a reply. That's why you get at Not Fun Explain. What the fuck? So the UK will be paying less for American goods, and Americans will still be spending $6 billion more. Okay, so basically we reached a trade deal with the UK where they are basically reducing tariffs that they have on American cars, and we are reducing the tariffs that we have on their steel. And I think we're also reducing the tariffs that we have on their cars. But the 10% tariff on all other UK goods still applies. 100K UK cars face a 10% tariff instead of 25. So basically, yeah, we're reducing tariffs on UK cars, getting rid of the tariffs on steel and aluminum, as well as jet engine parts. the UK agrees to buy $10 billion of airplane parts from Boeing, or airplanes. The UK reduces ethanol tariffs, mutual reduction of beef tariffs, all other U.S. tariff stays. I didn't know if this is the other deal if Trump is still a dumbass. This is a worse deal than the one we had with the UK before Trump came into office. We're still going to have higher tariffs on the UK, and I think technically maybe the UK average tariff rate on us dropped a little bit because of this. You know, not tariffing like fucking beef anymore, but you know, it's just not a it's just a nothing burger. Yeah, if this is all the tariff reduction we're getting for a close U.S. ally who we ran a large trade surplus with, that's not a good sign for how much tariffs are going to be lowered on larger trading partners like Vietnam, Taiwan, the EU, China, etc. Like,
that they were still all on the same page about me not making a statement.
I feel like there was what's her name? The like non-MAGA Republican woman who like still doesn't actually do anything to oppose Trump. She's just like, oh, I'm very concerned about Trump doing X thing. What's the name of that girl? I think she had a statement where she was like, oh, I'm concerned that the tax cuts will increase the deficit. The Boeing one seems weird considering no one trusts Boeing now. They should be fucking bankrupt by now. I mean, that is true, but Susan Collins, I think it's Susan Collins. Susan Collins, tax cuts. Opposing Medicaid cuts. Maybe I'm thinking of this. I don't know.
And I guess according to the creators, he had never had that conversation, which I don't know is true or not. I feel like, because the creators had also told me the same thing. So like I think it could have been true, but I don't know for sure.
It's really hard. I don't know if you figured this out yet, but it's very hard because a lot of people will say things and they're not even really lying. But like, especially when you've got so many different people involved, this is why, and I'm sure you know this from the organizing side of things, like chain of command is so fucking important. It's because somebody will say something like, I think somebody like A and B will be talking, and then they'll talk to C and they're like, yeah, me and A and B were talking, and like, I don't know if it would be good if Z were to make a statement, and then like C will talk to someone else, be like, oh yeah, well A and B said that Z definitely should make a statement, and then D will talk to someone else, be like, a whole bunch of people have been talking and think that D shouldn't say anything, and it'll things like telephone like very minor ways from party to party, but then by the time it reaches something, yeah, things can get very dramatic very quickly because people start coming with much stronger statements than what were actually said, and then I'm sure you've played this game of like, okay, well, who actually said this, or what was actually the statement, and then you find out that it like doesn't exist, or it was like the weakest version of it.
Yeah, that's really like what was going on, was that like I think maybe they had a call and maybe they had agreed and then maybe they hadn't. I mean, I have no idea, but ultimately I guess that they were very upset with the fact that he was talking for them, whatever, you know. I think that was their main complaint. So I had, and by the way, Parker and Dean, I want to make it very clear that Parker and Dean, at every single instance throughout, before this happened, during this, and afterwards, had said to not make a statement. Very specifically said not to make a statement, said that it would not be good for them or for us, and had requested that we do not. So I guess they had all gotten together. We had a meeting planned on Sunday morning, which was, you know, so this was happening Saturday night. So Sunday morning we had a meeting planned. We didn't know any of this was going on Saturday. So I guess the creators had gotten together, created this alternate group chat sometime between Friday and Saturday, and essentially made a plan, in my view, to take over the pack. That was the ultimate goal, was that they didn't want the tour to end. They just wanted me to be completely out of the picture and for them to take over the whole organization, essentially. Okay, yeah. So with their own person, whatever that means. And so I guess I wasn't involved in those chats, so I don't know what went down. I just got this through secondhand information of people I know that were in those chats. Was that was ultimately the plan, and that if I didn't immediately agree to step down, that they would continue the tour on their own. That was the plan. So we had a meeting scheduled for Sunday morning.
Also, wait, I'm so sorry. I'm hijacking this a little bit from us because it's funny to hear a lot of stuff. One of the things that I talk about a lot, this happens in video games, it happened in real life management centers for me. There's a thing that I call this second meeting. And basically what it is you have your main meeting where people bring their grievances and people talk about what's going on, and you all make a plan. And there's always this thing I call it second meeting, and it's where there's another group of employees who they have like their own kind of structure, and they're like, we know the real grievances, but we're not going to tell management. We're going to all sit here and say it amongst ourselves, and they kind of like it's this weird resentment thing. And if you're part of like leadership, or you're part of management, or you're part of like people management, you have to be able to identify these groups of people, and then you either infiltrate with your own employee, or you just go to yourself like, okay guys, like tell me like what's actually going on. And if you don't ever get a hold of it, then yeah, you get like these weird semi-coup insurrectionist people that will, not to shit on them too much or anything, but like that's just a very funny thing I've noticed. It's funny that because I see people in chat saying second meeting, and it kind of popped up again here.
I think I'm going to start using that now, the second meeting. Yeah. That's so true. Like I've seen this happen. This is obviously like in my company, this shit never happens because we're like a group of like fierce women that don't care about this shit. But when I used to work for other places, like
Now you're
stuff would
scared
happen
of the
all the
truth,
time, where
but
they'd be
yeah.
like, I'd get invited to like secret
Chicken
chat rooms.
Jockey, if you don't just chill out and stop with this shit, I'm just gonna ban you. You're already banned from the server. Like, there's no reason to have you around in chat if you're just annoying all the time.
Stuff. And it's like, you know, it's just, I don't know. It's dumb because like our team is so accepting, and so like we want to hear everybody's input. We want to
like why, just tell management. Like they probably want the project to work. Just like tell them, figure out a way to. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Well, and they knew that. They knew originally I wanted to make a statement anyway. So I wouldn't like. It's not like they'd come to me and say, "Hey, Z, we've changed our mind," and I'd be like, "Well, fuck you guys." You know, I mean, that's not the reaction they were going to get, and they all knew that. So that's why I think maybe something a little more sinister was underneath all this about like the pack and then wanting to take over the. But I don't know that stuff for sure. That's just all like, you know, my thought. But essentially, like they had their second meeting and.
What's up?
Why are you watching Z and Destiny, which are both racist and Zionist? Why are you enabling this type of content and not centering BIPOC queer voices in your stream? Why are you not doing this? Not fun. Especially given that you're a white man, cis, straight white man. I have no clue why you're laughing. This is not okay. You need to take accountability right now.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yes.
do I need to pay reparations or something? Do I need to like
At bare minimum, if you have not already.
Would you like me to donate to the Black Trans Woman charity?
It's not about what I'd like you to donate. It's not about you.
Oh.
It's about
right.
the BIPOC queer community, and you need to shut up and center them, not yourself. It's not about you.
That's true.
You need to apologize. In fact, it's okay. It's good that your ego is hurt. It's about time that white people's egos were hurt.
Yeah.
I know why you're laughing. Again, this is not funny. You know you're contributing right now to like the history of racism and oppression. I can't. I want to kill myself. It's so bad, bro. This is slop. Why? Why? Did you see Destiny reviewing today, like Parker's stream from like a week ago?
I saw he was watching it, but I didn't watch much of it. I don't know what Parker was
I was
saying.
in the gym for 2 hours. That shit gave me motivation. No, it was so horrible. It was so. You know what? What do you think the cringiest thing out of all this? I think the moment where I cringed the most was when they were like, "This is an apology, but I want to be clear, white people. This is not an apology for you. It's for the BIPOC people." Yo, I think that's the cringiest part. I think the most egregious moment in all of this was when that girl on Dean's stream said like Z's full name and like Twitter handle and whatnot, and it said like you know what, or like do with that what you will or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to. I just think it's so. You know, Z was talking about like how successful like the first stop of the tour was. Like Dean, like apparently I didn't know this. It was Dean's like most popular video from you know, some of the videos from the tour, and like he got like hundreds of thousands of followers. You know, so did Parker, so did these other creators, and like it's just so. It's just like incredibly unfortunate that it fell apart because of the dumbest, most unbelievable shit ever.
Most
like
virtue signaling nothing burger ever.
And
it's
Z
this
says,
like left wing deontology. I'm telling you, deontology is a mental illness. It's this left wing deontology where it's like if you can misconstrue something to be racist, conversation's over. It's the worst thing since like Hitler.
Yeah.
It's probably worse actually. It's like the fucking over. Like if you on your stream, like, you know, play a game and it turned out like you killed like more black sheep in Minecraft than white sheep, that's racism, and therefore you need to apologize. Like you need to make an entire live for 3 hours apologizing to the BIPOC people only about this. It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Z literally just like went on the live and said nothing actually racist, just microaggressive.
I know.
Nothing really even microaggressive. She said they don't know how to organize. They're being aggressive, which they 100% were. And nothing fucking racist. It's so bad. It's so bad. But I have to.
And
like,
she mentions in the video too. These people don't care. These people don't care if the Democrats win. She even mentioned this in the stream. Like they said in the live stream, like they're anti-electoral. They don't want Democrats to win. They didn't vote for Kamala. So it's like, why are we even? Like then why do we care? Then like who? Why are we even? Why are we
Because it's
capitulating to these
BIPOC
people?
voices. Hello.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
There are
my
people
bad. A black
outside of
woman is
your
speaking.
whiteness.
Jesus,
You need
I
to.
didn't know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of sitting and learning from you. I'm. Yeah, I gotta be honest. It's problematic. I can't. These people are cancer. Did I show you the CIA doc?
I don't think so. CIA doc.
Okay. This, I show you this. This is like, you know how conspiracy people will show you some unrelated, like schizo garbage, and it like convinces like dumb people that the whole world is like a conspiracy or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me find it. Give me a second. I show you this, and you will never be able to look at like left wing discourse ever again. Okay. Like your entire. Give me a second. Manual. So, okay. Here we go. Here we have it. Let me just find the version without the thing. Let me just open the PDF itself, actually, instead of like looking at other people's images. Wait 1 second. Okay, here we go. So this, okay, this I will show you this, and this is like actually like a red pill. Like you will see that everything mentioned here is actually like how left wing people or like the Democratic Party as a whole manages itself, and it's like, okay, here, look at this. I'm DMing this to you. So this is the
All right.
CIA 1944 manual on how to like destroy social organizations from within. Okay, make them completely dysfunctional and self-sabotaging and like just imploding. Okay, and there's a part where they list all the tactics you should do if you're infiltrating the organization, right? And just okay, here, read this one by one. Read all of these one by one.
Yeah, give me a second. What's that? Okay. Insist on doing everything through channels. Never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions. Make speeches. Talk as frequently as possible and at great length. Illustrate your points by long anecdotes and never and accounts of personal experiences. Never hesitate to make a few appropriate patriotic comments. When possible, refer old matters to committees for further study and consideration. Attempt to make the committees as large as possible, never less than 5. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. Damn. Haggle over precise wordings of communications, minutes, resolutions. Oh, kill me. Refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting and attempt to reopen a question of advisability of the advisability of that decision. Advocate caution, be reasonable, and urge your fellow conferees to be reasonable and avoid haste, which might result in embarrassment or difficulties later on. Be worried about the propriety of any decision. Raise the question of whether such action is contemplated lies within the jurisdiction of the group or whatever it might, or whether it might conflict with the policy of some higher echelon.
This is just the entire DNC. This is the entire Armed American Tour. All of this is self-sabotage to a T from the CIA. I refuse. If you ask me what's the conspiracy I believe, this is it. Not actually, but like, fuck. How do we have a left-wing movement that is so attached to like process and like exact fucking wording and like misconstruing people's remarks to be like the most horrible thing ever since like the Holocaust? It's so impossible. You cannot like tell someone like, and that's how we get to the point where like Dean will have like some, this girl who's like a Hamas supporter, and like if I join on stream and I correct her, this is me being microaggressive or some shit. It's like all garbage. It's all garbage. Like, it's just like self-sabotage, suicidal nonsense that just like harms the movement as a whole. And that's why I'm not even conceding that Z was like microaggressive or did anything wrong. Like to the extent she did, what like Dean and the Sam girl and like Parker and like the Peyton, whatever, all of them are like 1,000 times worse by like because of the opportunity cost of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So keep this in mind. When you read this document, and obviously other things that are like relevant, like you will never be able to look at like the DNC or like woke social organizing ever again. I'm sad that like Ezra Klein did not mention this in like abundance. He could have been like, the CIA actually told us to do everything through process, and that's how we ruin ourselves or something. Could have been funny.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, um, you're white. I'm clearly an Iraqi Jew, and maybe Jews are privileged, but not here. Okay, so I think you should like center me in your stream. Actually, I think you should give me ownership of your like channel and like Discord.
Yeah.
Because
Right. I should just
clearly,
sit
like
down
I'm
and
Jewish and you're white. Clearly, you don't think like white people are better than Jews or something. So, like, otherwise, why would you not want the Jew to administrate the Discord? It's horrible, man. It's so bad. It's so bad. Ugh. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing, man? Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how's your day? Are you really watching the entire interview or something?
Yeah. I think. Yeah, probably.
Okay. I watched it. It was kind of short, so maybe you can watch it. But did you get to the Starbucks part yet?
I don't know. They have not talked about
Oh.
Starbucks.
Oh boy. Let me know when you get to the Up store.
Okay.
Either way, I'm gonna go. I'll watch yours live, so I'll know. But either way, yeah.
They somehow decided in the course of that 3-hour meeting to not come to us at all and to just go live. So even though we had a meeting planned for the next morning, everything was good. I had spoken to Dean and Parker that morning.
Big man.
They had basically said that they thought that Parker, more so Parker than Dean, had thought that it was a good idea at this point to make a statement because he was getting a lot of pushback on his like personal channel. And so I essentially said, okay, I want you to actually, because they hadn't actually watched the live at that point, so they were saying things that I was saying that I never said. Like they were saying like, oh, you need to apologize because you called them aggressive. And I said, well, I didn't say that. And they were like, okay, well, you said this.
They didn't even watch. I didn't know that. They didn't even watch the fucking thing before they made the statements. They're just relying on their like ultra cringe, like lefty, like, oh my god, dog. Kill me.
Like, okay, well, why don't you go watch it and then let's come back and like have like a real conversation, because I don't want to apologize for something I didn't do. I want to make sure that it's a genuine apology that actually makes sense. And they never called me back. So they entered into that meeting, their second meeting, whatever, and basically just decided at that point that they were all going to go live and just tear this whole thing down.
Okay, so they went live, and this would have been on Saturday night, I'm guessing, it sounds like?
Sunday afternoon. Like,
Sunday, and this was after you had the meeting or before your meeting?
So they never showed up to the meeting. We had
they
the
just
meeting.
skipped the meeting. Okay.
Yeah, so they skipped the
So
meeting.
the
and
Bomba
then
video down, it hurt me Bomba head. I'm not
after they went
down.
live, we still wanted to try to save it. So we were like, okay, we know you guys were upset. Sorry you guys were upset. Like we didn't realize how big this was because nobody told us like how big this was. So I was like, let's set up a meeting where we can like air our grievances and find a way to move forward. And so all the creaters, all of them showed up to that meeting.
People were lying or repeated lies
except
about
for
what was said in the call over the place. Yeah.
For them, which was another creator.
It's not even. I still don't even. I want to know. What? Okay. Do they think that the microaggression is like her calling them aggressive or whatever? That's the microaggression? First of all, even if I say microaggressions aren't cringe to begin with, which I'm not committed to that. I'm not committed to that. I feel like just calling them aggressive in a panel where they were definitely being aggressive towards her is absolutely... That's really where we're drawing the line for microaggression now? But she didn't even say that. Like, what do people think the microaggression she did was? Is it literally just all lies? Did she not even do what they think the microaggression she said was?
Gotcha. All right, awesome.
Yeah, so that's essentially what happened. And then, I mean, we haven't really been in communication since that. I mean, I will say, like, there were a lot of red flags along the way. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, everything was, like, fine and dandy and fine and good. And then all of a sudden, like,
what the fuck is that chat message? Welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. What the fuck? Wait, where did I even send? I think it was when she said you don't know how to have a conversation, and these people turned it into calling them uneducated. First of all, there's no way these people are actually educated in how to organize or anything. I don't think it would even be a microaggression to do that. But like, Jesus, like really, this is where I hate lefties.
Like there were signs of, not that this would happen, definitely not that this would happen, but there were signs of people that clearly wanted to look good and not do good. And that to us was like, we had some internal staff conversations where there were just certain like things that happened where we were like, oh, like that's
Can you
not
give,
good.
without being too specific, without calling out an individual, I guess, could you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, like I'll give like one example. So like I'll just say who it was Dean. We were at we were at an event, we were at the event, and it was like super hot or whatever, and one of our staffers were like collecting orders for Starbucks, and like we like went and got the Starbucks and came back, and Dean was like, well, I can't drink it out of this cup. And we were like, well, what do you mean? And he was like, well, I can't. He's like, they're on the boycott list. I can't drink it out of this.
I'm actually going to, first of all, what is the panel on? I can't really, the panel is like, the title of the group chat right now is like, why, when villains become heroes and why so many of our cherished figures are sus or something. So I can't really tell you what the panel's on, but like, first of all, if you can't drink it out of this fucking Starbucks cup, why did you even order from there in the first place? What the fuck? She said Starbucks orders, right? Like they're
orders for Starbucks, and like we like went and got the Starbucks and came back, and Dean was like, well,
so someone asked him, what do you want from Starbucks? And Dean said something, presumably, but then refused to drink it out of the Starbucks cup. So like, he's not even actually participating in the boycott. He just wants to virtue signal like he is participating in a boycott. But like, not a tariff panel then? I will turn it into one. No panel with me on it is not a tariff panel. But he doesn't even, so he's not actually participating in the fucking boycott. He just wants to pretend like he is and refuses to drink out of a Starbucks cup because of that.
well, I can't drink it out of this cup. And we were like, well, what do you mean? And he was like, well, I can't. He's like, they're on the boycott list. I can't drink it out of this cup. He's like, I'm gonna need you guys to find another cup to pour it in. I have to drink my coffee.
What's your next deep dive gonna be? I don't know. I feel like so here's my issue right now. Is I want to, first of all, I do want to like make a Notion page about tariffs and things. Like I want to finish that tariff debate guide that I started working on at some point. My issue is I have to find a better balance between following the news and doing deep dives, because right now I don't follow the news as close as I would like, because it's just not like, I don't know, it's just not interesting for me to like, read the news that day and see, oh, this guy was deported, I'm going to read up on this case. But like I'm more than willing to, like I've said, like if Sarah said, do you want to debate the Abrego Garcia thing like a week from now, I'd be more than happy to agree to that and then do the research. I just don't like doing the research in every topic that comes up. So but that leaves me unprepared for like these weekly panels where we talk about what's relevant in the news that week or anything. So one, I need to find a better balance between staying up to date on the more, specifics of some of the news and doing these, sort of long research things. But I don't know. I think I definitely want to read more about immigration. Although I feel like immigration, like there's so many fact sheets I have that have an immigration section that just have like a million papers on it. I need to read up on Borjas a little bit, because not that most conservatives nowadays are even smart enough to fucking cite Borjas, but I probably need to read like one or two critiques of his work, and then I don't know, some other immigration papers and everything. And I think monetary policy would probably be the next like super deep dive, although I honestly don't even know how much of that I will read on stream. I think I'm just going to read some Ben Bernanke, some Milton Friedman, some Scott Sumner, some Charles Goodhart, all of their stuff.
And to us, that was just a little bit like, I don't know. First of all, Starbucks isn't even on the boycott list as far as I'm aware. And like, second of all, like, I don't know, like things.
Starbucks. I thought Starbucks was on a boycott list. I've seen people. I had a friend who actually blocked. I had a friend whose last conversation with her was us arguing over Israel-Palestine, and she blocked me. And she works at Starbucks, and her justification for working at Starbucks, well, Starbucks was on the boycott list, is that she fucking also stole from Starbucks. Like, she would like steal, I forget what exactly she said she did, but she said she would like steal fucking gift cards for people and stuff. But I just think that's funny. But Starbucks, as far as I know, is on the boycott list. Starbucks is not on the actual BDS list, but there is a TikTok weirdo / Operation Olive Branch for people who include it in their boycott list. Okay.
Things like that, like it looked really like weird to us. We were like, why? Like, you're that concerned about your image that like you'll still drink Starbucks, but you won't drink it out of the cup.
Also, I think I was talking a sample, but I have this quest to earn $10,000, and it makes me earn it by selling drugs and not by gambling, which is stupid because I can get $10,000 gambling in one hand when it takes forever to do it selling drugs.
Like, that's
sure.
I don't know. Like, and there were like multiple things like that happened where it was like, you know, like sort of like making our staff go out of our way to make them look good. That was sort of like the theme of a lot of these people that we were dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. So then, so all of this happens, all of this blows up. On Sunday, they skip the initial meeting, and then this is the live, I think, where Dean announces that they made a huge mistake by not pulling out before the event, and then they say that everybody's basically separating if you don't leave, or that you need to leave to become uninvolved, basically. Was that kind of like the ultimatum on Sunday? And all of this is before any of this is actually presented to any of you guys or any of management or anybody in the actual organization, right?
Yeah, none of it. They had not come to us with anything before that live, so there wasn't like a meeting where they presented their ultimatum. All of that happened after the live had already happened, so there wasn't even an opportunity for anybody to step down or to do anything because they never even asked.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then that, and then I guess there was some fallout in terms of people arguing. There were the Substacks, people posting stuff. What is your, I guess, how are you guys approaching this now? Is everybody kind of gone, or what is the? Well,
we're not inviting any of these people back, if that's the like, and that's part of the issue is that like I just keep coming back to this of like people that want to like look good and not do good, and this is a really big problem that I found in the influencer space specifically, and I guess that's where my naivety was going into this, was that I thought that people that post political content care about politics, and that's just not true. Like that's like objectively just like not the case, and I don't know what their motivation is for posting political content or for saying the things that they do, but there's a big difference I think between people that are willing to be boots on the ground and actually get this shit done versus people that just want to be keyboard warriors. And the keyboard warriors are the dangerous ones.
These people don't even want to be keyboard warriors. Okay, they want to be TikTok live panel endlessly critique the power thing. Like I said, it's a ContraPoints meme. They want to endlessly critique power. They don't want power. Okay, none of these people wanted. I can say none. Some of them probably did, but I know for certain some of the people, like half the people on the panel that she's getting in trouble for, did not vote for Kamala Harris. They don't want Kamala Harris to win. They don't care. They're not even keyboard warriors. They're just cringe warriors. That's how I got an econ. I wanted to be more politically informed, and decided to do a deep dive on econ first because it seemed the most important. Then I started doing deep dives within econ, and there's always more deep dives, and it never ends. That is very true. It will never end.
Because they claim that they're all for the cause. They claim that, they really want to see us defeat MAGA and defeat Trump, but they're not willing to abandon the habits of why people leave Trump or why people leave the Democratic Party in the first place. And we know that people leave. A big part of why people are leaving is because of shit like this, because of like the tone policing and that's why I respect you a lot, because like I feel like you sort of you don't sort of adhere to that stuff, and that's what I think we need to do if we're actually going to win these elections.
Man.
Sure. Yeah. So one of the things, and then we spoke about this
value. See the value in just dropping the N-bomb every now and then. Just, just like once or twice a year, just dropping the N-word. This is what Democrats need. I think there might be a healthy middle ground here. But oh Jesus, what's up?
Yeah, you said you're gonna read Bernanke, Friedman, and Krugman. Don't you know they're all boycott?
Did I even say Krugman? I said Goodhart.
Oh.
I said Bernanke, Friedman, Goodhart.
I know that it's on your reading list. So
I mean, yeah, I'm going to read Ben Shalom Bernanke. Do you have a problem with that?
It's boycott. It's Zionist, don't you know? When
You're
is
telling
when
me.
is the debate I had yesterday? When is that getting?
When is the what?
Like,
Sorry.
the debate I had yesterday.
Oh, I need to edit it. I don't know. It won't be uploaded tomorrow, but I'll probably edit it tomorrow, and it'll be uploaded. I mean, I can send you the link once it is uploaded, but it'll be unlisted. It might be a day or
Just
another day
whenever
or
you
two
publish
before.
it, just send it to me.
Yeah,
Whenever it's
yeah.
published, just send it to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Debating the low IQ Marxist round 2 or something. I didn't know it was him. It was funny. It's like, oh, it's you. Oh boy. But yeah. Did you watch the Ethan Klein Hassan debate thing?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
I cannot believe that like so few voices on TikTok or something are saying Ethan won. It's like that there are videos with like hundreds of thousands of likes saying like Hassan won, and they cannot like. It's just a mockery. It's just a straw man. All of it. Meanwhile, Hassan literally said like, "Fucking." Imagine like some black guy is complaining about someone calling him the N word, and you're like, "What? You don't care about the N word? I mean, you say it all the time." That person is black. They can say it, of course. So when Hassan was like, "Oh, you don't really have a problem with swastikas. You drew a swastika on PewDiePie." It's like, this guy's Jewish. What? What? Am I losing my mind? And like you'd imagine, all these wokey lefties would ruin Hassan for this. Like this is the most microaggressive whatever thing ever. But no, nothing ever. What? No critical thinking. What? I cannot. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Man, all these like radical lefties, they have to go. They have to go. They're like cancer. It's crazy.
Speaking
But
of
yeah,
radical
sadly,
lefties, fucking Chicken Uwu Jockey just made a new account called Non-Fun Hater, and is currently spamming the chat. Although it's Twitch knows that they're a ban evader, so their
who's
chat
that Chicken
messages.
Jockey? Who's that?
The guy the dumbass you debated. What do you mean? The Marx
Okay.
guy in Discord.
Yeah, I just think of him as like Despacito Marxist.
Despacito Marxist, yeah.
Yeah.
No, why is he banned? Because he does
were
shit
they
like this.
watching and like hoping as I joined and like said the debate should be published?
What? Sorry.
Were they coping in chat about the debate when I joined?
No, they just desperately want to be unbanned, and like I timed them out, and now they're making new accounts. This is the second new account that he has made. I don't know why he is so obsessed with me of all people. Oh
yeah, that's terrible. What do you think about the new Pope, the Burger Pope?
The Burger Pope?
Yeah, he's American.
I know he's American.
Yeah, burgers and like
I think
guns and stuff.
I think he said JD Vance is wrong, so he's based.
Yeah. He was also like, Trump is like a decade ago. He was like, Trump is wrong on immigrants. Like, we have like wait, what the fuck? Look at how like awesome prediction markets are. This is crazy. I cannot believe you saw this.
Yeah, I saw wasn't he at like 0.3% or something before?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
This is efficient market hypothesis has been debunked.
True. That's true. That is true. Oh boy. Who put their money on him?
I don't know. I think some guy made 2 million. I don't think it was betting on him, but it was just betting on. It was betting on someone else being who was like the front runner.
Yeah. But no, I'm thinking maybe one of the Cardinals was like putting money on this before voting. But yeah, whatever. Either way. So is the Despacito guy in the chat right now? I'll debate him again if he wants.
I think I just want him gone. I don't think I need to keep putting up with the constant spamming in every chat and the constant spamming Isaac and JC and like a few other mods to unban the. I think he can just be gone.
Right. Either way, that's fine. That's fine. Either way, he has like literally nothing of value to say. Like there are communists I know that like have read Marx or at least know what like C over S plus V is. C, I'm sorry, S over C plus V. My bad, I misspoke. But like this person was just completely garbage. It's just nothing of value. But you know, whatever. It will make for good content. You know, how long was the debate? Like an hour?
It was like 40 minutes about.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Either way, either way. So, um, just to be clear, for the next like pretty much from now on, every time I join your stream, um, this is just like some like my own routine, okay? But like every time I join your stream, I want to talk about like one I want to be to when we stream, I want everything to be done like through the proper channels when you stream, okay? And I want to have speeches as I talk, and maybe like some patriotism here and there. That's fine. I think we should have committees for your stream in Discord.
Right. Yeah.
So we should further study stuff. You know, I had like some good vegan shawarma today. It was really good. Um, oh yeah. Oh man, I love this document. It's so like conspiratorial, but like 100% descriptive. You know.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm gonna go shower after the gym. Okay, I got it. But
wow,
yeah.
this guy
I have
showers. What the fuck?
Sorry, I should have censored myself. S word. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that tone. We need to be more sensitive about the.
Sorry for being microaggressive. My bad. Against the unemployed. Okay, well, either way, the unemployed are not gonna be a minority anymore once Trump's done. Okay.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, either way. See ya.
Talk to it. Oh, new chatter in here. Unban me, scared bitch. How do I just change it so because it is super annoying that like the likely ban evader, like I can still see the chats. It's just annoying that like look, like I can't like if someone types a chat message right now, it just kind of gets drowned out by him spamming. I don't know how I can just like if it's a likely ban evader, just like not show it on my end as well. But
and I've obviously talked on my stream a lot about this, is that in my mind, politics is for power. Like your goal for political anything is to leverage it to gain some kind of political power so that you can enforce your political will on whatever society, right? And in democracy, you do this with votes, monarchies do this with last names, dictatorships do this with guns, whatever. And you get into this weird world where something I've complained about a ton. Politics is also like a very sexy aesthetic because it's politics. It's important. It has to be. It's politics. It's literally the most important stuff ever. So you get to talk about it and feel important. But sometimes it feels like, at least, I don't know why this is, but on the left, it feels like there's not as much of a goal with acquisition of political power as much as there is kind of like wielding that aesthetic to make money. And it's something I've complained about endlessly, that you get all these right-wing political influencers that are also working on all these political projects. You know, you've got Ben Shapiro and all the Daily Wire and their movies. You've got Charlie Kirk, who is like infecting the minds of every college boy in the United States. You've got your Nick Fuenteses who are doing their own like alt-right movements. Like everybody just seems to be working so hard on it. And then on the left, you have these guys, you know, your Hassans, your Washes, these people that are making.
I didn't even think of that. I did give him much more. I did give him a good reason to keep spamming. Now that he knows, it messes me up. But well, I don't get why. I have no clue. Why is this one dude so obsessed with me? I don't get it. Hold on. Where is he on? Hold on. How do I see my blocked friends? Because I think I blocked him. Fuck, I don't know how to see people that blocked.
Big 7, maybe even 8-figure annual incomes that do absolutely nothing with it, except or the little bit that they do is aimed at just countering the Democratic Party. And I'm like, you know, like,
I think the idea that I think the idea that you just ban the person if they are obviously ban evading, but they don't want people banned as false positives. Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. I understand why Twitch is doing it. It's just annoying that this is the outcome of it. How do I see?
Exactly.
Yeah, like what happened with where's Antifa at? They were all over in 2016, and now in 2024, when it was like actual fascism, they're completely gone. And it's like, what happened to all of the protests? Like, man, if those pro-Palestine protests were happening last year, they must be going on huge this year. And I'm looking around, I'm like, where the f are they at? Like Netanyahu is talking about actually ethnically cleansing the entire Gaza Strip. They're gonna move in and take over the whole thing again. Where are these people at? They're like not to be found anywhere. It's like Jesus. It's very, very, very frustrating, very difficult to work with because, like you said, you're trying to find people in the space. Like, okay, well, who wants to do things to exercise political power? And it's like, well, if I can get good clips from my YouTube and everything, maybe I'll kind of like tag along. But nobody seems to care much about the actual votes or anything. It's very, very, very frustrating to work in that space where they occupy the same space and they supposedly they share the same political label as you, but it seems like it's not really on the same page in terms of exercising that political power. Yeah.
Yeah, not on the same.
Marks, Avi, are you gonna? I unblocked you in Discord. Do you want to call it? Do you want to chat for a second? You want to chat for a second? Can we just chat for a second? Can we just like? Trump on Gaza is so insane it generally isn't talked about enough. Yeah, I know. That's what's crazy too is that these people are all. I don't see the pro-Palestinian protesters protesting Trump when they should be. It's insane. It's insane. Gaza's, but not on any aid for. I don't want to say not any aid. I don't know. There could be some aid, but there's been a like big blockade of aid for like 3 months at this point, and Trump doesn't give a fucking shit about it. It's insane. And Trump would absolutely not care if Israel did take over Gaza completely. Which Israel might. They might want to permanently occupy Gaza again. But it's just like, Jesus. If you suggested that he would do all this before the election, you'd rightly be called out for being unhinged. Yeah, I know. That's what's crazy. Yeah.
Page and all. And you know what's really shocking to me too is that these political influencers actually don't know very much at all about politics.
I literally, the unban me's, care about chicken jockey, Marks, dude, I sent you a friend request on Discord. Like
that was really shocking to me because I mean I was having conversations with some of these people that I thought some of these things were like common knowledge, right? Like for example, like what happened with Bernie in the 2016 and the 2020 election, right? Like that to me that's just common knowledge that we know that there were, you know, especially in 2020. I mean all of these kids are old enough to understand at least that far back, but they don't.
Tyler 1v5ing right now? Is it honestly that? Well, no, hold on. It doesn't surprise me that it turned into a 1v5 because he is, you know, technically left wing, but like we all know it's secretly okay. Secretly, the MAGA Republican lives in him.
Why are you scared?
Hey, dude, what's up? I'm not scared.
And why did you instantly ban me when I was showing that you're wrong?
Do you think you deserve to be unbanned when you're constantly spamming and creating new accounts to ban evade?
I just created the account because you just banned me because I was proved you wrong.
That's not true. Wait, why were you banning my chat?
Why? Because you banned my account.
No, that's not why I banned you in my chat. Why were you banned in my chat?
Because you banned me on Discord.
Which caused you to do what in my chat?
To write that you need to unban
me.
I wrote that you're scared.
To spam.
You didn't know. You
Correct.
Didn't want your
to
fans
spam in my chat. To
you're
spam.
Scared.
To spam.
Yeah. I need to spam it if you just ban me. And
okay, so you admit to spamming it in my chat, right? And you also admit to creating new accounts to continue spamming in my chat.
First, I didn't spam it, but then you just didn't even read it.
You were spamming it, but okay.
No, first I wrote normal, and you just said I spammed, and you just spammed me.
Well, hold on. So the first time you said it today, you probably did say it normal, but then you did start to spam it.
No, yesterday I
I'm not talking about yesterday.
Discord, you said you don't contribute.
And you don't. Hold on. You don't. I mean, you don't. You don't contribute anything meaningful.
Just because I disagree with liberalism.
No. You can disagree. I have plenty of anti-liberals in my chat who disagree with me.
No, they're all liberals. You just want to hear liberals.
That's not true.
In your echo bubble.
But look, like what I mean when I say that is that anytime I stream, the only thing you say in my chat is liberalism is dead, America, like you'll just spam America with like the 3Ks is dead. Like I'll just be talking to people and you just spam that in chat and it's just annoying. That's what I mean by you don't contribute anything. You never have chats that are relevant to what is going on. Even in the Discord server, you rarely have any messages relevant to what's going on. Like,
yeah, of course, I did all the I'm the only one who has another opinion than you.
So you're admitting no, that's not true, because there'll be disagreement. I'll be debating people on stream where I have disagreements with them.
I watch your streams.
And then you just say, you just spam "Death to America," like you like.
Yeah, because it's true.
Oh, that doesn't matter. That's not That's what I mean by you don't contribute, though. Is you're not saying anything meaningful. You're just spamming the same thing over and over again.
So the truth is not meaningful.
It's not. The truth is not always relevant, and therefore, even if I mean, I obviously disagree that it is true, but like,
that's what idealism means. And you say you're a materialist.
Oh my god, no, dude, you recognize none of this makes me want to unban you, right? You're not going to be unbanned.
Yes, but I just wanted to own you.
Do you think you own me in this conversation?
Yes, because I just demonstrated that you don't even know the difference between idealism and materialism, and you want to do political commentary when you have not even basic understanding of politics.
Yeah, I've been destroyed. You own me. That's a good one. Okay.
That's why you're a liberal.
You're not going to be unbanned, and I don't really...
Did he chief you?
Catrix Nightbot did not like that one, but
what you like this? You like this?
No, I was talking to someone in chat because their message got censored by the auto mod. But do you have anything else to say other than this? Hold on. Do you recognize that I'm not gonna unban you?
Yes, because you're scared. You're scared. You just want to have liberals in your chat who say, "Oh yes, you're right.
That's not true. You have to recognize that is not the reason I gave for banning you, right?
Of course, this is the reason.
No, it's the fact that you're spamming in chat and then ban evading to continue spamming in chat.
Because it's important to
spam in my chat.
Fact check you.
Okay.
No, to fact check you. You keep spreading.
Fact checking me is when you just scream unban me, unban me, unban me, unban me, unban me, unban me, unban me. This is fact checking I'm looking at.
In chat. This is just banned account. This is banned account.
Are you saying that Wait, are you saying that you are not unban me, scared bitch? What?
What? Do you not understand English? I said this is not in the chat. This is you can see it.
Yeah, that clogs up the chat on my end still. I understand it's Twitch automatically bans it.
That's why I did it. Because I
no, hold on. Do you think you deserve to be unbanned if you're just like willingly making my life worse and everyone else's life worse, and you're just being annoying?
Well, if you would unban me, then I wouldn't spam.
That's not true.
The whole reason.
You spammed even when you weren't banned.
No, I just started spamming when you banned me from Discord.
No, you have. I remember. By the way, like when I'm debating people, like you'll redeem channel points and you'll just spam alerts as well. You do that as well. You admit that, right?
Well, I redeem channel points, but how is this a negative?
You're spamming it though.
Yeah, you can put in a timer, a cooldown.
I could do that, but do you acknowledge that you're spamming it? I don't want to put a cooldown. Here's the thing: is that most people don't take advantage of it. Most people don't spam it, so I don't want to put a cooldown in because there are times where it is funny to have some play back to back to back. But most people aren't like you're really actually the only one who's ever taken advantage of it to like spam it. So I don't want to put like a rule in place to have a cooldown. It's
also important. You were platforming you are fascist too, but you're platforming.
Okay, so do you recognize? Okay, so you recognize that you were spamming. You recognize you were spamming it, right?
Because I needed to interrupt the broadcast because you were doing fascist propaganda.
So you think you deserve to be unbanned even though you just admitted to spamming it to interrupt the broadcast?
Well, I needed to do it because you're doing fascist propaganda. Of course I deserve to be unbanned when I do the good thing.
Okay. Yeah, you're not getting unbanned. You're never getting unbanned. You can spam in my chat all you want, but you're not getting unbanned. This is gonna be the last time that we speak. Can you believe it?
It's not the last time, man. I can do many things, make more accounts, more IPs, everything. So
And you think this is a reason to have me unban you?
No, but it's a reason because I will disrupt your liberal propaganda, NATO narrative bullshit.
That's true. Hold on, just real quick. What nationality are you? I'm just curious.
I'm not nationality. I'm just a human.
Humans have nationality. I don't know.
Yes, my nationality is Jewish.
Okay.
Problem?
No.
Okay.
I was just curious. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not gonna get unbanned. I'm gonna block you now.
Am Israel Chaim is not the Zionist, and it's not Zionist, it's not Am Israel.
Okay. I'll see you, buddy.
No, you not see me. I will be behind your back.
Okay. I just blocked you again. I'm gonna hang up now.
Bitch, scared.
I don't know how you can say that when I have debated you like 4 or 5 times by now.
As soon as you started to looking stupid, you instantly banned me, blocked me, or said, "Oh, I have to go to another debate."
You know that's not. First of all, I did have to go to another debate then, so I don't know why you're mad about that. But you know that's not the reason I banned you. Anyway, I'll see you, man.
Have any knowledge of it at all, and to me that's really concerning, because it's like, okay, well, if you want to exercise political power and you want to get people to come to our side, how can you do that by just memorizing like 10 different arguments that you use for debate? That's not, to me, that's not really doing anything at all. It's just, you know, you're essentially, you just want to have a couple of
why does he verify his nationality? I want to know his nationality.
I asked him his nationality. He said Jewish. I don't know if that's true.
Like where?
Hello? You just. Nope, you're back.
Which country was he? Yeah, hello? Yeah, what country was he born? Okay. Either way, whatever.
Hey.
Yeah, either way, whatever.
Okay. Mark says DDoSing him? Probably, dude. I'm gonna pee real quick. I'm gonna pull Hassan.
Moments, and that's great, but like, what are you doing to actually like open people's minds and to actually get them to convert to our side?
Yeah.
That's where I'm a little lost, because I just don't feel that after like having deeper conversations with these people, I don't think that there was anybody that we could say like actually had that goal in mind.
Sure, yeah. And then I'll be fair to the other side. Like when you're young, it's hard to have that, I think, that orientation. Like you don't, like it's hard to imagine. I don't know how old you are. You say you work with Bernie's campaign and everything. It's hard to imagine. It's funny because I was listening on one of these lives, an argument or something came up about Barack Obama, and I had to stop and think for a moment. I'm like, you guys were 12 years old when Obama was elected. You know, like your perspective on politics is probably going to be significantly different than my perspective for a millennial, and then obviously for people that are older. So I also get it too. I feel like one of the challenges is how do you weaponize or a nicer word would be utilize kind of like a youth exuberance for politics, but not like that same party stuff. Like the thing that I'm so jealous about for the Trumples is they have all these people that are super amped up to do politics, and then at the end of the day, they're like ready to go out and vote for Donald Trump or support him in whatever way possible. Like these people are going to donate their firstborn to Trump. Like they're so excited and exuberant to go and vote for him or to support him, and then we can't get any of that on our side for literally anything. And the arguments for why people do it are not the real arguments for why it's not happening. Like people will say things like, well, Biden was old, and it's like Trump is old, Bernie's old, he has people that are excited about him. Or like, well, he misspoke or he said this or that. And it's like, whatever you want to say here, like Trump has done it 50 billion times worse. So something else has to be going on. And it's very difficult to get people on board with that actual desire to exercise political will. It's very challenging.
It is, yeah, because they just fall in line, and we don't. Like that's like the biggest issue is that we're never willing to fall in line, even if it means that like we're fighting against fascism. And I think that's where like we're pretty close, similar in age. I'm 34, and so I totally get like a lot of these kids, especially, like they don't have the history or like the knowledge to understand like how much shit we're in right now. I think like that's sort of the scariest part of all of this. But at the same time, like I would hope that they would like come to that realization, like just by like simply like what's happening, because I know like if I was in college and I was seeing Trump do this shit, I would be in fear. Like I would be doing anything that I could, and which is what I'm doing now. Like I'm just trying to do anything that I can to get people to stop supporting MAGA. And if we keep doing this like tone policing and this everybody's racist and everybody's sexist and everybody's a misogynist, like we're gonna keep losing young men and young people to the other side. So we just have to decide like what is more important. Like, is it more important for us to be right, or is it more important for us to win?
Yeah, and even and I would even carefully hedge that. It's like, I think it's worth it to call people out, but you have to be like goal oriented. Like if you're calling somebody out, especially if you're using terms like microaggression, I don't think people realize it, but like if you're calling somebody out for microaggression, this person is already on your side. There has never been in the history of all of the USA kind somebody that's gone up to like a neo-Nazi or a Klansman and be like, just so you know, you microaggressed, because the guy would just say, well, I'm sorry, I microaggressed. I meant to macroaggress. I'm racist, of course. So like when people start using these terms, like, okay, well, like they should be at the like at the worst, it should be just like learning moments or whatever, and at best it's just like, hey, just giving you a heads up that like this was kind of irritating for this reason, and like yeah, but it seems like there's a lot of bad faith or lack of charitability, I guess, when it comes to approaching people on our own side sometimes, and then you end up in these moments where another huge thing for these moments that are so self-destructive. Another huge thing, and you were a Bernie supporter, so I don't know if this thing encompasses you or not. I don't think it does, but I think we have to do a better job at identifying electoral or political allies as well. I don't mind people that are further left to me, but I don't think it can be like the socialists or the communists who are anti-electoral politics. Like, I don't think they have any place in any kind of movement that involves securing political power. Like we said this before, and when we spoke, and I brought this on my stream a lot, people will say things like the left purity tests, and that's kind of true. But the issue is that the left purity tests are on issues that aren't related to getting political power. The right purity tests, but it's always in relation to gaining political power. Because on the left, obviously we've got this.
People were talking about that earlier on stream. I forget what it was. I've not heard it. Again, the thing I said then, we were talking about earlier, is by now I can never tell if a Kanye track is real or if it's like an AI generated thing. I can never tell. I don't know.
The situation that just popped up with you and a trillion other situations. But on the right, like the two biggest examples I go to are that one when Rittenhouse was voting for a libertarian candidate. I have never seen a more cultish movement of people being like, son, let me talk to you. We got to turn you around. And in one day, that kid changed his mind. Or when Joe Rogan came out, like, RFK, I might.
I feel like I get copy striked for watching it, but
support him. And the pushback that he got was insane. So they do the same virtue signaling and purity testing on the right, but they do it in an orientation that is about securing political power, which we need to do a way better job of doing on the left, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we just don't do any of that. Like securing political power is not.
I totally forgot how I even made these like fucked up combinations of things I made.
Even it's not even like in our heads at all.
I'd be banned if I showed it on stream.
That's what I don't understand,
man.
Because especially with somebody like me, right? Like I'm pretty much as far left as you can get. So if I'm not passing your purity test, then like I truly don't know who is. You know that, and that's a big part of the problem too. Is like, yeah, we got to call out people that are shitty when they're being shitty, but we also have to like keep in mind what the intent is too. Because if the intent here is to combat Charlie Kirk, and that intent is more than whatever it is that the issue is, then like we got to stay focused on that, because I've had people on the left like doxing me. I mean, like saying things like, oh, you're just a female Charlie Kirk. Like that's just not true. And it's like when we say shit like this is when people like lose hope in the Democratic Party, because there are definitely people that are watching this situation right now go down with me and watching other situations go down, and they might be sort of petering on, do I really support Trump? Like the prices are still fucking high. Like I don't know. And then they see this shit and they're like, okay, I'm definitely not moving over to the left, right? And so like that's my biggest fear of stuff like this. Is like not only are we like pushing people out like me who are like trying to do the work, but then we're also pushing out people that are doing this shit and seeing it as like as a place that they don't want to come to, or they don't want to be part of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So I guess what is your? So you said you guys probably. I would encourage you to keep bridges open. When I look at Dean and Parker, so I've got I like these guys broadly because obviously I'm a debate bro and I'm a white male, so we always white. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make it. I'm sorry. Wait, okay. I like these guys. Obviously, I think that I like the hardcore debate stuff from the left, because I think that nobody on the left does it. It's literally exclusively in the domain of the right.
Truth note. In case anyone's worried about the Pope's position on the use of Bayesian inference and theistic probability. Based.
So anytime you see people on the left doing it, I think it's good. One thing that I wish people on the left would do more that I don't see people ever do is I wish they would kind of take a stand sometimes against some of the more aggressive tone policey stuff. Sometimes I feel like a lot of the power that these people have is literally granted to them because people are so quick to make concessions to them, and there's just no reason for it. Like I think that Dean and Parker are big enough figures that I think they very easily could have said, and I express a lot of frustration with them, I'm sorry if they're getting bullied or anything because of it, but they very easily could have said like, hey guys, listen, like the event was a major success. There might be some things we can do better. We're going to do those things better going forward. That's fine. And then that's it. You're good. I don't know why they felt that need to.
Right. That's what I'm so confused what these fucking Dean people are scared. Like Dean and Parker are scared of. Like even like I'm sure there were cringe TikTok people who will absolutely like unfollow them or whatever. Because do you think I can use a donut as a mixer? What about a banana? Do you think? But like, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? Like, maybe you'll lose at like, let's just say 100,000 followers. You said you got like 300,000 from one event. during this fucking tour. You could easily make that up, and you'd be better for it because the ultra cringe people are the ones that left you, right? Like the people that you don't want anyway are the ones that are fucking gone, and you're continuing to get new people who are actually more interested in actually want the Democrats to fucking win and
completely and totally capitulate to the other side in such a way that they're like, we're dumping all this, because all it does is embolden and empowers these exact same people who you're never going to be able to pass their purity test. They weren't even working with the fucking project. Like, why are these the people you even care about?
True.
I wish that people would stand up a little bit more to that kind of stuff. It's very frustrating when they don't.
Yeah, and the thing is like, I've opened the door for them to be able to do that. Like, they can still change their mind, because the funny, not really funny in a haha way, but funny in like a dark humor way, is that because they did this to me, now the result of this is that they are all getting canceled themselves because of other bullshit that has come up, right? So like, for example, one person on the tour who was like heading a lot of this stuff that was on that original live, something came out of her being like absolutely horrific to transgender people, right? And like, somebody found that clip of them, surfaced it. Somebody else said that they were indigenous when they're not indigenous. Like, all of these things are like coming up now, and now it's just becoming like the unfuck like apology tour, and like not the unfuck of it. So it's just like, it looks so stupid because it's like, now you put yourself in a situation where now you have to literally apologize for everything.
Can make donuts.
Like, even things that you shouldn't have to apologize for. And now it's like, now we have all these creators that are like offline, not doing stuff because they're so scared because people are going to come at them for whatever bullshit that they did in their past.
Yeah, and then not to say that like people can't be held accountable for bad things that they do, especially once everybody's done bad and stupid shit that they fucked up on. But like the goal of good criticism is to correct the actions and then to move forward in a positive direction, not to utterly annihilate a person so that they can't ever contribute anything positively again. Because like you said, there's a lot of political power that's just left on the ground here. And Charlie Kirk has found a way to utilize this through the Turning Point stuff. And then when I was doing my canvassing stuff, I noticed that as I go in these organizer spaces, like if you're canvassing for a federal election, if you can get like 30 or 40 people to be dedicated canvassers, it seems like that's a really big deal for federal elections. And for me on my own as an influencer, like I can show up and pull 400 people over a weekend to go and knock on 50 to 100,000 doors. And I'm like, and that's just me. And I can't imagine like what a unified, like 5 or 10 of these huge TikTokers together could easily get like 1,000, like more canvassers than you could even manage. Like at that point, the difficulty would be, to get enough lists cut up to actually have enough doors to knock on or to do canvassing. Like it would be, there's just so much there. And it's like stupid shit like this hampers it. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. And that's like, I mean, just getting like, as you said, like even 30 or 40 canvassers, like that's what we had in Florida. And we shifted both of these districts 15 points left, right, in 15 days. So, and that's the other piece of this is like the Republicans never concede anything. Like there's no such thing to Republicans as an unwinnable district. They just don't believe in it. They're like, okay, you say it's unwinnable, like we're going to still set up shop, and we're going to, even if it means that we're going to have a 20-year plan to flip this district, we will, you know? And it's like some districts for us, like we don't even need that many votes to flip them, but the Democrats.
We could flip fucking Texas, okay? If we get into, if the Unfuck America tour was still going on. Are any of these mixes good? There's no way any of this shit is good. I'm just having fun mixing random shit together.
Democratic Party's like, no, it's like, that's just too hard, it's too difficult. And the thing is, it's not too hard or too difficult. And that's why like National Ground Game exists, because we know that we have the infrastructure to be able to get the people out. And we were hopeful that the influencers would help us do that, because like, I mean, not gonna lie, like when Dean was on that campus, there was a line that never ended for people to see him.
Yeah.
Literally, I mean, it's just like the line just kept coming. Like there were hundreds and hundreds of people lining up. And it's like, if he used that, instead of taking pictures with them and like using that for clout, he actually used that to yield political power and to get those girls out there canvassing. Like that would.
I don't know. I think Bernie would have won if he did fewer microaggressions.
That would be huge for us.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else you want to chat about in regards to this, or what's your No,
I mean, listen, I'm just appreciative, Destiny, that you had me. I'm appreciative of all of the things. I really hope that.
Also, I did say, I said this to Isaac when his video first dropped, or when he first talked to this girl, like live. I was like, bro, if she got canceled for quote unquote microaggressions, oh my God, can you imagine the hate coming her way? And now that she talked to Destiny, the Zionist, pro-genocide, N-word saying Destiny, sex pestiny, like, oh my God, it's so over for her. I feel so bad. As a Texan, we could, if a charismatic white Hispanic dude came down and initiated some in-person real talk to those chuds, we could win. We could win a lot more districts. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I didn't God, I'm not fucking old enough to remember this shit. Isn't there? I know people say like the Beto dude would have won if he just wasn't so hard on like gun control. I don't know. Is that true? Like, can I mix these together? No.
I hope that people walk away from this and realize that like I don't want to be famous. Like I don't want to be in this situation at all, honestly. Like I'm just a political operative from rural Nevada. Like that's it. Like I'm not a social media influencer. I have no like a desire to be that. I just want to run an organization that helps flip the House in 2026 and help flip the presidency in 2028. That's my goal. And anybody that wants to join us in doing that, like the tour is going to continue. Like we're not, Parker and Dean are not the tour as much as like they want to think that they are, they're not. There are so many influencers that reached out to us. A lot of them actually leaving MAGA people. From that group leaving MAGA that have wanted to help us with this, and that we're going to continue on, and like we just hope that other influencers will see this.
When will they invite non-Fon to the Unfuck America tour? Beto was problematic because he wasn't Latinx, and his nickname was cultural appropriation, so it cost him too much. Probably, yeah, they're probably
reach out to us and bring in canvassers.
Probably
and
too many microaggressions, too many.
We're gonna keep building this operation against Charlie Kirk and hope that it does something for the next election.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm sure we'll chat more again in the future at some point, and we'll keep an eye on everything, and yeah, maybe find a way to hang out or something with the event. Maybe I can get my people out or something. We'll figure it out. Yeah.
bro is smooth with it. Bro is.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot. Good luck with everything. Good luck with Dina Parker and good luck with the pack. Hopefully, it doesn't discourage some people from working with you guys. Yeah, cool. Thanks a lot for the conversation.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one. Bye.
Oh my god, I don't want to watch this right now. I saw he talked to fucking Yarn Brook too. my goat, my favorite economist. Finally, some serious economics discourse on Destiny stream. We have. I don't watch most of this. I just watch, even this 51-minute thing. I don't watch all of it. But Yarn Brook has a PhD, right? He probably does. It's not that I don't think Yarn is like dumb or anything. I just think I just obviously disagree pretty fundamentally with most of his opinions on economics. Based on the margins in the races, I don't think he had a chance if you change only one gun things. Okay, I like Yarn Brook. I mean Yarn's like, I don't hate Yarn. I mean he's still like, you know, pretty typical like Austrian. I think he'd probably call himself Austrian, like, you know, libertarian Austrian archetype. Like, I don't know. These days, someone not being retarded is enough for me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, it's like whatever issues he has. Okay, with the welfare state. Okay, he's at least like, I know he's pro-Ukraine. He doesn't like tariffs. Like he lost 54-43 to Greg Abbott. Yeah, okay, he might have been fucked no matter what then. But. Okay, I was told Tyler was 1v5ing, and that would not surprise me if it were true.
I think I'm coming on your show on Wednesday, so thank you.
For that is just like the media environment is busted. Is like, okay, you said that.
Oh my god, pondering politics.
That the reason that the Republicans don't get called out on much for their lying is because they have fully embraced their extremists. Yes. I mean, like, okay, this is a somewhat sarcastic question, but it actually has a point. Is like, do you then think that like the fucking Democrats should just embrace their extremists too? I don't think that. I don't think that's a good idea. But it sounds like if that's the reason and not the media environment, then like the thing to do for Democrats to get themselves
a debate. Are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought we were just having a discussion. I saw you had a debate, but I'm
I do want to watch this, but
elected is to just drop the act and be fucking extreme. But
wait, this is the no, I know this girl because she debated Pentuple with Pisco and Gibbs, I think.
Modify your messaging and make it so that.
Was it on the auto pen? I think it was on an auto pen thing.
The MAGA, making America great again, protecting the white race, what have you, right? And they are willing to overlook Hegseth's. Yeah, they're willing to overlook
a lot about Pete Hegseth.
We talked about different data.
Was this what the 1v5 was? Was the 1v5 about Pete Hegseth? Because I would imagine Tyler's the only one remotely defending, other than Gibbs, remotely defending Pete Hegseth.
Republicans came out for about a week and said that was bad, and then the country moved on.
I said that MAGA does not care how Pete Hegseth handled classified information because they just.
Democrats don't care about Biden and her report.
Who is going to vote on that?
She's the one who did the severely anti-Polish microaggressions against. I don't even know who that person is.
It up? We're talking about the Democratic Party here. Like, it's silly to talk about Trump's administration.
We're talking about
the Democratic Party. Did you not know the panel?
An example.
Wick, I'm trying to talk. You cut me off again. Wick, I'm talking. You cut me off again. Wick, I'm talking. You cut me off again. Wick, I'm talking. You cut me off again.
All right, don't make me mute people.
This isn't your panel. I know you love debating on those. Shut the fuck up.
Jesus. Let's see my goats. My goats. It's not technically live Are they done talking yet? Hold on, I don't think they are. So it's kind of live reacting, but I'm like way behind. So it's chill, right? It's chill. I don't think we're gonna be able to care either way, but although we're not gonna be able to get through it all before the panel I have to be on starts. Very important lore. Oh man. When will you be getting into recruiting to non-econ stuff and or drama / dating stuff?
This says on my thing.
Reacting. I've been reacting to drama stuff this entire time. What the fuck is this? This is the anti-Polish microaggressions. Hassan Abi Defender calls me out, accuses me of faking my ethnicity, gets blown the fuck out.
It's like
or is this even a politics? I subscribe because it's politics, or because I subscribe to like every politics creator. Is this guy even a politics creator? No, this is a drama slop channel. Okay, I don't care. Never mind. Take it back. Unsubscribe. As in react to philosophy, social issues, or religion. We were reacting to drama earlier. I have like Piers Morgan fucking videos in the thing. I don't really care to react to philosophy or religion. Social issues, I mean that's, you know, insofar as social issues are tangential to political discussions, I end up reacting to stuff about social issues, but that's not my big thing. Well, I was gonna say like social issues tend to be brought up more often on like Piers Morgan is not talking about economics that much on his panel, although you know with these tariffs, okay, the conversation is shifting a little bit, okay, but it needs to be more purple. I think that's good. Piers Morgan didn't mention Trump's GDP numbers once. Of course he didn't. Of course he didn't. Let's go. I love this. Dude, can you imagine? Dude. How many articles, or do you think Piers Morgan mentioned the, I don't want to say articles, because I definitely worked on articles. Did Piers Morgan mention the contraction in 2022 under Biden, do you think? Paranoia, energizing, thought-provoking. Not actually worth watching. That nonsense is just, yeah, I'm not watching that shit, man. It's what I know from her, and the idea of drama around anti-Polish microaggressions is funny. It is very funny. That is very... Anti-Polish microaggressions, I assumed was a joke. Did she actually get accused? Or is this guy accusing her of anti-Polish microaggressions? Like, is it, like, are you kidding me? Or did she accuse someone else of anti-Polish microaggressions? You know, we'll watch because we have time before the panel to watch this one, actually, I think.
There was the recent, I don't know if...
Is Ro Khanna talked to some of my goats.
it's a gaffe at this point, but statement by Donald Trump that you can have 2 toys instead of 30 toys. To
Yeah.
what extent should we be personalizing this against Trump himself, or focusing more on the meat and potato stats, what's going on in the economy?
He's accusing her of denying his Polish identity. That is bigoted to say that he can't really be Polish because his English is too good or something like that. Based. Awesome.
Economy, GDP contracting.
Well, I think we could focus on the bigger economic stats, obviously, of the GDP going from 2.4% growth under Biden to negative 0.3%. But we can also personalize it for what this means for families. Like, you only are going to have the choice of $2 instead of $30. Okay, is that the America you really want to live in? Like, I think most Americans like the fact that when you go into the
Something else
grocery store,
about Piers Morgan is how he acts like whether these tariffs are good or bad is really a close call, and he can't decide, but never once invites an economist to discuss it. Yeah, it's yeah. Oh my God, dude. Is Piers Morgan one of the, we need to see how this plays out people? I hate those people. I hate those people. Like, okay. Like, we've had, how many decades we've had to watch protectionism fail, okay, over and over and over and over again. Oh my God. Accusing people of microaggressions is mega cringe. Use colloquial language. If a word doesn't immediately cause a tangible concept in your head, then it should only be used in academic context. Yeah. Well, these people, I think a lot of leftists just like getting mad. Okay, they just like getting mad. They like getting mad at whatever they can come up with. Okay, but is Israel? I don't know what that word is. Should a state like Israel... protectionist? Israel is somewhat protectionist. They did drop tariffs on the U.S. I know Sample... I think he might not be watching, but he'd be able to talk about it more. Israel does have a decent amount of tariffs on things. No longer do they have tariffs on the U.S., but from my understanding, Israel does tariff cars. For example, I think Israel even has a decent amount of price controls. Not that price controls is protectionist, but it's interventionist. I don't think a country like Israel should be protectionist. I don't think essentially any country should be protectionist.
Cereal boxes. That was used to be the liberals who lectured folks. No, that's excessive consumption, too much consumerism. We only need 2 cereal boxes. That's how they did things in the Soviet Union. Like, we need to make sure that we're investing.
That's what's annoying. It's like, can you imagine? Dude, people criticize Bernie all the time. Like, I'm sure we could find clips of fucking Charlie Kirk being like, oh, can you believe Bernie said that we're only going to have blah, 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 amount of blah, 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 blah. It's like, but they don't care at all about this. They don't care at all. They don't care at all.
And building industry here in ways that are going to expand people's choices, not make it more difficult to shop.
Hey, folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
Why would he?
Well, welcome to Twitch. Like I said, again, my name's Guy.
There might be something I'm not aware of.
I'm joined here by some other liberal content creators on the platform. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Why is IRI so quiet?
I'm Pisco. I'm a lawyer, and we do kind of like legal streams.
Fantastic.
My name's Hutch. I'm a washed out gamer. Political
Great.
Nice to meet you.
It's great to meet all of you. Sorry. I mean, I'm really important.
You need to convince the left that tariffs are Zionist. Dude, true. Wait, did I knock one off? I feel like I knocked one off the table. Does it come back if I... Nope, it's just on the floor. Okay, well. Wait, doesn't that mean it's going to be... How do I... Oh, fuck.
That's pretty bold.
Hey, if you're important, you gotta let people know,
There you go.
All right, so for our communities here, this is Congressman Ro Khanna from California 17th Congressional District. He represents Silicon Valley.
Your view that then disregards valid security concerns in a country in a position of Israel. Every country has national security concerns, and every country, I think there are obviously limited cases where tariffs can be in place for national security purposes, but that's true of every country. That's not just true of Israel. Israel might have. I'm trying to think. I mean, Israel. I want to say ordinarily Israel would have to worry about national security more, but I don't know if that's true when it comes to trade. Blocking imports is Zionist. That's true. That's true.
And
did Palestine get tariffed? Because I know even non-countries like Taiwan got tariffed. I don't know. I wonder if Palestine was tariffed.
He's one of the more prominent faces of the Democratic Party, so we're super excited to get to chat with him. It's always a pleasure. So thank you for making some time to join us. And this is his first stream on his channel at Rep Ro Khanna on Twitch, so I encourage everybody to give him a follow if you can.
I'm excited. Thanks. I wanted to do it with you guys because you guys have a fun conversation, but also serious conversation. So I thought this is a great thing, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'll jump into a couple topics here. I set a timer for about 30 minutes, and then we'll take some questions from.
No, it's not. But I wonder, is it like Israel and Palestine? Do you think they just combine them? No.
The chat that your staff has helped organize in that document. So you guys in the chat, you guys can ask questions.
How
about our
Israel
discussion,
uses zoning
and Rob
laws to
staff
oppress
will be
Palm City.
Writing them down, and they'll select a couple for the last.
Dude, yes, this
I
is
wanna
how we make
jump
the
right
left
into the David
abundance
Hogg
filled.
situation,
Yes.
because I feel like you've got a unique perspective on that. I'm all for it, and just for everybody, David Hogg has been elected.
So isn't that leading to the conclusion that having local developed industry, tech sector, telecom, food processing industry be the only way? No, obviously not. No. I think like the national security thing does not mean you need to have 90% of your food production be in your fucking country. It just means like maybe semiconductors shouldn't be made in China in enemy territory. Like it doesn't mean no.
Is one of the vice chairs of the DNC, and he proposed spending about $20 million through his PAC to essentially.
Did you look at the UK trade agreement? Yeah. Art of the deal, guys. Fucking, it's like we still have the 10% tariff on everything, but like steel and aluminum coming from the UK, and planes, and we're just reducing beef tariffs on both sides. Like, yeah, this is the win we needed, guys. We needed fucking beef farmers to not be crippled by the UK tariffs anymore. Thank God, Donald Trump. Jesus. That GDP contraction was bad, but thank God we got rid of the fucking beef tariffs. And Americans still have to pay tariffs on everything else coming from the UK. And again, picking and choosing who the winners are, tariff exempt. Yeah, I know. That's why it's. Unironically, you could convince me if Trump does have like a 4D chess plan, the 4D chess plan is just I want people to kiss my ass. Like I wanna Boeing and Rolls Royce. Yeah, exactly. Buying $50 billion from Boeing. Like the 4D chess plan is just like, oh, I can extract favors from Boeing. Oh, Elon Musk can try to get countries to allow Starlink in their country for, in order to get a tariff deal signed. It's like that. This is the 4D chess plan that we're talking about here.
And help some other people run. This has caused a lot of issues in the Democratic Party. So how do you feel, Congressman Khanna, about David Hogg's initiative?
I'm a supporter. We need more primaries in this country. I mean, these seats are in the states. There was an article in The Economist that said that the turnover rate in the United States Congress is less than the turnover rate of European monarchies. I mean, people get these seats. They hold them as incumbents. There's a huge advantage of name ID, of fundraising. So I'm all for primary challenges. Now, people say, well, he shouldn't be doing that as a DNC officer. And I said, okay, David Hogg himself shouldn't be endorsing or not endorsing candidates. But plenty of times DNC officers are affiliated with a union or with some organization that takes a stance in primaries. And if he's affiliated with an organization that's encouraging primary challenges, I think that's...
Some state status from friend to enemy can change. I don't deny that. I don't know why you think I would deny that. And then you lack time in developing the industry. Again, yeah, but it's always just about weighing the benefits against, weighing the benefits from trade with Japan versus the very minor risk that Japan one day would fucking turn on us. Like, it's like... Also, not every country is U.S. You are American-centric in your thinking. I mean, I'm most familiar with America, but, like, obviously for Israel, I would say they probably don't need, it's probably fine for America to produce cars and for them to import cars. Like, that's not, why the fuck are they tariffing our cars? Like,
that's fine.
Or you?
I'm wondering, Congressman. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Did you watch the announcement of the deal? No. I saw some discourse on Twitter, and I read a little bit of it about it from the New York Times. I didn't watch the announcement itself.
I want to say, are you worried that somebody could try to primary you?
America's must become food independent. Mexico and Canada can cut off the food any day, and Americans will starve.
And you do town halls, I do town hall every month. Voters will vote you in, and if you're not doing a good job or you don't represent the moment, then they'll vote you out, and you go do something else. It's the point of these jobs is to be part of the democratic process and respect that process.
Congressman, how do you feel about that extending towards committees? So we had indication that Representative Connolly is going to step down from House Oversight soon. Do you think that likewise it should be sort of a merit-based selection process for who's going to be the ranking member of that committee?
I do. I think there's a good chance AOC will run, and she almost won last time, and she seems like a good person in that role in this moment to hold Trump accountable. And we need people who are going to break through in the media and social media. And I had supported her last time, and I would support her again this time if she runs.
Congressman, I wanted to ask you, how do you balance the need for solidarity in the face of MAGA, the Trump movement? Certainly a lot of solidarity
Trump
is
was
required.
low-key trashing U.S. meat standard, and then some lady behind him came and reassured the U.S. had the best meat. Based. My president, let's go, let's go. My president, let's go. W, I love the country. Yes, yes, thank you, Trump.
Blocking in the minority party with this sort of desire to get fresh blood in there. Do you think you have to balance these things? How do you do that calculus?
That's a really thoughtful question. I believe that when it comes to the issues and it comes to our strategy, we need to be unified. So I've been going to red district swing town halls. I've already done 5 of them in red districts in rural Nebraska, New Jersey, rural California. 500,000 people showing up. One of the Congress people, David Valdeo, already flipped his vote. He was, we had voted for Medicaid cuts. Now he's saying he won't vote for Medicaid cuts. So it's working. So we need to be unified in doing town halls in red districts. We need to be unified in calling out J.D. Vance and painting him for the extremism that he is. We need to be unified in standing up for Abrego and people who are being deported without due process. We need to be unified in calling out the absurdity of arresting and handcuffs state judges.
Imagine a
there,
horror
the party
film
needs to be
became like
unified
starving
and
Singaporeans
engaged in
with
solidarity.
import
But that doesn't mean
90%
that
food. We need
all
more
of us are
tariffs and farm
indispensable. You know,
subsidies.
Charles de Gaulle once said that the graveyard is
Exactly.
filled with men who thought themselves indispensable. The point is that democracy requires renewal. So you can say, let's have robust primaries in 2026 while still being in solidarity for what the strategy of the Democratic Party is.
That is what's absolutely crazy, is that like in every fucking democracy, farmers are 3% of the population, but somehow have like 10% of the fucking political control. Like it's like how like the real oligarchy is fucking domestic farmers in every fucking country. Like Jesus, like the real enemy is not the billionaires and the millionaires. It is the domestic farmers. Okay. Class wars are agriculture wars. Do you read about security and supply chain? Grand designs. I don't know what you think. It just seems like you have like a way. First of all, you probably are underestimating. I just think you way underestimate the gains from trade, in a way overestimate the potential for Japan to, fucking turn on us or something. Also, if you reduce domestic farming, you get much more land for property. The excuse is always that we need so much land for farms. Yeah. How do we... Does Abundance talk about farmers? Dude, that'd be fucking based. There better be an anti-farming chapter of Abundance. I still haven't read it. I should read it. Or at least listen to the audiobook. I think I was considering just buying the audiobook and listening to it.
Yeah, one of the criticisms I heard was from Donna Brazil, and she said that these are safe blue seats that would be targeted where women and minorities have been able to get seats and their representation would go down. Do you think that's a valid concern?
Oh, no. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, no.
Well, you could have minorities that are running as well, right? I mean, if there's, for example...
I remember Japan's aggression in the Pacific. We need to ask ourselves this question. Is the remilitarization of Japan, which is presently underway, truly a good idea? We need to be careful about short-sighted, self-serving leaders. Do not end up bringing us against face-to-face with a remilitarized Japan. Hashtag Pearl Harbor 82. Are you... What? I hate this country. I hate this country, man. Is our ally militarizing in the Pacific, a strategic region where we need to confront China? Really a good idea? Oh my god, bro. Bro, what are you... Bro, what are you doing? I had a Ukrainian professor for PhD in agricultural econ. He is anti-farming. His anti-farming subsidy... He anti-farming subsidy killed me so hard. Based. Well, literally, what is... I always say, like, whenever, I always try to caveat my statements with, like, oh, I'm sure I could imagine a tariff that hypothetically is good or whatever. Oh, I'm sure I could imagine, I'm sure I could imagine, like, a farming subsidy that is good. Are there any good farming subsidies in the U.S.? Are there really? I don't actually know any. I presume there has to be at least, like, one, but I don't know any.
I'm Asian American, and I ran against a Democratic Asian American incumbent. So the idea that the next generation may not be diverse, in fact, many of them will be.
If you're argument is we can't have free trade because volcano explosion, then I just don't think you should be taken seriously. I mentioned other stuff. Add risk from blackouts. Nationwide cybersecurity attack. A nationwide cybersecurity attack would harm us no matter what, even if all our industry was domestic. I don't know what you mean. By the way, so would a volcano. But natural disaster, pandemic, local crisis can destroy industry, or have a state you were buying from become deeply dysfunctional, be attacked. Again, you're just like way overestimating the things from this, but whatever. What was I going to say? Oh, and you also have to consider having local supply chains does not make you immune from crises, right? Like during COVID, we have, like baby formula, which is under protectionist policies. Like we have restrictions on a lot of how much we can import baby formula. There were issues in just like one factory in the US with baby formula, and it caused a nationwide fucking shortage of baby formula. Like there are still these risks when it comes to domestic supply chains as well. Did you see Rubio clash with German Foreign Office? Relations with allies are fucking crazy right now. I didn't, but oh boy. Wow, fuck, it's gone. It's gone. Where'd it go? Is it this? Disregards human dignity. Germany just gave its spy agency new powers to surveil the opposition. That's not democracy. It's tyranny in disguise. What is truly extremist is not the popular AfD, which took second in the recent election, but rather the establishment's deadly open border immigration policies that the AfD opposes. Germany should reverse course. The foreign minister wrote this in a post that replied directly to Rubio. This decision is the result of thorough and independent investigation to protect our constitution and rule of law. It is independent courts that will have the final say. We have learned our lesson from history that right-wing extremism needs to be stopped. Is it just a tweet itself? Is it in German? Just have more of everything than anyone could ever want so that we never have to worry about trade or disasters. This is true, actually. No economist has considered this. No economist has. German intel agency gave up the AfD ban initiative. I'm not familiar with any of it. I don't follow Germany very much.
Probably even more diverse because they just represent a new generation. So you can have young African Americans, Latino Americans, Asian Americans running, people of the LGBTQ community. And I think otherwise you have a situation where a lot of the young minorities are in safe blue districts, and you're telling them just wait around. And so you're not getting the next generation of leadership.
Would you say that these primary challenges, would you like them to be drawn along policy lines, or are you looking for sort of just a general sense that that person is ready to fight the Trump administration? Is it a balance of the two things? Like, what's your criteria?
Well, first of all, my preference is that they be more progressive. Medicare for all, tax billionaires, free public college, living wage, actually passing the living wage. That's my politics. And that
cringe. I just want to check. I don't know. Is this Gibbs panel at 8 p.m. or is it at 8:30? I don't know. I think it's at 8:30, but I don't know for sure, and I want to make sure. It's probably at 8:30. They're still going, so it's probably 8:30.
They have energy to be doing town halls, to be out there, to be outdoor politicians, not indoor politicians. By that I mean mixing it up, getting and doing things like Twitch, getting out there and talking to people.
Oh,
but
wait,
it's not for me to decide. It's for the people to decide. I just think that there ought to be primaries. If someone wants to.
I think it's 7 for him. Is the panel in 7 minutes? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. Hope Trump doesn't confront the new German PM on this when they eventually meet at the White House. Dude, every interview is going to be the Zelensky interview. Oh, okay, we're going to have... Oh, kill me. We're gonna have constant just fighting in the White House about any of the fucking dumb shit that Trump said the day before. Jesus. Quality control and sabotage of production. Israeli pager attack are also very important details you are. It's not. It's so number one. I don't know how you can say I'm just like brushing them off when like I have already like how many times do I have to say? Obviously there can be national security justification for tariffs. I don't know how many times I have to say that. But like the United States doesn't have to worry about Israel putting bombs in its pagers. And my understanding, did that even Israel made those pagers in Israel, didn't they? Didn't they make them in Israel, then like ship them to Taiwan, and then Taiwan shipped them to Hezbollah or something? Like, I don't even think it was I don't even know if it could have been avoided, unless you're saying every like Lebanon should have local production of fucking pagers. But okay. The new German PM is a BlackRock lawyer who is pretty rough on Trump. Oh man, what the fuck? Okay, so. The Turks have just captured a similar shipment? I haven't read about that, but okay. How did Hezbollah fall for the same trick twice? How did they not? Or are they going to a different, like going to someone else? Or
primary someone from my right or from the right, fine. I mean, let people decide. I think the one thing we should all agree on in this country is that the political class has been frozen, has been static, that the people want new voices, new energy, new ideas. And while I am ideologically progressive, I support the idea of primaries regardless of the ideology.
Do you think that that's one of the reasons, people often cite the lack of a competitive nature of the presidential, primary process after President Biden stepped down in 2024? They cite that as one of the reasons that perhaps things didn't go our way. Do you think that is an important principle to carry forward even on the national ticket? And do you think that that was a mistake?
Absolutely. I mean, look, we haven't had a truly competitive race. This is probably Obama, Hillary Clinton. And then Hillary Clinton was seen as sort of going to become the front runner in 2016. And Vice President Biden was the front runner in 2020. And Kamala Harris was the front runner in 2024. I think the exciting thing about 2028 is that there is no front runner. There literally is. You look at all these top 10 lists, and number one is always none of the above. And so you're going to have 10 to 15 people competing with new ideas, new energy, and that's going to energize people, and that's going to help bring momentum around whoever becomes the nominee. So I think that that's very, very exciting. Now, at the time Biden dropped, it was so late that I don't think we had any choice but to coalesce around Vice President Harris. I think having a competitive primary 100 days before a general election is not going to be very successful. But I wish we had.
Former Mossad director said that many more crazy operations like the pager.
I'm curious about oversight. It seems like
they
AOC,
had many more
just as a side note, AOC would be the next person to get it. How come you don't run for it?
Well, my focus has largely been, as you guys know, on an economic agenda, economic patriotism. I want to build new industry.
Oh man,
new jobs, new technology in places like Lorain, Ohio, Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Orangeburg, South Carolina.
I have never heard Ro Khanna say a more cringe statement in my life. Oh my god. Oh no, you're making me hate this man. Oh no. Oh no, you're making me despise. What the fuck?
Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I want to see what the Democrat economic vision can be. I'm more suited to be a leader on the China Select Committee that deals with issues of trade and deals with our technology and security interests. Then on oversight, it's a place where we need to have subpoena power over Trump and really make sure that we're going after some of the corruption in the administration. And I just think AOC's fire in holding the administration accountable could be good in the role. So to me, it's less about ego. It's like a football team, right? I mean, not everyone has to play quarterback at every play. Like you got to have different people in different positions and have people do the things that that are their strengths.
On the tech stuff, are you drawing any inspiration from Derek Thomas and Ezra Klein and the abundance framework?
Oh no! He's gonna be anti-abundance. Oh no, I can feel it. Oh no, hit me. Oh no, hit me with it.
That movement in the party and also some of the progressive left in the party. Where do you see yourself in that discussion or debate?
Well, I'm a fan of their work, but their work just says let's build stuff and let's not have restrictive zoning. I agree. Let's make sure that we have.
He's saved. I love him now. I love him now. Have you read Abundance? I still have not read. I need to read it. Like I said earlier, I think I will. I should just buy the audiobook and then listen to it on my walks that I go on almost every day. Oh my god, I was worried that he was gonna pull out some gentrification, anti-abundance shit. Oh man. Okay, we're good. We're chill. Don't worry, guys. We're good. We're good.
fast permitting for important national projects without compromising environmental standards and safety standards. I agree, but that's not enough to build stuff. We also need federal financing, a national investment bank. We also need the government to say if you build it, we'll buy it. We
What
also need
happened to
massive
democracy
investment in
happens
workforce
between
development,
parties,
whether
not
they're
within
tooling
them.
engineers or
Academic policy.
precision machinists. We also
It's
need
not as bad as econ,
ability of people to
apparently.
have healthcare, so that the healthcare costs aren't $25,000 a year that prevent companies from hiring people, and so that people have healthcare from the day they're born and can switch jobs. We also need childcare, so women can work in this country and actually go to build things. So my view of it is it's a part of a broader agenda, but just having.
Oh my God! By the way, I sent this in general. I mean, I know your response to it, Catrix. I watched some of that Brian Kaplan lecture he gave on education. And I have not read enough about it, but I guess I never considered the implication from credential inflation and the signal, if education truly is just mostly signaling. I don't know, the implications of that are probably worse than I realized, and that probably means that you should be cutting education spending. You should be cutting some of these programs, but I don't know. I have to read more on it to develop a strong enough opinion on it. But I'm telling you, I grow more evil every day. In 2028, during these primary talks, I'm gonna be the one up there, or I'm gonna be the one saying defund the Department of Education. We need a Democrat who's willing to defund. Oh, I won't be that evil. I will never be that evil. There's no way I'll ever be that evil. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 We read Brian Kaplan book on education for, we read on education for economics book club. Is it good? I don't know a ton about Brian Kaplan, so I don't know if he's one of the good libertarians who actually does research and everything, or if he's kind of just the bad, more praxeological Econ 101 explains all libertarians. I don't know exactly where he stands on that. So I don't know if yeah. He's an ANCAP, but he's cool, not Austrian. Okay.
Permitting reform, just having less restrictive zoning on housing isn't going to allow America to build. It's going to take a lot more comprehensive policy.
By the way, I need to do more reading on this as well. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not late to this. I think it's at 8:30. I think it's at I don't know for sure, but I think it's at 8:30. Are they still there? They're all still there. It's got to be at 8:30. Should have saved it to the Notion page, but I didn't. I just saved it. I've seen a few studies like this. Where's the content? Where's the content? Where's the fucking content? What do you mean, where's the content, bro? You look at a paper on the screen right now. This isn't content. This paper documents the crowding out effect of private construction by social/public housing starts in France and highlights the role of land scarcity. As social projects are less dense than private housing projects in similar neighborhoods, the crowding out effect is proportional to the relative land consumption of both sectors and is thus too. The impact of social housing and private construction is identified with two strategies. The first takes advantage of a quasi-experimental framework constituted by national law adopted in December 2000, forcing municipalities to increase the number of social housing units. The second is based on three complementary instruments: the 2000 law, World War II destruction, and the predicted evolution of stock using national trends. Both strategies convert to the same results. One social dwelling crowds out about two private units. This is in line with the fact that new neighborhoods developed by a social sector are between 38% and 70% less dense than those privately developed. That's supposed to be content now. Oh, you mean the panel? I don't know. I think it's 8:30. I think Gibbs did not answer my fucking DM, so I don't know. But they're still going, so I think it's 8:30. And I haven't I don't know, there's similar ones. Paper, we examine one aspect of the real effect of subsidized housing. Does it increase the housing stock? If subsidized housing raises the quantity of occupied housing per capita, either more people are finding housing or they being housed less densely. On the other hand, if subsidized housing merely crowds out equivalent low-quality housing that otherwise would have been provided by the private sector, the housing policy may have little real effect on housing consumption. Using both census place and MSA level data from the Denisal Census and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, we ask whether housing markets with more subsidized housing also have more housing. After accounting for housing demand, we find that government finance units raise the total number of units in a market, although on average, one government subsidized unit only adds about 1/3 to 1/2 a unit of total housing stock. There is less crowd out in more populous markets and more crowd out in places where there is less excess demand for subsidized housing, as measured by the number of government finance units per eligible person. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to read more. Let's go back what his paper's about. We just heard Ro Khanna say shit about like we need to do more than just have restricted or less restrictive zoning laws, and I just mentioned I have no strong opinion on it, but I have seen papers like this one and like this one to a lesser extent that suggest that things like public housing can like crowd out private housing investment. Crowd effects of place-based subsidized rental housing. All models, four estimates yield substantially greater crowd-out effects than OLS, confirm the endogenous attraction of what does this stand for again? Low-income housing tax credit. You'll be an ANCAP by 2028. Yeah, that's gonna be the funny. That'd be the funniest outcome, dude. Additional estimates suggest that low-income housing credit, housing tax credit, whatever development has a much more moderate impact on construction of owner-occupied housing, but these estimates are imprecise. Well, the LIHTC development may well affect the location of low-moderate income rental housing opportunities. Our estimate suggests that the impact of the program on the number of newly developed rental units appears to be small. Just need to be anti-central banking filled. I don't even know who would get me onto that, because even people who are like more libertarian tend to still, I mean, relatively pro central bank. Like Cato, like I read a decent amount of Cato stuff, but they I think are still pro central bank. They just say, NGDP targeting a rules based monetary policy, blah 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 blah. But so what you're telling me is we need to free the housing market and free the market the shit out of housing. Yeah, we need to free the shit out of the housing market. Yeah, the Austrian business cycle thing. There's no way. Yeah, no way. I don't know if I could be. I don't know if I could be convinced. I don't know. Or it's not that I couldn't be convinced. I don't know. Again, like I don't see myself ever. I mean, presumably, if someone was smart enough to show evidence in support of it, I'd be convinced or whatever. But like, for a lot of the hardcore Austrian things, it seems like you kind of just need to accept praxeology, and like that's just not. I really don't see that happening. And I'm reading, Scott Sumner right now, who kind of has his like revisionist narrative of the Great Recession, and I don't think that's going to be conducive to Austrian business cycle theory at all. But anyway.
Go ahead,
I want
Ira.
to ask another question, Hutch, because I want to go over to tariffs here in a moment. But if you have another question about that, go ahead.
Just one more question. Yeah, I see the current moment. Obviously, nobody on this panel wants Americans to suffer as a result of Trump's failed economic policies. But as I see it, I feel like it presents you guys with a unique opportunity to draw a contrast. It's like the perfect time to introduce economically populist ideas to contrast with this current failure. Do you see similar inroads in this moment?
I do. I said Trump has committed the cardinal sin in American politics. He's destroyed wealth. He's gone after people's money. And it's like no one cared when he had criminal indictments or when he had affairs or when he did insurrections. But you can't destroy people's wealth in America. And so it gives us a opening. And we need to say, look, he's a 19th century.
I think our panel is right after this. I see someone in the waiting room, so I don't know if I should be in it too.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello, Nonfon. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
I'm all right. Too bad.
Yeah. Do you have any clue what this panel is actually about? This title does not give me many hints.
No, but I think it's following up his panel about why the Democrats basically suck.
Right.
Yeah, so I think it's just related to that.
Okay.
Do you know if Katya has a Twitter handle?
She does. I don't know exactly what it is. I know I follow her and I see her stuff occasionally. I don't think she tweets that much. Let me see. I can probably find it. Yeah, I found it. Premier Katya, yeah. I can DM
Premier
it to
Katya. Oh my god, thank you. I found her.
you. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, hold on. Oh shit, this has been muted? Hold on, where were we? I heard the word tariffs. That's the last thing I remember.
Put the morality aside. Like, does anyone think America's going to lead the 21st century by conquering opening? And we need to say, look, he's a 19th century guy. He keeps talking. He's obsessed with Andrew Jackson and William McKinley. And
Draw a contrast. It's like the perfect time to introduce economically populist ideas to contrast with this current.
Kaplan seems to be doing a bit of Monty Bailey between education as a single component opportunity cost, and most people underestimate it in a particular model of the role in a particular model of the role education and human capital and associated strong claims about education predominantly singling that are probably empirically unsupported. Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to I know like the relative importance of signaling versus selection effects versus human capital increases are talked about a lot in economics, and I'm not going to be the one to settle that debate. So I don't know. I'd have to just read up on it and see like what the most milquetoast liberal take is, and probably just run with that one. I think that's the strategy right there.
Current failure. Do you see similar inroads in this moment?
I do. I said Trump has committed the cardinal sin in American politics. He's destroyed wealth. He's gone after people's money. And it's like no one cared when he had criminal indictments or when he had affairs or when he did insurrections. But you can't destroy people's wealth in America. And so it gives us a opening. And we need to say, look, he's a 19th century guy. He keeps talking. He's obsessed with Andrew Jackson and William McKinley and and James Polk. The only 19th century politician anyone should be citing is Abraham Lincoln. And otherwise, just don't cite people from the 19th century. But he's got high tariffs and he's got let's conquer land and maybe put the morality aside. Like, does anyone think America's going to lead the 21st century by conquering Greenland and conquering Canada? Or do you think we should invest in AI, invest in technology, invest in building a modern workforce, invest in modern factories, invest in a Marshall Plan for a 21st century America? So, one, we got to just paint them as Luddites, as the people of the past. And we've got the understanding of what it's going to take to build the economic future. And then two, we've got to say, we actually are going to help your families and your communities. How? We're going to get you a living wage. We're going to make sure that CEOs aren't making this obscene amount of money while workers are struggling to basically make ends meet. We're going to tax billionaires so that we can afford Medicare expansion and childcare for everyone.
Does anyone have? I need to do a lot more reading of this. I wonder how effective and how like important. I know some countries have caps on like how much more the CEO can be paid compared to the average worker. Is there any like does anyone have papers like estimating the effect of that versus the effects that just unions have or worker board membership? Because I know a lot of these other countries have like worker board membership, and I don't even know if I'd be that opposed to worker board membership. Wait, where the fuck am I going? Oh, in front of Motel. Okay. Maximum wage, let's go. I mean, it's basically what they have. But I also be curious, like, I also don't even know. It feels like it'd be administratively difficult, because especially because a lot of these people get paid in stock. So it's like, what the fuck are we, like, how are we accounting for the stock packages that they get? I don't know.
I believe the Democrats need a comprehensive economic vision. I call it a new economic patriotism.
Yeah, I love it. And you've had some great appearances on CNBC recently, just talking to the people about this. So I want to ask you about these tariffs. Obviously, Liberation Day came and went, and I don't feel liberated. But they're on pause. What do you think actually happens in the end? Because I feel like Trump is trying to do two things at once. We either have tariffs or we have some great trade deals with people. But you can't bring back manufacturing and have...
Oh, don't worry. We found this. Don't you know? He found the solution to it. It's called remove the fucking tariffs on beef, and we still keep tariffs on everything else to protect our manufacturing. Although steel's not protected anymore, though. Get fucked from that. But Jesus.
A great trade deal. So like, what happens in the end here with these tariffs?
I just realized. You know what I can do now? At Sam. What do you think about CEO pay caps? Lerner symmetry theorem? Why? I'm familiar with Lerner symmetry theorem. Sample. Why are you sending me? I'm familiar. This is what I started out like all my debates doing. Not all of them, but all the tariff debates. Usually, one of the first things I try to establish is basically Lerner symmetry theorem. I don't call it that usually, but I could expand it. That'd be the best. That'd be my biggest contribution to the field economics I could make. I didn't know if you were. You doubt me? You doubt me? What the fuck? First of all, tax and enforce, tax and exports. First principle of the 3 fundamental principles of trade policy. Second of all, tariffs are also tax and exports, so companies that export more are harmed. I don't know why I'm proving this to you, but
That's too logically consistent. I mean, obviously, like, look, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, I want manufacturing to come here, but don't worry about the tariffs. They're going to go away. It's just a negotiating tactic. Well, then why would Mary Barra build a factory here if you're telling her that the tariff is going to go away? And if it was just a negotiating tariff tactic, then why did you put the country through all of this in terms of the decline in wealth? I mean, there are a lot of other leverage points that America.
The only hero I have is Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
Yes, but I thought I would get clarity last night. I saw Howard Lutnick at a speech, and there was a Valley dinner at a lot of tech leaders. And at the end, he said, so let me tell you what our policy is on tariffs. We trust in Donald Trump. He's the art of the deal. Whatever his insight, his tactics, we trust in him. The policy of the United States of America these days is Donald Trump's wins. That's literally how we're governing. It's unbelievable. And you wonder why consumer confidence is at the lowest levels, business confidence is at the lowest levels, the markets are down. It's really frightening.
So you kind of clued in on 2 things there. One are the stats that you just referenced, but also the personality of Donald Trump. In terms of the narrative that Democrats should focus on, not that you can't walk and chew gum, but there was the recent, I don't know if it's a gaffe at this point, but statement by Donald Trump that you can have 2 toys instead of 30 toys. To what extent should we be personalizing this against Trump himself, or focusing more on the meat and potato stats, what's going on in the economy, GDP contracting?
Well, I think we could.
This is what I always have to. This is what I always have to catch myself on is people. For whatever reason, I have to remind myself my brain is broken. Okay, I have to not say Lerner symmetry theorem in debates. Okay, I have to come up with these intuitive examples. Okay, you have to focus on anecdotes. Okay, and follow it up with evidence rather than just present the evidence. Like real men simp FDR. True. You will be poor and happy. I know it is absolutely insane that Trump's messaging about tariffs is like, yes, your real incomes will decline, but think about the long run. Oh, we're being drawn in.
And from there, she's gonna be. We're gonna start looking for somewhere to pay a mortgage on.
Hell yeah! I'm so excited.
Hey Gibbs.
How you doing?
Good. We're just talking about life updates. Congrats, Tyler, by the way. Super exciting. Congrats.
Thank you. It's fun. I'm super interested in that and like going over there and having like I'm too altruistic. I end up handing out all my money. Like there's still poverty there, even though it's not the country it was from the 1980s. There's still some extreme poverty like we don't have in the US. And when I see kids that are muddy and don't have shoes, my fucking heart breaks, and I start just throwing money at them, and like, it's so hard to do. It's so hard in the heart to see that. Like, I don't know. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Non-Fron, I don't think we've met before, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. But hi, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Girl, what is up with you?
Oh, I hear Jessie
Sorry.
screaming with rage in the background.
Yeah, she's like
she is
very
not
desperate
pleased.
for attention right now.
It's okay. Listen, what you got to do, dude, is you got to pick her up, put her on your lap, and you got to go, you know, like Don Corleone style. Do you have a rose by chance in the room to put in your buttonhole and a high back chair, a fire in the background? Can you do a Don Corleone accent? Can you do this? Is it possible? You can't.
I failed you.
That's too bad.
And Jesse.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
It's not okay. There you go. She's like amped the fuck up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the puppies in. Hey, non-fun. No dress today?
Not yet. I don't know. We'll see.
I am hounding you down. This is my new idea for an immigration policy. You are economically minded. I want your input on it. And I'm going to continue to fucking hound you until you give me it. I will have 4 policies I made up from scratch after that.
Yeah, I
Okay,
wasn't.
Non-Fron, what is going?
I ignore. I just want to be clear. I ignore everyone's DMs. I got some buddies.
I don't take that personally. I'm an adult. I get it.
I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Like, I would have to do more reading on immigration. Like, I don't think. I think selling visas. I think was part of your plan, right? And that seems to be.
No. It was. I want to do an algorithmic amount of visa amounts per year.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I remember. So yeah. I think finding out a way to tie, the number of immigrants coming over to like how the job market is doing. Yeah, I think that's I think that's a pretty decent idea. I just have to read more about basically what the how big the impacts of low skill immigration are, because I'm generally convinced that it's not really that negative, and like it seems to be decent most times, but I'd have to do more reading to confirm that. But
For the raid, I appreciate that.
Tyler, I know I've said this to you before, man, but I gotta roast you. Your background, man. What the hell is going on with your background? I'm so confused every time I look at it, because it's like half conservative, it's half liberal jungle.
Perfect.
I don't quite understand what's happening here.
Just like my political view.
Okay.
Right in the damn center.
I don't yeah, exactly. And like it's on the wrong side of the room. It's very disconcerting, okay? See, Buckaroo, you've got the books off to the right, okay? Very academic. You see you got the notepad there. It's giving grad school. Feel like you have a guitar or something somewhere in the room. Like the vibes are vibing, okay? Even the cat, even that is on
I do have a
brand,
guitar,
okay?
by the way. I have 3 guitars.
No way, really?
I have. Well,
I
technically,
clocked
I have
it
an
so
electric
bad.
guitar and an acoustic bass guitar, and then,
I'm
like,
winning
the
by a
smaller
long
acoustic
shot.
guitar of my
Duh.
friends. And I technically have an electric
Already.
bass guitar, but the neck is warped and it doesn't work. So
I gotta go with the hounds real
See,
quick.
I
And an
clocked the
upright
vibes
bass.
so great. Jeez Louise, I was so right. Okay, here's my next question. Okay, do you have you do. I was right. You have a vintage style thing behind you. It's like some kind of furniture thing. I don't even know what it is. It's like a microwave.
It was a microwave, and then I have that fridge. Those were both gifts from my brother. He demanded.
I need people to tell me, or if the audio levels are good, because sometimes they get fucked up and no one fucking warns me until afterwards. Sam says he super doesn't care about CEO pay caps. Which makes me think I'm right in suspecting unions are almost always more important. If he was
Interests you is actually this 100-year-old camera.
Okay.
It's right here. It doesn't look
fucked up. I was gonna say if anyone would defend him, he would. So that's why I asked him. But
it's actually stunning. I love it so much. Just like how basic the technology is as well. And then, oh my goodness, you pull that out.
That's so
Using
sick.
sign.
That's cool. I like
And
that.
here, number 2, a brownie camera, Model B, manufactured by Eastman Kodak, Rochester, New York. U.S. patents 1896, 1909, 1899, and 1916. It's like right there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And then I have
like
another
it.
brownie. I actually have another brownie. Up here.
You do.
I do. It's an older one. Or a newer one, sorry. A new one. It's right here. This kind of sucks. But instead of all that, you can just do this. And that's the front. And this is the viewer.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
It's very vintage. I like it.
And this is the button.
Okay.
This is the...
Buckaroo, I feel like you are interested in strange varieties of coffee. Am I right about this?
You know what? That's the one where you're wrong. I'm interested in...
I am? No,
tea.
really?
I am.
I'm interested
drink
in
a
tea.
lot
I'm
of
just not a
weird coffee.
coffee drinker. I was when I was a kid, weirdly enough, but I would be if I drank coffee.
I let lemurs eat
I
and
live in
shit my
Seattle.
coffee out.
Behaze.
What? What did you say?
You don't know about that shit? The lemurs eat coffee beans and then they ferment them inside their stomach and shit them out, and then they sell that for like.
Oh, that is such fucking bullshit. Don't
I
say
am
that.
not. I
that
am
shit
not
to
lying
me.
to you.
Don't say that shit to me.
It's super expensive. and
Lemur
it's-
shit coffee is
I
not
don't know. So good.
Yeah,
for.
it's
so
supposedly
good.
Really, it's like the best in the world. It's like
It's
super.
so
good.
There's
fucking
another
good.
coffee. There's another coffee that's shit out by cats.
I haven't heard of that one.
Oh, okay.
It's-
Now you guys are just all pulling my leg. This is so gross. Are you
I don't
serious?
know.
No, it is
Yeah.
in
No.
the coffee. Like, look it up. Cat poop coffee. Literally Google cat poop coffee, and you
I
will
swear,
find
if you
it.
guys are pulling my
I'm
leg,
trying to
I'm
remember
not
the
gonna be
name of the
happy.
cat. It's like a savat or something. It's like some weird name. Yeah, because it has to do with how it like, I don't know, fucks with the fucking the beans.
And it's not like
oh my
the cheap shit.
god, this
can
is
find it-
so disgusting.
It's really
Holy
expensive.
shit.
Like
Oh
the
my
cat
God.
food coffee. Yeah, they're nice. Your hair looks nice, Tyler.
Like what?
Your hair.
Oh, you trying to smash?
Oh my god.
My fiance's watching.
How dare I compliment you?
Yeah,
She
you
knows
can't
your
do that.
name too.
Men get
I thought
confused if you can
you know
compliment,
what?
don't you know?
And here I thought you just made yourself look pretty for your fiance. I was
No.
thinking, oh, maybe he got his hair looking nicer so he could go visit her.
She said that you are very pretty and you're gorgeous, and she likes when you tie your hair.
Oh, thank you. Tell her thank you. She's so sweet.
She's watching. She was commenting.
Thank you.
That's to let you know, Buckaroo, okay? To keep your eyes off of her man, okay? And she's gonna give you the subtle compliment, okay? To let you know that she is here, okay?
I would not get in her way. She's a smart woman. She's
feisty.
Probably knows how to kill. She has to know how to kill. Yeah.
I can't get over this poop coffee. I'm sorry. This is such bullshit. I just looked this up today. Let me just read this out. Kopi Luwak, I have no idea how to pronounce this, also known as civet coffee, is a coffee that consists of partially digested coffee cherries, which have been eaten and defecated by the Asian palm civet.
Hold on, is it literally faster just to
This is the
continually get on and
craziest
off
thing
the
I've seen all
skateboard?
day.
It feels like
I've
What you're
never
looking
heard
at-
of this before.
feels like I
There
teleport
are a
pretty
lot
far.
of really cheaper brands that like
think
but
it's
like the
faster.
good stuff is like $200 for just like one box of coffee. It's fucking amazing.
I don't want the good stuff. Who's drinking poop coffee?
It's
Who
so
wants
good.
that shit? Literally
It's
the
so-
shit.
It's so. It's
I don't
like
care
you're
if it
drinking
is the
piss.
shit. I'm not drinking it.
Hey, you're
okay?
the one that brought up weird coffee. I told you I was a weird coffee drinker.
I wasn't aware that poop coffee was one of the types of coffee people were bringing up. I thought it was going to be some weird bean grown in the Amazon, okay? I wasn't aware that poop bean was on the menu.
All right. Well, I said we go ahead and get started. Here's about that time. Katya said she'd be a few minutes late here, I think. And we can go ahead and get it kicking off here, though. I want to talk. So I know when I mentioned this topic, I did the. I think I maybe told that fairly quickly here. But I didn't want to just like restrict it to like world leaders. I kind of want to like talk about maybe like why are like chosen leaders for like seem to be, I don't know, sus in general. Like whether that's like the Twitch streamers, whether that's our political leaders, whether or whatever. But it seems like shitty people keep seeming to get like propped up like repeatedly, and it can't just be the system. So why is that? I'll go ahead and start off with Tyler since you're here from the first one. Go ahead, Paul.
I think it's the perverse incentive system that we have of people going viral, name recognition. I think the Democratic Party is trying to capture the lightning in the bottle that Trump had, and it hasn't worked. We've had celebrities take their hand, and the only other try to take the hand. The only other success story was Ronald Reagan, but he was a governor and whatnot that worked his way up. I guess you could say Al Franken was maybe that, but he didn't really get too high in the ladder before he was forced to step down. I think that it's a lot of people trying to find this replacement in the party that can compete with Trump on a name recognition level. I don't see, because Republicans and right wingers are so thirsty for somebody famous to like side with them, that they'll even go with Kanye after he says Nazi statements, like that it only worked for them is kind of my guess behind it.
Buckaroo?
I think it is partially the system. I think it's also just the nature of the kinds of people that would be seeking out a position of power or a position where you would be making decisions for other people. So I think those two things combined are why we see just such unqualified people in some of these positions, and unscrupulous, spineless individuals. Because if there's ever a system that was made for spineless individuals, it was politics, national politics.
All right, non-fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime there's a position where you have, any amount of power, whether it, being an influencer with some amount of power over your audience, or a politician with some amount of power over your base, as well as, national politics, you're going to attract people who want that power. And a lot of times people want that power to do not good things. I think it's the simplest explanation. I think Jefferson even has a quote about it. Yeah.
Okay. Fair Queen.
Yeah, I think that I want to try to avoid just repeating what a lot of people have said, because I think there's like the obvious answer that we're all kind of touching on, which is that people that are in positions of power tend to disproportionately represent or display negative traits. Two of those would be narcissism and psychopathy. So if we're looking at people who are CEOs, people who are lawyers, people who are politicians, they are more likely than people from the general population to be narcissistic, and they're more likely to be psychopathic. Like, that's true. And I think it's also true that, like, when you're looking at artists, when you're looking at musicians, when you're looking at writers, when you're looking at people within Hollywood, within the entertainment industry, we tend to see a higher proportion of people with personality disorders. We tend to see people who are more likely to say and to do outrageous things in order to get money for the camera, right? But all of this, I think, is like pretty obvious stuff. I think that we already know this to a degree. I think that what might be interesting to talk about is why we think that assholes are our heroes. I remember there was a time in television, and I don't know if that... Oh, hello, Pentuple.
Sorry. Hello, gang.
There was a time in television. Hello, Pentuple.
Hello.
There was a time in television for a while where British asshole was a genre of TV. We all know this person. This person was Simon Cowell, Piers Morgan, Gordon Ramsay. Sometimes the person wasn't British necessarily, or he was British but pretending to be an American, like Dr. House is an example. There were these guys who were complete and utter jerks on television. They would rip people to shreds. They would say some of the most horrific things. And yet, that they were the reason why people kept coming back over and over and over again to watch the show, because you got the sense that these people, out of all of the other cast, were the only honest people on the show. The reason why they were such jerks, and the reason why you accepted them for being such jerks, is because they were honest. They seemed to be more honest and more authentic than the rest of the other participants on the show. And I think then we can dig into that more as we're talking about it. But I think part of the reason why you see some types of unscrupulous people gain and rise to power, it's because by virtue of the fact that they are assholes, they seem more authentic, and therefore they seem more trustworthy, even if we don't necessarily like all of their personality traits.
Fantastic. And Pentuple, why are all our leaders? I expanded it, not just political leaders, but like the leaders, the celebrities we choose to uplift, and especially that market things. Go ahead. You're muted, I think.
Why are they all what?
Sus.
Probably because of like labels and like PR teams and stuff like that. They're basically like super highly paid like representatives of a like larger corporation. So like if all of our artists and stuff were independent artists and like actually owned their own stuff, it probably would be less sus. So it's probably something with that. Whether you like Tom McDonald or not, I actually really respect his like willingness to stay independent. I think that that's something that a lot of artists need to do in music and other industries, probably, if we want to have like I mean, because you don't succeed as an independent unless you have that like raw organic base of people that like you. But I think it's really easy for a lot of these labels to put people up at the top because they'll put your album on the Spotify playlists and you'll get out there, you'll get all the, they can boost you a lot aside from like the organic natural growth you would get otherwise. So I think it's probably something to do with like Spotify, for example, like the team behind Taylor Swift gets her album up there, and maybe it's not about Taylor Swift, but like how many artists that wouldn't normally be this big or get this many streams get those streams because they're blasted on the front page of YouTube, they're trending here. It's I think that structure, and it's probably across industries.
That's it. That's interesting. I was gonna say that seems more situational though, because like I think you could be the corporate plant, but then you could also be like you have examples. Like I'll use one. This was kind of a controversial one, right? Like, so if I said SPM, like, which is at South Park Mexican, right? That guy, he was as an independent label. He got accused of rape, and then he's in jail. But the guy's incredibly popular, right? His stuff's like people still like use him as whatever. Now, like, why do people still like that as opposed to like if he'd been a corporate guy, the corporation probably would have been like, you're done, you can't be associated with this. Instead, we still choose to like lift him up, or like the Tate brothers, or like Trump even. He's been accused of all stuff. Or like if you look on the left, you see Destiny. You see, like, all these other people that are just terrible. And it's like repeating Garcia, the guy that's in El Salvador right now. These are the champions. Why is it, though, like, that people across the board in America seem to keep choosing, like, these Luigi, like, these really sus people.
Oh, I see
and,
what
like,
you're
create,
getting
yeah,
at
like,
now.
yeah, like, and it's like we're all doing this.
That's the anti-American omni clause.
Yeah, like,
That's
why
just
is
one
this?
small factor of this? I feel. Well, it's the Jerry's that you're talking about is Jerry Springer politics. People that don't want to really look into the details of things, read a couple of headlines, and then go on a WIC panel. Those are the types of people that you tend to get that like care about shit like this.
He is a good one too. Yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah, well, the Republicans are different. It's a different diagnosis. They're thirsty for not only like a representative that's black. That's why you see like people that aren't ready for the positions they're being elevated to, like Scott. What the fuck is his first name?
Tim Scott.
Yeah, Tim Scott, he was not ready to run for president, but they wanted to not be called the party of racism anymore, so they're trying to elevate somebody that's not white. They're also trying to cling to any celebrity they can get because they haven't had him in so long. There's a drought on their side. The other side more is the Jerry Springer-esque politics. You look at you get offline and look, like when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, his popularity with the general public plummeted. I don't think the whole public's here. I think this is a segment online that's worried more about this.
I don't know. I think it's like shock jock type behavior. I think it's just an extension of shock jocks. And I would say anything that's going to shock people or, be breaking some sort of societal rules, like it's going to get attention. That's just kind of the nature of doing shit that you're not supposed to or saying shit you're not supposed to. But I do think the development of social media has like a huge influence on it, obviously. And when you were talking about music, Pentuple, there actually has been a lot of conversation in music specifically about how it's changing even more to meet algorithms versus to be a form of musical expression. And so you have songs that are like very clearly made for shorter pieces to be taken out of it. Like there was a Camila
Thanks for following,
Cabello
Graph30. I appreciate it. Hell yeah.
at some point, and like every 30 seconds or so, it changed significantly to a different song, and you could tell that it was really just made to be consumed in smaller clips, and just happened
Like
to
for
be
TikTok or
all.
something?
Yeah, exactly. And so on top of that, like a lot of people, I think Megan Thee Stallion even references this a bit. Like basically everybody. Any woman that wanted to be in the industry had to have a dance with their songs. So think about it. Megan Thee Stallion has had one. Doja Cat has had one. Even Chappell Roan has had one. Like basically every star you can, like almost every major pop star has a dance to their song if they started after a certain time period, because that's a requirement from labels. So there are a lot of ways in which social media is like drastically changing.
Well, it's also, I think, like these artists, they operate within a profit model. Like they have an obligation to this label to generate the most profit, whereas like an independent artist, like I was describing, has no like profit demand, right? They have a profit incentive, and they're obviously going to want to pursue that and stuff. But it's like a label might say, "Hey, we need you to produce this song." What's the old famous song of the hang on, what's it called? It's like, you told me to write you a love song. You know that song? It's about the label. It's about the label demanding her to write a love song.
Love song. I love that song. It's
a great song.
I actually
but like
love that
the
song.
point is made in that song.
I sang that song at a like talent show when I was in like 6th grade. I love that song so much.
It is a great song.
Let me give it the copy here since you get it on there. So we were talking about how like people we choose to lift sus leaders up like across the board, like politically, like celebrities. Like why do we as a people in America keep picking like Luigi's and
Deshaun
SPFs and Deshaun Watson, or like George Zimmerman, if we're going on the right, like why do we lift these people up repeatedly as like icons, like
Shiloh Hendrix?
Well, I feel like so we're talking about people who we lift up because they're sus or they did something right, not like they ended up doing something afterwards and like it's a coincidence.
It's
right?
like both. It's like both. I mean, like for example, like if we wanted to pick like a streamer or somebody, I don't know, like people chose like Destiny and then or Hot Tua or like on the right when we like pick like I guess maybe that's a good one. We go back to like I don't know who's someone on the right that's like I got in trouble recently. I don't watch somebody right-leaning streamers. I don't know.
Like
something like that have got some suspect. Crowder.
Like
There's a good one.
people or whatever. Yeah, him.
But Crowder's only grown since then. He's like literally.
Why did we choose this? Go ahead. Go ahead. Give an opening here, Katya, if you would like to.
Yeah. So I didn't really like give an opening because I wasn't here, but I'm Premier Katya on both Blue Sky and on X, and I show up to panels sometimes. Haven't been around as much because I was just getting done with my semester of school, but I am all good. And I'm here now. So I think that it's really a different phenomenon as far as like people who get into trouble afterwards or people who are uplifted because they're sussy-wussy. Now, as far as those who are discovered afterwards, where it seems like every single person's getting fed up for this, fed up for that, I think that, number one, I think that it's because there's certain personality types that get uplifted and certain like usually risky behavior or usually like extreme persistence or usually some like way of being outside the norm as far as your means of thinking or what you believe that gets you to be popular in the first place, that also lends itself to this types of behavior if like corrupted, obviously, and because power can corrupt people. Having individuals who are their fans or having money or having this sometimes brings that out a lot more in people. In addition, I think there's a small component of just because there's so many eyes on them. Because here's the thing, nobody likes to say it because it really sucks and people deny all the time. But a lot of these sussy behaviors are unfortunately a lot more prevalent than you might think. If every single person had a camera on them that much, you'd be finding a lot more people out that you wouldn't suspect.
Wow.
And it's unfortunate. But I think that it's that sort of thing. And as far as people who we are, uplifting because they're sussy, I think it's because they represent an extreme of like some sort of belief that people have and represent kind of the logical conclusion of thoughts that they don't express or things that they would never do. That's my like psychology take. Like, people who are like with Luigi, people who are angry at their health insurance, people who hate their health insurance, people who have been fucked over, right? But they're not going to go do that, right? But they're just like in their back of their head, they're like, damn, I wish, right? Those sorts of people, as well as people who think that they, want to see change. And that's the closest thing that they're seeing to it, even though it's not really doing that at all. Like, I think there's multiple reasons, the reasons people to this. But yeah, that's my opinion.
All right.
I think that's a great point on the like almost, I want to say, voyeuristic element for a lot of people where they see somebody else doing something that they, wish they could partake in, or that they feel for some reason or another they can't do themselves. And so they, enjoy seeing people blow up in ways that, everybody thinks, I should just go postal. At some point in their workplace experience, at some workplace, they're thinking like, probably not, I should burn this place down, but like, you're not thinking the kindest things about it. And, so you see somebody who actually gets a chance to, like, for example, like bully a CEO, or harm a CEO, then, you might feel positive feelings just because you see somebody else acting out what is like one of your deepest.
Yeah, it feels like a moment of catharsis, right? I mean, like you
Yeah.
can think about this, and this, and I think that the shock jock analysis, I think like that's true. I think it is true that people like to see things that are shocking, but I also think that it's not merely the fact that they're shocking either. It's the OnlyFans problem, right? Like the market is flooded. Okay, I mean, when we're talking about like shocking and like people being willing to do like outrageous behavior, there are lots of people that are willing to do that. There are lots of people who are willing to do crazy things, humiliating things, to say horrific things in order to get attention in front of a camera. It's not simply because like you're willing to say things that other people aren't willing to say. It's because I think it's also because you're acting like a spiked baseball bat representing the needs or interests of a group, right? You are the asshole hero that everyone has been waiting for, right? I mean, like the workplace thing blowing up. Like, why do you want to go postal at work? Well, it's because your boss sucks. Yeah, that's why. Because your fucking jackass boss made you clock in when you didn't want to clock in, and he makes everybody clock in, and nobody's able to say anything because they're afraid to get fired. And then you have that one asshole who says it, and you feel so fucking good, right?
I do
like
think
that's why people want. Yeah,
I will say
Generally-
really quick.
Sorry, go.
I was exactly that person. I used to like get into arguments with managers sometimes just because I lived with my family and I knew that like everybody else was like
Generally, those people don't represent the majority. Like I kind of want to expand this outside the internet again. When any company besides maybe Nike went political, Starbucks, Hobby Lobby, Chick-fil-A, all of them lost. Almost all of them saw their stock prices tank, Tesla being the most recent one. When people out in the outside world get political, then that's the case. But I think on the internet, there's such a big pie that everyone could have access to. You get 1,000 followers, you can quit your job. If they're watching you consistently, you can quit your job. You can cut out your own little piece. So even if 99% of people are rejecting you, you have your own little cutout where you can kind of survive on your own. That's where Steven Crowder, Hassan, all these people operate, is way outside over here in their tiny bubble, because we have this perverse incentive system. But it's also a good thing too. It's pro free speech. All these opinions get out in the open, and the sunlight's the best sanitization. So we get to see what these people actually think. I didn't know Christian nationalists exist. I didn't know that fucking what are they called? Black Hebrew Israelites or whatever. Sovereign citizens. All these crazy worldviews that are like stupid, that are big on the internet, only exist because we have these here. We don't police it in the same way. I think that's good. You want these people to come out so we can tell them how wrong and stupid they are, especially the red pill people.
I was going to add, I do think short form content does kind of make that incentive worse, because everyone is trying to do the most outrageous thing to get you hooked for at least, 5 seconds. So their Instagram reel or TikTok is promoted to millions of people. It's,
Right. And we were talking earlier about the music, and I just remembered an example. It was from around, like, before social media. This was like the 90s. Basically, two individuals who they made 2 songs. One was via polling what people wanted the most, and then the second one was the least wanted song that had the least wanted instruments, least wanted genres, least wanted song length, least appealing everything. And you want to know which fucking one everybody remembers? It's the one that's 20 minutes long and has an opera rap about cowboys and has random breaks for ads for Walmart. It's a real song. Look this up. Yeah, look up the least wanted song.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I do love that. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, like, a lot of these boundary breaking behaviors you have to keep in mind are also functional and reminding people the behaviors they do find acceptable, you know? And so when you see all of these people acting in these outrageous ways, I do actually think that's a part of what feeds into the tension and, you know, the fear that I would say some of the right and far left use to promote their political ideas. Basically, it is just this.
Yeah, but okay. So I mean, when y'all say this, right? Like I think so. I think you said this earlier, Tyler. Is like they're like niches, right? They're like small niches, and they like operate on the fringe. I mean, yeah, to some extent, but this like some of the stuff goes national, right? Like for example, like what was the one that you just mentioned, Penn? The kid that stabbed the other guy, right? Like that one goes national, and people chose to make this one, right? The George Floyd thing happened, right? You know, then we look into it. He's kind of a terrible person, already, like, and you're like, okay, well, this bad thing happened to a terrible person, but this is the one we're choosing to uplift, not like Darnell, the 12-year-old kid that gets like has this happen to him. We're gonna choose George Floyd, right? You know, and then you have like I don't know, you see these like repeatedly. I mean, it's easier. I'm sure there's ones on the right. It's easier for me to pick ones on the left because I've done this. Like Trump, for example, he's accused of some wild shit, and then everybody still loves Trump, right? Like they're like, yeah, let's go. Like, what is this like obsession? Like, and I like Trump as much as the next guy, right? But I'm not under the assumption this guy's like our best, person we're sitting out there. Like, it seems repeatedly we like choose like bad people like on purpose across the board here in America as our representatives and as like in streaming. Like, how many people pick Destiny now that all this shit's come out about it? Still, like, we're gonna die on this hill. You see this with like all sorts of streamers, like Zerka. He does some wild shit. And people are like, yeah, even though he's a pedo, I got that guy's back. Or like Vosh's fucking horses or whatever.
Just
This
seeing
is
that
the best.
people are very willing to overlook like extreme moral faults if you're entertaining enough and if you're fulfilling like some other need or desire that they have, because I do think, again, this is a little bit of that like voyeuristic, they want somebody who they can live through because they're not, they can't act like Destiny in their day-to-day life, but they can watch Destiny like yelling at all these other people and feel some sort of relief from it. But on top of that, I think we're just seeing people are not going to like hold a grudge for these big moral issues anywhere near as much as we thought. It's really just that we didn't have as much social interaction with one another.
I think people also are just like really into populism and anti-establishment at the moment, and it seems like a lot of the populist anti-establishment people, like it just seems like they're insane people, but their insanity plays into being anti-establishment, right? It's like, look at how crazy fucking wild I am. I'm not an elite like the rest of these people. I think those are mutually feed into each other. So,
which is so funny because now, like, you see advertising agencies catch on to these concepts so quickly now. You'll see like Duolingo ads kind of go crazy. They go off. They're like doing crazy shit. They had
delete your Duolingo.
Yeah, delete your Duolingo. Side note, but
they've gone woke.
The Duolingo apps or the Duolingo ads would have like, they were really crazy. Everybody loved them. I loved them. They were great.
Why are they woke now? What does that mean? Like,
they're like, I don't know. Listen, everyone keeps yelling
they're implementing AI.
Yeah, that means I have to delete Duolingo.
They're probably going to be, I think, sizing down. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they size down.
When Gen Alpha complains, I listen. Okay, hear the cries of the youth. Hear the cries of the youth, for they are the oracles of the future. Okay.
True.
I mean, AI is the oracle of the future because the youth ain't learning shit. But
true.
But I mean, one thing I'm gonna say, as far as like people saying like, especially, I think that there's a difference when like people are sus afterwards and people continue to watch them. I don't think that's living vicariously through them or because they were before necessarily. I don't think anything's really changed about how they're interacting or how they think about the person as much. I think it's more like, A, people don't like change, and B, there are certain like niches that people fill, and then, individuals who are really into that specific niche are like, okay, but who else? Like, I mean, for example, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, that's why I said, like, I think people really are much more willing to overlook those things than the average person realizes. Like, imagine if somebody ran up to you and said something about one of your friends. They were like, "Your friend's a rapist." You'd be like, "No, he's not," and you'd like go on and have a good day, unless you were given like tons of really credible evidence. And so I think the same thing happens for these circumstances, where a lot of people hear it and they're just like, whatever, and they move on with their day. I'd say that's what people have always done. It's just we're seeing it at such a grand scale, and we're seeing it with people who have platforms and are like behaving in extremely unpleasant ways. But like, think about all the people that you know who are shitty, and all the people you know who know people who are shitty, and just kind of say like, yeah, he's an asshole. Yeah, I heard something about this years ago, but never heard anything about it again. So I don't know. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, think about it. Like, here's the thing. Like, for example, let's just say this. Like, hypothetically, if Donald Trump went absolutely bananas, balls to the wall, and absolutely just said, no more Social Security at all, fuck Social Security, old people, go fuck yourselves. A lot of people would go, okay, fuck Trump, right? A lot of people would change their minds. A lot of people go, oh my gosh. But how many people, because they're not collecting Social Security, their direct family members aren't relying on Social Security, they're like, whatever, it's fine. Even if they see people that they don't know, like becoming homeless, becoming fucked, this, that, and the third. So many people. I mean, a lot of people don't really understand this thing's a problem until it's affecting them personally. And this is with stuff that affects millions of people. And then it's like, oh my God, why didn't everybody turn around because like fucking something affected 2 people in a community or 2 people who alleged misconduct? It's like, yeah, people are shitty. People are shitty about other people who are shitty as well. Like, it's like, it's the way that people think, actually. Like, it's a kind of a process of human thought, a little bit, is to overlook a lot of things.
Well, Arabs for Trump and Latinos for Trump, remember?
That's why I do want to cultivate a better culture.
Yeah.
We can have,
I mean,
better
like part
people.
of it is also too, like I know with Destiny, and you could say that Trump is similar too. Okay, he's an asshole, but he's our asshole. Okay, he's the only hope we've got. Okay, sure, he's done all these terrible things. You know, I know that he's terrible. I know that he sucks. You know, but who else do we have? We have no one else who we can trust in. And so there's the idea that there's a scarcity of people that that have the same abilities as like the assholes that you entrust yourselves to. And that's why those people get propped up. It's because it's the Dr. House syndrome, right? It's the, it's the idea. Yeah, well, I mean, like this guy, I mean, Steven, like he even like watches Dr. House like constantly. He looks at clips of it like on there, right? Like it's somebody with a big appetite who screws up just enough to make them relatable. Someone powerful who gives your enemies the insults they deserve. Like, think about all the renegade million cops characters who break the rules because they have to get shit done, who get shit done because they don't care about the rules. I mean, this is a thing in media, right? Like, think about how many television shows have we watched where there's a main character and they're extremely smart, they're extremely talented, they have all of this wonderful talent to give to the world, but they can't quite do it because of the rules, because there's some rule, there's some system, there's some thing that's standing in their way, right? That's what makes them relatable. And so everyone at some point has wanted to have an asshole who has a metaphorical spiked baseball bat to beat up the people that they don't like, you know?
Yeah, it's the bad boy with the golden heart, right? It's the bad boy that's on your side, and it helps considering that there are bad guys on the other side, and so, people fight fire with fire in that regard, right?
I can't relate. I don't rely on another man to do my battling for me.
Well, I mean, I'm talking for other people, right? Like, you rely on the people that are able to defend you and your side against the people who are, I guess, shitting on you and your side.
Yeah, and I think that there's a difference, right? Because between some of these examples that I would like to divide into 2 buckets.
Yep.
There's one side, the people whose asshole actions have to do with the quote-unquote, like, the good that they're doing, and it has to do with that, and it's like, yeah, he's using bad means, but he's getting there. Oh, yeah, it's because he tells it like it is, or he does it like it is. And, like, people more like Trump, like, like the House example, right? And then on the other side, I'd say you have examples like Destiny, where everybody generally sees it as a distractor. What he did, they're like, uh-oh. They're not like, oh yeah, that's gonna help get us political power. good thing. It's like uh-oh, you know, it's like a despite thing versus a because thing.
True.
And I think despite and because interact with that very differently.
Again, people use
I think they're less likely to like.
that he's not in a league.
I think so. I think the people like on the Destiny spectrum are less likely to just be like, this thing isn't a big deal, and still kind of prop up the fact that like it is because he's beneficial. Like regardless of what he did, doesn't matter if it affected. It's not going to affect it in any real way because this is the internet. 6 months, it'll be over, right around time for the next election cycle, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I'd say it's different than like with Trump that I've seen a lot, where a lot of the bad stuff, it's like, well, yeah, but this is the art of the deal, or this is how we get to the goal, as opposed to this is detracting from it.
There's less of a defense. There's less of a defense, but there's also less of like a focus on the issue.
No,
so it's just being neutral, I guess.
I don't think Trump and Destiny are like close. I think Destiny is a significantly worse human being, and the reason why people like him is because he acts as their id. And as Fairy Queen was saying, he's the guy with the spiked bat that goes in and does that. But I don't think it actually helps anything but your emotional response in that moment. I think it actually hurts, and that's why as soon as the shit happened with consent, all the people at the DNC that were like, "Yeah, interview me," were like, "I don't know that guy. I never wanted to talk to him in the first place." It's toxic to anyone outside of your group.
I want to know how you think that he's worse than Trump, considering Trump was like, friends with Epstein, like had more hands-on allegations with.
Trump is the one who turned Epstein into the FBI, banned him from Mar-a-Lago.
Worse than Trump too.
All wrong.
I mean, think of it this way, right? Like, have you guys seen like the South? Have you seen the South Park episode about the stand-in for the Trump supporter? Like, what was it? It was Cartman's girlfriend, and he like in the story. If you guys watch South Park, right? Like Cartman gets a girlfriend. Everybody makes fun of her for dating Cartman, and the more they make fun of her, the more she digs her heels in, and the more she sticks with Cartman, says that he's a really great guy. You know, and why? Because like when you're dating someone, or even in the case of like when you believe in someone, you invest a lot in that person. Like if you're a Destiny viewer, I mean, I know like when I was a Destiny viewer, even if you never donate any money or buy a membership or do any of the things that people do on streams, you watch hours and hours and hours of this guy talking. You listen to stories about his life. You listen to stories about his relationships. You've invested a lot of yourself, of your time, into this guy's history, into this guy's arguments. Same thing goes for Trump. If you're somebody who's a Trump supporter, you've been invested in being a Trump supporter. You've sacrificed things to be a Trump supporter. You've probably sacrificed friends. There are probably people who call you names because you're a Trump supporter. And you're going to go back after investing all of this time, all of this energy in trying to be supportive of this, and to just dump it after that? I mean, that's not how people work. Even if you know that the person you're dating isn't a good person and isn't a good guy, the fact that people constantly are ragging on you all the time that he sucks so much. I mean, this happens in interpersonal situations, right? Like, how could you be friends with him? How could you date that girl? How could you keep him as your boyfriend? Don't you know that he sucks? And the more you tell her that he sucks, the more she digs her heels in and the more she doesn't want to dump him. Like, it's a thing that happens.
I've noticed that too.
That's an interesting thing I want to say though.
That's how Pentuple feels every day. That's why he defends Trump so hard.
But he doesn't.
No, hold on. There's two things there.
Let me meme, Tyler. Let me meme.
That's what I wanted to
Hold on. Yeah, I just want to say there's two things, FQ, you said that were kind of interesting there. One was it's the time investment. I know, personally, that was a good complaint I had when I
fuck, Console, thanks for the raid. Hell yeah, brother. Welcome, people. What's up?
And it's interesting that you're comparing like actual relationships with
this is a dumb topic.
Trump and Destiny and them.
But we're chilling.
Because I think you're right to an extent. People do feel like they've invested a lot of time into this person, and I think that might be a bigger thing. The second part, what was the second part you said at the end there? Was I don't remember now. It's gone. But I'll just leave it at that.
The heels in.
Yeah, digging the heels in. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I can see how that's true sometimes for a lot of people. you know, but some of these things, like if okay, you said if someone came and told you, like your best friend was like a rapist, you'd be like, oh yeah, I don't believe it. You know, I'd have to see some evidence. And there was no evidence, you'd probably stick by them. However, if you actually found out later they actually were a rapist, you're probably not gonna stay by that person as your friend, right? Like, you're gonna be like, no, that person's sus. Like, I think there's a line, and I think with like some of the stuff, like when they're these ethereal figures, it turns into this parasocial thing where they don't like that you don't have in real life. Like, yeah, they're like an alleged rapist or whatever. Well, you know, we're gonna let that slide because no one really knows. That's just their haters coming after them. Versus like you find out in IRL, you're gonna be like, oh, I trust that source. I don't know, kind of thing. I think those might be two separate things.
Let me jump in. I got it before. I got
Yeah,
one
go
quick
ahead.
thing. I just
go
want to
ahead.
jump in before Big Pop before I lose it. So there is what I've noticed, and it was him memeing on Pentuple. I am the day walker. I get to talk to Republicans and Democrats honestly because I hold views from both, and I'm sincere. And when you talk to people on both sides that are hyper partisan, once you acknowledge to them that you're not the hyper partisan on the other side, that you're a serious individual that wants to have a real conversation with them, and they open up, you find out most hyper partisans aren't as hyper partisan as they seem. It's a team sport thing because they're so used to their side being treated unfairly that they feel like they have to keep doubling down because the same people that are making the unfair comments and gaslighting you, like Biden's economy was good by every metric and Trump's was just almost exactly the same as bad by every metric. You're like, bro, the fucking support for free trade for the Democrats went from 20 to 60% overnight when Trump won and said he was going to do tariffs. Things of that nature. And you can see it on the Republican side as well. Republicans all thought the economy was great, and as soon as Biden got into office, their views flipped. Like, that type of shit, I think people are in these teams because they see everyone else besides their team as dishonest. And as soon as you break through that, you find out that they're really just normal people too. Like
Hold on. To be fair, there is larger swings in consumer sentiment from Republicans than there are from Democrats. Okay, so they're more
Right,
they're
but
more
another thing is that
Yeah, they
it's
feel
like
the same way too down.
you,
No,
a
my
lot of
views,
people.
right?
It seems to
divide.
be an all or nothing with so many people. That's just my like main comment I want to make is that it seems like it's all or nothing. Like people have no nuance or ability to be like, well, it was good in this respect, or it was bad in that respect. It's either all good or all bad.
So I feel like when you think about it from the psychological perspective, it makes more sense because the reason you end up digging your heels in or breaking up is usually because like this relationship is or isn't providing some sort of emotional need, right? And I would say the majority of the time it's like reminding you of a loved one that was like a part of your development, or it's reminding you of yourself. And so I think for a lot of these people, they see a part of themselves in, the person that's being attacked. And so that's why they may dig their heels in, because they really do identify with that person in a way where they're thinking like, well, if you feel that way about them, what would you feel about me? Because I am a part of that. And so when you identify so strongly with a leader of a community that you're a part of, and somebody is coming in and attacking them, especially when you feel like they're breaking the mold and doing something that no one else in that same sphere was willing to do, like Trump, as much as I disagree with him, he was willing to go the next level and do shit no one else has ever been willing to do. And so if you feel like he's breaking these rules and he's saving you, and you identify with a key part of him, like, of course you're going to team sports it. Of course you're going to be passionate about it.
Yeah.
And the more tension you feel in your day-to-day life, the more you're going to hold on to these like strong pieces of you that not only make you feel heard, but also make you feel like you're a part of a community.
But what's interesting that what you said, you both have kind of touched on, right, was this idea of like, this is our guy, he's fighting for our thing, right? And there's like, I think there's like economies of scale here, right? Like Trump, okay, he's running for president. This guy seriously might be able to change things. Like if you really believe in this, like, like his, whatever he's proposing, right? If you're like, you have that belief. Now, when you turn to like look at somebody like Destiny, though, people will die on the Destiny hill, even though like, does this guy really have any hope of actually changing things? Like, no, but he's
They
still
want to believe that he will.
But he's still described the same hope as like, the same like categories, like, the last.
They want to
great white
believe
hope,
it. They want to believe that the person they're supporting is this like how many times I've heard that Destiny is like the savior of the left. We need Destiny,
Yep.
or the same thing with Hassan, right? Like, or honestly, everything. So many times with this pro-Palestinian thing, right? I've seen so many people just take the pro-Palestinian argument and just essentially clout chase off of it, and it's like everyone's. I see people defending them because it's like, well, at least they're defending and they're sticking up for Palestine. It's like, well, yeah, sure, but like if they're the thing that they're doing, the intention that they're doing it with isn't that, and that they're just getting clout off of it or whatever it may be, but people are still supporting it because they just see it as a defense of their side, regardless of if they are actually beneficial to them. Like Destiny didn't affect the presidential election or votes at all, right? Like I can honestly say that. I don't think PVV did anything in any real tangible way. If they did, it was probably like 0.5% to 1%. But like,
or local stuff, like
yeah, so it's like, yeah,
more local stuff, I think.
if anything, but like they focused on the election. That's all we heard about was the election, so it didn't even matter. So like, yeah, it's people just want to believe that the side that they're on is the winning side, is the strong side, is the like, look, it's the right side. That's all they really want.
Yeah,
they want to believe that the
Well, that's
person
why
they
they're on
support
that
is
side, right? You're saying they're
Yeah.
on that side and they want to make them the right side, but they're on that side because they think that is the right side.
I
Which one
think
comes
it's
first, right?
I think you become a fan of someone, and because you become a fan of someone, all of a sudden you champion everything they do versus like honestly holding them accountable for jack shit. People
Everything
kind
he
of
said
tend to
is
drop people tend to drop their principles. I don't
you
think
say
anyone
that-
followed Destiny because they thought he was like when I
remember
followed
when
Destiny, he was just some dude. I liked the way he debated. But then as you learn about him,
and
Everything he said is
don't
right.
agree with him on anything.
And I'll
It-
fight you
it-
guys if you disagree with it.
It seems like some of them are fanatical, right? Like, because like remember Glenn Beck? He was like this fanatical, like right winger guy. He started the Blaze. He's kind of had a little bit of a resurgence recently, but like for a while there, he was done because he did some like I don't remember what he did, but he did some sus ass shit, and like he was canceled. But even like his most like ardent people, now that he's kind of making a comeback, are like, yeah, he's still a piece of shit. I like I watch him because he's having like he's got the influence that these people are on. But I've never heard anybody like, yeah, I like Glenn Beck. Versus when you hear like people talk about Destiny, I hear like it's almost like the word of God. You know, you
Yeah,
hear this
bro.
even with some of these other like
Super
little
fan.
angels, but like you see this even with like other people, like this Garcia guy. People have lifted him. He's not really an S13. He's a saint. You know, like I hear this like.
I don't think
excuse
people are
maybe a
saying
lot.
he's a saint.
Well,
Yeah.
just again,
I've
like
heard
the more something's going to be
There's always
attacked,
some
the more
extreme
people
people.
feel the need to defend it.
Right.
Like, so, you see, like, Destiny has these fanatics. Not only is it like, is the community dwindling because it's only the people who have I would say it's getting smaller, yes.
20%.
And it's only the people who feel the strongest who stay usually. Or more so, I would say it's the people who aren't feeling like they're being like harmed or bothered by it to leave, which is the same for most social behaviors. I'd say most of it is like it has to be, actually detrimental for people to want to change, not just that it has to be good. But yeah, like the more hate they get, the more they feel the need to hold on. Or
I think the problem is
feel they're
also
being
a need for a figurehead. I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought you were through before your last sentence. I'm so sorry. But I think it's like a need for a figurehead as well, because like a lot of people, I mean, if people are being reasonable, like let's continue with the Destiny example. We love that example. Yay. If people are being reasonable, there is a segment of the left, especially among young people, that he represents that we don't often see, which is the type that isn't like throwing an entire pack tour away because of microaggressions, and isn't being absolutely insane, and isn't turning towards anti-electoralism, and isn't saying that voting won't do anything. And that segment of the left seems like the most likely to actually attract people and actually go somewhere, because it's a segment that actually wants to vote. And then they see him as like the figurehead, and then on the online space they don't see other people who are doing that, even though it's more about the ideas. But people like figureheads, right? People like him, they like Hassan, they like a Dean or a Parker, right? I'm using left examples because that's
You
what
need
I'm
someone
most
who can
familiar with.
convey your
distractions.
ideas. You need someone who can convey your ideas. You will need someone to look up to. These are like characters at the end of the day, which is why like Andrew Tate can sell Hustlers University and have courses that are free on YouTube if you want to look at it. Like looking up drop shipping isn't like a thing that you have to go to Hustlers University to do. But people like Andrew Tate, they like his persona, so therefore they're willing to pay him $50 a month to listen to him talk about drop shipping versus like the random nobody that they don't like listen to it for free on YouTube.
I heard Kai Cenat started a streamer university.
This is true. He also did that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's interesting how to see this like intersection of like the parasociality and like the politics and like celebrity, because we went from like the 24-hour news cycle to like now it's like then we had like
one.
Yeah, then we had
politics,
well, yeah, we had like a thought
like social media
Gibbs.
influencers, friends.
Gibbs, we went away from like timed programming to streamers, right? Like we have streamers that are doing 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day. So it's no longer like timed programming. You're not getting an hour long. You're not getting videos uploaded in VODs anymore. You have just a constant stream, and then with that, you have this group of people that are in your chat that feel like they are hanging out with you. It's so interpersonal, right? Like you're reading what someone says in chat and then you're responding to it. It's like you are hanging out with that person. So you are building a more parasocial relationship, right? And because of that, because you're spending hours, sometimes you're giving them money, right? Like I've done streams on TikTok. People are just giving you money for the sake of, if you're doing battles, a lot of people invest like hundreds a day into like an individual person, and that person's shouting them out, right? They're look at my mod, look, I love this person, my #1 gifter, so on and so forth. It's like, yeah, it's a completely different scape. So the world we're playing in doesn't matter if it's a 24-hour news cycle or not. It's like you have a 24-hour hangout with someone. You have a guaranteed hangout session every day, 5 to 7 days a week, 8 hours a day with this individual. And it's like you have this weird connection to them that you could never have before. We don't have these connections with our old celebrities or our old news broadcasters, right? We maybe would write them letters, and maybe they'd read them on air. Maybe it was fan mail, but now it's not even fan mail. You're just chatting with the person. Hey, chat, what's up?
I mean,
I feel like
some of it, but like I don't know. I think a bit even like at a political level, right? Like you see, like we went from like the 24 hours, or like we went from like the sound bites. Now it's like then it was like 1 minute sound bites. Now we like TikTok. If it's over a certain amount, it's even less. It's like who's structuring them? Like how are they like monetized? I think that's a big part of it. I think that I don't know if it's the algorithm per se. I think there's some kind of like reward like thing that like the American culture as a whole is doing with this. Like we've always kind of maybe been like this.
I actually do think our lives are going to be very strongly influenced by algorithms. I feel like it's just an inevitability, considering that's like how basically all of us consume media, or almost all of us are consuming media. It's how we're like advertised to. I don't think we're going to be separate from this at any point in the future. But I have to just comment really quickly. I find it interesting, like every conversation I've had for the past like 2 weeks always touches back on the attention economy lately, which is so interesting. And I have to mention data collection.
So we're moving. I kept hearing like over the past few weeks that we America doesn't produce anything anymore, right? We're a service economy, so on and so forth. I think we're all producing content one way or another, and that is our like largest output is content, and everyone's trying to get in on it. So when you're saying like there's something in America that's being rewarded by like media or social media or like that, it's not the algorithm, it's the fact that so many people right now can garner so much attention and even money through creating content, small bits of content. Like micro creators are such a large portion of people now. People with like 10,000 to 20,000 followers on any given platform. There's a lot of people doing this, and so it is kind of like an attention economy, and then everyone's kind of be able to like benefit off of it.
Yeah, I mean, well, wait, go ahead, Pitapple.
Oh, it's not my waiting.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I think that
panel.
Oh, I don't know. I'll see who it is, but yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. You say that if that's what we're doing, like our, like, I don't know, like that's all we're producing is content, like. I mean, I think that leads to a lot of what like Trump.
One of our major things.
Yeah, now you sold me on the manufacturing that we need to bring back. If this is all we're making, is
no, it's not all. We produce more. We produce more industrial goods than we did in the 70s and everything.
Even as the end of a lot of empires, celebrities getting lifted up.
It's pretty stagnant. It's going up.
That's not what I mean. Wait. I don't mean that we're literally. I don't. Wait. I don't mean that literally America's production is content, all right? But it seems that the number one thing that everyone, like all the kids want to do, they want to become influencers, right? They want to become streamers, they want to become YouTubers, whatever it may be. And for the longest time, our movies are watched worldwide. We put out most media and content. I'm not saying that's all we put out, but that kind of is our
the most popular.
And that's the easiest thing for any American to get into is content production. You could get into being a movie producer, like working on a set, doing all these things. It is very easy because the industry is huge. You don't have to be in that like.
Okay, I don't entirely disagree with that.
Even for a while, I think we recently shut it down, but we had an AM radio. I believe it was an American AM radio station that like went really far that you could like listen to just about anywhere. But I do again want to mention data collection. I'm sorry, I have to bring it up now. I think we should keep in mind as well that it's not just that we are creating content or that we're consuming it, but we are also giving like tech companies probably one of the most crucial aspects of like a developing economic system within tech companies. It is data. It is data collection, and it's data collection for AI development specifically. And so I think, you know, when we have all of these different social media sites that are trying to keep us on their sites as long as possible, I don't think it's a surprise that we see this response from our culture, where everybody is like, you know, kind of the tension is rising because we are all kind of inundated with information and opinions and just noise at such a high level compared to, you know, working the farm 12 hours a day.
Well,
let's go to Oh, sorry. Let's go to non-fun, then we'll go to you real quick. I know you're
Oh, sorry. And I mean, I don't completely disagree with Ollie. I mean, I think he clarified. I think he's mostly right. I just do also think, by the numbers, we are producing more today than we did in the 70s, than we did in the 80s, than we did in all these other periods. It seems like the decline in manufacturing employment is mostly due to automation and not trade or anything like that. That's just, I mean, you guys know that's my issue, so I wanted to comment on that. But.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, FQ.
I was gonna say, like, part of this, like, there's an answer to the problem that, like, you mentioned before, Gibbs, and it's both a solution that nobody's gonna like, but it is the real answer, and that's that we're headed towards techno-feudalism, right? We are headed towards a system, like, where big tech companies, rather than traditional capitalists or state actors, accumulate power and wealth in ways that kind of resemble feudalism more. So you have platform ownership instead of land ownership. You have surveillance and data extraction, your attention, your behavior, and your data. That's the new rent. You know, companies extract value from your presence and interactions without clear consent. You know, like you have a loss of autonomy. You know, like there's monopoly power. You know, you have financialization and rent seeking. You know, instead of investing in production, you know, the firms extract value through fees and data resale and speculative markets. You know, like there are like, this is like where we are headed towards. We're headed towards a world where, I mean, this is kind of the scary place that we're headed towards. Why do I give a fuck, okay, about what a country's rules or laws happen to be if I am, you know, so wealthy or I am in such control of a platform that I honestly don't have to give a fuck and I can just pay the fine? Have you guys seen, like, there was a TikTok that came out recently. It's a small example. It was Jeff Bezos' house, and he has these enormous hedges that are all around his house. And he has to pay the fine every like month or however often he has to pay it. And he doesn't give a fuck. He just pays it because he's Jeff Bezos of Amazon. He doesn't have to give a fuck.
He built walls
you know?
around his house using hedges.
I mean, like, we're getting
to pay, like insane fines. Yeah.
I mean, but at the same time, like, doesn't the HOA benefit from that? Like, yeah, they're gonna fine him an outrageous amount, and then they're going to use that money for like other projects of the HOA because he's like breaking the rules, but it's really a slap on the wrist because they made the fine like enough that they're going to make money on it. Like you know, like
the rule doesn't matter. Is her point?
The
that we have rules that don't matter as long as you have enough money to buy out the rule. Like,
yeah,
so there's what's the point of having rules?
rich people are able to treat fines like a fee, essentially. You know, where, like you said, you know, they're essentially paying the HOA, so they benefit as well from it.
Though, like in that case, like
I mean, in that case, no. So in that case, I don't think like
That they
I
aren't
don't think it's that big of a deal that Jeff
affected by the
Bezos
rules.
has, you know, hedge wall, big hedges or whatever. But I think I think it is, you know, concerning that, for example, I don't know, for speeding tickets, like it doesn't matter at all that if a rich person gets a speeding ticket because they can just, or not that it doesn't matter at all, but they can very easily afford to pay that fine. I think we could have, you know, progressive
or like in
fines.
California
Finland
when there's like water. Yeah, like there's like low water sources, and then like people are using they're able to pay the fee. They can water their lawn as much as they want, but they can also afford the fee. But there's just not enough water, like in California to go around to do that. So it's like they should be resourceful with it.
And there are scarier ways this can happen too, Gibbs. Like I think we had this conversation months ago where we talked about mercenary groups in Haiti. You know, like if I'm somebody that like is inordinately wealthy and I can just hire a paramilitary group, or I can hire a mercenary company to go in and to raise, you know, a town or a city or an entire country.
For that.
And, you know, I have the financial ability to do that. Why do I give a fuck about like what the rule of law happens to be, or about treaties, or about sanctions, or about any of the, I don't give a shit, right? Because I have enough money that I can simply say, fuck you. And that's why I say that it feels like we're headed towards feudalism. So the answer is, like, when you're talking about people like, you know, Andrew Tate, I mean, like, the way that Andrew Tate, I don't even know if the perception of Tate has changed, but I do know that prior to Tate coming to Florida, it seemed to me that, like, the vibe of the air was that he was kind of a clown and that people laughed at him and they didn't really take him seriously. And I know that there were multiple people who were Republicans who kind of, there was this one interview where that woman said that she really liked him and that she admired him, if I'm not mistaken. But then he came to Florida, and what happened? Ron DeSantis sicked the attorney general on Tate, right? And then, like, the next upcoming weeks, like, Tate was posting tons and tons of things about how he hated Ron DeSantis and then fled the state. Like, the real answer is like, in order to combat a lot of this, is one, a clout battle, frankly. So you find somebody in the ecosystem who has more followers, more subscribers, more money than you, and you appeal to that person to try to bash that person that's hurting you with their power, which is the first thing that you can do. Or the second thing that you can do is you can hope and pray to God, you know, that the rule of law is more sufficient in trying to handle your issue than however much money or power that person happens to have.
Do you think that works though? Like, say you go and get somebody bigger than you to go bash somebody that's like cooking you.
Yeah.
I feel like the person cooking you just won. Like, I'll give an example.
Well,
hold on. I'll give you an example from my own life right now. Like, say like Connor went and called backup to come bash me. I'm gonna laugh all the way to the bank because now you've got backup talking shit about me. My name is in your mouth. I'm winning. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that, like, if he went and got, I don't know, Destiny, be like, hey, talk shit about Gibbs. Like, I'm gonna be like, this guy knows my fucking name. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's a W. I don't know that I don't know that your tactic actually does what you think it does right
That's
there.
the perception issue. Because when DeSantis did that, Fairy Queen, to you, and because you are probably part of the crowd that like dislikes Andrew Tate and so on and so forth, you were like, he fled and ran from Florida. To all of the Tate fans, and when he did the podcast, he was kind of gloating about the fact that, like, hey, you didn't have any issue with me. I touched down in Florida. You all of a sudden raised this case against me. Go ahead, find something, talk to me about it. It kind of like worked against DeSantis for all of like the Tate fans. It strengthened and emboldened them, right?
And it helped the Trump people because Trump's got his own little war going with DeSantis. So like it gets twofold. He's like, oh, Trump's in with Tate, but DeSantis isn't. Fuck that guy. You know, like. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that's the perception thing is a big one. Like, I don't know, like, about getting bigger people. I think that backfires more than it.
I guess, but there's a thing about defending kind of things where there's obviously like a correct or moral situation. Because I mean, like, if we're talking about Andrew Tate, like, this seems to be, I mean, unless you're kind of pretty fucking, you know, out there, there's a very clear situation where he's done awful things. For the most part, we're pretty sure, and even if he literally didn't do any of like the actual crime part, even if, which I don't believe, obviously there's plenty of evidence towards it, even if he didn't, the shit that he spouts verbally is super fucking morally bankrupt and super shitty.
He's a changed man. quote unquote, once again, I'm not like a defender, but like this is like the argument that you hear from the other side. It's like he's a changed man. He like converted to Islam. He stopped doing all that stuff now, and now he's only making money off of like the Hustlers University and like the views of like that type shit. That's kind of like the argument. It's still like these people want to support him. And then, like to Fairy Queen's point, like if you shit on him, they're gonna find defenses for the thing because in reality they're defending themselves, right? They see them, they want to see themselves in this person, and because they want to see themselves person, maybe they feel ashamed, whatever it may be. They're not willing to like deal with the fact that, oh shit, maybe he is a shitty person, which means I support a shitty person. Maybe I'm a shitty person, right? It's like it's not going to do that. All people are gonna do is defend.
Yeah, well, but I would agree with Gibbs that like people that are big time Trump supporters, they probably didn't care, and it probably like helped maybe like boost Tate in like their eyes. And I wouldn't disagree that like people that are hardcore Tate fans probably, you know, like are still going to defate Tate no matter what. But I also think that we're kidding ourselves if we think that like a feminist, blue-haired, or liberal Democrat sort of a kind of a person is the kind of person that's going to be, you know, the one to change, you know, the relevant demographics, like state of mind about like Tate. They're just not, right? But it does matter when you have somebody who's a normie conservative guy like Ron DeSantis. He's not going to convince people that are hardcore Tate defenders, and he's never going to like help to boost out Trump supporters. But there are like a whole host, a big bucket of normie conservative people or normie conservative guys who have kind of heard of Tate, and they don't really exactly agree with everything that he says, but sometimes he pops up on social media and they laugh at it a little bit and then they move on. To this specific normie kind of centristy conservative demographic, having somebody that's a normie guy like Ron DeSantis put his thumb on the scale, I think it does matter for those people. It's not going to matter for people that are already sold to the Tate cause, and it's not going to matter for people that already hate Ron DeSantis. But I do think that it matters, and it matters who is the person that's saying it, right? If it was somebody like, anyway, I'll just stop there.
I mean, real quick, I mean, I don't know. Once again, like I'm like listening to what you're saying, and I don't know how much that's going to move the needle, right? Like because you see, like, okay, the same people that want DeSantis are probably also there's probably a large crossover with I don't know, Piers Morgan or like Alex Jones, right? Like some of these people, right? They probably have fairly crossovers there, and like both Andrew Tate and Piers have talked to him, right? Like, and they're both like, I mean, I know Andrew Tate's the crazy guy, but Piers is pretty like, I don't know, center lefty. I guess he's MAGA now, but like, you know, he's over here, he's talking to him. And once again, if you're saying like the moderate like conservatives, like both of those guys kind of fall in that category, like moderate groups, and they're willing to talk to him. I don't know how much pull like DeSantis has. I guess it's like good that he's standing up to him in some ways, but I just feel like anytime you give attention to these people, it like magnifies their like.
I don't agree. So if I may, so Piers Morgan, you're right. He did talk to Andrew Tate, but I saw like the interview that he had with Tate.
He shat on him multiple times.
He bashed him. He bashed him in that interview. He was not, you know, I mean, he was happy to talk to him, you know, to hear him out, but he was not, you know, supportive of him whatsoever. And secondly, you're right that like the demographic that's being targeted is one that probably already agrees with DeSantis, right? But I mean, like, I guess I'd ask you the question. I mean, does advertising work? Like, I mean, when we're thinking of advertisements, right? We're talking about like a specific form of media that is targeted towards a demographic that typically already wants the product or that already kind of agrees with the message. And yet we know that like advertising does in fact persuade people, right? They see you shaving with a new razor. They hear that the new pantyhose you bought is like amazing and excellent, right? And it's the same thing with political candidates. It does matter to have like political messaging towards specific groups of people that already agree with your messaging. Even if they already agree with it, that's still something that can make an enormous impact.
I mean, even
just, if you want to go.
Yeah, go ahead, Katya.
I was going to say, oh yeah.
Well, one thing that I just was going to say before Ali goes, I'm so sorry, and then, yeah, you go. One thing I was going to say about Ron DeSantis as an example, even though I think most of the stuff he does is super shit, and a lot of the stuff he does is just a virtue signal, there is, like, some merit to, like, what he's up to is, like, generally, like, more than just about image. I mean, because, like, in Florida, there's a lot of human trafficking in the major cities, right? There's a big problem in Tampa, a really big problem in Miami. Lots of situations with that, sex trafficking, the like. It's a big thing, right? That police departments and stuff like that, they have to crack down upon. So I definitely understand for more of a material reason why if somebody who is alleged of human trafficking, who has like allegedly done these things before in other countries, is like, okay, I'm coming to your state, to a city where you already have a big problem with this. I understand, other than just image related and trying to move the needle this way or that, he'd be like, whoa, no thank you. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
Ollie?
Yeah, so I think once again, it is really like the perception thing. So when you say like Ron DeSantis owns Andrew Tate, it's like, doesn't really hit as hard as like when Piers Morgan does hold people accountable. It kind of hits a little bit harder because people hold Piers in like a weird perspective. Like, for example, he just did that thing with Kanye, in which he had an interview with Kanye, and Kanye walked out from the interview, and then Piers was like, yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like most of the time people would be like, damn, Kanye just like owned that person by walking off. But because it was Piers, it was a little bit different. So like when Piers calls out Andrew Tate, people listen to Piers Morgan, they respect Piers Morgan, and maybe hold Piers Morgan in a different regard than to like Ron DeSantis. So like it does matter if it's not so much that the person is like bigger, but how much weight does that person hold? Like how much respect does their word hold and their accountability hold?
That's a good point, I think, as well. Like how much people like. Yeah, I think Piers seems less of a partisan actor. Like for most issues, like there's some issues if he like bring up guns, I'm gonna be like, I won't listen to a goddamn word he says. Like but most of them I'd probably give him his credentials. I think that's a good point. What were you trying to say, Buckaroo?
Oh, I was gonna say when it comes to advertising, I mean, in political campaigns, there's a ton of money that's just spent on putting a sign on a corner, putting a sign on a door, knocking on a door and saying, do you know that this person is running right now? Like, that is a massive part of campaigns. The amount of money that's spent just on signage alone is ridiculous. And yeah, like it's not even just reminding them of what they do, it's reminding them that you're there in the first place. That's a key aspect of marketing. Yeah, that's all.
I don't know, Pitt, what do you think about this? Do you think that's the reason why these people are getting chosen? You've been awfully quiet here. Do you think that, or do you have some other theories?
Do it.
Yeah, John.
What, Tyler?
We were talking to DMs. Do it.
Well, I mean, I don't know where to start. I'm sorry, I'm very low energy tonight. But
tell us the disagreement. Let's hear it.
Well, I need to know what's going on in the mind of some couple.
We were talking earlier about the sunk cost fallacy with Trump supporters. When I think that's a lot more applicable with left wingers who have opposed Trump for 8 years. They can't even like recant that, maybe 50% of the country isn't racist. Like maybe they were wrong about a few things. And it feels like the sunk cost fallacy might be stronger with them. So something.
I say those things like constantly, but I haven't changed my mind yet. I don't understand like where the sunk cost fallacy thing is to just express disagreement. I think when we're talking about sunk cost fallacy, it's more like we're changing our entire like willingness to change our ideology or willingness to.
I think I've heard more
like,
Trump supporters that disagree with Trump on an issue than anti-Trumper Democrats who have ever given Trump credit for anything. So if you want to talk about how postured both sides are, I don't think Trump supporters are as postured.
Look at like Bill Maher.
I don't think you have an Asian demographic
literally
experience.
United by their
Gibbs tried to sneak in with the Bill Maher.
Yeah, but like Bill Maher's a perfect
also say
example.
the average
He's like he got like vilified for just talking to Trump. He's like, well, these guys are in power. Do we want to be a seat at the table?
That was a cuck move, though, man.
Okay, well, Gretchen.
Saquon Barkley cuck move, you said? Or was that Whitmer?
I said it was. I thought Bill Maher. I thought the Bill Maher thing. I don't like this idea of like we're gonna shit on each other for X amount of time. I'm gonna go have a dinner, then I'm gonna go tell all my fans. No, it's okay. That other guy was great. I still think Ted Cruz is a little bit weird for hanging out and promoting a guy that said his wife was ugly on on stage. I think that's
you gotta get over that.
No, I'm super straight.
Like, look,
I'm
all of
straight.
this
Those are
political work we're gonna
words.
do is put off because I'm gonna have to posture against like.
Non-Fon's been meaner to me in debates.
I've been mean to you. I've been
multiple times in debate. I'm just saying, you get over. You're like, hey, we turn off the debate. We're in the backstage now. It was fun. It was for tactics, and See you later, buddy, and that's the end. Like they probably.
I have a standard of there are standards to the masculinity that I hold fairly true, and you know, someone shit talking my wife on a national stage on national TV is fucking limits, bro.
I gotta agree. I would
her a dog.
I gotta be honest. If someone
Great.
called, like, if I was with somebody,
sometimes-
I called the dog, and like, I'm in a
Has anyone
president's
seen
debate,
Ted Cruz's wife?
I'd be
Is she
pretty
actually
mad.
ugly?
I have no idea. I'd be pretty.
I haven't.
I'm like, sure, we are not gonna talk about my family on stage. You know, like
maybe it plays.
I mean, I think the more relevant thing is that it seems like a lot of Republicans were like super anti-Trump initially, but now they're all like wholeheartedly behind him.
That's true.
Like, even JD Vance, like
right over the knee.
There's been a slippage for sure, but I don't know, Pentuple. I mean, I think it's probably a couple of things. Like one of them is like I think that for Democrats, like admitting the fact that like they lied about Biden, like being incompetent, I think that's something that's like a sunk cost fallacy. I think there's a lot of egg on like a lot of Democrats' faces for that reason, for supporting Biden for so long. And then you found out, and then we all found out together collectively and gasped in horror as he like walked on the stage. I mean, that's certainly true. But I also think that there are some things that I hear from Trump supporters, at least right now, that it does feel like the flip side is happening. So the tariffs are an example for that, right? I remember very clearly, like back in November, people were talking constantly about the price of eggs. Every single time you went to a debate channel to hear about the economy and about why Trump would be so great for the economy, people were constantly talking about the increased cost of living, the increased cost of groceries. And now, you know, we're talking about tariffs, and it just seems sort of weird to me that a lot of these Trump supporters who, and I'll be honest with you, like I agreed with them like back in like October and early November, that now it's sort of like we don't care about the increased cost of groceries anymore. We don't care about the fact that like we're not about the increased cost of living that's going to happen because of all of these tariffs.
Are there
Like
data
that's
on whether groceries have gone down recently or not? I think eggs have come
No,
down.
no.
We're not factoring in that the 100 million chickens were exterminated because of the bird flu.
What happened
I'm
in
not
March?
calling into the
That's
legitimacy
their
of doing that or not, but that is like a factor. We're going to blame Trump for that, for bird flu.
And it's also a factor that the reason the price of eggs went down was because we imported a shit ton of eggs from Turkey.
Hold on. Yeah, we did that, but then we also replaced our chickens. But in the month of March, CPI came down, meaning the overall cost of goods came down, and a large part of that was Trump's overemphasis in dropping the price of energy and energy production. So we actually did see prices decrease this month for the first time in, 4 years?
Well, you saw energy prices mainly decrease. Wait, hold on. I don't think it's
doesn't mean the price is good.
Any of this part of her point? Because
Yeah,
I
it
feel
was
like
yes, it was a.
we are skipping
prices
straight
are
past the
coming.
point she made to go, well, I mean,
suggesting that like
prices
Trump
go back
supporters have
down.
abandoned the
Yeah.
arguments they were making about like
but there
tariffs or about
Well,
groceries.
that did happen. When it
The
was
argument is
occurring, that
because
did
of tariffs.
happen. When it occurred, that did happen. When egg prices went up and people were like, Trump, guys, like, what about the egg prices? That did literally happen, where people were saying, actually, no, this is good. That's exactly what's happening about
good.
the
Weren't they
tariffs.
saying
Hold on. There's a
Or
reason.
not good. Not good.
Non-fine. Will you tell them the
Saying,
reason
no,
why
this
we
is
leave
good,
some food and
but-
gasoline out of core items instead of just all items?
But before
What do you
we
mean?
had
It's
like
the-
a complete
it's their
answer
volatile.
or understanding for the average person about what was going on, when we just had the price, I do think there were a lot of people that supported Trump that just kind of blindly said, well, this is a part of the plan, or
Yeah.
you don't get it, this is going to happen, which is like,
we voted against the
fine.
status quo. That requires like turbulence, right?
I understand. I'm not challenging that. I am saying at the
I'm gonna
time
freak the fuck out.
that at the time that the costs went up, like, and everybody was saying, well, didn't you guys say this would go down? The response was just, yeah, but this is actually what we meant was going to happen.
Trump was rather upfront about how that we're going to see some short-term pains as well from his economic changes. We're going to be.
I agree. He said
Could have some
something.
less
I think it was vague enough that I still think there were a lot of people that were in some level of cope about the price because they were more stuck to Trump than they were on what was being sold by Trump, which was, I believe, the point that Fairy Queen was making.
He also promised costs would
point
come
that
down
we
on day
keep talking
one.
about. Yeah,
That's a little
exactly.
literal.
And so, like, even if you guys now say that there was a different understanding that everybody had, I didn't hear that understanding that you guys.
We're talking about like
you've
the
had the whole
layman's
time.
understanding on Twitter, or like actual serious people in the administration who are dealing with these
That's
issues.
not what day one means. Day one promises mean top priority.
Who cares what they understand or don't understand or think, or of course, everyone online on both sides of the whole
That's the
spectrum are
whole
gonna be
point.
confused,
They are the
and there's gonna be
voters, and so
a
they
spectrum
care
of
about
understanding.
their perception of what they've been promised. That's exactly why that is. What do you mean? No, that's how it works. People care about their feelings and what they expect from their vote.
You're
and
holding
when
him
they
literally.
feel like that's been fulfilled or not.
You're holding him
they
literally
have an
campaign
emotional
slogan.
response.
When people say day one, what they mean is this is going to be my top priority. No one faults Biden for saying day one we're going to have asylees surge the border, and it actually took him 6 weeks to implement that
I
executive
am
order.
not arguing
You said
that
day
the
one.
prices did not
Well,
go back down. I am not arguing that something did not occur that challenged the prices going up thing. I'm not arguing over tariffs. I'm not arguing over egg prices.
What are you?
You guys know what I'm arguing about. Shut the fuck up.
Like,
Hold on, hold on. Trump clearly.
Some dumb people on Twitter said something.
Hold on, hold on.
I gave that concession up front.
Hold on, let's go to Franklin. Go ahead, Franklin.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, like Pentuple, Gibbs, like people that are like Trump supporters. Look, I don't have any dog in this fight, okay? Like I wasn't a big anti-Trump person, and I wasn't a big pro-Biden person, at least not after like the debate happened, okay? I have no dog in this fight, okay? I'm just saying like what I'm seeing, okay? And you're right, I'm not talking about like people that are official heads of state. I'm not talking about politicians. I'm not talking about people in an official capacity. I literally am talking about normal people and like what normal people said when the price increased. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that it does seem to me to be the case that there are people, okay, who are both Democrats and who are MAGA supporters, okay, who will bullshit, okay, on behalf of the person that they're lobbying for. They bullshit in different ways. They bullshit for different things, but they bullshit nonetheless, okay? And this is kind of the reason, like, why I almost felt a little bit iffy, frankly, about the MAGA crowd, because of the fact that it did seem that they were willing to bullshit past a few things that seemed concerning to me. I'm not sure that, like, I don't know what to say here exactly, okay? And that's sort of my perception of what's happening, okay? My perception is that if Trump did really actually shit the bed, my perception is that there would still be a bunch of hardcore MAGA supporters who would still make up shit to try to support him. And I don't think that that's any more special than Democrats, okay? It's just a different guy for a different team.
Let me respond to that. I know Pentel's going to respond to that as well, but I would like to respond to that real quick. I think, though, what's interesting, though, is, yeah, sure, there's some sycophants. There's always sycophants, like in every group. However, like, when we're talking about, like, all the stuff Trump's doing, right, I feel like he did say, and, like, Tyler, he's a little bit left-leaning. He's like a center lefty, but he just brought up that Trump did say, okay, hey, there's going to be some pain at first, short-term, for the long-term gain. He, like, hinted that. He mentioned it. I think whenever he's doing a lot of these policies right now, he's not, like, he doesn't think he needs the middle anymore, right? Because he's in charge, and so he's going, and he's pandering with the policies. That's why he's, like, fighting on the Garcia thing. I think that's why he's fighting some of this other stuff. And he thinks as long as I keep my main people, I can win at midterms. Because when I go look at the Dems, the people, their leaders are, like, Chuck Schumer with a 17% approval rating, right? Like, I think he thinks he can outbeat them. He's like, the next best person's AOC, who, like, the Republicans are going to scream "re" as soon as they see her, like, have any kind of serious, like, lead in the thing, right? Like, so, like, I think when he's doing this, I don't think it's necessarily that the sycophants and, like, in Trump's camp have, like, more power and they're saying, like, making excuses. I think it's more like pandering to the people that, like, we're always going to vote for him right now. And I think that's the message. But as opposed to, like, when you say, like, I think when you go look at the left, though, they just had Biden on an interview today to prove he was cognitively good. And I don't know if you saw this shit, but this is some of the worst shit I've ever seen. Like, he would not be able to answer a question, and his wife would answer it for him on a thing where he went on with the purpose of proving he was cognitive. Then afterwards, I watched 3 people on MSNBC say, wow, what a stunning interview by our former president. I can't believe people thought that he has cognitive decline. After I watched in real time what looked like a dementia patient, like, give an interview. And, like, this happened today. And I'm just like, you're still trying to lie. Like I don't know that you like. At some point, you have to like look at yourself. Like I get why the people in power do it, but like even now we're on the left. I don't know. I mean, that's my big objection here. I don't think they're the same realm of like possibility, even like or even like depth of lying.
I mean,
I just wish people would stop talking about that. It's the dumbest thing on planet Earth. Like, it's elections over. Who the fuck cares? But people on both sides just love to bring up Biden as Biden. Like,
I think it matters still.
I think it does matter. Yeah, I agree. I think it does. It matters because it goes to
you cut out
like reliability and authenticity of the Democrat Party establishment, and like that's why it matters. It doesn't matter because Biden has any power, right? It matters because the people who put Biden up to power, right, are the people that you have to wonder whether or not you can really trust or not.
Where
right?
was she last panel? Where the fuck were you last panel?
Recently retweeted or liked one of my tweets where it's like I still to this day hear fucking Democrats complaining about like how it's my fault or the pro-Palestinians fault, that the pro-Palestinian side fault, that it's like no, the election wasn't good, the candidate wasn't good. Stop blaming the voters, stop gaslighting the people who are voting because your person lost. Take accountability and it's fine. But no, they'll still like to like grit their teeth. It's because of you. Thanks for costing us. It's like fuck off.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, it is. And I
have the biggest stick up their ass too.
I mean,
I'm
gonna say one.
Oh, go ahead.
One thing about this whole situation, my problem is, I mean, when I'm saying, geez, like we're still like bloating about this, it's like along the line of we're still talking about it in the context of one side, like it seems like some Democrats are trying to like prove that he was competent, and then Republicans are like, but he wasn't. It's like, bro, like the election's super over. Both sides on this need to just
no big deal. Forget about it. We didn't try to pull a switcheroo. Fuck it.
Stop.
We should forget about January 6th, right?
It should have happened earlier. Actually, they should have done that a year prior.
January 6th was years ago. Forget about it. Move on.
Yeah, I just tried to swap a candidate in without your permission. It was fine. It's over, guys.
So one was constitutional, the other one wasn't. There's a difference.
Whoa,
yes.
the executive
we can
branch
have this
having dementia is a massive constitutional crisis. All the power.
Well, then where was the 25th Amendment? Where was that?
That's what we're wondering.
That's
what we're wondering. But instead,
into the general election without a primary.
They probably should have done that. They probably should have done that.
Yeah, when the report came out,
I said
approved it
since minute one. Okay, I said that he should have not run again. I said that somebody else should have like done it for the fucking thing. Like I said this since minute one.
There's a naivety to think that
well,
they were like,
there were people who wanted Biden to. Biden was the one who didn't want to step down, right? That was the big issue.
But Biden didn't want to step. Yeah, it wasn't they. Who's they?
Let me hold on. Let me refocus this. Go ahead. You can finish out, but I'm going to refocus after you say something. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, because we like to bring these things in, and I think that you're missing kind of what I'm saying with the point is, I think that people should admit that they should have put more pressure on Biden before we got to that point, and people should have been more public about there being an issue. But after that, where we are, I'm saying the Democrats who are denying that was the case should stop, and then Republicans who keep harping on it as if like they lost the election or something because of it should stop harping on it. I think that we should just realize the problem and move the fuck on. And everybody continuing to run to their sides on this is so stupid, and it doesn't help anything. That's just my opinion.
Well, I want to
say what the party's hoping will happen.
I'm gonna
hey guys, don't worry about what we just tried to pull. Just forget about it. No big deal.
I want to get your response.
We just committed the most.
So we should talk about things forever instead of resolving them. You're right.
Hold on. I want to get.
Oh my God, the cope.
If y'all didn't deny the 2020 election to this day, a lot of Republicans, maybe then people wouldn't be harping on it.
Hey, if Democrats didn't weaponize the FBI to go after Trump,
oh my God.
Maybe they would have denied the election.
Whatever. It's over.
You're going to talk about weaponizing the FBI under this administration? Get real. Okay.
Because Crossfire Hurricane
FBI
Crossfire Hurricane is not weaponizing the FBI.
You lose that debate, Katya, every time. Every day of the week you lose that
Crossfire Hurricane was
You lose every debate you join.
Even if you think that there were things about
good one.
Stop. All right, cool. All right, let me get some order here. I'm gonna get you to engage with this because this was kind of what I was trying to say to the Fairy Queen here, right? Is all right. Whenever I see this, right, constantly you're asking why is it important, and why I think it's important is because we didn't really dive into this on the first panel today, and I kind of want to talk about it a little more, is the manufactured aspect of things, right? Like when I'm watching today, 3 like pundits on a major news network like talk about an interview that happened today and tell me I didn't just watch this guy in clear cognitive decline, like have any showing of it. And in fact, it was an exemplary performance when the guy looked like my grandfather in the nursing home drooling on himself almost. Bad, right? You just told me this and I watched it happen. Right? And so I see this like manufactured side of things from the Dems in a way that the Republicans don't do. Sure, you might have like Benny Johnson, simping for Trump, I guess, right? But like, if he does something crazy, he's gonna like make up an excuse. He's not gonna have this like manufactured like straight gaslight to your face. Like if it is, it's a different. And like I think that's kind of what Pentuple's saying when he brings this up. It's like. They keep manufacturing this. And they're like, oh, we're telling you what to believe. And like the same thing we talked about in this first panel today. I was like, there's this like aspect of like, we're smarter than you and you should listen to us. These are our people. Trust them. It's better than whatever they're offering. Like, do you not see that, Katya? Like whenever he talks about these, like when Fidel was talking about, the dementia, you're just saying, no, let me just dismiss that. Like never talk about it again.
I think you're dismissing what I said earlier because I made that point in my statement. I said Democrats need to stop like acting like everything's all fine and everything's fine now, and should be like, yeah, shit wasn't fine. Yeah, we should have put more pressure on him not to run. Yeah, that fucking was terrible. And then realize the problem, make a change, and move on. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
naivety into you thinking they didn't.
But they're not.
Yeah,
I think I've seen that. I think I'm saying it. Yeah, you're right. They haven't. True.
No, Katya, they're not. And the issue is like, because they're not, Republicans are kind of continuously bring up this point because Democrats kind of refuse. A lot of people on the left refuse to get over the point of like the lost election, and they keep kind of running defense of like, I still see Biden wouldn't have let this happen if we had if Biden would have won this. It's like it's a
that's true.
Issue.
Okay, maybe we should have.
That's what I'm saying. So
maybe we should have been more focused on winning, and maybe we should have done better strategy, and maybe we shouldn't have not pressured a candidate who was in a really bad spot and allegedly had super bad internal polling numbers from continuing to be in the election. I agree. I think that those are two different things. I don't think that saying Biden or Democrat wouldn't have done these policies has anything to do with any mental acuity. It has to do with an ideological difference. But if we're talking about mental acuity, yeah, I think that we absolutely should, talk about media, talk about this, and then faults should be, or problems or narratives should be, discussed. And then after that, it's like, you got to move forward. Like, that's my whole point. I'm not saying they are. I'm saying
you're trying. Wait, just real quick, Fairy Queen. The issue is you're trying to you're talking to Republicans, telling them to move on when it's like you shouldn't be directing this narrative to Republicans at all. You should be talking to Democrats and tell them to move on. And then when Republicans do it, you can say, hey, you guys are still holding on to something we've already taken account for. But until then, the left takes account.
Are we all deaf today? I said this in my statement. Come on.
No.
Again.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just feel like this comes back to like what the individual, what are you going to do when you feel like you're being challenged? Like, why are Democrats behaving this way? Because they like can't cope with what's going on, and because they feel like their values are being challenged by the day-to-day behaviors of Trump and his associates. And because of that, they're like desperate to hold on to the last thing that they had, the last fucking hope that they had. And so they're like, no, actually, this isn't happening. This is all wrong. Like, this wouldn't be happening. This wouldn't be so tense if we weren't, again, inundated with information at all times so that we can feed the data collecting machine.
To our techno-feudal lords. I don't know, Kaya, you like the saying, like...
I accept. Take over my life.
Okay, Serpentuple, okay. Like, but like the saying, like, once a cheater, always a cheater. Or like the old myth, like the old fable of like the boy that cried wolf. Like, that's the problem with like telling people to move on, is that the first time that you lie and the first time that like it's very obvious that you tell a very blatant, huge lie to someone, after that, like your trust within that institution is forever shattered. You can't.
I don't
just
know. I
pick
mean,
up your
people still
pieces and
trust
move on.
Donald Trump, so clearly
But they don't.
can.
Like, but it's not that, right? It's not that they exactly trust him. He's the asshole with the spiked baseball bat, right? They knew exactly what they were getting themselves into. It's not that they thought that he was a good guy. It's not that they thought that it's that they supported his policies and they thought that they would make good on them. That's why they did it. They didn't think that he was a liar in the sense of his policies, in the sense of who he presented himself as. They knew that he was a cheating philanderer who was a spoiled millionaire boy. They knew all of these things. They just did not give a fuck. That's not quite the same thing as being lied to about the mental acuity of your president in his 80s. Like, it just is a big deal. It's a very big deal. And for a long time, and I mean, like, people, even I thought that, like, okay, he's getting older, but he's still surely mentally well, because surely if this had happened, the White House would have retired him or have done something. That is not what happened.
That actually is kind of where I was for a lot of it, just because of the level of which he spoke. Usually, even though it was like messier, it was like I still knew what he was saying, so I was like, whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't a top-down lie. Every Democrat knew everything that was going on in Biden's head, and we all went like that. I mean, from literally hindsight, we can all say that, but literally that's not how most people saw it. That's how we're experiencing it post hoc, and it's ridiculous to assume that every single person knew everything in hindsight. When they saw it on the news, when they read it in an article, we all went, "Oh yeah, he's mentally fucked up." But it's like we did that in 2021.
Right. It does also feel like
time out. Like, if we're talking about, like, I don't know who you're talking about. If we're talking about the general public perception of Biden post that first debate, I mean, I watched that interview with George Stephanopoulos. I mean, and George Stephanopoulos, he's not like a big right-wing MAGA guy. He very bluntly told Biden, like, during that interview, that, this is the time to close a rewarding chapter and to move on. The talking point throughout most media pundits at that time was, oh my goodness, we have to find somebody to replace him. Like, I don't know where this perception is that people, like, suddenly after post-debate all thought that he was fine. People didn't think that he was fine. What they were saying, like, if they supported Biden, was they were saying something to the effect of, I don't care if he's Weekend at Bernie's corpse. I'm still going to vote for him in order to keep Trump. That's what people were saying. They were not saying that they believed that he was, like, a mentally
That's what I'm talking about, though,
person.
Fairy Queen. That's what I'm talking about right there. Like, there's two groups, right? There's one group that lied to us, and it's a very large portion, and it's still lying. And then there's another group that's willing to sit here, and they said they would literally vote for a corpse over the alternative, and that's when people are like, hey, that's TDS, bro. You're vote. You're willing to vote for the shadow government, basically. Like, who? Nobody knows who's in charge.
The party stopped standing for anything. It became the party became just anti-Trump, and it became the whole party became anti-Trump. It wasn't pro-Kamala. It wasn't pro-Biden.
That's fine and all. That's great. But I have a question, because we keep saying lies. We have a time problem. We're having a time issue. I'm confused as to the timeline, and I can't really parse this, because we're saying people lied. When? Yeah. People changed their opinion. When? When do you think the general public was lying about Biden's security? Because people put it way too early, I think.
I got you on this. We have
our polls expert.
We have polling data from 2022 that even the majority.
Now they're trying to say, like, oh, the White House hit it so well. We had no idea.
Well, yeah.
It's just that everyone else somehow knew the entire time.
In Eric Swalwell's book,
hindsight, guys, we didn't know. There's no way you could have known, even though you've been saying it the whole time.
Wait, plenty of people now on the other side say that Donald Trump is not mentally acute, like he doesn't have mental acuity right now. So if that comes out later, are you guys going to be like, oh, you knew before, obviously?
Is senile.
Let me get in here.
Well, then it's going to work just fine.
That worked for you guys?
Let me give you some empirical.
You do not want to try to draw an equivalence.
Pentapple, shut up.
I will all day and night. Let's let Tyler talk, though.
Let Tyler get in.
Let Papa talk and make the best point. Okay. Pentapple hates
poll data,
polls.
please tell me. I want to hear it.
Polling
please,
data.
Tyler.
He hates polls. I get it.
There we go with the polls.
So,
bro.
polling data in 2022, we saw the majority of Democrats say that Biden's mental acuity was not good, which went up to like 60% in 2023. That was the same year that Eric Swalwell wrote in his book that just came out, when I went to meet Biden in the White House in 2023, he forgot who I was. Jake Tapper's book just came out as well. he talks about there was problems with the Biden administration and cites how Kareem Jean-Pierre, in several occasions, was lying on behalf of the administration. And they knew this was going on, and it was being covered up. There was cue cards with questions on them, pre-scripted, and a list of pre-scripted people that Biden could talk to. Like, this was a big hidden secret. Some journalists were digging at it, but if you looked at what happened to the gentleman, Garcia, in the 2021 primary, when he called Biden out for his aide, he disappeared. We haven't seen him since.
Okay, so we're talking about people who are in the media or people who are up top, and then we're talking about material that's coming out now. My problem is a lot of the time it seems like people are alleging that Democrats, the general public, were maliciously or actively or knowingly lying back in the back years prior, right? I think people who are saying that after stuff has come out, they're in denial now, and they were in denial, like people who were after, the trade before the election, they were in denial then. But the idea that people are in denial for 2-3 years, like the general Democratic populace, is absolutely freaking insane. People were not.
You agree with that, Temple? I see you laughing over there. Like,
he's telling me about his stalker trying to harass him.
I don't know. I don't know that I buy that. I feel like there was a wholesale, organized lying effort. Like that's what it seems like. And I feel like there's still a lying effort. And it's like there's people, especially on the left, there's this idea that we can treat people like they're idiots and we know better than them and people aren't going to catch on. Like, that's what it feels like. I don't know.
I will say this though. I will say this, Gibbs, though, and it's perfectly fair if people want to bash me for specific policy decisions, but I'll just tell you what I've been noticing, right? A lot of people prior to being elected said, this is going to be fascism, we're afraid of all of these racist stuff and all of the stuff coming out, right? And I don't know if anybody can point to any specific policy decisions that have been made, but I do know what I can generally see, okay? From the friends, from the media that pops up on my timeline, from what I'm reading, from what people say generally. And it does seem to me, at least the vibe it seems that people seem far too okay with saying racist things against immigrants, with saying racist things against Black people. It seems, I can't prove it. I don't know that this is exactly true, but what I have been noticing over the past few months is that there seems to have been an uptick in racial animus in popular social media in a way that I don't remember ever being before. And I can't prove, obviously, that that's because of Trump. I can't prove that it's because of that, but it makes me feel a little on edge, okay? It does not make me feel comfortable. I'm a little concerned about some of the stuff that people have been saying lately. I don't know where this is headed. I'm not comfortable with where I think it's headed. I don't know. I kind of feel happy that Trump is in office in a way, because I think that Kamala would have been a disaster, and I don't know how anyone could comfortably have elected an institution that blatantly lied to the American people. But the flip side of it is, Gibbs, just to flip it back on you, I mean, do you think that there's any possibility that the Trump administration might actually turn out to fulfill some of the Democrats' worst predictions about what the Trump administration might be? Are you not do you not notice the same
Trump
thing
has
I'm
already
seeing
exceeded
as well?
my expectations.
People are so comfortable with authoritarianism now.
So hold on, there's two things here. One, I think that you're seeing on the social side, you're seeing the rubber band effect. That people have been everything's coming back. And we went way too far with you can't, if you call someone the wrong pronoun in California, you can get sued. That's too far. We went too far, and now you're seeing the rubber band where everything's coming back. We're looking at everything, and people are like, "Oh, can so and so say the N-word now?" That. It's gone. It's gone the other way now. And now, I don't think that's because of Trump. I think that was inevitable. That was coming. It was gonna come. You can't go this far one way before there's a crash.
But it wouldn't have happened on the rate that would have happened. The Republican presidency. Wait, a Republican or a Trump presidency does kind of strengthen people.
Hold on. Let me finish, because I disagree. Because Trump actually, and I said this earlier, people oh, Trump's an extremist. Trump is not an extremist. This guy's a center left in. Right now, hold on.
It's not him. Him specifically.
Hold on.
His followers say Trump is in office. We can say this now.
Hold on. Because what I said was, if Trump doesn't get elected, what's going to happen is the Republicans will win the next one. And it's going to be somebody way, way, way further right. Because they're going to be like, I'm done playing games. And you're going to get something you weren't expecting, right? And so hold on. What I'm saying is, when you get Trump in here, y'all are going, oh, it's whatever. It's because I already saw the pendulum swinging. Trump is a product of the pendulum swing. He is not the pendulum, right? So like when y'all are going,
but I think you missed the point.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Be both.
Because I'm trying to respond to like everything here. Like Fairy Queen here said something interesting, right? Like you're like, oh, I'm not comfortable with it. Yeah, I get that, but it's also, like I said, I don't think it's Trump himself. This is definitely going to happen because, we're seeing it at every level, right? Like people have gotten militarized. You got like the people talk about the bakeries suing them. Like you're going, oh, this guy didn't want to marry us. Well, there's 5 more people here that could, but I'm going to make the person that's the one girl at the place marry us or whatever. That, now we're going to take her to the court. Like, and it's like you see these like culture war things repeatedly, and like people are just like at some point they're going to push back in force. And I think that's what's happening on the social media to an extent. I don't know that they're inherently even tied together, like the way that it's kind of being made out. Because like Trump is the most pro-LGBTQ president we've ever had. If what you're saying is true, they would be like, oh, genocide the trans. Oh, like take everybody that's illegal alien and kill them all. Like that's not what they're saying.
Dude, thank God he's not trying to do genocide of American citizens.
Conti is going, oh, look how comfortable we are with authoritarianism. I'm like, we've been living in authoritarianism for the last 20 years, and now just because it's the other way around.
I don't think FQ's point was saying that like Trump. I don't think FQ's point was saying that like Trump is going to usher in a trans genocide, right? I don't think that was her point. Wait. That's not what I'm saying. But also her point wasn't that Trump is like the reason of everything, right? It could have been any Republican president at this time. To your point, there's a pendulum swing, and this pendulum swing was making a comeback. To Katya's point, it's not so much that it was Trump specifically, but like the second Trump gets elected, you have fucking Nick Fuentes tweet out like your body, my choice, right? It's the reaction that comes. You're laughing. I'm saying it's the reaction that comes of the people that supported him, right? If they are we gonna win? Are we not gonna win? When he wins, that crowd is louder. They're more emboldened to do the things that they want to do. And that's how you end up kind of getting a Shiloh Hendricks making $700,000, $800,000 for calling an autistic black kid the N-word, like off of a GoFundMe. It's not so much like
evil
Trump
behavior. Side note: I know everybody's jumping to defend her right to do this, but that is evil people behavior. Okay, that is cruel.
You should be allowed to be evil in the United States of America.
Back to your point, Gibbs. The only reason that exists, if you watch the Piers Morgan interview with Lily and Myron and all of them, is the fact that like there are a group of disenfranchised white people who feel like hey, everyone else gets to be tribal. I want to now join in on that tribalism. Why is it so wrong to be tribal on like the white side? But it's like, it's that pendulum swing. And FQ's question was like, hey, do you think the pendulum swing is good? Do you think it's going to benefit us? Because she's afraid, because she's seeing it go too far. It might not affect you, because between me, you, Pentuple, non-fun Tyler, we're not necessarily going to be affected by this, right? But like for other people, like maybe more ethnically prone minority groups or like women, they do feel it's a different fear, right? Do you think it's good that the pendulum is swinging so far back the other way?
Yeah, it absolutely is a good thing. It's been on some maybe like bullshit for a while. Like, I mean, I gotta say, like, I'm not sitting here, like, I get people going,
I tried FQ.
It's afraid, but like, I'm sorry, like, you can't tell me, like, all right, let's talk about Pete Hegseth. Let's just do it right here. Like, I've heard
that guy.
I've heard all this bullshit, his whatever, and then I see him. We're gonna get rid of the trans military. We're gonna have like a new standard that's not beneficial to women, like, but we're gonna have it to be like a harder standard. Recruitment numbers are through the roof, and all of a sudden they're like, well, this guy's terrible. I'm like, well, that's what these people wanted to vote for. They were tired of this agenda, and y'all are going, oh, well, we're afraid because this seems mean. No, it's called a spade a lot of times. Just because people don't want to recognize gender number 37 doesn't mean they're a bigot.
God.
Like, I'm sorry.
Hold on. By the way, you just called President Trump the most pro-LGBTQ president we've had, and then now
there's still two. There's still
LGB.
baby.
LGBT. I'm
Like-
pretty sure he added T, but maybe he didn't mean to.
No, he
but
took it
look,
away. Read the word.
first of all, any person Trump appointed to the Secretary of Defense would have done those things. But they wouldn't have been drunk. They probably wouldn't have been fucking using Signal. They probably wouldn't have done all these other things. But regardless,
Well, I mean, like
weaponizing
again, it's
it.
like
Wow.
When it comes to
again,
this
like
thing-
oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You there?
I was just gonna say, like, I can't point again to like anything specific, right? And I don't think that it's Trump himself, to be very, very clear, okay? But I think that a lot of people who are Trump supporters, people that are in Trump's cabinet, frankly, JD Vance, people that are surrounding him, this is more of kind of what I'm worried about, right? Like a good example would have been like the $5,000 stimulus to have to encourage Native women within the United States to have more kids, right? Like, why is that an incentive? Well, you could say it's because like the birth rate is going down. You could say all of those things, right? But really, what it feels like to me is, it kind of feels to me like a response to immigration. Just to be honest with you, like there's kind of this underbelly of we need to have like American women having more American babies. So that we don't have to rely on an immigrant population coming in to like take our jobs.
But hold on,
there's
who's
kind of
making
like
that
an
argument,
ethno-nationalist
who's
aspect to
making
that.
that argument?
I'm
Hold
kind
on.
of
This
a little,
is
like
I
don't
hold on.
know, like it's.
Who's making that argument, Fairy Queen? Because it's interesting you mentioned that argument. There's someone specific I know that's mentioned that argument, and they're the ones pretending to be Republicans, right? That's not very many Republicans I know. Maybe a small cohort of like Christian nationalists are saying this, but you know who's doing that like most of the time? When I hear you say, "Oh, we need to have culturally pure American babies," that's fucking people like Counterpoints, who's a fraud and not actually one. Like I've never heard an actual person I'd consider Republican sit here and make that argument against immigration. Like, yeah, we maybe oh, we only need American babies. That's what we need. American women need to go back home, be trad wives only. Like the only people making that part are like fake Republicans that are trying to make the rest of Republicans look bad for the Dems. They're like plants. They're rhinos. That's the word for them. Rhinos.
I don't know.
Yeah, you've got like this Swiss cheese analysis of the Republican Party. It's like, this is the Republican Party. Accept this, accept this, accept this, accept not these people, accept not these people. I mean,
just saying,
come on.
Well, look, I mean, there's obviously degrees to this. So like, there's people like Andrew Wilson or whoever who will basically say things like that, and then as far as
they're pronatalists.
Well, yeah. So like, as far as I know,
Andrew Wilson's not MAGA. Is he a MAGA guy?
Well, no, I was about to say. So I was about to say, I don't like. I don't know if he would call himself MAGA, but like, he definitely supported Trump like over Kamala. But there are like people.
The Republicans.
There are Republicans,
guys.
He argues for him constantly.
Yeah. But look, I mean, there are plenty of Republicans who do sort of make a weaker kind of like, oh, cultural concerns with 3 million immigrants coming over a year or whatever. Yeah. We should just have people be born here instead. There are absolutely people who make arguments that are a few degrees
but
left.
They don't make. They're like a large number though. Non-fun. Like okay.
I think
this is what like this is the same kind of thing y'all do.
Republicans.
No, hold on. There's definitely the argument you're making is like, oh, like the Andrew Wilsons represent like a massive quantity of people.
No, I specifically said there are degree. There's people like Andrew Wilson, and then below Andrew Wilson, there's people who make sort of similar arguments that have like similar end goals of like increasing the American birth rate, but primarily frame it as like, oh, I think American culture is good, and these people like coming over the border aren't stimulating fast.
Wait, what do you think the framing is? If not like Republicans are the conservative party that tend to want to have families.
No, you're acting like these are exclusive like things, right? That's the problem I'm having with you. You're acting
Tyler,
like
what
you
was
can't
that?
be pro like
Charger broke.
yeah, they can't be like pro like having families and pro like this other stuff. They're saying like, oh, they want it because they're like the whites. This is like the kind of like racism thing that like they're like it goes to the Dems like on like as a whole. They're like, oh, well, they mean culturally pure is what they mean is white babies. Like that's kind of what y'all are making it sound like. I mean, do you not see how you're like anybody like that's like voted Republican as Christian would want babies if you're black, if you're Hispanic. Like, I don't see why you're like, but you don't mention that. You'll all go specifically straight to, oh, it's got to be only white American babies. Like, that seems to be a thing y'all are doing here. With
It's kind of a big push, because there are a lot of people in the conservative order who are like, hey, we would like to conserve our country. Our country is supposed to be majority white. If we're losing the majority white status in America, what is it? Because there are a group of people who are confused as to what American culture specifically is, and that when people like speak a different language, that you have to speak English to be American. You have to live and do these types of things. You have to vote this specific type of way, have these specific types of policies in order to be an American. Right?
But how does that equate to like whiteness though? Like, I don't
because
like
who is the white speaking person in the country? It's going to be the white people, or the who is the English speaking people? It's going to be white people versus Mexicans who are speaking Spanish, Arabs,
but hold on. You're telling me if a country's got a history, you're just gonna like ignore? Like, hold on. It's not even whiteness, bro. Like, if English is the lingua franca, it doesn't matter. Like, you're not gonna suddenly start. Why are we gonna suddenly start taking 50 languages? You should probably have something uniform. I don't know why that's a controversial thing.
No, that's fine.
It's just not like, oh, it's a white only person thing. Like,
no, it's not so much that it's like a white only thing. There's just an overlap in the Venn diagram, right? The things that happen to be what people want American culture to be happen to overlap with white, right? It just so happens to be that. Like, for example, like English being the native language of the country, right? Like English being the country's language. It kind of excludes the Middle Easterners, the Asians, the Hispanics. You have this whole groups of people, and the only people that it kind of benefits for the native tongue would be white people. It's not so much that it's like, oh, white people need to have babies, but when people say American, right, you think of a white person because the other Americans are typically hyphenated, right? Black Americans, Arab Americans, so on and so forth. It's hyphenated Americans, and there is a culture that people are trying to preserve in this country. What would that culture be? White culture, because Hispanic culture is an American culture. Arab culture is an American. Asian culture is an American culture.
Hold on. Because you're acting like it's. Oh my god, I just disagree with this.
Black culture is American culture.
Exactly.
There's so many white culture just because I'm white.
Yeah, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. Like, because you go like, oh, okay,
I listened to Lil Wayne growing up, bro. You don't know me.
Nachos.
True. You're an evolved one. It's you're a spicy white.
All these things. I think that you just like dismissing this like idea that like, oh, American culture is this one thing. Like, if I said Catholic, what do you think? You think Irish, the Notre Dame? Yeah, cool. But that's also like a huge swath of Hispanics. I don't think.
I don't want it to be. Wait, I don't want. Wait, when people think Catholic, wait. When people say Catholic, they do typically think white. There are just like when someone says Muslim, people think Arab, even though Arabs aren't even the majority of Muslims.
Hispanic Catholics.
There are other groups within, but when you say Muslim, when someone says Muslim, they think of an Arab, even though Arabs aren't the majority of Muslims. It's just the connection that people make.
Who's the majority of Muslims?
Well, unless you're Mexican.
Okay.
Or like South American.
Really? I thought they were like Hindu.
You might not be
Some
thinking
Mexican
white,
people are Hindu.
Like you
Yeah,
said,
I think that
there are a lot of Mexicans who are Catholic.
I think that,
talking about
like, on this
Catholicism.
specific-
India or Mexico? What?
Yeah, Catholicism's different. Yeah, I think that
Like,
Ali,
I would agree otherwise, but like we have.
Yeah, I think that Ali is right. I think this specific thing about Catholicism is wrong, but the reason why it's wrong is not just because like most like it. It's because immigrants historically in the United States who have been considered to be the ethnic other have historically been Catholic, even if they've eventually integrated into being considered to be white. So Italians were Catholic. Irish people were Catholic. You know, you could think of like lots of demographics of immigrants who were ethnic immigrants who weren't considered to be white at the time who were Catholic. Catholicism is kind of considered to be, or at least it used to be considered to be, maybe not so much anymore, it's considered to be more of a quote-unquote ethnic religion. So it's associated with being Hispanic, with being Italian, with being Spanish, you know, with being Irish, you know, with being... That. Yeah, it's about, but like the gist of like what Ali is saying, Gibbs, I think is true, which is that and let's talk specifically about Christian nationalists, okay? When you're thinking about a Christian nationalist, and you're thinking about people that claim that the United States was founded as a Christian country, what form of Christianity are they talking about? Well, they're usually talking about a form of proto-Protestantism, like Presbyterianism or Methodism. Like they're talking about like the type of Christianity that was practiced by the founding fathers. They're talking about people like the founding fathers. They're talking necessarily about, unfortunately, white people, right? Like it's and nobody here wants that to be the case. I disavow. I think it's bad, right? But the fear is very much there, and there's something suspicious about it. Okay, that I don't know, that makes me feel uncomfortable. It makes me feel a little on edge. Like the point of the overall point of like what Ali is saying. When you're talking about a Christian nationalist, not a Christian, not a Catholic, a Christian nationalist, there is a very specific type of person that's associated with that description, right? We're thinking about like an Andrew Wilson wannabe, a blonde, blue-eyed, white guy, okay, that's weirdly ortho bro, okay, that talks, like this is who we're thinking about. Like, I don't think it's that crazy to say. And are there tons of people like that? No, right? I think those people are largely, the minority of the Republican Party, but they're gaining sway, right? They're becoming vocal. Louder. They're coming out of the cobwebs. There is not as much social stigma as there used to be to keep those types of people quiet. And those people feel emboldened to be able to say and to do things that they might not otherwise have been willing to do in the past. And that's concerning.
I mean, I think
those that are more those that are more antisocial are also like prone to more violent behavior, I would say too. Not to say that's true for like Andrew Wilson, but people with antisocial behavior, like extremely antisocial behavior on top of that, that's when you actually get into like radicalism, in my experience. And they are also rising in numbers.
I just like reject this, like kind of like outright, like if I'm being honest, like because one, I think the pendulum was swinging, but two, like I hear this from like people on the left all the time.
To say about the pendulum as well.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll get right back to you. But like people like on the left, I'll say this: I've heard when I be in like some of these group chats or I be in a Discord, some of the most racist, heinous shit, and like haha humor, right? Like, and then I'll go to like people that I wouldn't consider on the left, like just like normies or like, people I consider conservatives, and like race almost like doesn't ever come up, like at all. Like it's not a conversation like people be having. Now I'm not saying there aren't like probably some racist 4chan dudes.
Is it not because most of them are white though? Because I feel like in my experience, when I come across a group of white conservatives, at least, like race does eventually come up because I look different, even just slightly. And that's just me. That's not even talking about somebody.
Or is it because you bring it up? Like, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, like, I feel like a lot of times.
Someone we all know that calls me African Queen every time we talk now. Okay, I just had to say, like, it's not me bringing it up all these times. It's literally people look at me, random strangers come up to me and ask me what I am. People talk to me all the fucking time about this shit. Okay, this is brought up to me all the time. I'm like, it's a little weird. I've had like baristas argue about it before.
Argue
about
the African Queen thing?
You are what do you say you are?
To me. Just talking to me. One woman stopped me and she was like, "Oh my God, my coworker said I shouldn't be asking you this, but I feel like you'll totally understand." And then she was like, "You look so exotic. What are you?"
Ooh, exotic.
Exotic's the fun one.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Exotic's the fun one.
But yeah, I would say it is getting more prominent, and there are nationalist.
People are purity testing. They're purity testing on the right. Like, the assumption, because the assumption on the right is that if you're a minority, you're a leftist.
Right.
No, the assumption on the right, and like
assumption on the right. That's the assumption on the right.
The assumption from the right is that if you're a minority, you're probably going to be a leftist or a Democrat, right?
I'd say it's
is the assumption that you're a conservative Republican from the right, and if you're a minority,
dude, I do think that, like, yeah, I think it's the opposite. Yeah.
Do you think it's changed? Because I mean, that probably changed as of recently, from after like this election, sure, but like previous elections, it was kind of a lock that you had the black vote, the Latino vote, and the minority vote for Democrats.
Well, you're not wrong that it would make sense. Like a gambler would approach it that way, right? But like just on the numbers. But I think that generally speaking, I think Democrats are more surprised when a minority dissents than a conservative.
Yeah, because I feel like with conservatives,
I could be wrong. That's why
I mean, look at the reactions that like Brandon Tatum get. Like every comment section is full of like, "You're a traitor. You're this." They're trying to like whip him back into the like shape that they want him
We
in
need
to
to
be.
go back to talking about algorithms, okay? Because algorithms on both sides, you're seeing what you'd like to see, or you're seeing rage bait, or you're seeing shit that agrees with you. Like that's what you're seeing, and then in comment sections, shit is sorted to give the most disagreeing shit first, especially on X. And if we keep going with that, like, oh, well, in comment sections this, in comment sections that, you can do it, we can do it. We're seeing completely different things, so I'm going to outright reject that on both sides, right?
Beautiful.
Okay, it's still true. It's still 100% true that Democrats are way more surprised when minorities are not on their side than conservatives.
I just think this is why I keep saying it's both. I think it's literally just reinforcing. I think it's just like both sides reinforcing.
You can find another
other.
source.
I think both sides reinforce it because it's just the nature of the game. I think that's how people respond to seeing something that does not fit into.
Like we're all just treating. Like, do you guys think your algorithms control what you think?
I think Democrats
nobody thinks
and
this about
Republicans
themselves, but
both
they project
have
it onto
standard
everyone.
expectations of the average Democrat and Republican.
Well, this is what
because
I'm saying
of this,
with like
they both do this. I couldn't even tell you which side does it more, but I just think it's ridiculous to say that one side isn't doing it at any point in time.
Oh, I'm not saying there's not people doing it, but what I'm saying is
We just
like
all care.
What Pentuple was saying, right? I think is kind of like different, right? So like if I'm talking to the like say my friend, I'll use an example, Chase, right? This guy's he's an African American man, right? And if I'm talking to him, I'm talking about issues. Like, you know, I don't assume anything because it turns out this guy grew up more rich than I did. You know, like I would have probably been an asshole if I'd assumed something. You know, it didn't look like dumb, right? But like, you know, if I'm sitting here going, you're talking to him, like I just assume he's got the same problems I'm having. Right? I think that's how most Republicans interact. Like, oh, economy's bad. Yeah, I wish X, Y, Z because I'd like to pay less taxes, right? But then you like, I go and talk to a Dim, and it's like, oh, well, that's because you're racist, and it's like, wait a minute, why does that like my feelings on this issue make me a racist a lot of times? I think that's like a big thing. Like, it's like they will equate feeling about a certain thing with racism. Like
I think it depends too, like why you're saying you feel that way. Because if it all comes down to like, let's say immigration, there is like this overlap of people who care about immigration, maybe because they see it from your perspective as like a business owner, where you have, you know, companies like Monsanto that are bringing in the cheaper labor, and that's like bringing up tons of illegal immigration, or you have just a bunch of people who are really fucking racist and they just don't like the fact that they have people that don't look like them in their area. But from the outside looking in, it's hard to discern the difference sometimes if you're just saying, well, immigrants are the issue or immigration is the issue, because you hear, again, back to Katya's point, like the thing that's going to upset you the most, which isn't going to be the most reasonable, nuanced, like position on any given subject. It's going to be the most inflammatory, upsetting position that you'll interact with.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, Tyler. Then we're going to do closings and we're going to get out.
I just want to talk about kind of how we got to this point, and with Hispanics in particular, since we have a lot of polling data on that. Hispanics' number one issue was the economy and jobs. The number two issue was illegal immigration. The majority of Hispanics before 2024 sided with mass deportations, especially for criminals, though they were a lot more kind to DACA children than the Republican base was, and that's kind of why you're seeing this rift now between them. But that being said, what the Hispanics did not like was Latinx. What Hispanics do not like is lumping illegal aliens in with immigrants, because they are two completely separate groups. And when you do that, you're saying all the immigrants, the vast majority that are here working, doing everything right, are just as bad as those people that snuck in and could potentially be gang members. They do not like that conflation. They want those people out because it hurts their name. Yeah, exactly. So another point to this to lead us here, and when Benghazi happened, I was right there with everybody on the left saying this is bullshit, a complete waste of time. The best they got out of it is Hillary Clinton was a little stupid the first couple of days on her messaging to the public, and that's it. But when I saw Trump, go into that, I was like, oh, this is revenge for Benghazi. It wasn't. It was escalated to the next step where they co-opted the FBI with made-up stories from DNC payroll staffers to try to go after the president. It was escalated to a point. Taking a look at the 2012 election, Mitt Romney was said to want to reinstitute slavery against black people. This is like the most milquetoast nice guy. The worst thing about him is he had Mormon underwear. And then Joe Biden comes out and is like, bro wants to bring back slavery for black people. So this hyperbole that has existed, Joe Biden's always been known as a blowhard, you know, in the Senate. Even Obama passed a note to somebody saying, oh God, here we go, and Joe Biden got up to talk. So, you know, he's always been that guy. But that escalation, when they put out the nice guy, when they put up the Jeb Bush, he was mocked incessantly. When they put up the George Bush, he was mocked incessantly. Remember, he was stupid? A Yale graduate was stupid because he couldn't pronounce a word properly. But then we go and watch debates and fucking people fuck up 10 words in a debate and nobody gives a shit. It was always selective rage, and they took the nice people and they ran them through the mill and they got shit out the back end. So that's why when Trump came up and said, I'm not going to be the nice guy, I'm going to be the bull in the china shop, they were like, you know what? Let's put some of our fucking morals aside and go with this guy. And it really paid off for them a lot because he's a cultural warrior for them. If you look now at the stance on immigration versus where we were when he first made his speech in 2015, he has shifted that narrative 20 points in his direction. He is the guy that lobs passes. He's never going to be the fucking West Coast style quarterback that can do the short game. He's always going to be ignorant when he talks about politics. He's always going to be bloviating and stupid. But what he does do, he does very well. So.
All right. Why don't you make that your close? Dude, tell them where to find you, what you're doing.
Average debate enjoyer. I, you know, put pictures of my feet with food on them online, and people pay me money for it. So.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. Buckaroo.
I'm Big Papa Buckaroo. You can find me on Twitter. I argue quite a lot, and I yap perpetually.
Fantastic.
I'm always right.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Non-fun.
Yeah, I'm non-fun. We talked about a lot today. I don't know exactly what to add other than Trump is cringe. That's my take. But you can find me on Twitch and Kick on NonFun420 and on YouTube at NonFun, where you can also go watch all my old debates. They're pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna keep streaming for a little bit, so y'all should come check me out.
Fantastic. The double.
Let's go. I'm Pentuple, host of MAGA headquarters, OTPL commissioner, and second baseman for the Wombats. Come check us out on Twitch.
Fantastic. Premier Katia.
Okay, I'm Premier Katya on both X and Blue Sky. Follow me on there. I don't stream, maybe one day. I keep saying that. So, yep. Nice talking, everybody. Glad I was able to show up today.
All right, thanks so much for being here. Ali.
Yeah, my name's Ali. I go by Sociologic with 2 L's on everything. Never forget, everything is terrorism, and terrorism is everything. Thank you.
Amen. And Franklin.
Hi, everybody. Name's Fairy Queen. You can find me at DaRealFQ on Twitter, or as otherwise known as X, and on YouTube and on Twitch. Please consider giving me a follow. I like to rant and ramble, especially on Twitter. I like to write long essays there on Twitter. So please check me out when I rant and ramble. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thanks so much for being here. It was great. It was fun times. We're going to read your new dad here, and somebody I've known since 7th grade. And y'all have a good rest of your night. Check it out. Check out everybody here. It's good times. Next week, we're going to have Big Papa Buckaroo make her debut in the DCS, and we're going to have Convoy versus Grid in the DCS as well. Should be good stuff. Should be good stuff. Check it out. Y'all be good. Thanks for coming, guys.
See ya.
Bye, everyone.
Oh, what the fuck? Tyler with the raid of 7. Hell yeah. What's up, people? What did we learn today? It's a good question. Dude, we chatted about, I don't know, we talked about a lot, but I don't feel like I don't think I learned anything. Oh, you can see the inflation statistic I pulled up, Tyler. But bro shouted out a MAGA fash. Well, first of all, considering you think I'm a fascist and Kamala Harris is a fascist and everyone's a fascist, you saying fascist doesn't really mean anything. And Tyler is weak MAGA, okay? He's not strong MAGA. He's just weak MAGA, okay? Brendan, are you still here? I don't watch your debate with Pentuple, but I'd love to ask you about how it went. I might watch it on stream. MAGA Mini? Yeah. Baby MAGA. Very true. I don't know if Renewal's still here. He might have left. Damn. That dude. Or he could just be... Is he still streaming, actually? He could just be busy. Yeah, give me one sec. Oh, he is here. Hell yeah. Oh no, I don't think we learned anything other than I don't know what we learned, man. I don't know. I can't that I kind of want to talk. I've never spoken to Fairy Queen before. I remember she said like, "Oh, I'm glad Kamala didn't win though because I think she would have been a disaster." It's like compared to this, really. I'm very curious what the fuck she thinks Kamala would have done. That is worse than what we're seeing now. I don't understand how some of this shit works. I need to figure it out. I feel like I did not need to hire this many people. Why are you so scared to debate me without banning? Just because you know I will dismantle your NATO narrative. Oh my god. Bro, I've debated you 4/5 times, depending on whether you count the last one as a debate. Do you have a bed? Do these people have beds? So you just don't have a bed. Okay. Yeah, but you left every time, you notice. True. It's just not true. Anyone can go look at the debates we had and make up their own mind. Although I haven't edited some of them yet. I need to. But you only hate NATO because your German self-hatred complex. True. What is this Rick and Morty ass looking game? You don't know what Schedule 1 is? It's just a game where you deal drugs. How do I make them? I need to go get... I need more suppliers. The problem is I'm progressing this game not at all how you should be progressing. I have a fuck ton of money for this stage in the game because I just gamble a lot, and gambling just gives you free money. But I don't actually have this shit unlocked to maintain the drug empire that like I would be able to maintain with my money. What's up? Hello? Oh, I can hear.
What do you want to chat about?
Yeah, how'd your conversation with Pentuple go? That's what I'm...
Shockingly well. Although, I will say that I don't think he was the most read up on the topic, and I think he probably should have had a little more reservations about posting a video like he did about due process without knowing anything about the cases. But for it, like what it was all right. He did concede that the people who are being deported under the Alien Enemies Act should be able to challenge their status as an alien enemy, which is just something that the Trump administration did not afford them. So I consider that a dub, but yeah, it went.
Did he?
Pretty decent.
He posted a video about due process, like he.
Yeah, he posted a video about what was it? It was like why the due process narrative sucks or something like that. But I could tell, like, there was a reason, or I suspected there was a reason why JGG didn't get brought up. Yeah, why they're lying to you about due process. I commented I'd love to have a convo about this, and then we did. He didn't bring up any of the people who are the Alien Enemies Act people, which are, I think, like the main people who are concerning about due process claims. We talked a little bit about Gilmar Abrego Garcia, but I mean, that was pretty straightforward, where I was like, hey, listen, if SCOTUS rules something and the district court rules something and the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals rules something, Trump should listen. And then he was like, I don't know, which wasn't so great. But yeah, we might do a J6 conversation later down the road, which might burn the bridge. And that's how it went. But the bridge is still intact for right now.
Well, that's good.
I see that he just posted his end. I'm gonna post. I was actually in the middle of editing my end.
Hell yeah.
Which, by the way, the caption thing that you sent me, I love you so much for.
Yeah, that's yeah, the captions is
fire.
I love that thing. I hate dude, I used to edit like gaming videos, and I used to I think some of them are probably still on my channel. I used to do the captions by hand, and it was so ungodly annoying.
I've done that before. It's so tedious and shitty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you talk about whether or not the Abrego Garcia guy was MS-13? Did you have that conversation at all, or did you just focus on?
I actually, so I'm not really the way that I come at it is that like I view the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case more as a process thing than like an individual person thing. Like it doesn't matter if he's a part of MS-13 to say that we should not be ignoring court orders, and that's more so the context that I bring it up in. But I mean, for the purposes of that conversation, like he has been adjudicated as a member of MS-13, regardless of how I feel about the the classification or whatever. He has been adjudicated that way. So if we're talking about law, I think it's probably a stupid thing to argue against that adjudication.
Sure. Yeah. Did you get into did he say anything about whether he thinks Trump is defying the order, or did you?
So he said that he's basically exercising presidential discretion on whether or not to follow the order, which I think is a nice way to say that he's not. So that's the he basically just packaged it up in a really nice way, but like yeah, I think I would view that as a concession that he's not following the order. Because he basically said like he did the argument where it's like, oh, facilitate doesn't mean you have to take any action towards this happening, and then I was like, okay, well the order was to facilitate and then effectuate, but the definition of what effectuate means is up to the district court, and then the district court ruled what effectuate means, and now Trump is potentially going to be held in criminal contempt for disobeying that order. So yeah. But I mean, like, for all intents and purposes, like it's pretty undeniable to say that, unless you literally want to say that facilitate and effectuate means nothing, that do nothing.
It means
unless you want to argue that, it's pretty
to let
undeniable.
him out, then you have to. That's the cope I've seen is like, oh, if El Salvador decides to let him out, you have to do something, but it doesn't mean that you actually have to do anything. It just means, yeah.
Well, I mean, especially when Trump is coming out and saying that, like, I could pick up a phone and get him back, and if he was the gentleman that he said he was, then I would do it. It's really hard to argue that Donald Trump is complying with that order in good faith.
Yeah.
Which I don't even know if Pentuple would say that he is complying with the order. More so just say that it's based that he's not. That'd be my idea.
I think I don't want to mischaracterize him, but I think I have heard him say like, oh, Biden, illegally imported a bunch of people. You don't think that there's going to be some mistakes in, deporting them or whatever, but.
He did ask me a little bit about like how I feel personally about deportations, but it's just like, for the purposes of the conversation, I just didn't think it was relevant at all. How I personally felt about the about the deportations, because I'm making a legal process claim, not even necessarily an immigration claim, that like these people have due process rights. Donald Trump was not complying with the due process rights as is outlined in the 5th and 14th Amendment, and then later in case law that was started because of this case, like the Supreme Court literally said that these people have the right to notice and the ability to challenge their status as an alien enemy. Donald Trump was not providing them with that right. And I mean, like, they were going as far to that this was a crazy thing that I timeline thing that I read. it's the case that Donald Trump was arresting people on March 13th and then tried to have them on a plane out of the country by 9 a.m. on the 14th. And the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act hadn't become public until like 3 p.m. on the 15th.
Damn. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so like they were doing it without. So one of the questions I asked, and I don't think that I got a super satisfying answer on it, but it's okay, is like, how can you say that we're providing these people with notice if they're being deported under something that if they're being deported under an order that doesn't exist yet?
Right.
It's like, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I feel like it was pretty good. I felt like I was uncontested for a large chunk of it, which, I mean, Pentuple's a bigger content creator than I am, so I mean, if I can make based arguments with very little pushback in front of a big audience, I see that as a dub. But
hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any issue with me watching it on stream? I don't know if I will, but
no, you can watch whatever you want to, whenever
yeah.
you want to. You can watch all of my content if you want to.
Free. I'm gonna become a Ringold reaction stream.
Yeah, fuck it.
Dude, dude, I've seen some of your conversations with Mr. Wiz Guy, whoever, and I think he's in my server. No offense to that dude. His content is just like 90% Destiny reaction.
Dude, it is all Destiny slop. Oh my god. I kind of burned the Wise Guy bridge because like before he was just like viewing it as all content. But it was a combination of both me saying like, yeah, this is just content. Like, I actually think you're a disingenuous piece of shit. So that was part of it. But then also he like tried to flex his numbers on me. It's like, he was like, yeah, that's why I have 1,000 subscribers. And I was like, first of all, really weird to brag about having 1,000 subscribers, buddy. And then second of all, like, you got all of your viewers and like 2 people watch your live streams off of fucking Destiny. So yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, not only is he like a shameless Destiny leech, but he also like tried to flex on me about it. I don't know. It was so silly. I just don't understand, like, what if you're sub 1 million subs, don't brag about having a big channel. Just it makes you look so bad.
1,000. Hey, bro, I have 1,300. You don't think I'm cool? You don't think I'm cool,
Yeah.
bro?
Flex.
You don't think I'm
cooler than Wise Guy is? I can tell you that one.
Hell yeah. Do I have more subs than him actually?
I think so.
I must.
I'm not certain. I think you do though.
Oh, he's 1.8. Damn. Fuck. It's over.
Damn. Well, you're a little fish in this pond.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah. I'm
Does he have
thinking
more
about
views though?
I don't know if I'm gonna do it yet or not, but Rob Noor is going on the Raging Tomato show.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about hopping in. I don't know if I want to do it yet though, because I can't balance whether or not I think Rob Noor is bad faith enough in order to even engage with.
Yeah.
I can't know.
I mean, I don't know. It would be good content. I think it'd be interesting. It would just be. I mean, you know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be you saying, "Oh, I have X problem with Trump," and then he's gonna say, "Well, did you care when FISA warrants? Did you care when FBI weaponized against Trump? Did you care when?" Because literally the premise of the debate is like all criticism of Trump should be laughed at or whatever, and he's just gonna
all Democrat
endlessly
talking points against Trump.
Yeah, he's just gonna endlessly point to things that he feels like the Democrats did against Trump or whatever. But
yeah,
I will say I have more views than him in the last 30 days. Okay, so
I think I do too, but I'm not
really.
certain. I don't know. I might not. I know like one of his videos got really popular. I don't know.
Oh, I think he has I think he does have a video of like 1 million views, which is just reacting
The
to
Destiny
Destiny's election streams. Like,
yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he gets in the debate space. I hope we could talk again. That'd be great. But
yeah,
alas, I don't think it's gonna happen. Wait, hold on. Is Tim Pool bringing Alex Stein onto the show?
Yeah, I think he was calling in, but I think it was yeah.
What the fuck?
I feel like I heard him mention it at the end of the conversation a Conboy had with Tim Pool. They were like, "Oh, we're filming a show tomorrow," and I think I thought he said Alex Stein was going to call in, but also, why are they saying this is a live debate? This is pre-recorded, but whatever.
I don't understand how Alex Stein still goes on shows. I really truly don't, especially Tim Pool. I thought like this is such a low bar, but I genuinely thought that Tim Pool had a little better standards than Alex Stein. Maybe not though.
Yeah, I don't know, but when are you going on Tim Pool, Renald? When are you and Pentuple have the J6 convo on Tim Pool?
On Tim Pool, we could do it. Well, whenever I don't know. I was trying to think of something clever, but my brain failed me. Probably never. I think I have too big a history of knowing anything about Russian interference to go on Tim Pool. Maybe not though. Maybe not. Yeah, I remember one of the first videos that got chalked off to the Magosphere on YouTube was about, I think, Benny Johnson's coverage of the Jack Smith indictment. I called him a Russian shill in the title, and oh my god. I think genuinely I got like a couple hundred views and also a couple hundred comments. Like that's all. It was nuts.
Dude, YouTube will recommend your stuff to like the exact opposite side sometimes, and you'll just get like fucking 50 dislikes, and it's like, okay.
Dude, if you saw my like to dislike ratio on any video, holy.
Right, yeah.
I think one of my videos genuinely has 7% like to dislike.
Dude, I probably have a video. Although sometimes I get the double whammy, okay, where it's like slop content. It's like me reacting to like Piers Morgan or some shit. And it's like a recommended to the MAGA base, so it's like the double whammy of
yeah. Yeah, the video that I made watching Pisco on Tim Pool has a 9.4 like to dislike percent. Crazy. But yeah, if you watch the debate and have any questions or want to chat about it after you watch it, then I'm always around. You know I'm always around.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go talk to some other folks, but I love you. I hope you did well on Gib. I didn't watch it. I watched like 10 seconds of it and I was like, okay, I'm gone. But yeah.
Yeah. Love you too. I'll see you. Appreciate it.
See you.
Trying to see if I don't know if I have anything that beats 9%. I don't know why YouTube doesn't let you sort by it. It lets you sort by like views and things, but 10%. Ooh, this has 4 dislikes and not a single like. Non-fun. Why do you platform sex pestiny? Okay, so I am quite literally not capable of doing that. I am not. I am not. There is no world in which I am capable of platforming Destiny. Destiny, for everyone who has heard of me knows about Destiny. Like, that is not possible for me to do. You showed his video. That's not, first of all, I don't even know if showing somebody's video is necessarily platforming them. I mean, I feel like, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm making an argument, but like, I don't know, usually when I hear platforming, I think not just reacting to their video, but actually having them on stream and like letting them speak to your audience. But regardless, again, I have 6 viewers right now, bro. Or that's on YouTube. I might have more on Twitch. I don't know. 15 on Twitch. There's no world in which I am platforming Destiny, bro. What are you on about? You think he's the most famous person in the world and everybody knows him? I can't. That's what I said, bro. You have a good understanding of what I said. You definitely understand my argument. And yeah. But if we see him on the video, then he might want to have sex with him, which will which will feed sexual things. That is true. Oh, this video is fucking private? I guess I have to watch it on Pentuples then. Are you kidding me? You kidding me? You making me give this guy a view? Dude, the walking psychosis? I don't think it's the drugs. It's the drugs. Why are we talking about drugs right now? Dude, I want to, by the way. Copying in Destiny's footsteps. As a certified Destiny clone. Obviously. I want to see. We watching Penn? Yeah, I'm going to watch him talk to my buddy, Rinyold. We're watching Pentuple's End. Because oh my god though, was he watching Rinyold's stream and not the okay, no, we're good. Okay. I thought it was gonna be the thing that streamers do. And I understand why I do it. I do it sometimes. Where like you watch someone stream while you're chatting to them. So like your audience can still see them, but it's like so delayed, like you'll hear them talking and then you see. I don't watch Tyler snap at Wick. Yeah, I know, yeah. We might watch that too. I don't know how. It depends how long I stream tonight. I don't know. I don't have anything. I tried to, by the way. I think I told myself I want this month to be like my second most stream month or most stream month. So maybe I don't know. Maybe we'll keep it going for a while and have a fucking 12-hour stream or something. But anyway. Yeah, I'm curious how this went. Renewal said apparently he thinks it went well, although it wasn't like super heated or anything. But
I've had the max sun gods. I'm literally him. Oh yeah, of course that's your definition of being him. Noob alert. What do you mean an alpha? Look, I look so much bigger whenever I'm like all the way in frame instead of not all the way in frame. Like look at when I did the debate with Koi, I was like so all up in the camera.
Back. The law is.
Look at that.
oh my god, how long are we?
There we go.
Oh wait, yeah, no, I'm on.
Hello. Yes, yeah.
Hello.
With our new friend of the channel, Rinyo. We were just bonding in his chat over Bloons Tower Defense.
Real?
I haven't played it in a while.
I should play Bloons Tower Defense. That game's goated, actually.
I stopped playing it as much. But,
it like glitches out when you get all those sun gods, and then I get frustrated. You know, I'm like, damn it.
Yeah,
it does do that.
It's a really good way to pass time, though.
It's true. That's true.
All right, just making sure that our audio is good. I think I'm good on my end.
Yeah, sounds good on my end.
All right, perfect. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought we were just having a discussion. I saw you had a debate, but I'm here to talk about it, so I'm ready for whatever.
Debate brings in the views, all right?
Yeah, no, you're all's fair. All's fair. I don't mean to throw you off or anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
no. I'm just coming in with my understanding of due process, and I'm like absolutely open to hearing what you have to say about it. Because you responded to my video, so I was curious if there's something in the video that you thought maybe was like a bad analogy that you disagreed with, and we could maybe work from there. But I'll let you open.
Yeah, so I think that the way that Trump is engaging with the due process rights guaranteed in the 5th and the 14th Amendment is pretty bad faith. I think that they were robbing them of the opportunity of like the notice for the ability to challenge the detention and the actual ability to challenge the detention, which is the way that I think due process is typically defined in immigration, is like the ability to challenge your detention and to challenge your designation as deportable. I think Trump was trying to move so fast to where the judicial basically couldn't keep up with the deportations. And I think that your video, as it relates to you, kind of missed the main criticisms of
Trump's administration. It didn't. I felt like it would have been very helpful to go into like the specific cases and the specific, the specific claims that people are making, by which somebody was robbed of due process. I know that you brought up Comar Abrego Garcia. I'm willing to go into that case as well, but I think when people talk about like removing due process rights, they're typically talking about the JGG class action. And I think that would be.
Okay, I'm not super familiar with that. What you're referencing there.
Yeah, there's a so that's the class action of the people that were challenging their deportations under the Alien Enemies Act.
Oh, okay, that was the case that. Okay, got you.
That Boasberg was presiding over.
Got you. Okay.
I think that case
that is
shows
crazy. I mean, I guess he does know what he does. It wasn't familiar with the name of it or whatever, but it is kind of crazy that, like, when I talked to him on the panel, he was like, "Oh, due process is such a meme or whatever. You fell for the due process lie." I'm just like, it's just like, hold on, wait. Do you think that invoking the Alien Enemies Act was? Do you still consider those people having received due process, or he wasn't even? I don't know. I think it seemed like he just assumed that people only cared about the Garcia guy and not about the like 250 or so Alien Enemies Act deportations that were done. Also, I would say without due process, or at least without. I think on the panel I just said, without ordinary due process. I think he still considers it technically due process, but I'm curious to watch him defend that now.
Or like willing disregard of these people's due process rights, like based off the timeline. We can go into either case, but I'll leave that up to you.
Sure. Well, I disagree. I think this is perhaps maybe due to our understandings of due process as well as like habeas corpus and what rights you have to challenge in court. So maybe this is relevant, and I'm not coming at this like I'm an attorney, but I'm not an immigration attorney, and I'm certainly not an expert on the topic. So I'm not trying to come at this. This is my understanding of the legal side of it. So a citizen has a habeas corpus right to challenge the constitutionality of the law that they're being held under, right? Even without that right, these citizens still have non-citizens that are being deported, even under the Alien Enemies Act, have the right to challenge the facts of their case, like their identity, whether they are that foreign national that they're being accused of being, whether they're part of this dangerous gang. Abrego Garcia, as an example, I would say we did make a mistake ignoring the withholding order. That's been established. But if that withholding order hadn't been entered, he would have been validly deported under the due process that does exist, right? So what I'm pointing out there is the hyperbole of saying he received no due process. He received an errant due process, sure, but I think we ultimately would have had the same result anyway. And when it comes to due process as it relates to immigration, my position is that the issue with due process in our immigration right now is that it's made it so that the government cannot efficiently enforce the law.
Right, yeah, as what I've mentioned earlier, it does seem like he just doesn't. It does seem like, he doesn't care. He's like, oh, 20 million. I don't know if he says 20 million, to be clear. I don't want to mischaracterize him as lying about the number of immigrants who came over. But like, he'll say like, oh, so many people came over under Biden and under previous Democratic administrations. It's just impossible to actually deport these people with the current due process, regulations we have. But, yeah.
And under Supreme Court case law, this is a consideration in due process. Not the only consideration. It's not like a slam dunk or anything by any means. But there is something to be said about the level of due process being afforded right now that is actually preventing us from enforcing these laws that engage with deportation as a civil remedy for the civil offense of being here illegally. So I think we would both agree. I want people to be able to challenge the facts of their case. I don't think non-citizens can challenge the law and the Constitution. Like, they don't have that right, right? They're not a citizen of the system that's created there. But they should absolutely have the right to say, hey, you have the wrong identity. That's not my name. I'm not from that country. I'm not a member of this gang that you're accusing me of for the Alien Enemies Act, for example. I agree with all that. And as far as I'm aware, even under the Alien Enemies Act, they have those rights to challenge those facts. But they don't have the right to challenge like the constitutionality of their holding or deportation. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. And as a Trump supporter, I would say Trump was elected to solve this problem of immigration. And one of the problems is that we have no efficient way of enforcing our current immigration law. So I want people to be able to challenge their facts of their case. I don't want errant deportations, right? But what I see happening, I think, is being taken out of context, is a bit hyperbolic. I'm all about having eyes on the system, so I'm not upset about it. I'm happy we're having this discussion and stuff. But from my position and my observation as a Trump supporter, this is actually in line with what we voted for, and in line with what my understanding of due process is.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm glad that we agreed that these people do have the right to challenge their classification under the Alien Enemies Act, because I talked to a lot of Trump supporters. Granted, I'm a TikTok debater, so I mean, a lot of the people I talk to aren't going to have as good an idea as people who do this for like a hobby. I noticed that you wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just saying, they can challenge their designation under the Alien Enemies Act. They can't challenge whether like it's a constitutional designation, right? Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So yes, I agree, and I do support. Like, I want let's forget the word due process and just kind of replace it for the sake of this conversation, for our understanding, with like due diligence, right? We both definitely agree that the government should do its due diligence.
Is
right?
this the law bro guy? He is a. I don't want to be that mean to him, but kinda, yeah. Are you talking about Pentuple? Pentuple is a, he's an attorney. I think technically he's an attorney, has a law degree or whatever from some online university, but.
That means is like, what due diligence means. They need to check all the boxes, do everything the correct way. And that's what I believe due process means. But this doesn't mean that we can't adjust it or make it so that it's more efficient for us to enforce immigration law. you should always be able to challenge the facts of your case, and even in my understanding, even under the Alien Enemies Act, you can challenge the facts of that case.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that like due process means that every single person needs a court case. I mean, like in the previous like usage of the Alien Enemies Act, I think for the Japanese immigrants in World War II, their due process was settled by an alien enemies like hearing board, where you basically go in front of a board of people and you're able to challenge your detention that way. And then if you're deemed to be under the Alien Enemies Act, then you could be deported, and that still complies with your due process rights. So I guess the problem that I have with what the Trump administration is doing is if we go by the facts that
degree from an online degree farm. I mean. I don't know for sure, and I am open to Pentempo clarifying this. But I believe, unironically, yes. I am pretty sure that he has said in his debate with JC, because JC, I think, kept insulting him by saying, like, oh, Phoenix University or whatever the fuck. I think Pentempo has said that he did go non-von and stake, true. He did get his degree from somewhere like that.
Roseburg found in the Alien Enemies Act, and if we go by the allegations by the plaintiffs, that I don't think were contested by the government, because they're basically saying that we don't have to.
I know. I actually did not notice there was that. That is what was tattooed on his arm before. Damn.
Want to throw out the details, that's fine. But from what we know about like these deportation flights, like they were rounding up people before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act had even been public. Donald Trump signed the proclamation on the 14th. It became public on the 15th, and then JGG, the named plaintiff in this case, ended up being captured on the 14th and was put on a plane to be deported on the 15th. So we're talking about rounding up plane loads of people. I think there were three plane loads that got shipped off. Within not even 24 hours before the proclamation had even been public.
How did they select? So I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll let you. That's my bad.
No, that's it. Just like these people were trying to be shipped off in less than a day before the proclamation had even been publicized.
So my question, because I'll admit I'm not as familiar with this case. I haven't read up on all of this stuff. I came to this with just my basic understanding of due process, basically. But how in these cases you said
Trump
there's like
tried to do
people...
deportations by the book. Playing with Kilmar early was a mistake. Well, Ringold here is explaining that. Oh fuck. Ah, damn it! I clicked on the outside thing too, but it was too late because I was reading chat. No, Ringold here is explaining how Trump was trying to deport people before he even publicly announced it, or publicly had the public proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act being in effect.
I don't know how many people say 100. Maybe but let's just say 100 for the sake of my question. How did the government select those 100? Right? They didn't just go pick 100 people that were the closest illegals to them, right? What were these people like? They were on some list or something, or they had some sort of designation prior. How did we select or choose those people that got sent on those flights?
Oh my god.
So a lot of these people were. Oh wait, hold on. There's somebody spamming.
No worries. Because that's just my first question is is it that this is a list of people that we've had sort of pending orders against, or that we've established something in court of law prior to the deportation? Because it would be, if it was this is the first instance that they've had this interaction on the 14th, they had was their first interaction with the law in this sense, right? That would be more convincing to me than if it's all of these people that got kind of rolled up in this 14th 15th thing that you're describing were already on some list, or were already maybe subject to deportation, or were pending some sort of final hearing that is no longer necessary with this change. Those would be
my understanding is that it was I don't know if there was one uniform process by which ICE was detaining these people. I know that JGG, for instance, I think was detained on the 9th of March while awaiting his asylum hearing. There was 4 other named plaintiffs, but they went by pseudonyms. But all 5 of them had a different story of why they were captured by ICE, and then why they ended up being subject to the removal under the Alien Enemies Act. So I don't know if there was a uniform, and obviously the details about how they captured Kilmar Abrego Garcia is separate as well, because he had previously been litigated as a member of MS.
I'm not gonna read. First of all, I've read a decent amount of Marxist stuff before. Not that probably more than you, honestly, from the conversation I've had with you. I'm not interested in reading a lot of this stuff on stream. It's just not. I just don't care about it. Not going to deny that border is more secure than ever, and border crossings at our all-time low. I don't know if they're at an all-time low, but the legality of the immigration thing is not my topic. I would have to research more. But I would say my understanding is obviously, yes, that's true. I just also think that it's likely that Trump is violating certain asylum laws and violating certain due process laws with regards to deportations. It seems like for the most part, I think Biden was adhering to the asylum laws that we had in the book, which you can say were fucked up. And I actually think I would agree. And I actually think the one executive order Biden did do, the asylum cap or whatever, probably was illegal. It probably was not legal for Biden to do the executive order that he did on the border. And in the same way, I think it's likely that a lot of the things Trump is doing on the border are not legal. But none of those are particularly high confidence takes. Okay, those are things that I have to read more up on. I just also think, first of all, I think the deportation is probably a bigger deal than the deportation without due process is probably a bigger deal than just the open border or whatever, because I care about our fucking rights, okay, more than immigrants coming over. But I mean, that's just because of my economic views on immigration. But what game is this? This game is called Schedule 1.
13 by an immigration judge. So like they want to capture that. Or
Trump has to fix what Biden did. Why are you being unreasonable and giving him no slack? Did I not just explain what my view on Trump quote unquote fixing what Biden did by doing mostly illegal stuff? Like I feel like I just explained like my general view on that. But okay. How much marks have you read? I doubt you've read more than me. I don't think you've read any marks from the conversation I've had with you, from the conversations I've had with you, honestly. But I've read Wage, Labor, and Capital, I think I've read, and I've read the Communist Manifesto. I think those are the only two things I read, but it's more than you still, so.
You know, I don't know what the technical word is, but like arrest him and then challenge his withholding order, theoretically, I think that was probably the aim, would be different than like JGG, who was awaiting asylum, or, you know, the other 4 guys who
only
were
2 books you've
captured
read
for no reason. I don't think that there was a uniform process by which these people were grabbed, but it's also hard to tell because JGG was a class action. So I mean, we only have the details of the 5 named plaintiffs, but they're like this encompasses.
And this
a lot
stuff's
of
all still
people.
pending, so we don't know how this will resolve. But I do hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I do think that you know, we will have to wait in some sense and see what happens with it with that case, assuming it's still pending. Like I said, I'm not coming in with any real deep connection to that case or knowledge. I know that they ruled some pending hold on the alien enemy temporarily allowing Trump to enforce it. Is that right?
JGG got dismissed because they ruled that a class action wasn't the right venue to challenge
okay,
it. It has to be done through habeas corpus, yeah. But regardless, I still think that some of like the information we got based off of like the deportation from Boasberg is useful information, even if the case ultimately isn't going to play out because of venue.
Right. So, well, that's a venue jurisdiction decision. I guess it'll have to be relitigated somewhere else.
What's up, Cal?
And I don't know how quickly that'll happen. But I guess, like, as far as the examples that we've gone through, this flight of these 3 flights, these were all to the same place, or are these 3 different flights?
All from an airport in Texas near the border to El Salvador.
Oh, okay. This is the Abrigo Garcia was on these flights, or was he separate?
I don't think he was on these flights. I think he was a separate case.
Okay. Okay. Well, all of these people, I presume,
I don't believe
have
you,
been
Chicken
validly
Jockey.
deportable to El Salvador. And I say that understanding that we obviously have one example of an error being made where this person was not supposed to be deported to El Salvador. So I can grant that. But in theory, that is the issue. And with I guess sort of transition, because I guess we're going to cover this at some point. Because one of the things I've been hearing is like, oh, Trump has to facilitate this return.
Before we move on,
sure.
Before we move on, can I just address one thing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, oh wait, hold on. Okay, I lost a thought. Wait, 1 second.
No worries, dude.
Fuck, what was I gonna say?
The
reason why these people, or like the legal justification for these deportations was the Alien Enemies Act. That's why these people were being arrested. It was because of the order. But my problem is that I don't think that comports with like what we understand immigration or like illegal immigrants' due process rights are. Because it's my understanding that you need some sort of notice of like deportability, and the fact that they were being rounded up on the grounds of a proclamation from the president that hadn't even yet been made public feels like a.
It's not the type of law that you can enforce where you give everyone notice that they're going to be like, like, do you think that we could just say, hey, come turn yourself in, we have a warrant for you to come to this hearing? Do you think that like that would be an effective way to?
You could inform them under the under which proclamation they're being deported under. I feel like that's a pretty easy thing to do, but all right.
These illegal immigrants to come to these hearings or subject themselves to the due process that we want them to, because I think a lot of the times they're not even subjecting themselves to the due process that we want to, and that's another one of the problems. They don't show up, they fail to appear, stuff like that.
We can look at.
I'm pretty sure the data suggests. At least most asylum seekers do show up for their court date, but
at what like specifically due process would mean under the Alien Enemies Act. Like even if they were doing something akin to the way that we were treating the Japanese immigrants under the Alien Enemies Act, that would be okay. But my problem is that they at least got the ability to determine, hey, I'm a member of this gang, or I'm not a member of this gang, or I'm a member of this. I'm deportable for this reason, but I'm not deportable for this reason. Whereas here, it felt like the character of what Trump was doing was basically getting all these people on planes as quick as possible without any sort of litigation or any notice that they're able to even challenge their designation.
So it does expedite the process. It reduces the number of hearings that they can challenge, right? Because like they lose the habeas corpus challenge, right? What it doesn't mean, and what my understanding is not, and I would be on your side of this issue if I was wrong about this, but even under the Alien Enemies Act, they do have the opportunity to challenge the facts of their case, as in their identity, their membership of a gang.
And I'm sure Winnie will get into this, but there are at the very least allegations, by the way, that lawyers weren't even aware where their fucking clients were. well, they were supposedly had the right to make a habeas claim or make any of the claims regarding the facts of the case, right? Like.
Or threatening group that would qualify them under the Alien Enemies Act, and so they still have a process. It's not as extensive as the due process would be for a non-citizen who maybe has no association and isn't from an enemy state or falls under what the Alien Enemies Act applies to. But it doesn't remove the due process, and it still does require like.
How's this guy an attorney that gets paid? I honestly don't know if he works in law or not. I don't. Tyler, are you still here? Don't you know Tyler?
it requires the facts to show that these people are, a threat. Like that's all still part of this process. So it's a maybe truncated process, but it's still due process, and it's still, I think, as a citizen, a way that I would like to see our immigration enforced, especially given
you're gonna poison
the
your
levels of
mind
due
if
process.
you read all this Karl Marx. I agree. That's why I'm not reading.
It feels like there's so many levels of due process. It's really hard to imagine anyone getting deported. Like I know a lot of people in my life. Like I live in Maryland, so we have maybe higher population than some places. But like I know a lot of people here. I know people that are here illegally. You know what I mean? And I have never once in my life thought like, oh, I wonder if they're gonna get deported. Like I'm not worried about for them. Right? They're not criminals. They're just going about their lives and stuff. And I don't know. Maybe that day will come, I guess. But it's like I don't see how due process isn't actually like.
I mean, Trump has 100% deported people with no criminal record, right? That is 100% happened by now. There's no shot it hasn't.
Like if I were making the argument on due process in front of the court, I would argue under the Matthews test that we have to adapt our due process to make it a lot more efficient.
My problem
is
like
driving towards efficiency is like an affront to due process from your position. It feels like that.
Yeah, my problem isn't even the level of due process that is allotted through the Alien Enemies Act. That's not my concern here. My concern is that even the due process that is allotted through the Alien Enemies Act doesn't feel like it was being followed by the Trump admin. So I mean, like people who are subject to the Alien Enemies Act know that they can challenge in this way and know that this is what's happening and this is what they're deportable under. But the problem is that like they were rounding these people up before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act was even public. They don't even know that the Alien Enemies Act is something that they're deportable under because the Alien Enemies Act executive order hadn't even been publicized yet. They don't know like that they can challenge their detainability because they don't know, or deportability because they don't know why they're being rounded up for deportation this quickly.
But it's not necessarily true that the Alien Enemies Act changes the outcome of whether they're deportable or not. It just changes how that process works, and that process requires showing that they're a threat, that they're a member of a gang or some other enemy state or something like that.
Sure, but I mean, in the case of JGG, like he's already going through immigration processes. He's awaiting his asylum hearing, and then he gets detained, and then like the only reason that he wasn't deported was because the plane malfunctioned, and that's the reason why this case even exists is because his deportation got put on hold. But he's going through the process right now to challenge his deportation or like stay in the United States. He's going through the legal process, but there's a new legal thing that would make him deportable that isn't public that he's.
Well, this challenge that we're describing
would have been deported for.
I mean, he got a Supreme Court brief. I mean, he's getting due process, right? He got the Supreme Court.
He just explained that it's because the fucking plane broke down.
In response to his case, that like I don't. That's a rare thing to get at the Supreme Court. I mean, but I'm just saying respectfully, like it does feel like we are affording this due process. And I know in the Kilmar Abrego Garcia, we have this example where we made the mistake, and it was like, oh, the mistake's already been made, and it's too late to facilitate his return. It's up to Bukele, and my boy's not, like I get that all for sure. But like in these cases, it's just like this. I do feel like it's still a little bit hyperbolic to act as though due process itself is being affronted until you can convince me that we're no longer allowing people to challenge the facts of their case. This example on the 14th, the reason I think it sounds convincing to me and could convince me is because it sounds like the 14th is the first time like this process started for them. Like it was like a shock and like a sudden thing. But you're telling me like they had like pending asylum cases and that they had been going through processes. I mean, it sounds to me like was the asylum denied? Like they denied it and then they said, okay, now you're subject to removal under this act. You don't get this habeas corpus hearing. You don't get to challenge this. But as long
this person was awaiting his asylum hearing when he was detained under the Alien Enemies Act.
Babies.
Well, so he had.
Oh, that is true. I haven't kept up with that, by the way. Did we ever find out whether those like that 2-year-old deported was a citizen, or do we not? Do we still not know that? I think there was a court that said, oh, we suspect that one of the 2-year-olds deported with their mother may have been a U.S. citizen who it shouldn't have been deported or should have been at least afforded the right not to be deported. Did we ever figure that out?
Hadn't been like ruled deportable yet. It was going through the process.
Well, and to be fair, like I said, I'm not an expert.
There was 3 citizens, I believe. I remember the 2-year-old. I think I remember the 2-year-old was the one I remember. Yeah, 3 U.S. citizens. One of cancer deported to Honduras. Babe, let's go. One of the children of 4-year-old stage 4 cancer. Do we know for sure if they're citizens yet, or was it is this still like the court suspects blah 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 blah? Deported from the U.S. under deeply troubling circumstances that raise serious due process concerns. The ACLU said. Oh, so this is ACLU citizens. They were for sure citizens. Okay. I mean, ACLU is a lawsuit now, right? ACLU said in a statement. I thought it was going to be a lawsuit. Would have been cool to check out a lawsuit.
Yeah, so I don't know, but like I don't know that when you apply for asylum that you're guaranteed to be held throughout that process. You might not.
The argument is that the parents were the ones deported as non-citizens, and the parents were given the option to stay with their kids. I thought the allegation. So I think what you're saying is, Right. I think it's I think like if you're illegal and you have a kid who was granted birthright citizenship or whatever, I'm fairly certain the way it works. I would have to read more to know for sure. It's that like you have a right to make arrangement for your child to stay in America. Your child is legally entitled to stay in America, and you can make arrangements for them to do so. And I thought the allegation was that they weren't afforded that option, or at least weren't informed they had that option or something like that.
Qualified to even apply. I don't know how it
Oh,
works.
but she was given 2 minutes to decide. It was coercion at best, but hardly a choice. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Like that's why I'm saying I don't know. I'm an expert, but what you're saying would be convincing to me if it was assumed that anyone who applies for asylum is granted like a temporary pause in proceedings. But I don't know that that's the case, and perhaps it is. And if it is,
I don't believe that's the case, but I would say that like if somebody's going through, I don't believe that's.
I'm just saying.
I personally don't believe that's the case. But regardless, so I think the main point that I'm trying to make here is that it felt like the Trump administration was trying to usher these people out as quickly as possible without notice of their ability to challenge their deportability under the Alien Enemies Act, because the Alien Enemies Act proclamation hadn't even been made public yet. So how do you challenge your deportation under an order that hasn't been ordered yet?
Well, they may not have had the opportunity to challenge their deportation under that order. What they would have had the ability to challenge is that whether they are an enemy alien under that act that is engaged in a gang or as a member of a foreign state or whatever the wording is of the Alien Enemies Act. Like the Alien Enemies Act changes the process, and it does speed it up. And there's no doubt that the Trump administration is trying to use it, even in a bit of a stretch legally, right? To be like the Alien Enemies Act, like it's generally.
At least he admits that. At least in a bit of a stretch. Maybe a bit of a stretch to say that we're because Tren de Agua allegedly has ties to the Venezuelan government, which is not true. We're therefore under invasion, which is not true, and can therefore deport people without ordinary due process. Like
in theory, you could argue reserved for like serious wartime, right? But this is common in law, and we've seen this is certainly nothing new in legal space that we have stretched interpretations of things. The Supreme Court has. I don't even want to talk about the Commerce Clause, but the Supreme Court's fucked us over so many times. So we have to see how this goes, but I guess I'm sort of losing my train of thought. But I guess to share that passion with you and identity with you, we do, I think, agree and would side together on people should not be rounded up and deported without the ability to challenge that they are deportable. And what that means is that they are who they say they are, that they are a foreign national, and that the law demands that they are deported, which would also include that they don't apply for any sort of exemption, right? That's the due process that we offer them. What I disagree with, I think, is that what we're seeing as we make this system more efficient and operate faster is an abandonment of those principles. We're seeing due process change, and due process, as the Supreme Court has said, does account for the government has to be able to effectively enforce law. That is a consideration. We're talking about the due process that the government has to afford you. So in cases like this, where I would argue it's become nearly impossible to enforce our immigration law, the demand is actually to make it more efficient, which does not mean abandoning the principles that we identified as shared principles, identifying that these people are in fact subject to deportation under the law. But
so Catrix is not a commie cockroach. I don't know what Catrix might have said, like a troll message to give you that impression, but
that's my I can't ask you this question because you're not as familiar with the details of the case. Sure. But then my question would be like, what sort of due process were these people even allotted? Because if you're not given notice that you're able to fight your detention and fight your deportability status under the Alien Enemies Act, because you don't know that you're being deported under the Alien Enemies Act, then I don't think that constitutes a due process.
I just don't understand how we know who to deport and round up under the Alien Enemies Act if we've had no process take place before that. Like, how do we know how are we rounding up? Who are we rounding up? Where are we getting these people? Like, how do we?
I think it's just going to be based off of ICE's determination that you are a part of this group. So I mean, like I know a lot of the cases were dictated off of the person's tattoos, specifically in JGG. Like the JGG was a tattoo artist, and he saw like certain tattoos that they claimed were aligned with Tren de Aragua, and that was the grounds for deportation under the Alien.
Well, I won't argue that because that's a whole forensics thing in criminal law. That's like, I don't even think that's really illegal. It's like cops and law enforcement stuff. So I don't know all about like that stuff, but.
The issue is the issue is not even just using the tattoos as evidence, right? The issue is it's ICE's determination without any checks from the judicial. I imagine that's the issue that Reniel is trying to get at, not just that tattoos can be like forensic evidence or whatever in deportation cases. But okay.
So basically, what I would say is that like instead of just going based off of like ICE's like designation of this person as a gang member, I would think that we should be affording this person notice that they're deportable, or at least like way more substantive notice.
It may be quick.
I reject that in this case. We did.
In the JGG case.
Yeah, or like the Alien Enemies
right.
first load.
Well, I guess we'll have to maybe revisit this another day because I'll look into it and see what I can figure out about exactly how this process is work. Because what I'm struggling to get through here, and we don't have to sort this out right now, but is how we have a list of these people like that we're deporting under the Alien Enemies Act, right? Like if we have like the thing passes on the 14th and it's happening on the 15th and they're going out on the 14th and rounding people up that they know are going to be subject to this order, like how did they know that they were going to be subject to that order without some like I guess what you're maybe calling into question is the validity of those ICE determinations, which I'll agree is probably not as accurate.
Well, not just the validity, but the ability of the judicial branch to check them, the ability of people to contest ICE's determination in some type of court setting or in some type of, if not strictly a court or whatever, some type of board or something. But it doesn't seem like they were afforded that.
Like full hearing process would be. But I don't know how accurate or inaccurate that system is. I don't know how much it's supplemented by a hearing, right? So
basically, what I'm arguing is that the ICE designation of somebody being a part of a terrorist group alone shouldn't constitute their due process rights. I think that they should have.
Well, it depends on. I guess it depends on how that determination is made, because there's probably some cases where if you and I were to go and sit down and look at their case file, we'd be like, oh, this guy's like, holy shit, yeah, get him off the streets now, right? And then there's some cases where we might be like, what, like all you have is tattoos and like an association, like how do you know he's not just like involved with them because he's like a low town drug dealer?
Well, obviously the people for which we would agree in the first case, it's like. Very clear. They would not win any petition or no judge would ever not deport them or anything. He might say that slows down the process, but then it's, are we, how much do we want to slow down the process to ensure that people aren't wrongfully deported or something?
Right? How do you know he's involved in MS-13 and like at this high level and stuff? So I mean, I agree with you on those principles for sure, and like, that's forensic stuff, and it's a bit separate, I think, than the due process question, because now we're talking about how like the police and evidence is recorded for those hearings, because regardless of the hearings, all of this stuff is still looked at. Like even all of these designations with the tattoos and stuff is signed off by the hearings that we would be talking about.
Yeah. Yes, but the problem is that like we hadn't let this play out in court, and I don't like the idea that someone can be basically detained by ICE on the grounds that they have like things that allow the ICE officer to designate them as a part of this terrorist group, and then the next day they can be on a plane getting ready to be shipped off to CCOT. I think that there needs to be more opportunity for these people to challenge that status, especially when the only reason that JGG ended up becoming a case is because of a malfunction with the plane that didn't let them move as fast as they wanted to.
Right. Well, no, that's interesting for sure. I guess it comes down to what, like, because I mean, I guess we're on different sides of the political aisle here. So when we talk about immigration law and deportations and stuff, do you want to deport all of the people that are here illegally? Because I think maybe that even
now we're on to, which Rindel mentioned, now we're on to like just how do we feel about deportations? Why are you in YouTube instead of Twitch? I've never seen bullying stuff on Twitch. He's a YouTube chatter. He's one of my loyal YouTube chatters.
Kind of like subconsciously playing into here. Maybe not, with you exactly, but just saying like as a social discussion that's happening in the country.
It panel already over? Yeah.
Some of the arguments being made are like
that from the title,
you just don't maybe necessarily share the same interest in having an efficient and effective system that actually deports people that are here illegally. Because I agree with you that I don't want this to be willy-nilly, random, just do it really quick so like any errors just can't be caught and all that stuff. Like I agree with you with all those principles and stuff, but I think I am actively trying to figure out how to develop this due process system to honor the constitutional due process rights that we have while efficiently and effectively actually deporting people that are subject to deportation without it taking 6, 7, 8 years. So an expedited process is actually something that I'm looking for, as long as it doesn't abandon those principles. And so, you'd have a good, we can keep talking about this. So it doesn't have to be when I talk about this, but like if we look into this later and like we see that like, hey, these people really aren't getting a chance to even challenge the facts of their case. They can't even like challenge their identity. They're being like, identified and rounded up based on tattoos and being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they're really not getting those chances. I would be more willing to side with you, but I don't see that that's what's happening. I do think that these people are getting rounded up. They have an expedited process. They're still getting a hearing where they challenge those facts. And because they're non-citizens, because they're subject to this act, they don't have the same habeas corpus rights to challenge the validity of the act, which is like a legal distinction, I guess. But in principle, I am actively looking at the system, seeing it as a broken system. The due process system is broken. I think it's just broken for me from the other side, right? Like I'm saying, this is too bloated. It's offering like, I don't want to say too much due process because it's not like it's like a rule book. Like the government has to follow the rule book. So like it's just that we need a system that's efficient. But do you share that interest, or are you kind of actually interested in like eventually changing the law so that we don't have deportations, and so maybe we don't need to effectively speed up these deportations? Because that's a fair position to have for some people that oppose our current immigration law. So I guess I'll just throw it back at you and just like, where do you stand on like that question?
Yeah, so I mean, this might be kind of an unsatisfying answer, but like most of the political engagement that I have falls not even necessarily with the social politics of it all, and more so within like I want to make sure that our rights aren't infringed. You can call me like a libertarian if you want to. I like making sure that laws are followed, that we have like a general respect for how these processes go forward, and if there was like a meaningful contest to the way that these are going forward, a meaningful legal contest to the way that these are going forward, then that would be a completely different question. I don't even know if I would be here talking to you if it was just that Donald Trump wanted to deport a lot of people. Personally, I probably don't agree with that aim, but that's not even something that I'm necessarily interested in arguing as much as like necessarily the fact that the designation of these people as TDA or the designation of certain people as MS-13 just by ICE alone without the ability to challenge the designation is the main reason why.
That's what because are there no judges or hearings signing off on what ICE is presenting?
Not for most of them, right? And then again, I don't know if they ever get into this. Again, the allegation also is that once they did start affording these rights to people, I think ICE was like literally not informing the lawyers or where their clients were and things like that.
From what I'm aware of in the case, I could be wrong, but it does seem like the only thing that was designating these people as TDA members was ICE's classification of them as TDA members.
Well, that would be the only evidence that was provided to the court was from ICE and involved what you described, but that doesn't mean that the ICE is the one who made that decision. They would have provided that evidence, say that's the only evidence the court had, and they said, yeah, you're right. That's with that only being the evidence, we go off that. Is that what you're on the same page?
Can you rephrase what you said? I'm sorry.
So like you said ICE alone, but I'm making the distinction that it might be ICE alone in the sense that the court only has.
I'm watching at a 10-minute delay. Rendiel would say fucking banana when you catch up to this point or something. Hell yeah, but
ICE. But that doesn't mean that it's ICE alone that like signs off and allows that determination to be valid. The court is still
10-minute delay is insane. Well, I think it just went back to when I started watching it.
Analysis based on the evidence in some of those cases.
YouTube is pretty delayed anyway, but
only evidence we have is ICE, which I think actually makes sense with people who are here illegally. We don't necessarily have records on that. It's undocumented, is right? Like they're just not documented.
I guess the distinction that I would draw is that if you're not giving these people the ability to go through the courts, then we have no way of knowing if it's just ICE's designation or if there is other like circumstances to know whether or not this person is a part of TDA. Because I don't believe that we rounded up like hundreds of people to ship them off on plane loads within a day and like had like a strict vetting process to determine them.
I mean, isn't it? And I'm not in law enforcement, so I'm not asking this to gotcha. I have no idea. But like, this is just my like layman's understanding. But isn't it like well known that like police generally have a database of like who they think in the town is drug dealing, who they think is like maybe breaking other laws. Like they might not, like the police generally, like they might even be tracking. I think with shoplifting they do this. They'll track shoplifters until they hit a certain amount, and like it's not beyond me to think that we have data saying, look, we know these people are here illegally, and that they're still not actively making that arrest, but then they can get the trigger to do that, and it's still valid.
That's possible. And if it was just the detention of these people that was like, so if ICE was just detaining these people on those grounds and they just stayed in detention, then that would be a separate thing. But it kind of feels like if we're playing on that analogy, it feels like the police have a system of determining that these people, may be involved in drug dealing, and then we're putting them in prison on that determination and then not giving them the ability for.
I got 1.31K subscribers on YouTube. That's true. I could have more for the Twitch viewers. ! YouTube in the chat went over and so fuck. Went over and subscribed as well. Anyone watching in Kick as well! ! YouTube and chat. YouTube where I upload all the debates and they have nice fancy intros. I upload a little, not all their reactions, a lot of their reactions. Nice fancy intros. Okay, you don't have to miss anything if you just subscribe there. Yeah.
That to play out in the court if they so choose. The detention isn't necessarily the problem. It's the detention and then the deportation a day later.
Right. So I'll agree with you. There's a spectrum of like cases here, right? You have cases where it's like, hey, we suspect you're Trent because you have tattoos, right? And we just like arrested you we think you have the tattoos in our database. And then there's some where it's like, we got this group of guys, terrorizing people outside the apartment building in Colorado, for example, right? And so like, there are some cases where it's like, we're very.
I don't know if the quality is any better on YouTube versus Twitch. YouTube is more delayed, but again, you get all the not VODs, but edited, fancy debate intro, things like that. I don't know, 80% of my time on the YouTube channel is working in the YouTube channel is finding the clips to put in the intro in the fucking debate. So I keep bringing it back to that. But I'm cool on YouTube. Subscribe.
Certain where like I think you'd be able to easily convince a jury. You and I would be easily convinced that the evidence shows that this is a member of Tren de Aragua, right? Like this person is a member of a gang. This person is subject to deportation. Perhaps not under the Alien Enemies Act, but still subject nonetheless.
The delay is imposed by YouTube. I can have it on lower latency on YouTube, but then I think it's worse quality, and I don't know how worse the worst quality is, so I don't know if it's worth it. Maybe I'll try it one day, but
even this case, I do believe, and it's my understanding that they have a hearing to challenge the facts of their case, that they are who the people are being arrested. But this is a case where it's like, look, we have on record.
How many times has Rennie left to mention, like he's talking about people who were literally going to be deported, like before the fucking proclamation was even invoked, and they weren't even aware what they were being deported under, like.
this evidence. It's very convincing. The government's basically like the government in a lot of cases can and what's it called? There's a legal term for this, but like where it's like, you know, there's overwhelming evidence that it's just like a stipulated, basically. Like we can stipulate, like you're a member of Trinity Argo. Maybe they even confess in some cases, right? And so in those cases where it's like, okay, the court's basically established under whatever determination process they have that you're a member of Trinity Argo, right? You do not qualify for this asylum. You're subject to this. And then they expedite that process to deport them the next day. I don't have a problem with that. But if we're looking at this case by case, there's going to be more sympathetic cases and less sympathetic cases, right? So like, I am open and interested in, like, you know, looking at this. Like I said, I'm always open for having eyes on this stuff. Like I'm never, you know, like, oh, they just trust to go, they'll do it fine, they'll do everything fine. Like obviously get that. But generally speaking, a lot of these cases, I think, especially when we're talking about the Alien Enemies Act, where it requires some sort of determination that you're a violent threat, I actually do like kind of want to get these people out as soon as possible, and I do want to have this process work as like very effectively and efficiently without abandoning the principle of minimizing essentially with like a, you know, zero tolerance policy, right? Doesn't mean it'll never happen, but a zero tolerance policy for mistakes, right? As in, like, we want that due diligence met. We want that identity, like, for sure proven. We don't want to, like, make mistakes and, like, get the wrong people and stuff. But in a lot of these cases, I think it's like we have them on a list. We know that they're a member of a gang. We have established, like, very convincing databases that this person's a member. Maybe we've deported them before, you know, maybe we fingerprinted them before. Like, maybe we've, like, there's a whole host of cases, I guess. But, would you make the argument that even in those cases where you and I might at the end of the day agree that this is like an egregiously like evil gang member that we would support deporting back to El Salvador, that this like process is too quick for them, like, or that you would want?
I would argue that this process is too quick for them, but that doesn't mean that I would argue for letting them out of detention. I think detaining these people like within ICE or having ICE detain these people is perfectly fine.
Okay.
It's just a matter of having them able to challenge that designation by ICE and challenge their detention before they're basically loaded up onto a plane in a day. Without
it lets it be something until justice. Otherwise, the designation is not made by an officer. This principle is drawn out and it extends follows from local police officers to stop you for anything. I went back to start on watching on 1.75. Yeah.
The nature of their portability.
I mean, I agree. It's my understanding that they still have those opportunities even under the Alien Enemies Act. It's just that it's expedited, and I'll admit, in my understanding of this, I don't know exactly what takes place in this hearing, right? Like, what do we know about these hearings that says that it couldn't take place, you know, in one day, or
so I would
even
say
without
that
them present?
I would say that the case law for the Alien Enemies Act does outline the fact that like people who are, you know, detained under the Alien Enemies Act do have these certain rights. But I'm arguing that Donald Trump's administration, through these certain deportations, did not adhere to the rights that these people are allotted. That's the argument I'm making.
Well, that's also the argument of the JGG case.
Yes.
Okay. And I know we said that was dismissed because of venue, but is that being relitigated in the correct venue? Do you know?
I'd have to look up if there are current like habeas claims from all 5 plaintiffs or any more plaintiffs from the JGG case, but I'm not personally aware of them.
Okay, because I'm willing to say, you know, I'll let it stay in the air for me until that case is answered, because there's a lot of nuance in this discussion, right? Especially when we're talking about due process. It's like a very, like, I mean, there's a whole host of questions like when you get to this, like what is due process? It's different in nearly every case. It's not like a single defined like due process is a hearing plus, you know, a jury trial plus like an attorney. Like in some cases it does involve a trial, right? Like in criminal due process, there's a higher bar than in civil due process, right? Or in like a or even I think if they were arrested in prison, in federal prison, an illegal immigrant from federal law, they do still have those due process rights against criminal punishment, right? And I agree with you. I don't want people to not have due process, even if they're the horrible criminal from overseas. But when it comes to the civil resolution of deportation, which is a civil consequence, that bar isn't the same as it is for like a citizen who's being deprived of life or liberty, or someone who's being subjected to a criminal punishment. And I think I was watching some breakdown about this, that the court could reinterpret deportation as a criminal punishment, which would be a nightmare for me, because that would basically make deportations like impossible, because you have to literally take every single one to trial to prove that they're illegal.
I was watching the debate on Tim Pool between, I think it was Good Logic and Pisco, and Good Logic, I'm taking it as word here, he might be wrong, he may have completely mischaracterized it, I don't know. But he said that basically deportation doesn't, or like there's SCOTUS case law to show that deportation doesn't constitute punishment, so that would probably cut towards your argument. But the case law that does exist specifically pertaining to the Alien Enemies Act, JGG versus Trump, now one of them, shows that these people do have like the right to notice of their deportability and the right to challenge their deportability under a habeas petition.
Well, they're claiming that, right? Because the habeas petition is different than the...
That's what the Supreme Court ruled, is that the venue for... Because it was when the TRO was challenged up to the Supreme Court, because Boasberg put the TRO basically saying that you can't deport the class under the Alien Enemies Act. And then the Supreme Court ruled that the venue of a class action doesn't fit for alien enemies deportations, and that their cases need to be brought in a specific cases need to be brought through habeas, and there can't be a class action lawsuit to challenge, you know, the deportability of all of these people. But it also ruled that these people have the right to notice of their deportability and the right to challenge their detention and classification of alien enemies. I agree with that too. There's some practical questions about like if habeas is an effective way to litigate this, but I'm not, you know, I'm not classified, or I'm not, you know, smart enough to have that discussion. But from what I know about the details of the JGG, you know, lawsuit and what has been, you know, presented by Boasberg, it doesn't feel like Donald Trump complied with those rights to notice, and it doesn't feel like you probably need the right to notice in order to
right.
enact your right to challenge.
Well, I don't know the case facts, so I'm not gonna I guess I won't take a position on that. And I'll let the court decide if they end up relitigating it. But I guess.
Why can't you, Renildo, I love you. You should, by the way, just ask him, like, okay, let's say, like, what this guy is alleging is true. Would you, like, then, you should ask him, like, what would you then say? Would that make you reconsider voting for Trump? Would that make you reconsider supporting him? Would that, would you at least condemn that action as unconstitutional or something? Like, you should, I want to know what he would do.
Also, something to keep in mind is that
about it, like there's those questions that I had earlier. I just like those are going to be what I would have to answer to really, I guess, maybe take a stance on this before the court did. But
there's also something to keep in mind in that Boasberg put the TRO to prevent the class from being deported, and now the Trump admin is being Boasberg found probable cause to hold the administration in contempt for violating the TRO. So that's also something to keep in mind.
That's part of the ask in the case. What you said? Sorry.
So Boasberg put a TRO to prevent to prevent the deportability of this class.
Under the
that TRO got appealed up to the Supreme Court and ended up getting removed. But it was still found, probable cause for contempt was still found of the administration in that they were deporting people in the class, even though there was a TRO to prevent them from deporting people in the class.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I guess it's about violations of TROs and stuff. But
yeah, which is a separate question. But
yeah, and there are times where you can violate a TRO if I'm not mistaken, because the point of a TRO is to prevent and this might not be applicable in this case, but this is like in other cases, there's times where like the purpose of temporary restraining orders is to like say we have a dispute, right? And it's like trying to settle this dispute could put one of us in a position that you can't recover from it, right? That's like in theory the purpose of the TRO. I think if I'm not mistaken, I probably am actually. Now I think I can't think of any examples, but like if you could justify in the past or like later on that your violation of that TRO protected you from that, I'd wonder if you could make that argument.
So the only case law that I'm familiar with.
Sorry, I'm
yeah, no, you're good. The only case law that I'm familiar with is Walker Birmingham, which said that like even if a TRO is later overturned, you still have to you're still legally obligated to follow that TRO, even if it ends up getting overturned later, because a judge's word shouldn't be questioned by the people applying.
Well, not to derail, but this is a similar scenario in law that I'm aware of. In different states have ruled this differently, but in my state, Maryland, actually I don't remember exactly which side of this my state holds on, but some states hold this differently, where if you resist arrest, and then it turns out that there was no valid arrest, you can't be charged for resisting arrest. You can't be charged for just resisting arrest when like the other charges are dropped. But in some states you can.
Yeah,
and it kind of feels like that's like the logic is like similar, but I'm just
yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're good. I mean that is interesting. I don't know the laws.
It is interesting, right? Because if you and I agree with it in principle, if the police are making an arrest, because here's why I think that principle overlaps. You should generally expect that people. Like if it was like, hey, it should be illegal to resist arrest. That makes sense. You know what I mean? Like especially with a valid arrest, and it is illegal in I think all states to resist arrest with a valid arrest, right? The problem is that when those arrests are turned out to be not valid, you can say, hey, that you can't charge me with resisting arrest because there was no valid arrest. But
I think the problem is that if we open the door to that, especially in like a legal context, then we're basically hitting whoever is subject to the TRO, like
we would be
the judge up until the course is
in this case it would
finally
be
litigated.
We're giving the president a little bit of an upper hand over a judge, which I would actually agree with based on just like how these the accountability structures for these two parties and how they're both put in. I think that
caught up, hell yeah.
The president probably has a little bit more of a right to make decisions than a random federal judge, but at the same time, like this would be only applicable
over. Okay, I think I know what he's trying to say, but it's a dumb way of saying it. A president has more of a right to make a decision than a federal judge. They're different branches. They have checks and balances, but whatever. Okay, regardless.
It later is justified and says, like, look, the TRO was totally invalid, thus you can't hold me to account for it. You would still have to prove that nothing, like, that he was totally justified in violating the TRO, that it was totally wrong, right? Like, in those cases, that's, the logic from this, like, the resisting arrest thing applied here. It would make sense to me, but I don't know that ever how it would work.
The article is basically, yeah, but if we had a political will, well, basically, Dave Ramsey approach is just eat rice. And what are we talking about right now? What are we on about? What is YouTube chat on a? What are we?
I don't know that makes sense.
The problem with that is if a TRO is preventing the president from like deporting a certain class, and then the president ignores the TRO because he thinks that he'll succeed on the case, and then deports that class, and then he was wrong and he loses the case, and it was found that he should have been found for the TRO.
Also be charged for violating the TRO, yeah.
And it better be fucking irreversible. You better not be able to argue that it's reversible, because then you'd have to argue that people wrongfully deported, Trump is able to facilitate their return. Then it gets you in a weird position with certain Abrego Garcia, who apparently his deportation is totally irreversible, but or at least without El Salvador acting, it's totally irreversible.
Problem is that now that the president is also arguing that if we wrongfully deport somebody, we can't bring them back, then that whole class that he deported, even though they were protected by the TRO, that he deported illegally, is basically just fucked.
Wow. Well, that's why did I even add that? I don't need thoughts. Neil, you're the true thought leader. Damn.
That's a different issue because it becomes like the moot question or like out of bounds, I guess, like theory. But that's
Well, if Trump is making that argument about Garcia, then I think it like maps onto. It would map onto this as well.
There's an argument there. But I guess to stick a landing on this last sort of like fun topic, I guess that we're having. Let's say a hypothetical where a judge puts a TRO on the president for something that the president's clearly, and like you and I and anyone would agree, ethically, morally, like allowed, obligated, entitled to do. In those cases, like where we can agree that like, because we pretend we're omniscient, we're looking at this like system as a simulation, right? So we know how this is all going to play out the whole time. In those cases, it might make sense to say, hey, look, if the president violates a TRO and it comes out that that TRO was absolutely out of bounds, misplaced, and incorrect, the president should not be held accountable for violating the TRO. If it does come out that that TRO had any validity, like remote validity, like the tiniest speck of validity, then you would be accountable for violating the TRO. But the principle would be take the
Joggy, if you keep spamming it, I'm just gonna time you out again. I'm gonna time you if you send that link one more time. I'm gonna time you out again, and you're not gonna be happy about it.
Due process question out of it and replace it with something that we're like the president needs to be able to do this. President's got to be able to, like, say they put the president on a TRO to not speak with foreign powers, right? Just like, hey, we're some investigation, you're being sued for something, and we're putting a TRO on you that you're not allowed to speak to any foreign leaders for like 20 days or something. The president's like, the fuck? Like, I'm the president. I can't not speak to, I mean, it's a dumb example maybe, like, right? But
you didn't send it for 10 minutes because you were timed out for having previously sent it 3 times when I told you not to.
The principle is like, what do we do in cases where a judge is overstepping? A judge is making an error. Like, the judge is the one in the wrong. Because I don't know that,
my guess is that you would probably just have to go through the appellate process. Because I mean, like in specific cases like that, we could probably make like individuals.
Also, yeah, I mean, by the way, I would presume if they are clearly so obviously in the wrong, the TRO would just be. I don't know exactly how the appeals process works for a TRO, but like, would an appeals court still uphold that? Like, are we gonna and then I don't know where it goes after whatever appeals. I mean, it would depend on what level it started in, right? I guess because that. If it starts in federal court, there's less courts to go through in the appeals process. But presumably, if it's so obvious that this is an unjustified TRO, it would be almost immediately thrown out by the appeals court. But whatever.
Justifications, but like as like a systemic rule, we probably don't want to set that precedent that the president could just ignore TROs, and then if he like irreversibly fucks up, then it's just like
right. But on the opposite side,
I don't really care what the process is supposed to be. I mean, he did kind of. He didn't fully. He didn't. I mean, so his argument, was that like, due process does need to, change based on basically how there's a better phrasing to this that I think he used, but like how like big the problem is, right? Like, or how much it impedes our ability to do. To do these deportations. Like, if we have to deport 20 million people and due process takes a fucking year to do so for every person, then, like, I don't know, due process would have to change so we could be more efficient deporting these people. But I honestly don't think he does care. kind of doubt he does, but regardless.
And they're not as accountable as the president is. They're not as like exposed to like public scrutiny as the president is. They're not like placed into that position in the same way that the president is. I would say like if you were to put these two people side by side and say like which one of these when they have a dispute should have the final say, and I would say the president. But that doesn't invalidate like the value of the debate between the two. Saying like what the like it doesn't invalidate the litigation between the two. Let's just say look, when there's like a dispute, I think we have to err on the side of the president, and that doesn't mean that the litigation can't occur and that we can't decide what the truth is. But I'm more worried about a situation where a judge prevents the president from doing something that he should be entitled to do, and then we suffer damage from that, than a president doing something and then the reverse. Sorry, my fucking brain just fried itself. But then the reverse. You know what I mean? Like that seems to be more of a concern for to allow a judge to have that level of influence than to allow the president, who is already expected, entitled, and established with that level of influence. Like that is the whole purpose of their role, is to have that level of influence. And when you let the judge interfere with it, that seems like that's the concerning area. Because now it's like now we really got to look at who's in these judges positions. Like how much power do you have when you're a federal judge now? And like I said, this is something we got to separate from the due process and deportation thing, even though that is certainly like related because that's the current debate. But the structure, I guess, is still like in question. Like how do we set up this system to like, where's the accountability lie? How does the structure work? I think there's something to be said about like if the judge is wrong, like that's I'm not willing to take the damage from a judge being wrong as I am from a president being wrong because of the way they're put in that position, the level of accountability that they have, like the level of authority that's granted to them. It's actually specifically granted to the president, and it's like superficially granted to the judge. Like it's. I guess
at that point I would just appeal to. At that point I would just appeal to like likelihood to make that level of disregard, and I would say that the president would probably be more likely to exercise like a wild abuse of power than a federal judge would, because they also have more like motivation to.
Well, that's true.
But it's hard to.
Never believe that double is Never believe that Double is completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that they're it's just I know. Yeah, I think I know what you're quoting. Yeah, they know that our remarks are frivolous. Open to let's try. I don't even have anything illegal. Yeah, no, I know what you're. You're replacing anti-Semite with double based.
Well, this is actually a little bit.
Judges are part of the executive branch. The powers flowing down from the seat of the president to enforce a lot of land. What there are immigration judges that are part of the executive branch, right? But I think they're talking about. I don't think they're not talking about that right now, because like the what's his name, the B guy, fucking Boersberg, whatever the fuck his name is, he's not part of the executive branch. He's judicial branch, right? I don't think he's one of the immigration judges under the executive branch. What the fuck are they? I don't understand. I assigned these people to manage this shit, but they're not. None of them are trimming it. This even has a. This has a destination or whatever. Can I? Hold on. Oh shit. Hold on. They all just need to go to the... I think it's just because I told them to go to the mixing station, but didn't have anything for them to mix.
The founders intentionally didn't give the courts enforcement power, right? The president has enforcement power, which is why the president can, in theory, ignore the courts, and then it requires the legislature to impeach the president. And like, it's not like rock paper scissors where it's like this branch over this branch. It's all like a fucking hoshmash of all these different oversights and stuff. And I don't think the president should ignore the courts, but I guess what I'm arguing is in a little bit like, you know, it's the court can't enforce anything that they do, and they account for this actually in a lot of their rulings. When like I was going through law school, we run into it a lot. The court will like acknowledge like, you know, we can't enforce this, right? And sometimes it's like just too logistically impossible to enforce. Sometimes it's just like, you know, if the executive doesn't want to enforce this, we can't enforce it. It's like with with cannabis law. I mean, we don't enforce it, but it's still on the law. It's still on the books. It's still law, right? But like the executive branch is like, if they took it to the judicial branch, they could still charge people, which would be insane. Like especially now, but like they still could take it to the judicial branch and be like and charge people, but they can have that discretion to, you know, do that and stuff. I guess that's more of their check on the legislature to enforce it, because the legislature's provided that law, not the justice. But anyways,
yeah. All right. Well, I think until more plays out with JGG, or unless like you find out something that I might have like misrepresented on accident or whatever, then I think that's probably
said that. Said what? The lower is purely intellectual.
I don't know if we can go anywhere else with that.
Said,
I would say I'll just put my quick thing in there. The only thing I think I want to look at is exactly how these lists of subjects for these deportation flags that you mentioned, and like how this is like how are we making those lists? How do we know who to put on them? How is that process? What process did we have before we knew who these people were? Because depending on the answer to that question, I might be, you know, closer to siding with you.
And all I have.
No, guys, we can't. JC, we can't just keep debating this chick and guy never banning him. We can't.
Have is like my general impression of how it was made by the way that it was framed by the plaintiff, so that's obviously going to be biased. But
nice
I mean, I'll definitely read into that a little more. I would also encourage you to
Tron.
read into it a little more.
Yeah. We can talk again anytime you hit me up. Let me know. I really enjoyed talking to you. It was fun. Great.
What is that? It?
Do you
I got 40 minutes left.
So what time are you going to Gibbs?
8:30.
8:30. Okay. Do you want to talk a little bit about Garcia?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm just going.
Okay. I think a lot of people get their priorities on the Garcia case kind of mixed up, because I think like lumping him into the Alien Enemies Act deportations and making the due process claims about Garcia is probably.
Was he deported under the Alien Enemies Act or not?
No, that's why or not to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure no. But that's why
I have no clue. I really don't know. Tron. There's no way. I really don't know. Fucking Hitler. That's my guess.
Certain people on the left lumping Garcia in with JG.
Dude, I said in the past. I think I've changed my opinion on this. I said to like some of my IRL friends before, because my friends have nailed it. Wait, no shot. I thought that was a troll guess. I was like, but regardless, Jesus. I have IRL friends who do drugs and like have asked me to do drugs or whatever. Mom, if you see this, that's not true. But I've never done them. And I said the one drug I'd be willing to do was LSD, because I'm on the LSD subreddit and there's really funny posts on the r/LSD subreddit, and that's my only justification. Duncan's psychosis like Destiny. Well, they were just like offering me edibles. It's not even like they pressured me or anything. They were just like, hey, we got edibles. You want some? But I said no.
GG class action, or
you know
with,
about
people
persistent
deported
agent
on
disorder? Isn't
not
that only if you
good.
do like a shit ton of
I think a lot of people that are
psychedelics?
just barely paying attention. Like it's that's
Right,
how it happens to be. People, and
I'd
I
be
don't. I'm not
fine.
trying to blame people, but it's like a casual understanding, and it's not like people are. I can understand how a person who's like not super into politics would just kind of like mash them together in their mind and think it's all the same, especially because of the whole MS-13 thing with Abrigo Garcia. I could see that, but no, I agree.
And I do think it speaks to the mindset of the administration a little bit. So if you want to incorporate it in that sense, then maybe you could. But I think what needs to be isolated when it comes to Garcia's case is the Trump administration's like willingness to basically ignore the law. So like when it comes to the administrative error for deporting him, even though he had a withholding order, I think that was bad, obviously. And the fact that he was deported was obviously bad. Even if we grant that, he had some shady shit going on, he's probably not like a good hombre or whatever. I think we could probably grant that like them ignoring the withholding order was bad, because then if we set the precedent that presidents can ignore withholding orders, then we set the precedents that withholding orders mean nothing. And then that was bad enough, I think. But then following the fact that SCOTUS ruled that they must facilitate his return, and that Donald Trump is kind of signaling that even if he does have the power, he wouldn't do it because he's a bad person. I think that is starting to make a really uncomfortable relationship with the judiciary.
There's a very different question between the withholding order thing.
Thanks for following
and
1776.
the question of what the courts can do with Abrigo Garcia already being back in his home country.
AQ.
So they're like totally separate questions in my mind, legally speaking. Like one of them is, Abrigo Garcia is a citizen of El Salvador. That is, he's not an American citizen. So when he's back in his home country, the court, and this is part of that separation of powers we talk about, the court, just like the legislature, cannot direct how the president uses his presidential powers, right? And so the reason that this becomes an issue is because, they say you have to get Abrigo Garcia back. That's the remedy under the court. You have to get him back. Does this mean that it's impossible for the president to be handed a negotiation goal and then be told to meet it? Because now it's like, okay, what if they demand $10 billion for him? Does he have to pay $10 billion under the court order? He has to do that. Like, how does he meet the negotiation standard? How does this that issue is a separation of powers issue. It's separate from the withholding order issue. Trump not remedying this case, because in some cases when you don't get the remedy, it does open the door for that remedy to not be applied in future cases. And that is the concern that I would share with you. But what I don't think we see here is that this error
She does
by not
have
being
the
remedied
Republican make
is
it,
going
so
to
it's hard
result in
to
other
tell.
withholding orders being ignored. We have established that the withholding order should have been honored. It was incorrect to not have honored it. The reason that I bring it up is because people will, and the hyperbole that I'm pointing out is that the hyperbole is that like, oh, this man received no due process, like this order, whatever. This is a ref making a bad call. This is kind of how I described it in my video. Like, it's the wrong call. It doesn't invalidate the fact that we had refs for the whole game. It doesn't mean that we had no rules in place for the whole game. I think that the withholding order should have been honored. That being said, I don't know that I agree with the withholding order itself.
Is this chicken and Mark to the same person?
I may not have wanted that. I may not have agreed with that being entered in the first place. And when you look at this case, if you didn't have that withholding order, you take that out, you still have this entire process where they litigated his membership of MS-13, the case of this 2022 traffic stop, which was a traffic stop, not an arrest or anything like that. But
it did look bad, right?
It is. I mean, it's like the tattoos being litigated is very minor when you look at this, because it's like, okay, what's the innocent explanation?
I'm addicted to gooning. Has anyone overcome this addiction? I'm just looking for a distraction at this point. Please assist. Welcome to the stream, Cravington. This is a pro gooner stream, okay? We make Nomin is always gooning. That's what I'm saying. You can't see what I'm doing with my hands right now, okay? You have no clue whether I am jaking it or not, okay? I am always gooning. I'm a certified gooner. Please, guys. Gooning is not an addiction. It's just called having fun. It's just called how can you have too much gooning?
For this, right? Trafficking people from Texas,
It's not
Maryland,
addiction,
in a car,
it's a
owned by
lifestyle,
guy who's
exactly.
incarcerated for human trafficking. Like, it does look horrible. But so without the withholding order, he would have been validly deportable under due process, and that's why he was deported. That's how they even knew to get him. That's why he got arrested. Like, that's how he was on their radar. That's what happened. So that's the hyperbole I'm pointing out. I can acknowledge the error. I can acknowledge that if Trump was in a position to facilitate it, he would have to do that. But the reason the court worded it so carefully is because they understand that even if the remedy is that Abrigo Garcia should be returned to the United States, when it comes to ordering the president to use his presidential powers, there's just a straight block on doing that. And so if Abrigo Garcia were to be returned to the U.S. by Bukele, right, he would have to, under the law, the process for him now, under the court system, under the process that he's being
anything
would be
that helps
exactly
a gooner,
the process that he would
brother.
facilitate this, restructuring of whatever process. But the El Salvadorian president saying, I'm not going to give him back, and I'll admit, I have no doubt in my mind that like the day before this meeting, Trump was like, "Hey, you're not giving that guy back, right?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, don't worry about it." And they're like, "That's my guy. Like, you ain't fucking me up, dog." Like, I get that. Like, 100%. If Trump wanted, I mean, we get like hostages out. Trump's like, we love to brag about Trump getting people out of places that don't want to return people, right? Like all the time. So it's not like I can say like, "Oh, Trump just can't get him back. Oh, there's nothing we can do." But at the same time, like, there really is no way for the court to order that, and that's why he's going to get away with this case. And I also think there's an element here that is probably bad for the left on this issue, just narrative-wise, because ultimately what it's coming
It's
down
not hard to stream on YouTube Shorts. It's just like I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's annoying. I mean, I can just show you like this is an OBS plugin that like I could hit start streaming on Shorts right now, and I would have to add like in my chat thing like the YouTube Shorts a YouTube Shorts video, but like it's not. I don't know, it's not hard.
Yeah.
But I hate short form content. I hate vertical video. I hate vertical video. I hate vertical video. I should have asked if you found out. Oh, sorry. Oh my God, it's scrolling down. If you found out. Oh my God, why does it do that? If you found out he was doing that with I always forget Bukele. Would that violate the order? Nathan, what's the plugin? I honestly forget its called. It's just OBS. If you look up OBS vertical video plugin, it should. I think. Oh wait, hold on. This is it. Yeah. There's a donation button. I think it's vertical. I found it. Why is this lagging now? You got 19,000 views last stream. Maybe I do like vertical video. I don't know. Maybe I do. Hello? Why is this just broken? Why is this fucked?
Down to is that this looks like
why is it showing that now?
Minor error.
Fixed it. All right.
And minor errors sometimes need to be remedied, and sometimes it's like, okay, it's a minor, we can let it slide. And in court, we call it a harmless error, right? There's errors made in court cases all the time. Doesn't invalidate your due process unless it can be shown that it materially affected the outcome of your case, right? So we have times where we admitted errant evidence, or like we didn't allow this, argument to be made, or some jury instruction.
How do I have them access to storage racks? Or do I just have to... Do I just have to have like one person do each task so I can just have supplies on the thing? Why are these people not cleaning up?
Was errant, but unless you can show that it materially altered the outcome, then it's the due process was not affected, right? And things will stand.
So I guess the thing that I want to isolate to here is that I agree that the courts can't say, hey, you need to offer up this amount in order to bring this person back. That would obviously be a case of judicial overreach, or even saying that you need to
goal.
Oh wait, you're about to get monetized, or you could get monetized in a month? Hell yeah. W. Renfield. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Like,
Pentupple's a ChatGPT lawyer. Pentuple is a Grok lawyer. What's this ChatGPT? ChatGPT would fucking... ChatGPT might be able to pass the bar or something. Pentupple's he's a Grok lawyer, okay? He doesn't...
Yeah.
Right.
But the problem is that if they're saying they must, facilitate the return...
To draw, not flex it. Wait, hold on. No, I'm not trying to... I'm not... First of all, even if we were flexing, I don't care. But I was being congratulatory. I was being proud. I was being excited. I was...
the two things that I need to have, shown to me is that, one, there isn't an understanding with we are paying people to house them in El Salvador. So my understanding would be is that if this is like a transactional relationship where we're sending people and money to house these people, that we couldn't request one of the people back.
So
that feels strange to me.
I think you're
And
confusing, respectfully, that when they say that he must facilitate it, that they're also implying within that, and maybe you're right. I'll admit that. Maybe you're right, but I don't think you are. So I'll say it. But I think that what you're assuming is that when they say facilitate it, that also implies that he must attempt to do it. That he must, like, in some...
What's up?
I don't know how bad YouTube delay is, but I'm on the part where he's talking about how we couldn't facilitate the return of Garcia. I was wrong. There was something that I should have brought up here super clearly.
Damn.
So, okay. This goes back to JGG, okay?
Okay, sure.
When that lawsuit went through, one of the plaintiffs was on a plane. And then Boasberg issued a temporary restraining order saying that the 5 core plaintiffs of the lawsuit can't be deported. And then they got him back. They got him off the plane. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. And then there were a bunch of people in El Salvador that got turned away because of other shit. Okay. Yeah. So hold on. Let me structure my thoughts a little bit. I don't think it's the case that we can't get somebody back due to pending litigation. I don't think that's the case. I don't remember how much we cover this, but I'm pretty sure that we had already brought somebody back from El Salvador because of pending litigation.
Sure.
Ushering them on the planes is irrelevant. I just realized that because we're talking about putting them on the plane in Texas. So that was stupid. But I think we already have done this. And there's this this thing that was cited in... Oh, I should have brought this up. I'm so stupid. Okay. There's this thing that was cited in the SCOTUS ruling for Garcia. And it's called the U.S. Immigration's Custom Enforcement Directive 11061.1. And what it says basically is if it's the case that somebody is removable even though there's pending litigation, and then that litigation comes back in their favor, we can facilitate their return.
Yeah.
This is an ICE directive. That's yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna link that in chat if anybody wants to read this. I don't agree that it's not the case that we can't facilitate the return. Obviously, it'd be judicial overreach for the judicial to say, "Hey, you need to do this in particular to bring him back." But the idea that we don't know what facilitating the return of means or effectuating, I don't know if you got that far.
Not quite yet, but yeah, you're about to get there, I think. Yeah.
Not true. Okay, I don't think that's true. So I just wanted to make that clear, and I linked it in YouTube chat. Okay, I'm gonna watch the rest.
All right. So am I. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
No, you're good. Yeah. I don't know. Do they need? Can I put these in our inventory? Or I need a trash bag too.
Some form, facilitate implies that he must actively try something in that pursuit.
Well,
if that's how the court understood facilitate to mean, then you'd have a good point. And I'm not saying they don't. Like I've said, I'm not like an expert in this sort of immigration law, but my understanding is they say he has to facilitate this. That doesn't mean that he has to even make an attempt. It basically means that if it's put at his door, like if it's brought to him, he would have to.
Yeah,
do it.
if El Salvador says they'll release him, then he just has to bring him back.
What to do when it comes to the foreign powers? Because again, this is separate than domestic.
What the Supreme Court ruled in Garcia versus Nome, the order to to facilitate his return, was actually that they must. It was on the grounds of a district court ruling that they must effectuate and facilitate Abrego Garcia's return, and within what was it, like 14 days or something like that. That got appealed up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, okay, the 14 days thing obviously isn't applicable because it's past 14 days, so we can't say that you had a legal obligation to bring him back without appealing. So that part of the ruling was pushed aside, but it said that you must facilitate his return and effectuate his return. But what effectuate specifically means, because it was kind of vague in the original district court's ruling, gets shot back down to the district court. So what the Supreme Court did rule was not only that they must facilitate his return, but also effectuate by the terms that the district court lays out.
Okay. So effectuate and facilitate. Facilitate means to manage it. Effectuate would mean to, what is this like? They effectuate as in, here's the process that you're resuming with him, that you need to get him back into this position, right? I don't know that still requires that. Effectuate is closer though to implying an attempt is required, but I don't know that an attempt requirement would be.
Wait, sorry. Effectuate is closer to implying that an attempt is required? My face cam will be back on in a second. My phone died after I plugged my phone into my computer with a USB-C cable, and that lets me have my webcam like over, instead of being over Wi-Fi, like over the wire. But the USB-C port does not, from my computer, does not charge my phone faster than it being a camera, causes it to die, so it eventually dies. And now I'm plugged it into the wall with a fast charger, and it has to get to like 1% again before I can turn it back on, and then it'll be over Wi-Fi, so it'll be probably like 5 frames a second, but we'll deal. But sorry. Effectuate is closer to implying?
Requires that effectuate is closer though to implying an attempt is required.
Closer to implying.
But I don't know that an attempt requirement would be equally like in the same vein as telling the president what to do with his official powers. So the question, I guess, is can an attempt requirement be made on this, even if he's told to facilitate it and effectuate it? The word effectuate, because everyone's been focusing on the word facilitate, but effectuate, it does get closer to what I guess we're talking about. So perhaps there's a good point there.
I'm pretty sure there's also potential contempt hearings in the Garcia v. Nome. So my I don't know the specific terms that was laid out by the district court in what effectuate means, but it's my understanding that what was laid out by that district court in regard to what effectuate means, the Trump admin is not adhering to, especially since this is kind of unrelated to the case. But I'm sure you saw the recent interview that Trump did with, who was it, CBS? ABC, where the anchor basically asked him, like, okay, why don't you like pick up the phone and request this request this person back from Bukele? And he said, if he were the gentleman he said he was, I would do it. Which basically tells me that he hasn't even like considered taking a step, and the reason that he isn't taking a step isn't because he believes that there's a legal question over, you know, separation of powers or whatever. It's just because he doesn't want to, because he thinks he's unsavory, which I don't think is meaningful. I don't think
you shouldn't bring this up in a debate, because it's not, it's not particularly relevant, and it'd be kind of a derail. But I don't think Trump understands what the court ordered him to do. I think he's just going based off of the opinion of that. Is the dude even a lawyer who, like, in the press conferences is saying, oh, the Supreme Court sided with us 9-0? I don't even know if that dude is a lawyer. It seems like Trump's just taking that guy's word for it, though. But like, I don't think I don't know if anyone around Trump would even be willing to, like, say what the Supreme Court actually ordered or whatever. But
in almost any world, that would be
it's a discretion call from the president. I guess we could debate the legitimacy of that sort of discretion call being made by the president, but
now you do your job, Jesus.
It's the effectuate effectively means, like, what do they have to effectuate? Whatever he's told to effectuate is the final result being requested, as in the ultimate position that Abrego Garcia would be reinstated to. That's what I understand that to mean, and I don't know that I'm, like I said, I'm not coming into this discussion with like a super expert. You know, I haven't read all these cases through. I'm just coming in with my understanding of like constitutional law and due process. But effectuate and facilitate, especially in the context where they clarify that like you can't really set goals for negotiation.
You
or,
ever
like,
stack onion rings on your
require the
hog?
president to
Nah,
ultimately
it would just fall
accomplish
off, right? Can't
something.
even fit one.
But you can still say, hey, this is the process that should be honored, or that this is what you would be required to do in the applicable realm, which would be domestic, right? Not in with foreign territories and foreign citizens. It seems like Abrego Garcia is one of those cases where Trump would make this correction if Abrego Garcia was and like, I mean, it's kind of funny. I think that's a good point. Trump made a good point there. If Abrego Garcia was someone that was like,
wonder if
a
JD Vance is
stand-up
doing a
guy
soft
and
coup
that we
d'etat.
really felt
He
positively
was unaware of
about,
all the
like,
horrible things and keeping him in an info bubble. It is honestly hard to tell. It is funny that, you know, people. Oh, thanks for following, by the way, Gravy. I boiled you in that debate. Which debate? Not that I think you did in any of them, but we haven't debated in a little bit, Trippy. Oh, I don't have 5, so it doesn't let me. Okay. What was I saying? Fuck.
Like, someone that was like a stand-up.
Oh, I was talking about. Sorry, in chat, JD Vance. Yeah, it's honestly, it is funny that, like, you know, people accuse Biden. Oh, Biden just signed things that his people told him to, and like literally every single executive order Trump has signed, it's just like someone handing him the fucking executive order, and they give him some bullshit explanation, and it's like, oh, yes, and the wokeness, yes, and yes, and it's like, okay, dog, kill me. It's like, I don't know. It's hard to know what exactly Trump knows, but I'm better looking than you two. Damn, never consider that. Damn, destroyed, owned. You don't even show your face, actually, and that's how ugly you are. I forgot. Gonna force feed you sausages for days.
Guy, and that we really felt positively about. Like, Trump probably would and could and should and would do all of this. But something tells me, and that something is obviously the 2022 traffic stop, but something tells me that Trump might have more information on this guy than what's been made public. And I've been wondering if this is going to get closer to the election and Trump's going to drop some heavy fucking... I mean, seriously, if we know about this 2022 traffic stop, and the feds told the state troopers to let him go, by the way, there's a minute detail that I thought was really fucking interesting. Not going to go into that rabbit hole, but this could be really... This could end up backfiring, I think, for the people who, like, you know, postured and went with the hyperbole defending this guy, because even if there was a case where this was sympathetic and, like, we would agree that this guy should come back, it's not gonna be... That argument won't sit very well, I don't think, with a lot of people if it turns out that this guy's, like, you know, like, imagine we just had evidence that he committed murder in the U.S. You know what I mean? Like, we're like, we solved this murder that took place, and we have evidence, and we believe it was him, and, like, it's this, you know, citizen in some state, and it was some hit and some gang or something or whatever.
I'm waiting for him to say, Democrats act like they know. Democrats act like they're so much smarter. Democrats act like they were in the room when this guy was arrested. I'm waiting, and it's like, oh my god.
Like, that is a case where I would say, yeah, the president shouldn't, like, stick his neck out to remedy it for him. Like, there's a spectrum there, I guess. To wrap that up, there's a spectrum of, like, a sympathetic case where I think the president should and would and could intervene in this exact decision, and then some where he could say, look, I hear the decision, but I'm not gonna put my, you know, effort in for you guys. I'm just gonna let you guys, you know, make that legal ruling, and that'll just be it. Because I actually agree with the discretion here.
I guess what I would appeal to is that, like, I'm not necessarily... I don't see myself as defending Kilmar Abrego Garcia necessarily, because it's my opinion that even if they did effectuate his return, they did bring him back to U.S. soil, they could just detain him and challenge the withholding order and then deport him again. Like, that, I have no problem with that. Or deport him to a different country if they don't want to, you know, appeal the withholding order. They could just deport him to a different country with a different holding thing. I wouldn't have a problem with that. And I don't, like, I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart because I think Kilmar Abrego Garcia is such a good guy.
Hitler.
I'm more so attacking this just based off of, like, an adherence to rule of law thing. I'm reading here, and I don't have a lot of the context, but basically that the Fourth Circuit basically upheld that the Supreme Court decision doesn't allow the government to do nothing. It at least has to take a step. It seems to me that if the district court said that they have to effectuate and facilitate his return, the Supreme Court basically kicked back what effectuate means, but then said, yes, we do have to facilitate his return. And then the Fourth Circuit said that the current Trump administration's interpretation of what facilitate means is not the way that the courts are viewing the word facilitate to mean.
Right.
If we have like all of these different legal bodies in different stages of the political process telling Trump, hey, you need to do this, and then Trump is basically doing presidential discretion to say that I know that I've been ruled to do this, but I don't want to. I think that sets a really, really bad precedent.
Well, that's not a. It wouldn't even be setting the precedent. That is the precedent. So I mean, and this has been different areas of law. The presidents have. This wouldn't be the first time that a president's like. I think Biden even talked about ignoring the court on student loans.
Oh, true. Yep. Yeah. Let's go. Biden, student loans, ignore the court. Yes. Good one, Ben Double. I would just ask for the concession to do you at least agree that is like, can we at least agree just define the court as let's say it's a dirty word. I don't know if he would ever agree to that, but anti-democratic, anti-rule of law. That's BS, by the way. I'm familiar with, obviously Biden did not ignore the fucking court with student loan forgiveness. It fucking kill me. But I don't know. I assume we talk about that as well. But
so there's precedent with the reading in certain interpretations in different ways and stuff like that.
Not what Biden did. He used a different law.
But to challenge you on the whole I agree. I want the rules followed. I want to dot the T's, dot the I's and stuff. But I think a part of this frustration, maybe for my side of this debate, is coming from the people who seem to be making that argument. We had just met you, so I'm not. Forgive me if I project the entire left onto you.
That's fine.
But people who backed up sanctuary cities, who have allowed the illegal immigration problem to grow to this scale because of asylum fraud, because of people refusing to go through the due process when they get here, people who are here illegally and failing to appear. If we're looking at the immigration system and due process as a whole, right, and we're saying where are the errors and faults in this, it seems to be obvious to me that the due process errors and faults in our immigration enforcement system is that it's not deporting anybody, that we're the issues are that people aren't appearing at their cases, that we're having too many people that are granted asylum claims.
The packing station, I don't care about the packing station Mark II. First of all, I don't know if that is a thing or if you're trolling or not, but I just need, how do I make my employees, what employee do I need to do the packing for me? Because you can definitely have someone do that, but the botanists can't do it. And the janitor. By the way, how do I make the fucking janitor clean up the shit that's on the floor? All they do is empty the trash can after I put the shit in the floor. Handlers? Okay. I don't think I can hire them till after 6 p.m. or whatever.
Or been here for 2 years and then they get, they don't qualify and now they're subject and we don't know where they are. We have this Abrego Garcia mistake, but this isn't even one of 100. This is a pretty unique error in as far as I'm aware. He's not example of one of 100. This class action suit, I guess you could make.
I was gonna say they literally started talking about how. At least a majority, if not all, or effectively all of the Alien Enemies Act deportations that people, just did not have proper due process. They were not properly informed of their right to, habeas or whatever. And yeah, some of them apparently with that lawsuit weren't even informed of what they're being deported under.
That was a group making a similar claim. But with Abrego Garcia, for example, it's this idea that we're gonna scoff and freak out about the system now seems really this is why I think it comes.
There is no. I don't have a mixing station 2.0. Or no, is this it? Or not mixing station, packing station. Is this not what I have? I feel I don't know, maybe it doesn't want to have.
Naturally to me to think that this is ideological and coming from a place where people just don't want to enforce immigration law or deport people, because the issue seems to be
obviously that people who
Also,
are
almost
here
all of them were
illegally,
picked
that
up
would
when
be-
they showed up to court hearings. He's criticizing them for missing court, and ICE is waiting for the courthouse. Oh, that as well. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I never read into too much of that. That one judge that was arrested because she allegedly committed obstruction of justice for that happening. But like, yeah, if we're if we're arresting fucking people at the court hearings, why do we expect them to go to the court hearings? And also, I think he might be talking about something else. But for asylum specifically, my understanding is that the majority of asylum seekers do show up for their asylum hearing. But I don't know. I don't know. I would have to look it up real quick. But
be validly deported are almost never deported.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, me personally, because you don't have a whole ton of background on who I am. I don't even necessarily like super align myself with the Democratic Party. Like, obviously, there are different like policy goals of the Democratic Party that I don't super support. And like I said, like most of my
83% of non-detained immigrants with completed or pending removal cases attended all their hearings. 96% of immigrants represented by a lawyer attended all their hearings. 15% of those who were ordered deported because they did not appear in court successfully reopened their case and had their removal orders rescinded. Seems like most
my
of them
political alignments are just on the grounds of like protecting rights and not even necessarily like getting legislation passed. Now, I would be interested in talking about like that sort of politics, but I think we're right now at a point where defending adhering to the laws that are already laid out is more important than passing new laws that are just going to get ignored later. I think that like
what's your view on sanctuary cities? I mean, were you
Why are we talking about
supportive
this?
of those, or did you oppose those?
Now?
I would say generally opposed, but I'd have to read into like specific things.
Well, because that seems like that's like a very blatant, clear affront to our immigration law and due process system. I mean, you're literally interfering with our immigration law enforcement.
Might need
right?
to hide,
so, like, when we're
Twitch
talking
chat
about
from
due process, from
YouTube.
that,
You might get banned from YouTube. What? Why would I need to do that? What? Just because people are saying cock in YouTube in Twitch chat? Which, by the way, I should probably time you out. I haven't been paying attention. But...
angle, it's like that's such a huge like that it's part of the reason I think that the scale of the problem has gotten so big. And like I said,
first of all, I don't even know how you can make the argument sanctuary cities are an affront to due process, an affront to our immigration system. I think there's a more clear argument for, but sanctuary cities just means like, you know, when someone is arrested or whatever, or has an interaction with the police, like they just don't, they either don't, you know, try to determine if you're an illegal immigrant, or if they do, they don't hand that information over to ICE or whatever. But like, it's not like they, it's not, I don't think it's I don't really see how that's an affront to due process, but all right.
Process is calculated in part based on how the government can effectively, while honoring, you know, people's rights to challenge the facts of the case.
The reason I'm reserved, the reason I'm reserved about that condemnation is that there's a states' rights question there. I'd have to see whether.
Well,
like,
I would disagree with that. There's definitely no
argument.
question, because it's the supremacy clause of the Constitution that federal law.
Wouldn't that violate
this
the 10th
is
Amendment?
actually, I would argue.
Yeah, that is part of the justification for sanctuary cities. Is that, I mean, you know, you can states have that right to withhold that information. Like, that's not a express power or whatever that Congress has to make them hand over that information, seemingly. But
established very clearly in law that
oh
this
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
like,
is that how the Third Amendment is interpreted? I don't think that. I don't know. The Third Amendment is like no quartering of troops in houses, but that I think that is usually meant for private houses, right? It's meant for private dwellings, not necessarily state governments, but I don't know, maybe.
I'm just not as familiar. I'm just not as familiar with the topic, so I don't feel qualified to answer that.
That's fair. And there might be a point.
That's why I'm like kind of hedging a little bit, is that if I end up, you know, ascribing to a states' rights argument, that I'm not going to undercut.
Just
that. I'd have
think
to
out loud. Just to think out loud and sort of take your side, just for the devil's advocate for myself. Perhaps it's like what we were talking about, where the president can't be ordered to
do certain things. Like we can't order states to be like, use your enforcement arms to do federal immigration law. Maybe there's a claim there, but at the same time, I think that when it comes to like the states' rights question, generally speaking, this debate would fall under the structure of the supremacy clause, which is well established that the federal law on immigration supersedes the state law and that it has to be enforced. But I guess, like I said, I'm not in law enforcement, and I'm not gonna debate bro you and just assume a position. So who knows how that structure works?
I'm kind of I'd have to do more reading on it in order to feel comfortable commenting on it. That's the general idea. But as it relates to what's currently happening, I think I'm much less sympathetic to Trump's willingness to adhere to the law anyway. So I think I do view Trump's engagement with these deportations much more sinisterly because just as a little background, like one of the main reasons why I got into online politics was because I thought January 6th was a really big deal, and I felt that no one adequately dealt with the consequences of that. So that was one of the main reasons why I started talking about this in general. And I'm a young guy, so I mean, I wasn't super engaged in the political process pre-2020. So I know there's claims about Obama doing executive overreach that I'd probably be not sympathetic to, and obviously Bush, and obviously Nixon, but I think where I started becoming politically minded was around 2020, and then more so the election in 2024. And I've been paying attention to a lot of things surrounding Trump, and it just makes me be very pessimistic with the idea that he has any will to adhere to the law, basically.
Okay. I mean, I hear you. I disagree, obviously, but that's all fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, hit me up anytime. I like talking.
Oh boy.
To you. So I don't know if we can keep talking. Like I said, I'm just chilling, so I don't know if you have plans or anything. But we covered that
particularly.
topic. That was good.
Yeah, I think it was a good talk. I've got stuff to read up on. I think. I'm not going to pigeonhole you into a January 6th conversation right now because
I mean, we can talk about that sometime if you want. I mean,
yeah, if you want to organize something, that'd be great. But I mean, that's probably going to be a big, long, that's going to be a much longer topic and a much more.
Yeah. Well, I live in Maryland, so I know a lot of people that went. I remember the day of because I remember talking about it with people at work. So I have a not having been there myself, but having been.
I bet he has a very deep understanding of Eastman's legal theory.
I feel maybe it could be an interesting conversation for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to have that conversation at some point, but
we'll save it. No worries.
I think yeah, I don't know. I feel I just to close off because I am gonna go. Sure. I do think that Trump generally does. I don't know if I'd be strong enough to say that he has a contempt for the Constitution or a contempt for the law. But from the way that I have perceived his actions, particularly around January 6th, particularly around the way that he ended up treating the fallout from January 6th and the prosecutions and stuff. Obviously there's the famous terminate the Constitution to rerun the election line.
Oh, that'll be a fun one. We can talk about that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that
because I agree with that. And I've got this tattooed on me. That's a fun debate.
Well, we can have it another time.
I've totally forgot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Penduple legitimately believes the election was there was outcome determinative fraud. I remember now in the same clip where he said, "I know people who went to January 6th." He said, "I do hope Trump is able to relitigate the 2020 result." I think he genuinely believes that there was outcome determinative fraud in the.
That would be.
Well, I would say it's just to give you my quick thought on it. It's basically the principle that our founding fathers told us that if the government is corrupt, we have to overthrow it. And what that in theory means is that even if it's illegal, we have to overthrow a corrupt government, even if it's unconstitutional, even if it's illegal to do so. The principle is the government's corrupted, that you overthrow that. And if they do reach that point, that's an obligation we have, but at the same time, you could easily make the argument that we're not quite there, maybe. But maybe you could
not impossible.
Argument I would make obviously is in cases of giant executive or governmental overreach, it's not a very American opinion to say that an insurrection is never justified. But I would say that
Well, I would also say the thing with the January 6th, and not to get into the political stuff of it, but one of the the narratives following it was like, oh, we can like never let this happen again. And I'm like, well, hold on a second. I'm not necessarily.
Hold on. In my hypothetical, this insurrection would be justified. Okay, dog. Is that what we're gonna
The
say?
government's making it impossible for an insurrection to happen. That doesn't in theory, that sounds like kind of a closed door for us, which we were supposed to not close according to the founding fathers. But I don't know. I just think that's funny. I just wanted to mention that. But we can talk about that for sure. It's fun. And,
yeah, I would love to schedule something there. Although
hey, I stream nearly every day.
I get a little more aggressive.
Hit me up anytime.
I get a little more aggressive with the J6 debates, so hopefully
no
we
worries.
can keep
Hey, I'm not. I don't know. This is like my favorite. Like I'm gonna this is a highlight of my week streaming wise. Was having this conversation with you for sure. So I appreciate this. And I really like this.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. If you ever have if you found out that something that I said today was wrong, feel free to let me know. I like being right and I hate being wrong.
I'll dunk on you in a YouTube short. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, go for it. Listen, go for it. Good luck on Gib. Listen, be nice to my man Non-Fun, all right? I love that word.
Oh my god.
Okay, all right?
We'll see. We'll see.
Be gracious to my guy, all right?
You know what? I like you enough to say, okay, I will.
All right, thanks. All right, I appreciate you talking.
Hey, thanks. Nice talking, man. Take care.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I don't know. That was I believe that we gave pseudo citizenships out like this. And I say
well, I appreciate you telling him to be nice. Jesus. Did he mention me after that at all? No. Okay, good. All right. What's up?
Did the call to give Grace work? How did it go?
I mean, he respects you enough to say okay. Okay. I mean, he didn't say anything especially mean tonight or anything. So, you know. Although usually on the panels we're pretty chill. I think he still has my camera off, but.
Yeah, he did. I checked it and I was like, oh man. Not ready. Yeah, there was watching back. There was a couple points where I was like, man, I really wish that I pushed a little harder on that.
Right. Yeah.
But it just wasn't the vibe. I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta coast with the vibe. Yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty chill. I mean, seemingly being more chill to him means he'll be willing to talk to you in the future. I don't know, but
true. We gotta milk one more J6 debate out of him, and then. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate that he's, treating me with grace, obviously.
Right.
If I can keep the bridge intact, then that'd be fun. But I am a no holds barred kind of guy with J6. I'm gonna it's a quick slope down the bridge burning.
Yeah.
Because I've written so much on J6. It's just yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. It doesn't even seem like he's. It might be interesting. I feel like the way he was talking, is he even committed to the claim that it wasn't an insurrection? It sounded like he does think it's an insurrection.
Insurrection, but based.
Yeah, he just thinks it's fucking based.
I mean, this is just me, but I think it's a little strange for a lawyer to say that he thinks Trump was right to say terminate the Constitution. We'll just have to see the context of that claim.
Right.
Yeah, I hope that goes forward because I have yet to talk to anybody who's not brain dead about J6 on J6. I have yet for that to happen, and I don't know if he's gonna be. He very well could be just as brain dead as everybody else I talk to, but yeah, we'll see. How much longer are you gonna be on tonight?
I don't know.
Fire answer.
I got no clue. I I don't know. It depends on how much content I feel like I can milk out. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know how interested I am in some of these fucking Piers Morgan videos. I don't know how.
What's this the quid pro quo?
Godspeed on those. Yeah, I appreciate you watching the video. I'm going to finally get off. I just wanted to make that funny comment. I thought that would be hysterical.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm waiting. I'm hoping and praying for the day that we can be on a panel together. I remember for the fucking 5 minutes that I was on that after party thing on Samantha cooking with Grid.
Right. Yeah.
I need that to happen at a larger scale. We'll have to see when though.
One
Biting
day,
my
yeah.
time though.
I mean, well, I'm sure you could reach out to Gibbs, like I said, but I don't know.
Probably, especially
could
since
just add
I'm building bridges to people that he knows now. Because
Yeah.
like the JC bridge isn't going to be very useful to him because I think they hate each other.
They do,
but you and Pentuple would probably be helpful.
Right.
Yeah. Well. I will see you soon. Have a good rest of the stream.
Yeah. Have a good, day, night, whatever. Yeah.
Night. I'm gonna go to bed immediately after this.
Okay.
All right.
What's up, Xbox's Life 360? Is this another Chicken Jockey alt account or something? Are we just gonna keep doing this? Are we just gonna keep having to ban alt account after alt account after alt account? Is this just gonna be a persistent? It's just gonna happen indefinitely, forever? Can I join a Discord? It's in the YouTube description, and also if you just do exclamation point Discord in the chat, the link will show up. I don't see, unless you have previously been banned. The Discord is open to everyone. Like, I remember for real who is Chicken Jockey. Okay, I don't think you're him. A known troll, known persistent, does a little trolling. Trolling enjoyer. Oh my god. Don't say that though. See that makes me think you're Chicken Jockey. Why isn't this guy doing shit? Isn't there literally there's literally shit here. Do your fucking job. What are you doing? What are you doing? Assigned stations. There's shit for you to do. Do it. What are you doing? Rip spot. I mean, I just timed him out. He'll be back in 5 minutes or whatever. Why aren't you working? I need to be assigned to bed. Oh my fucking god, I totally forgot about that. Okay, that's my bad. Okay. Bed. Cash. Is everyone else good on cash? You're good. They have like half their cash left. I guess just on ice arrest outside my apartment for real, Saucerama. Let's go. Awesome. Let's go. Dude, I'm telling you. There's a lot of the day Trump deports the people installing fiber optic internet in my neighborhood is the day I do my own January 6th, okay? That's the day I... We don't I did I think I told you guys, I don't know. My Wi-Fi used to cut out a lot. Now it's mostly good. Or sorry, no, it is really good now. It is really good. The annoying thing, like I said, is that the upload speed is just so asymmetric with the download speed. Like 40, well, it's at 30 right now, but usually it's like 30 to 40 upload speed, and that's good. That's a really good upload speed. That's better than like 80, 90% of people's or whatever. But it's annoying that like I get 700 download and 30 upload. It's just like we can't have it be like, you know, 100 upload or something. Just like a little better, but we might get fiber optics soon, so that would, you know. Can I join Stream VC? The issue, like, I don't know, like, you are a new random person who just joined the server. I don't trust you to do anything not TOS. I don't know if, like, I think, I don't know. Harry's on this one. I'll watch this one. It's only an hour long, and Harry's on it. And Harry is my goat.
I think about my buddy Sean Hannity. When I think about my other
Donald Trump will continue to thrive.
Stephen A. Smith has been touted as a presidential candidate by almost everybody, the New York Post, CNN, Fox News, even the current president himself. He calls himself an independent who leans left, but says the Democrats have, in his words, ravaged the United States with lies, woke culture, and fear-mongering. And he joins me now. Stephen, great to have you on Uncensored.
What's going on, Piers? How are you, man? How's everything?
Well, last time I saw you, I was actually walking out of the Fox News building, and I see this presidential-looking man striding towards me with ambition coursing through his veins. And we had a little chat, and I said, "Are you going to run?" And you went, "No." And you've been carrying on saying no ever since. But the thing is, the more you say no, but the more you talk about the problems facing the Democrat Party and the United States of America, the more people want you to say yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can respect that. I appreciate it. I'm really flattered by it. And I certainly don't want to be dismissive of those who feel that way about me and have that level of confidence in me. It's just that that's not where my heart lies. My heart has never lied in being a politician. To be quite honest with you, I'm not trying to cast any aspersions on any particular individuals, but I view politicians essentially as professional beggars. You know, you always have your hand out looking for money, looking for favors, looking for clout, et cetera, et cetera. And when you're in my position, who's busted my tail for many, many years to get to the position that I'm in, well, I don't have to beg for much in this day and time in my life. And so because of that, to think about and contemplate surrendering all of that.
I don't know, man. The way he's answering this question makes me think he wants to be a fucking politician. All the other politicians, they are beggars. They are corrupt. But I am the anti-elite one who knows what the problems really are. Oh my god. Oh no. Not that I don't know how upset I would be about Stephen A. Smith. I don't know. I feel like I probably would not vote for him in a primary, but unless he had a really good actual policy positions, but
where I've got to go out there and beg.
I've seen him kind of do things like underplay Jan 6 and stuff like that.
Like beg for other politicians for their support. If I was to be in elected office, to beg for support and votes, etc. To find myself in that position, to imagine me being in that kind of position, is something that I have no inclination to engage in. It's just that my pastor, several elected officials, folks in the streets of America, including yourself, Piers, because you said this to me when you ran across me outside of Fox News. Run. I mean, when you hear that, my pastor, A.R. Bernard at Christian Cultural Center in Brooklyn, New York, said to me, have the respect to show appreciation and love to those who respect and love you, and at least leave the door open, because many have said before they have no interest, but God had different plans, and you never know what's going to happen 3-4 years down the road. Think about that, and at least leave the door open, and that's why I did it.
So your door is open?
Well, the door's open. I won't deny that. I just find it hard to believe that I'll ever walk through it because I'm living a pretty good life. I mean, I'm sure you've read the report. You know, I've re-upped with ESPN.
I did. Very jealous.
Really, really good life right now. And that's not the only opportunity that's coming down the pike. But when I think about yourself, when I think about my buddy Sean Hannity, when I think about my other buddy Chris Cuomo, when I think about the greatness of a Joe Rogan and others, I think that there are a myriad of ways where I can end up having a very profound impact on the world of politics and the political apparatus that exists in our nation, in the United States of America.
Bro wouldn't even hold on. Bro would not even be going on Piers Morgan if he didn't want to fucking be president. Okay, why is bro on? Why did bro go on Piers Morgan? Jeez, kill me.
and age. So I always leave the door open for that possibility because I am a pundit and I am a commentator. I have been a journalist for decades, etc. So that's right up my alley. I'm not fading away by any stretch of the imagination in terms of being involved in all of this. But if I had the choice of doing what I do for a living, even in the political stratosphere, as opposed to being an actual elected official, I would choose the former instead of the latter as an elected
You know who you sound like, Stephen? You know who you sound like? You're presenting a picture of someone who's not a conventional politician.
It's LeBron
who's been a
president all day.
significant television star for a long period of time, who loves sport, who's rich, and has just done a fantastic deal. Congratulations. So doesn't need the money. You sound very like somebody else I spoke to a few years ago who was toying with the idea of entering the political arena, and nobody thought he had a chance. And he's now been elected president of the United States twice in the last 10 years, and that's Donald J. Trump, because he was very different as well. And when I watch you, and the reason I genuinely think you should think about running is when I watch you, you don't speak like a normal politician. But you do articulate a view for what your country to be, which I think is really resonating with people. And what the Democrats in particular are crying out for is somebody who's a good communicator, who understands television as a medium so can articulate their vision for the country, and who could probably give Donald Trump a bloody good run for his money. And it won't even be Donald Trump. You have to give a run to the money too, because he'll be gone.
I was going to say, wait, is Pierce endorsing the Trump third term now? Is this where we're at? Is this where we're
by the next election? And he just begs the question. Yes, you could carry on being Stephen A. Smith. You could carry on earning a ton of money doing what you do brilliantly because you're the best at what you do in America. You could do all that. And Donald Trump could have carried on hosting The Apprentice and selling skyscrapers. But he decided not to. He saw a bigger calling. And the Democrats are desperate for somebody that can come through. And I don't see anybody else out there, honestly, that is able to articulate themselves like you are.
Well,
Joe Biden.
Thank you for the compliment, number one. Number two, I really appreciate you saying that, and I want to be very, very clear that I'm supremely confident that if the political apparatus or the party apparatus that exists, for example, with the Democratic Party, you got to go through superdelegates. Obviously, your GOP guy.
Can you hear? Could you hear me out?
Marco Rubio is your Secretary of State. You got J.D. Vance as a Vice President. They have other guys in the bullpen to step up in the event that Donald Trump isn't successful in seeking a third term. Not to say that he is. That's more Steve Bannon than him. But you never know with Donald Trump. The bottom line is they've got their bullpen set. The Democratic Party doesn't appear to have that. Am I confident that, barring the bureaucracy itself getting in my way, could I win? You're damn right. I believe I can beat anybody. I really, really feel that way. But the question is,
bro is already blaming the deep state. Bro is already blaming the bureaucracy. Oh no. Why? What the fuck is this effect? Mal, bro.
That it's not about whether or not I could win or lose. It's about what plausibly can you get done. When I look at the president in the office right now, you're very fortunate to have the House and the Senate at this particular moment in time. The Democrats are in a position, since they don't have the White House, they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't even have the Supreme Court. All they do is amount to whistling in the wind at this particular moment in time. That's why the midterms are so important, because they're going to need to win the midterms in order to position themselves to really, really make a difference. But I think about 435 elected officials in the House. I think about the 100 senators. And I'm saying to myself, Piers Morgan, as a person who's never been a politician, who's never aspired to be a politician, what chances do I have of pulling off a consensus where I'm getting people to see my way of thinking? I see resistance.
Okay, actually, I'm being too hard. I'm being too hard on him. But I saw him. I don't know. Like I said, I just think he downplays sort of how I think uniquely bad Trump is. I don't know. I hate the. Honestly, it's perfectly reasonable even. I think to have these takes where like, oh, you're frustrated of how the Democrats are doing X, and like you think that Democrats are unreasonable on Y. But it's like, okay, dog, do we really think any of this comes close to, like, the deportations that we're seeing, to the tariffs that we're seeing, to the, like, okay, dog, okay, dog.
Both sides of the aisle. I don't like some of the things the Republicans are doing. What's the chances of me pulling off getting the GOP?
See, like right here.
I'm not sure how successful I'd be in that. When I think about the Democratic Party, I am completely and diametrically opposed to the fringes on both sides. Obviously, in this particular situation, the progressive left. I know a lot of Democrats who are centrist. I think that they exercise common sense. I think when you think about the Andrew Cuomo's of the world, the former governor of New York, now running for mayor of New York City, he has shown a willingness to cross the aisle and work on both sides, an ability to get things done. Before his controversies, he was about to be a 4-term governor. I think about Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania and the outstanding job his constituents believe that he has done. He's an individual that I've interviewed and I'm incredibly impressed by. Wes Moore, I think, is a star in the making. He is the governor of Maryland, and I've spoken to him and we've cultivated a friendship with one another where I'm incredibly confident in what his abilities are. But none of them necessarily at this moment in time resonate with the national audience in a way that makes you say, okay, they could be the Democratic nominee. Do I believe they should? Yes, I believe they should. They're certainly more qualified than I could ever hope to be. But the chances of them resonating on a national scale within the next couple of years, I don't know, because there's so much dissension within the Democratic Party. I'm just opposed to the extreme left. I think it cost them the election against Donald Trump. I don't view them as winning. I view them as losing. They lied about the capabilities of Joe Biden, tried to hoodwink the American public into adopting that, basically guilted you into supporting him, because if you did it, what kind of a human being could you possibly be We're talking about woke culture. We're talking about cancel culture. I've heard you decry those things and speak against those things for years now. And I've completely sided with you 1,000% on your position against those specific issues. But I want to emphasize, they're not the entire Democratic Party. They're not even a vast majority of the Democratic Party. Yet somehow, inexplicably, they were able to hold the Democratic Party hostage over the previous years, which is what I believe propelled Donald Trump.
I don't
into,
actually entirely
back into
disagree with
office
him
as
on
the
that
47th
point.
President.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days,
What the fuck? He does sponsorships in this shit now? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dreams, dream, tone 40%.
That means I think about
better, wake up stronger, and show up ready for your family, your work, and your country too.
He's got to
I
get
think
paid
about all
somehow.
those
He gets
things and I say
ad
to myself,
revenue.
Okay, I could possibly win an election, but it's not just about winning. It's what's the purpose of you winning? What are you going to be able to get done? And I think that that's a question that I'm obliged to ask myself, not just on behalf of myself.
By the
but on
way,
behalf-
remember when we mentioned that Trump has the House and the Senate, and he even said the Supreme Court? What legislation has Trump passed? I mean, we got the Laken Riley Act, which is probably, that shit is probably pretty bad. But what else? I guess we got the budget blueprint. It just doesn't seem like most of the things that Trump has done has been only through executive orders. We're going to declare an emergency on, with the trade deficit so we can do tariffs. We're going to declare the Alien Enemies Act. What did Biden do in the first 100 days? I mean, Biden signed the American Rescue Plan, so that's that was a pretty big bill. I think Biden had I don't think the Infrastructure Act was done in the first 100 days, right? But Biden at least able was to get a lot of these big bills through Congress eventually. But like, I kind of doubt we'll see that from Trump in the future either. But what's the I mean, Biden repealed a lot of Trump's executive orders. I don't know how many executive orders Biden did in his first 100 days that were like new and not just like undoing what Trump did. Apparently, we're in the midst of at least 8 national emergencies. What are the 8?
For the American people, if I'm ever to take this that seriously, that means I need to study the issues. I need
Sorry. No. I get what you're saying now. No, I get what you're saying now, basically. No, I agree. Yeah, apparently the trade deficit is an emergency. Apparently the border, infrastructure and Jobs Act in November 2021. Okay. Yeah, so it's not first 100 days or anything, but yeah, first year at least. But yeah, dude, I was talking to my dad about this. I got a copy track for playing this on stream. He said he thinks of this clip from South Park. Invasion by Venezuela, yeah.
Be quiet back there! Oh, dude, the road is really snowy out there. Dude, the road is always snowy. I know, but it's really snowy today.
It's not this. South Park, what can I search to find it? Yeah, I think it's this.
Hey, it wasn't coming right for us. It was just sitting there.
Shh, not so loud. Now there's just a technicality.
What do you mean?
You see, boys, the Democrats have passed a lot of laws trying to stop us from hunting.
Democrats piss me off.
They say we can't shoot certain animals anymore unless they're posing an immediate threat. Therefore, before we shoot something, we have to say, it's coming right for us.
Wow, you're smart, Uncle Jimbo.
Jimbo, look. Oh, it's a deer. Looks like about a 46 gauge, Ned. It's coming right for us!
Kick ass!
Did you see that? How's it?
Shoot it, Stan.
I got your back, soldier.
I can't.
What's wrong with you?
I don't want to shoot the bunny.
What the hell are you talking about? You don't want to shoot the bunny. You're babbling. You're not making any sense. You're hysterical.
I'm not hysterical. I just don't want to shoot the bunny.
No nephew of mine is going to be a tree hugger.
Yeah, hippie. Go back to Woodstock if you can't shoot anything. I can shoot you, fat ass. I can shoot you, too. I'll kill you. I'll fill you full of lead. Hey.
This This is a Trump declaring
understand
emergencies.
that I would need to conjure up and come up with a plan of action,
they shot
whether
the
it
bunny.
pertain to
They might
taxes,
not,
immigration, healthcare, of course, the economy overall itself, foreign affairs. These are all things that I need to master, which I can assure you I have not. And so because of that, I won't lie to the American public. I won't lie to anybody.
Because Trump clearly mastered all of these things before getting into office. Dude, I still don't think Trump knows how half this shit works. I mean, he had his first term by now, but like, I still don't know if Trump fully grasps that he can't just like post something on Truth Social and have it become policy. I don't know. I don't know if he understands that.
In this world about what I'm qualified for and what I'm not qualified for. Am I confident I can do it? If I really put my mind, heart, and soul to it, absolutely. But is my mind, heart, and soul interested in going that far? Not if you can find a more viable, certainly more qualified candidate than myself that can run for office.
Well, I certainly have not seen one who's more articulate or who's more eloquent or more passionately able to explain the problems that the Democrats have faced. You've absolutely hit the nail on the head. Let's just play hypothetics for a
I've
second.
never seen someone who undermines the Democrats so
effectively. Let's assume you get talked into doing this.
I don't want to say undermine is
rude. Let's assume you
but...
win. You're in the White House. You've had the inauguration. You're president of the United States. What would be the priorities for you, Stephen A. Smith? You've had a good long look at America, good, bad, and ugly for many years. You've opined about it many times. What would be your priorities if you were the president?
It was crazy that we survived 4 years of Trump with all the trade deficits eating us. Yeah, I know.
Me being born in the Bronx.
With all the invasions on the border and all that.
Growing up relatively poor, I'll tell you a really, really quick story that's really funny. I remember when I was finally able to afford my own house in South Jersey back in, I believe it was 2001. One of the funniest things is I never thought about this, right? So a neighbor comes up to me and he's like, "Oh my God, Stephen A., you write for the Philadelphia Inquirer. I'm a fan. I watch you all the time. I read you all the time, man. I love you. I love you. I love you." And I looked at the guy and I was like, "Yeah, thank you. But could you do me a favor with, you gonna mow your grass?" Because his grass was like 6 feet high, and it was very sloppy, and I did not like that. And why? Because when you own a piece of property, you pay attention not just to your property, but to the neighborhood, because the neighborhood can bring down the value of your property. Why am I telling that story? Because when you have something to lose, you recognize what you've gained, and as a result, your whole level of thinking evolves, and you approach things a bit differently because you recognize, Piers, that you have something to lose, that you worked very, very hard to accomplish, establish, and ultimately sustain. So, prioritizing the economy, particularly as it pertains to the middle class, which is the lifeblood of this country, that would be priority number one. When I think about immigration, that's up there because you certainly wouldn't have open borders under my administration. I can assure you of that. Would I be looking to deport everybody? No. Certainly we're going to deport criminals, but we're also going to have to engage in some level of deportation because you do have it, not maybe not as flagrantly as the Republicans try to come off as, but it's definitely been debilitating to this country to some degree.
Sounds like a NIMBY. Kind of does,
Barack Obama
actually.
himself stated that on many, many occasions as he was running for office, and then when he entered office, before he deported, he was considered the deporter in chief because he deported 3 million.
Obama, yes, who did all the deportation, yes, who invoked the Alien Enemies Act and deport people without due process, yes, deport regime, yes, Stephen A. Smith, yes, you get it, yes, what's wrong with the Democrat, yes, oh my God, oh God, kill me, yeah, obviously. I mean, Obama did do like expedited removal for certain like immigrants who have been in the country for like under a week or something. But like, oh my God, bro, are these not?
You point that out in the past as well. He deported more people than Trump. So if you didn't have a problem with him doing so, you certainly can't complain about Donald Trump doing it.
Yes, I did. Yes, do it. Let's get the student loan talking point next so I can come.
Number 3, when we're talking about foreign affairs, when I think about wars,
like
Ukraine and Russia, when I think about Israel and Hamas and etc. I think about all of these things, and obviously you're going to work. I wouldn't be a nationalist. I appreciate America first, having that mentality, but not at the expense of alienating most of the world against us. I believe in being a globalist as opposed to a nationalist. I believe in making sure that we ingratiate ourselves and cultivate friendships, because I think that leads to less war, and I think economically that can serve to benefit you. So when you look at Trump and these tariffs, of course he makes a point when he points out we're getting hosed. But to go about the business of rectifying it by alienating most of the world initially, when really your target was China, okay, more so than anybody else. How about going after them and rallying your allies to make a decision by choosing you instead of them when it comes to conducting business?
We're not. We're just trade is just goated. Okay, trade is just goated. They're just gains from trade, and those gains are pretty big.
The way I wouldn't be scared of war. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't invite it. But I believe, you operate from a position of strength. You want to make sure your military is strong, whatever. So a lot of these sound like conservative views, but it's conservative views that were also adopted by Democrats who were centrists that recognize while you don't have to tilt all the way right, you certainly are not interested in tilting all the way left either. Moderate, being somebody that has an alternative point of view, that recognizes the fact that both extremes don't work for us, that would basically be a Stephen A. Smith administration, because that's how I live my life. I run across racists. I run across people from my own community that can be bigoted in their own way. I don't think either is right. Piers Morgan and I don't have to agree. But if he respects me and I respect him, why can't we have an intelligent conversation, challenging one another on ideas, knowing that we're open-minded enough to say, you know what? He might have a point on this issue. I think I won on that issue, but I think he's got me on that issue, and govern that way. Because when you do so, the American people and the world itself is going to be significantly more comfortable, because they recognize that you're working together. So because of that, you're exploring all ideas, which means everything was considered before decisions were made. And that's when you have peace in the streets. When you focus on those things with that mentality, as opposed to being dogged in your ideological tilt, where you're not willing to negotiate and discuss and compromise with anybody.
You know, I can't vote for you, even if I wanted to, but that kind of speech would have me racing down to a polling booth. That's why I think we are going to see you run at some stage, because you've got the passion. And you come at this exactly the right place, which is the extremities on the right and the left, the unelectable extremities. What most Americans are like is actually they're more centrist. That's the reality. It's the same in the UK. It's the same in most countries, actually.
I'll answer the question about it this way. I'll give you a headline. The contract that I have right now, the things that I'm doing, if there was a way for me to still do that and earn my money while running for president, that would be a different. then you'd have my curiosity.
Well, I have a better idea.
But I'm not giving up my quality of life to run for election.
You've made enough money. I have a better idea. What would happen is to guarantee that you could do this without worrying about your current employment scenario. I would, with the ultimate sacrifice, step in and replace you in your current job on your current salary and allow you the freedom to go and run the country. What about that?
Yeah.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio.
Oh my God, we got a second sponsorship.
And having to deal. I mean, like I said before, my quality of life is very, very important to me. I'm not surrendering it, Pierce. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it just to run for elected office, you know, and having to deal with hundreds of elected officials who have their own individual agendas, who may be devoid of the passion, devoid of the conscience, devoid of the commitment to making America as whole as we can possibly be. I'd have to know that I'm good to give up all of that to deal with that kind of stress in my life. I just can't see it. But again, I promised my pastor, I promised the elected officials who approached me, I promised a lot of folks that rolled up on me in the streets and still do, more so each and every day. I promised them that I would leave the door open. That's what I do, but I'm incredibly happy with my life. I'm incredibly happy with my career, where it's going. I got stuff that I can't even announce yet that's coming down the pike on top of what I'm doing for ESPN, where I intend to make some significant noise. I'm not fading away from this political stratosphere at all. I just seriously doubt it will be as an elected official.
That is the most long-winded way of not saying no I've ever heard, Stephen A. Smith. Thank you. Thank you for coming on Uncensored. I love interviewing you. I'd love to do a longer interview. I think you're a fascinating guy. You are exactly what this debate needs. Whether you end up running or not, you are what the Democrat Party in particular needs to hear. And I think that we're going to debate now with a panel exactly what you've been saying. But I think we have not heard the end of this, and your door may creak more and more open as the next few years go by. But it's great talking to you.
Might have to. It might have to, because I'm not going to stop calling it like I see it on either side. Yeah. I don't care if it's Democrats or Republicans. If I got a problem with what they're doing, I'm going to let them know about it. And I'm not going to be caught up in the fact that I'm a black man, so automatically I'm supposed to be tilting towards the Democratic side. I'm done with all that. I'm tired of that. Let's make sure we debate. Let's stop focusing on supporting the individual. And let's look at policies that actually work and don't work for the United States of America. That's what I would
identity politics, which are still
like us to focus on as a nation and as a world. And I hope that we all lean towards doing just that.
I love it. Stephen, great.
That's the big deal compared to I just can't. I like. There's no way. I don't see a world. I don't see a world where it's Biden illegally deporting people, or Biden. If we had a contraction, a GDP contraction. Well, we did have a GDP contraction under Biden in 2022. But if we had that happen, like as a direct result of a specific policy announced by Biden, I can't imagine they would think that. I'm trying to think of the equivalent for like identity politics in the right. That's just like not it's just like maybe like a cringe thing. Like there are legitimate critiques of it, but just not. It's just like not that big of a deal. I'm trying to think of the equivalent of that for the right, but I just can't imagine. I can't imagine that they'd be railing about that nonstop, but they don't care. They don't care when Trump does it because it's terrorists. You know, he has a point when he says we're getting hosed. It's like kill me.
Talk to you. Thank you very much.
You too, Pierce. Take care.
So what should the Democrats do other than try and persuade that guy to run? Well, to debate this, I'm joined by journalist and political commentator Geraldo Rivera, the former independent candidate for president, Cornel West, Democratic TikTok commentator Harry Sisson, and back for more, founder of the Young Turks and former presidential candidate Cenk Uygur. So welcome to all of you. Geraldo, you know, every time I listen to Stephen A. Smith talk, I'm more impressed by him. And although people say, well, he's got no experience. Well, Trump had no experience. He's won the White House twice. We live in very different times now as to what constitutes the right kind of experience to run the United States. Is there any reason why somebody like Stephen A. Smith could not actually end up running for president and potentially winning?
No is the quick answer to that, Piers. He is such an impressive and eloquent person, and he has the tireless qualities I think you need to run. He's robust, he's macho, he's confident. He's everything the Democrats have not been. My only advice to him as a friend and as a lawyer would be careful not to mess with that $100 million ESPN contract. I think he can do it. Anything short of a formal announcement should be clear. And if I were him, I would tease right up to the final moment, years from now, a couple of years from now. And then if the feeling still is as positive, the buzz is as optimistic as it is right now, you can announce he could do it. He could do it. So could Josh Shapiro. You mentioned the governor of California. I think Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, more controversial.
I don't think Gavin Newsom would be a good idea.
I think he's got it. He's got that quality also, that charisma, that confidence, that ability to.
I don't know if he is Gavin Newsom charismatic. I don't know. I feel like Gavin Newsom specifically has been like ultra fucking cringe lately with like going on Charlie Kirk's podcast and things like that. And two, I feel like just California is just run so poor. It's just run so poorly. It's run like unjustifiably poorly. Like every ad would be, look at California, fucking homelessness, fentanyl, San Francisco store looting, summer of love. It'd be. I feel like it'd be hard to overcome that optic, but
shake off what used to be the Democratic Party, the manacles of wokeness, and political correctness. They have obviously not worked. Let's cast them aside. Let's go for pragmatic
Harry looks locked
idealism.
the fuck in
I think
right
that's
now.
what Stephen A. Smith embodies, and I think that's why his teasing this candidacy, as unlikely as it may appear now, 3.5 years out, is so enticing. We have to shake off. The Democrats have to shake off. They have to do what the Republicans do. They have to find Trump. They have to find Trump too. They have to find someone who has that ability to project. Not only will I take care of you in terms of your security, but I will give this economy a boost. I will raise this rising tide.
Sorry. No, I get the joke you're making.
Votes. I think they've got to change absolutely what they have done. Obviously, it's been disastrous up till now.
Yeah, I mean, Harry, you've backed pretty much every Democrat loser imaginable. Do you not, when you listen to
True. Nice one, Pierce. True.
listen to, well, you can look bemused, but you put yourself wholeheartedly behind Joe Biden.
I like Josh Shapiro and Gavin Newsom. They're all pretty.
No, I'm talking about the people
right
you
now.
publicly backed who then got completely shellacked, like Biden, Kamala Harris, and so
I
on.
publicly back Shapiro.
Okay, but do you not though? When I listen to Stephen A. Smith, because I don't think the old "you've got to be politically experienced" stuff matters anymore. Trump's just destroyed that narrative. You don't have to. You just have to be charismatic, a good communicator, and have a good message that resonates with people. You can then get people around you that can do the political hard yards if you want to. What I liked about what he said and the passion and eloquence that he delivered it with was he completely gets the problem the Democrats have found themselves in. They've been hijacked by the woke left, and you're seeing people, even like Gavin Newsom, racing back to the centre ground because they realise that the woke progressive left arm of the party has got to be let go.
Piers, I actually agree with everything you just said, and somewhat disagree on the experience. I think that when it comes to running a campaign publicly, I don't think the American people value the being a senator for X amount of years, being a House member for X amount of years as much as they did prior to Trump's years. But I think that when it comes to doing the job, the experience does still matter if you want to be a good president. But look, if your goal with your interview with Stephen A. Smith was to make him sound like a viable candidate, I think you were very successful, Piers. I think you're right that he sounds authentic. I think you're right that he sounds
Holy shit.
pragmatic. I think that you're right that he actually diagnoses the problems in the Democratic Party, which is, I think, as you mentioned, Gavin Newsom has correctly pointed out, we're so quick to attack people who don't 100% align with us. We're quick to attack people who are not.
Harry, after being canceled by the woke mob, is anti-cancel culture and it's and it's anti-tone policing. Holy base. We need to cancel more of these fucking TikTok influencers, okay? So they stop with the fucking microaggression shit. Oh my god.
As progressive as we want them to be, and we push them to the Republican Party into the arms of Donald Trump. So no, I think that in modern day America, 2024, 2025, and 2028 election, I think Stephen A. Smith could absolutely be a viable candidate. Will he win? We'll see if he runs first.
Would you say, Harry, you've been de-woked?
Have I been? It's a good question, Piers. I don't think I've been like de-woke.
You've had a complete personality transplant. You've just it sounds like wokeism has been sucked out of you.
Microaggressing over the place.
Piers, I think that people like yourself and Gavin Newsom and Bill Maher and other people in the Democratic Party are right. Like we lost badly. We lost the House, we lost the Senate, we lost the presidency, and things won't change unless we change. So, the people have made their voices clear that they don't like the wokeism, they don't like the cancel culture, they don't like the progressive left, they don't like the far left policies. And if we, the Democratic Party, continue to say, actually, we're going to force it down your throats, you're going to like them no matter what, we will continue to lose, and Donald Trump will continue to thrive, and J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio in 4 years from now will be the next president of the United States.
Cornell, do you agree with this? I mean, I've written a whole book about the woke rampage. I wrote it 3 years ago. I called it Wake Up. It was a clarion call to my fellow liberals to wake up before it was too late. People clearly didn't read it properly because they carried on down that progressive, hard left, woke agenda, and Trump exploited that very skillfully with the Republican Party, and he got re-elected. I think it was one of the main reasons he did. But do you think the party should abandon all of the wokist stuff, or do you think it should just be realigned?
Let me first say a word about Brother Stephen Anthony Smith, though. He's a highly talented brother. I love and respect his pastor. He's been there in East New York now for almost 40 years. He was a member of the Black Panther Party early in his life. And then he himself moved very much to the center. But he loves his people. I'm talking about Brother Bernard. I've been at his church on many occasions. But for me, you see, Brother Pierre, that I disagree with the framework that you bring. You see, I don't think it's a bad thing to be woke about poverty. It's not a bad thing to be woke about
I don't think woke. I don't think it's typically how people use the word woke. Woke does not mean like welfare for the poor or something. But I think woke just means woke is usually like social issues. But fuck, I think he's microaggressive here against British people. How many TikToks do we need to make him say sorry?
Genocide in Gaza. It's not a bad thing to be woke about the organized greed of the 1%. Those are issues of moral and spiritual substance. So it's not just about popularity. There's got to be some integrity here. It's not just about political expediency. The vast majority of Germans were for Hitler. So what? They were still wrong. They were still immoral. Where does truth come in? Where does truth and integrity come in here? This is not just a matter of what kind of Machiavellian politics you can come up with.
Let me challenge you.
If you understand by woke, dogmatism of the left, then I'm against dogmatism of any sort. But if you understand woke, people who are concerned about poor people and working people and colonized people and hated people.
I don't think that's usually what woke means. The colonized people thing, maybe when you say colonize, that's like that's more of a like social issue that people can kind of like. It is kind of woke to say like, oh, post-colonialism, whatever. But none of this other stuff is wokeness. That is why I can be anti-woke, non-famed anti-woke advocate, and still support the welfare state. Okay, it's gotta be. It's there's no way it's clubbed. But what if it is clubbed? But what if it? I'm gonna go down. Damn it! It was hard.
People despise people. If you want to hate on trans and
I can
hate
still
on gay
support the
people,
welfare
what's happening
state.
in Gaza with precious Palestinians, then sleepwalking is not a good thing, brother.
Okay,
sleepwalking is not a good thing at all.
That's what. That is a woke statement right there. Precious Palestinians. Not that they aren't precious, but they're precisely as precious as any other group of people. I don't know why we're.
Has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins.
Oh my God!
Stepping up enforcement for those who miss
This guy's got a third sponsorship.
Well, today's sponsor, Tax Network USA, can still help. If your books are a mess, if you're self-employed, or if you're a business owner, Tax Network USA specializes. Book, which is going to come out in October.
I need to get to it.
I've got a new book called Woke is Dead coming out, just so you know, just to prepare you. But,
he has a new book.
What I would say to that is, when
the
woke
second
was originally...
anti-woke book, second anti-woke book has hit the Piers Morgan fucking oh my God.
Devised back in the 60s from the music world, actually, mainly from the black music world in the 60s. It was supposed to be encouraging people to have more awareness of social and racial injustice. And by that criteria, I would happily say I want to be woke. What happened in the last few years is that it became an extraordinarily virulent new form, ironically, I felt, of the very thing that woke people would say they hate most, of fascism, where it became something where people on the progressive left felt they had the right to tell Americans, and around the world, but Americans, how to think, what heroes they can have, what movies they can enjoy, what humor they can laugh at, what clothes they can wear, etc., etc., etc. And it became
just like fascism, bro. It's just... that's an unbelievably insane comparison. It's way more fascistic for Trump to deprive people of due process, for Trump to rule only through the executive branch, than it is for woke people to say it's inappropriate to like this movie because it has microaggressions in it. Oh my God, bro. Really, bro? I would always want a mob of angry people to point out every slight microaggression he does from here until he dies.
A form of fascism, and this cancel culture mentality became utterly brutal and unforgiving, and completely, in my view, un-American. And I would ask you, you mentioned there that people hate trans. I don't think it's ever been about people hating trans.
Well, no.
But I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think it was fair that biological males?
Oh my God! Yeah. Oh my God! It's like it's like. How many Republican states are working on fucking banning gender affirming care? Wasn't there was a bill even like for adults that wanted to restrict access to HRT. It's like. Oh my God. Trump signs executive order restricting gender affirming care for people under 19 after Texas banned puberty blockers for trans kids. Adults lost care too. It's crazy to just be like, is this just like an incidental thing, or is this a not allowed thing. I don't know. It just feels. Kill me.
Allowed to compete in women's sport.
No, I was never for that.
Right. So that was a key tenet of the modern day woke.
But one can still.
It's just not it. Certainly there's a branch of quote unquote woke people who like want that to happen or whatever. But one, I want to say like 50% of the people who are like hardcore trans women in sports or whatever aren't voting for the Democrats anyway. They're too far left to even vote for the Democrats. But secondly, like the actual politicians just don't care that much about it, bro. First of all, like when did Kamala talk about fucking trans sports in her campaign trail? Like, why did I click lower? I'm fucking stupid. I'm not paying attention because I'm ranting. But like, oh my god, kill me.
I have a deep love of trans.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's fair competition.
That's fine.
That's all.
No, that's fine.
But I heard a lot of demonizing. But look at the demonizing of Palestinians. But one of the reasons why we can't talk about genocide is anti-Palestinian racism is so thick that all those deaths and all those babies don't mean nothing to people. They don't count. That ain't nothing but racism, brother. Let's just be honest.
I have no problem. I have no problem, Cornell. People talking up for the Palestinian people in the way that you just have. I would quibble with the word genocide, and I have done. I don't think it's a genocide. What's happened? However, I do. Hang on, Cornell. I do think way too many innocent people, women and children in Gaza, have died, and this has to stop. Right. So I completely concede that point. But I would also say that when I have guests on who refuse to condemn Hamas, refuse to condemn October the 7th, and that happens a lot, that shows me that there is another mindset there, which is, you know, that fine, only Palestinian lives matter, and that all the lives that were taken on the other side don't matter.
That's wrong too.
No, it just means it's an imperfect resistance.
Human life is human life. But for the most part, anti-Palestinian racism cuts so much deeper than staying in contact with the lives of Israelis. That is a fact in America. In America, Israeli life has more value than Palestinian life. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that, actually. And I think the reality is, I remember... I can tell you that in West London, where I live, most of the time, the day after October the 7th, there were mass numbers of people in the streets. In my
if a British person ever called me anti-American, I'd make the Revolutionary War look like a schoolyard fight.
Because the Israeli embassy was there. And I assumed they were turning out to support the Jewish people after this horrific massacre. It turned out they were supporting Hamas. And I thought that was an unbelievably despicable thing.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in America. All the encampments I was blessed to be a part of, nobody got up and gave speeches talking about how wonderful Hamas were. Not one. And all the speeches that I gave had nothing to do with pro-Hamas. It had to do with the vicious occupation of 78 years of subjugation and the killing of innocent folk. The killing of innocent Jewish brothers and sisters. Their life is precious, just like any other human life, and many of us made that point.
Yeah, and I would like, listen, I want to move it back to the Democrat Party's future, but just on that, I think the Palestinian and Israeli lives, they should have the same human rights. Bottom line, end. Cenk, let me bring you in here. It's a really interesting debate for the soul of the Democrat Party. You've been immersed in this for quite a while now, and I think you've seen the way the wind was blowing way before a lot of people. But when you see someone like Stephen A. Smith, what do you think? I mean, I just think he's clearly flirting with this. He's getting more popular. I think people really like him. He's articulate.
Cenk is 100% going to be pro Stephen A. Smith, right? 100%. He hates the establishment so much.
He's strong. I see him standing up to LeBron James and stuff.
Not that I've been harsh on Stephen A. Smith, okay? I would vote for him over basically any Republican, and I don't think he's evil or anything, but...
Facts or whatever he's did, he got a fearless streak in him. Why not Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah. So I want to have a clarifying conversation here, and I want to offer you a better celebrity than Stephen A. Smith. Look, I got no problems with the brother, and I'm not trying to hate, okay? But, I mean, saying the first thing he'd do is economics. What does that mean? What's the policy behind economics? He said he checked with his pastor. I think it's more likely that he checked with his publicist. But it's okay. It's okay. God bless, to each his own, okay? So I'll get to the celebrity in a second. But, guys, there's 3 wings of the Democratic Party. It's driving me crazy that you all are talking about it in a way that makes no sense, and you lump in people that don't belong together. I get why. But so the 3 wings are what you guys keep talking about, radical left, woke left, whatever you want.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Isaac, are you here right now? Sorry. I just checked my Twitter notifications. He asked non-fun was this you to a post from Lav that was deleted, and I'm curious curious what that was. How do I there's no shot it was archived, right? Can I see the link to this tweet so I can see if it was archived?
Call it, right? But then you got the establishment, and that's the part that you guys never talk about. So that's the Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. They're not woke. That's not their problem. Their problem is that they were elitist, served the donor class, or establishment.
Oh, yes, true. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, immediately. Yes, they're not woke. They serve the donor class. They pack money, corporate pack money, corporate 95% of the time the most donated to candidate wins. Yes.
He was just establishment 101. Those are two different problems. Then there's a third wing that I'm in, which is economic populism, that Ro Khanna's in, Nina Turner's in. So Nina Turner brings in basically the black wing of the populist movement and talking about the freedom budget that the civil rights movement talked about. Why? It's an economic issue. It's about populism. It's about raising wages. So what do we focus on? How can the Democratic Party win? That's the most important thing. So higher wages, lower drug prices, lower housing prices, paid family leave, anti-war, money out of politics. These are all Democratic policies that are all intensely popular, over 2/3 for each one of those things. So, we talk about, Stephen A. Smith gets a lot of airtime. He does, but why? You guys mentioned Wes Moore. Wes Moore's an incredibly charismatic guy. I'm not sure that's the candidate that I want, but I'd be open to it, but he just doesn't get enough airtime, right? Same thing for Ro Khanna. Wonderfully articulate. Geraldo's complimented him in the past, and he's a really smart guy. But not just that. Then we've got some real populists like Richard Ojeda running in North Carolina 9, and he served 24 years in the Army. Ain't nothing to do with woke. It's about delivering for the average American. But Piers, if we want to be obsessed with celebrities, why not Jon Stewart? Jon Stewart's the only celebrity who's actually gotten a bill passed when he wasn't even in Congress. It was spectacular. It was amazing. If I could take Stephen A. Smith's hype and his chutzpah and the way that he gets out there and runs to the spotlight and put it on Jon Stewart, we'd have a winning combination.
You know what I would say to that? And it's interesting. I love Jon Stewart. But I think if you walked around with Jon Stewart and Stephen A. Smith in LA or New York, you're right. Okay, the smart crowd would all rush up to Jon Stewart. You're the Messiah. If you took them both down,
why don't
to
you
Florida,
actually play stake? I would go broke immediately. What the fuck are you like?
To Alabama, right? To Middle America. If you took the pair of them down there, it would be the other way around. You would see the people on the streets resonating far more with Stephen A. Smith than they ever would with Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart, in a way, is a kind of elitist himself. He's brilliant, but he's part of the elite comedic establishment. He is. Come on, he's a multimillionaire.
No, but then why isn't Stephen A. Smith elitist? No, you can't have
because I think the sport, in a way,
Jon Stewart's elite because he's a celebrity, but Stephen A. Smith isn't elite even though he's a celebrity. That doesn't make any sense.
Because he commentates on a sport which is about as far from elitist in terms of where most of the players come from that you could imagine. Right? Because they're mostly working class Americans.
There isn't one thing Jon Stewart has done that's elitist. There isn't one thing.
No, I think by definition, if you're part of
wonderful people,
I would say if you're part of the New York elite comedic TV set, you are by definition part of the media establishment.
You just code not fun
How
for
is Stephen A. Smith not part of the TV set?
$25
I mean, it made us glued to the
$80.
TV. And why are we having a conversation between Stephen A. Smith and Jon
If
Stewart?
I could get a stake sponsorship, I'd be open to that, but they'd have to do the. I think Stake does do this, where they basically just they just give you money to gamble with, right? Like the money that you're gambling with when you do a sponsored stake stream is just money that they gave you. So like, they just get all their money back, and if you win, you probably give the money that you win back anyways, and they just pay you X amount of money per dollar streamed or whatever, or per hour streamed. You don't get to keep any of the money that they gave you to gamble with. I think that's how it works. I don't know for sure, but.
They're very different. Let me ask the biggest TV star of the four of us. Five of us. And sorry, Cornell, it's not you. I'm going to ask Geraldo, who is by far the biggest TV star of the five of us. Geraldo, Jon Stewart v. Stephen A. Smith. Your thoughts?
I like Jon Stewart a lot. I think he's brilliant in his comedy, his sarcasm, and
listen, I'm just too. The reason I'd be open to it is because I'm fucking broke. Okay, that'd be the reason I'd be open to it, not because I'm broke and I don't have like a super big moral objection to gambling streams as long as you just tell people gambling is fucking bad, but I don't know.
I think that's his greatest strength, is his strong suit. But I don't think sarcasm sells the way populism does. Stephen A. Smith has indicated and gives off the vibe. Sometimes it's indescribable.
He's from the Bronx.
A mystery where it comes from.
He's from the Bronx.
It's a charisma that Trump has. Trump is an amazing. Trump is the biggest movie star on earth right now.
Yeah.
He's charismatic. He's magnetic. He's someone who I think that he's survived these 100 days. Sometimes catastrophes of his own making, but he has emerged. He had the great meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister today.
That was a great meeting, really?
I want to add quickly, parenthetically, I also don't want you to exclude Sean Hannity. I think it would be a wonderful candidate for president. And either of the Cuomo brothers, Andrew, the former governor who's now running and is the probable next mayor of New York, and also Chris Cuomo, who I submit was the first to recognize in Stephen A. Smith this possibility. However unrealistic it may be, that Stephen A. Smith might be a viable candidate. But I think the main point that
pretty sure you get more money than you lose it if you have a stake sponsor. What do you mean by that? Like I lose at gambling? I get more money and lose at gambling? Is that what you're implying? Or
we are all talking about and avoiding is that the Democrats have to shake off what they have done up until now. They have failed utterly. They failed when they did not bounce Joe Biden from the candidacy long before, where it was recognized he was borderline dementia. And I love the guy. He's only 8 months older than I am. I feel regret that he did not have the grace and the pragmatism to withdraw much earlier. And so the Democrats could have had a primary. I don't think Kamala Harris would have won that primary, even if it was a quick one on a short schedule, if you remember how she bombed the last time she tried. And I think that she's also going to be an awful candidate for governor of California, and the Republicans will have an opportunity there because they see that one thing that has not been
No
mentioned,
shot California's competitive for governor, right? No shot.
immigration.
Maybe.
The Democrats have been so
But I don't
wishy-washy on
think so.
immigration. They all they do is recite the mantra and the Statue of Liberty and don't recognize how offensive immigration is. The border has to be sealed, and then you need compassion, you need attention. But immigration is an issue that is that's the elephant in the room. It has not been mentioned, but I wonder what Stephen A. Smith would say about immigration. He's
Well,
from
he
Queens.
actually
Queens has 140 different ethnicities.
Well, you know what?
I'd like to see,
He was quite strong
answer
about it,
that.
and he cited something I've said a lot. He quoted me, which is that actually the biggest deporter in modern presidential
Oh
times,
my God, how are we back to this?
Barack Obama, who deported over 3 million people, way more than Trump has done. But the left.
Harry, please. Harry, save us. Harry or Cenk, save us.
No,
Harry,
when I asked my liberal
please.
friends,
Obama didn't gratuitously terrify people. And
True.
Obama
Okay,
did.
or him.
He's
Yes.
done that so unnecessarily.
Well, as always, it can be the way Trump goes about it more than what he's actually doing. I mean, Harry, look, there's a lot of names being thrown around here. You represent the young wing of the Democrat Party. Who would you like to see become the next leader of your party?
I think there are so many talented people in the Democratic Party right now.
Who
I think
gets your
that folks
juices
like-
flowing? Honestly, I mean, who actually exercises you to think, yeah, that's the one. That's the Bill Clinton that can energize us. That's the Barack Obama. Because they're the two Democrats.
No, like stake pays you more money than you lose unless you go in all in every time. Oh, okay, sure, yeah. Fuck, I
leaders
clicked
in my
lower too.
adult life where I've really felt, wow, those two, and I thought they were both rock stars. I don't see a rock star out there. And in fact, the nearest thing I've seen to it is Stephen A. Smith, genuinely.
And I think that a lot of people share your view. For me personally, I think folks like Pete Buttigieg, or as we've talked about today, Wes Moore, who is incredibly
Pete
charismatic.
Buttigieg has no chance. No chance.
You really think so?
You don't
No,
think
Pete Buttigieg is
why does it anything
incredibly smart. I think he's really
yes. You call yourself a true gamer and you haven't played Roblox in 24 hours. Hold on, let me save my game real quick.
People are never going to vote for him to be president of the United States.
I don't see why not. I mean, he has served.
He doesn't have enough charisma.
Military.
You've got to burst.
You don't think he doesn't
to win
think
these
he
days,
has
you've got to be charismatic.
charisma?
You've got to have something about you which can carry people with you. I don't see that Pete Buttigieg at all.
I mean, I think that his ability to go into Republican spaces like Fox News so consistently
Yeah.
and make the case for the Democratic Party
True.
is so impressive. There's not really many
He
people
seems to be
in the
really
Democratic
good at
Party doing
interviews.
that right
He's
now. I
really
think that strategy
charismatic
in and
in
of
his
itself
interviews.
can kind of appeal some people who might be Biden Trump voters or typically a little bit more
Well, Cenk's got
conservative.
his hand
Say,
up.
this guy-
Totally unrealistic. Totally unrealistic, Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you heard the Saturday Night Live last week had something on Trump signing presidential executive orders banning biracial ads on TV. There are too many biracial ads with a black husband and a white wife and vice versa and so forth. Pete Buttigieg and his sexuality. Maybe for the woke class, we're way overdue to recognize that you could be gay and
My kids are
be
making me a
wonderful,
Roblox game, and I'm
charismatic,
terrible
inclusive
at
leader.
it, and it
But that
causes
is you
such a
took an
crying
elephant in
fest.
the
I
room.
hate
There's absolutely no way, despite the fact that Pete Buttigieg is a legitimate war hero with combat experience.
Geraldo, you don't think
despite
you
the
don't think
fact
a
he
gay
went
you don't
beyond
think a
the
gay
border.
person
Never happened.
You don't think a gay person
No, I
can
don't
ever be
think-
president?
Wait, hold on.
I think that it is exactly the. Look, go ahead. But I think
No,
that's
go
just
ahead.
if you talk about woke, that's woke.
All right.
I put like in 2008,
No, it's not.
Obama.
No.
In 2008,
No, this is all wrong.
Sorry.
Okay. So hold on, guys. Hold on. Look, you want to talk about people going to Republican, right-wing, independent spaces. I do that, right? And so when you, what I'm trying to get at is independence, because that's who you need to win elections, right? We need to get real here. So the problem with being woke isn't someone who's
Where's
gay.
the
Who cares if they're
save
gay or
thing?
straight, et cetera? That's not the issue at all. So you can say, hey, some of the DI went too far, the transport stuff issues went too far, but that isn't about being gay or not being gay. No, the problem with Buttigieg has nothing to do with that. The problem with Buttigieg is that he appeals to the elites. He's a super smart guy. So when he goes on TV and he talks about how he speaks 6 languages, all the elites are like, yes, Buttigieg, he's so Harvard educated, right? But that doesn't appeal to the average guy. That's not going to win over independents. That's his actual problem. By the way, Andrew Cuomo is also part of the establishment. Sean Hannity is also part of it.
I think Pete Buttigieg can win over independents again, like he does super well. I feel like in these like right wing spaces or whatever, when he's talking to the people, like when he's talking to people on the what podcast, what is that fucking like Manosphere podcast thing where he was talking about, like he was talking about being gay and he was talking about fucking what's up, PPG? That homo ain't gonna win shit. Get ready to vote AOC. I mean, I will vote AOC in the general against basically any Republican. I think I might vote for Buttigieg over AOC in a primary. I don't know if he's really that unwinnable, but no corporate sludge is going to win this time. You think Pete Buttigieg is a corporate sludge? I don't think people are just a corporate sludge or whatever.
Establishment. What does the establishment always want? Serve the donors. Serve the donors. That's the problem.
Bro, yes, back to this. Yes,
serve
serve the donors. Yes.
I started Rebellion Pact. We're building a team. We're building a team. So you give me any one of those guys, and our team is going to win because we've got all these different people in there. Roe is kind of so strategic and smart, and Ojeda's like a lead pipe. He's a populist. Then you got Nick Hanauer, who's a super smart guy. He's not part of Rebellion Pact or anything, but he's part of our allies, and he's got a middle-out strategy. That's an economic model where you give to the middle class. Stop giving to the rich.
Oh my God, kill me. I pick AOC over Pete just because I think a woman has a better chance than a gay man. When it comes to, I'm just voting based on who I, in a primary. I'm just thinking of like who I like more in policy. I don't actually know. What you're saying could definitely be true. I'm just not. I don't consider that when I vote in a primary. Maybe I should, but I probably would in like the final parts of a primary at least. But yeah, I vote to win. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not considering that on my hypothetical AOC versus people to judge primary, but I really don't know. I think you're right. Actually, I think a woman probably has a higher chance than a gay man, but all else equal at least. But
give to the middle class, and the middle class that spends the money and then creates a healthier economy.
Okay, let me bring in
Drow versus billionaires who saves money, and that's what, detrimental to the economy? Investment is detrimental. That's an interesting one. That's a billionaires who buy stock, which companies then use to invest, which increases workers' productivity, by the way, which raises wages. But okay. Regardless, okay, buddy.
Electorally, the right
increases, like long run growth and not just whatever. Try Danny's World. What? Dandy's World. What the fuck is? I don't. This shit is fucking
strategy.
All right, Cornell.
But let me agree with my brother Sheikah that I mean, I'm blessed to have a show with Nina Turner.
I just want to play
Magnificent 1580 talk show in LA. Brother Geraldo knows Brother Tavis. We both love Geraldo and Tavis, even though Geraldo and I fight on all kind of issues. But Brother Sheikah is right, and Nina Turner is one of the giants in the Democratic Party precisely because she has an affinity to Bernie Sanders, who's the best thing that the Democratic Party ever had. Even though he's never in it, he's certainly of it. But the reality is that the establishment of the Democratic Party would never in a million years put up with economic populism. It would never put up with Bernie. It would never put up with Nina Turner. That upsets me, but I recognize that.
Did he say Lena Khan, who was literally appointed by Biden?
It would never put up with Bernie. It would never put up with Nina Turner. That upsets
Lena Turner,
me.
Sorry.
But I recognize that is a reality. That's why I reached the conclusion, and this is why I ran, this is why Justice for All, the party that we're trying to generate, that the Democratic Party is beyond redemption. Republican Party is beyond redemption.
God, no.
We're living in a spiritually sick country with organized greed and unbelievable weaponized hatred, and they're both part of a two-party system that is so corrupt. The donors control both parties. People know that 90 million Americans, the biggest bloc, decided not to vote at all. How come? Because they know the system is corrupt. They know it's legalized bribery and normalized corruption and politicized larceny. That's what American politics is, and we have to come to terms with that. That's why the empire is declining. That's why the empire is decadent. That's why they're grabbing for a tyrant against the name Trump. Trump is able to mobilize that fear. Everybody knows he's beneath mediocre. Everybody knows he's corrupt. Everybody knows he's a liar. Everybody knows he's a gangster. That's who he is. God bless him.
He's also a graduate of he's also a graduate of the Wharton School. He's also someone who has taken a.
Well, Geraldo, this is team me up nicely for my final question for you. But Geraldo, I'll start with you because like a bottle of Chateau Latour from Bordeaux in France, you get better with age. But Trump was talking to NBC and he said Biden was the worst thing to ever happen to old people. Let's take a look.
Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people.
So is that right, Geraldo? Is he the worst thing to ever happen?
I thought they were gonna. I thought the clip was gonna like add more context, or like Trump would explain what he meant by that. But okay, Trump, who by the way was like, in Doge, like removing the ability to like call Social Security. Now you have to fucking at them on fucking X or schedule an appointment. I'm dead. Fuck. Online. Kill me.
I think that just briefly giving a nod to Nina Turner, my Cleveland neighbor. I think that she is absolutely wonderful. And Ro Khanna, one of the best congressmen there is. AOC, I just want to mention her. I think that Joe Biden's frailty and the fact I mentioned earlier that he's only 8 months older than I am, did give the impression, I think, to many people who are watching this program probably, that there is a chronological, do not run point. And maybe there should be age limitations, but there's also, let me speak up for zesty senior citizens.
Yes.
I have a very robust life.
You know what? Warren Buffett just announced he's retiring. He's 94. Rupert Murdoch, who's been my boss on and off for 30 odd years, he's 94. I think Dame Joan Collins, who I regularly have dinner with, is 92, I think, and looks like she's 50. I don't think it's about age, Cornell. You're another example of a fine wine growing.
Have you heard Arthur Rubinstein play Brahms' piano concerto
Yes.
#1, 87 years
Yes.
old?
Yes.
He put to shame 27-year-old pianist.
And you're showing exactly the same. And Cornell, you're showing. Cornell,
he's looking like he's 55. I don't know what
and so do you, Cornell. That's the point. I was about to pay you. About to pay you a compliment. You are the Rubinstein of political punditry, and long may you last. Harry is the youngest member of this panel.
Harry's gonna get old one day.
The wrinkles are coming in already. I can feel it.
Yeah. What's your view, Harry? Very quickly. Trump says Biden's the worst thing to happen to old people.
I don't even know what he means by that. Is he talking about like policy? Is he talking about public perception? I don't.
No, I
don't
think
know
he's
what he means by
talking
that.
about the fact that he was very close to Biden's age, but everyone thinks that Biden was a zombie.
Oh, okay. So if we're talking from public perception, then yeah, I think that like Joe Biden's age and the American people's perception of Joe Biden at his age certainly probably hurt your average person's view on like getting older and age. I mean, I
Are you
guess that's all I
kidding?
can probably
This
say
is
about that.
Harry, I
a
can't let you
serious
go
political
without
discussion we're
asking
having
you
now.
something.
Or
It's a little delicate, but you were quite vocal about Trump. And after
No.
No,
I know
what?
where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Pierce.
I can't
Okay,
ask you a
fine.
question?
No, you can ask me a question.
Okay, look. So as you know, in March there were reports that you had allegedly, use that word deliberately, lured several women on Snapchat.
Hey,
Circulated online.
free my man, free my man, free my man, free my man, free my man. Can a man not have a few side hoes? What the fuck? What the fuck? Are you going woke, Pierce? Are you going woke? Okay, I guess I'm dead.
Is that true?
I am. I'm 22 years old. I'm a young guy. I'm still in college, and I'm now in a relationship. I have a girlfriend. But prior to having a girlfriend, I was a single man, and I would live a single life. And there were people I talked to and interacted with. But I guess that's all I'll say about that.
I mean, apparently some of the women said that you acted inappropriately. Would you accept that?
Oh no, I would not.
So it was always appropriate.
I mean, as I talked about in a video I made regarding this, it was all among adults who were consensual. I think those are two very important characteristics, and if those are present, then I think it's not inappropriate. And if it ever was a moment where they were not interested anymore, that's perfectly fine. I'm always of the view that consent is always the number one thing.
How did you feel about being at the center of a scandal?
Gooning King.
I think it's at my age, being really young, having like, sensitive things like that on the internet is hard. It's a weird thing. It's also hard to like talk to anybody about because it's not many people my age can relate to this and being like, oh yeah, I remember when I had my first Snapchat scandal. So it was a little isolating, but I think I've learned a lot from that. And I think that I really try to take negative things that happen and look at the good in them and learn from them and grow from them. And so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm learning and growing and trying to be a better man every single day. And that's where I'm
Is
at.
that Cornell West?
Well,
Yeah.
Harry, it's good to have you back on Uncensored. I'm glad we gave you the chance to
Wait a
respond
minute.
to that. Yeah, Cenk?
Piers,
Oh, no.
Piers, I don't know a thing about that so-called scandal, but are you trying to do cancel culture here?
No, I'm trying to do the
True.
opposite.
Yes. Thank you,
I've got him
Cenk.
on
Yes.
my show. I've asked him a question about something that was in the news, and he's answered. It's the opposite of cancel culture. I don't
Okay,
think
all
Harry.
right.
I don't think
Because,
Harry should be.
look,
You're
I've
trying to
survived 12
cancel
different
him.
Cancelled, he wouldn't
I've
be on the
survived
show.
12 different
Cenk.
cancel culture things.
The
so-
mere fact he's sitting here on a panel with you is illustrative that I do not think he should be cancelled.
And can I say, I appreciate you asking about this, Piers, and like allowing for a clarification. And I mean that genuinely because it was a weird time to go through. So I mean that.
Yeah, listen, I think I had to ask you. You've answered. You've not been back on since it all blew up. I've asked you the question. You've given an answer. That's it. You are definitely not cancelled. Cenk, you might
What
be
the
checked
fuck
out.
happened to this game, man?
Okay, hold on. Piers, I got a fun prediction.
I don't know what Snapchat is.
I got a fun prediction to end this. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Piers, back on the topic and to conclude here, I have a fun prediction for you. I think that at some point you're going to realize that Rebellion Pack is the way to go, and that you, Piers Morgan, are going to join the rebellion.
Well,
That's my
you know
prediction.
what? As Stephen A. Smith said, I'll keep that door open, Cenk. I never say never at this stage of life. What a great panel. Thank you all very much indeed. And what a testament to age being just a number. It's not about the age. It's about what you're like at an age that matters. And all of you in different ways live up to that. So thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, though, brother.
Wow. Wow. I'm glad he has fucking 3 sponsors per video now, man. What happened to my Piers Morgan? What the hell? What the hell? Oh shit, there's a fucking excavator. My daughter made me play it and now I'm hooked and put tons of hours into it. Wait, unironically? Piers Morgan is a brother? Cornell West calls everyone brother. Calls fucking Palestinians precious Palestinian brothers and sisters. Yeah. I have all the unlocks. Based. Well, I'm gonna die. But it's almost 2 a.m. where I am, so I'm gonna go. I might edit shit. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I love streaming. I love the guys all stop by. I love that everyone's here to chat, watch me debate, watch me react to things, watch me to do shit. I don't know. Head over to fucking Enemy Charlie, I guess. She's like the only one streaming. On YouTube, let's see. The real reason Dean and Parker stopped talking to Harry is because they ain't got game like Harry. For real. For real. For real. Tomfoolery streaming. Sarah is streaming, but she's probably ending pretty soon. Tomfoolery might be ending soon, though. I don't know. Head over to fucking Tomfoolery. Harry did nothing wrong. Very true. Waiting for the lobby stream. Don't worry. I said that a little bit already. I said, did you just come in? That's what I say every time, because it's true. I do love streaming, and I love you guys for watching me stream. It's very cool. It's very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Head over to Enemy Charlie and Tomfoolery. I don't know if I'll stream again. Oh, no, I will be streaming again tomorrow because I'm going on one of those like dating panel things. So that'll be fun. I will stream again tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't, so you watch all the epic debates and everything. Gonna lose if Steve is on it. I don't know who Steve is. Soypill is on it though. I'm definitely not winning. I ain't winning against Soypill, okay? But yeah. I'll see you guys. Yeah.